coughing fit, hot tea, and chickens aren't hawks. Raceland Majir wearily burrowed into his blankets and lay down on the muddy floor of the pitch-black cave, intending to go to sleep. Just then, he started to cough. He hoped it was just a mild attack that, like sometimes before, would end soon. But the tightness in his chest didn't ease. In fact, the coughing got worse. He sat up, desperately trying to catch his breath, and a taste of iron filled his mouth. He fumbled for his handkerchief and pressed it to his lips. In this narrow and dark cave, it was so dark that he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face, but he didn't need to see with his eyes to know clearly that the handkerchief was already stained with blood. Raceland was a young man in his early 20s, yet at times he felt as if he had lived for hundreds of years, and those years had left their marks on him. His health had been destroyed, probably during the terrifying test in the Tower of High Sorcery. Before the test, he was a young man, perhaps weak in body but still relatively healthy. After the test, he looked like an old man. His health was completely ruined, and even the gods couldn't cure him. His reddish-brown hair turned white, and his skin took on a shimmering golden hue. His eyesight was also cursed. People were greatly horrified by this. They said that a test that disabled a young man wasn't a test at all. It was cruel torture. Wise mages knew the truth. Magic was a powerful force, a gift from the gods of magic, and having this power also meant taking on great responsibility. In the past, this power had been misused. Once, mages had almost destroyed the entire world. The gods of magic intervened and established rules and laws for the use of magic. Now, only mortals who could take on the responsibility were allowed to use it. Any mage who wanted to improve their mastery of magic had to take the test presided over by the high mages in the conclave of wizards. To ensure that every mage taking the test treated this art seriously, the conclave of wizards decided that each of them had to stake their lives on it. Failure meant death. Even if one succeeded, there was still a price to pay. The purpose of the test was to teach them to understand themselves. Raceland understood himself much deeper than he had expected. He had done a terrifying thing in the tower, a thing that both filled him with great fear and, at the same time, made him certain that he would do the same thing again. This thing hadn't actually happened, though it seemed so real at the time. Sending mages into an illusion was part of the test. The choices a mage made in the illusion would affect the rest of his life and might even end it. Raceland's terrifying act was related to his twin brother, Caramon, who had witnessed it all in horror. The two of them had never talked about that incident since then, but it had happened and cast a shadow over their hearts. The test in the Tower of High Sorcery was intended to help mages gain a deeper understanding of their own powers and weaknesses so that they could progress. Thus, there were both punishments and rewards. The punishment for Raceland was severe. His health was destroyed, and his eyesight was cursed. After the test, his pupils became hourglass-shaped. To teach him humility and compassion, he saw the transformation of time passing rapidly. No matter what he looked at, such as a beautiful maiden or a fresh apple, in his eyes, it was all in a state of decay after a long time. However, the rewards were also generous. Raceland now had power, a power that greatly shocked, awed, and frightened those who knew this young mage. Parsalian, the leader of the conclave of wizards, gave Raceland the staff of Magius, a very precious magical item. As Raceland's coughing grew more and more violent, he reached out and grasped the staff. Its presence comforted him and made him feel secure. The pain he had endured was worth it. This magical staff had been made by Magius, who was one of the greatest mages in history. Raceland had owned this staff for several years, but he still hadn't uncovered all of its power. He coughed again, and this fit of coughing racked his body with excruciating pain. The only thing that could relieve the coughing fit was a special herbal tea. This tea worked best when it was drunk while hot. There was no hearth in the cave where he lived now, and he couldn't boil water. Raceland had to leave the warmth of his blankets and go out into the darkness to get hot water. Ordinarily, Caramon would have already gone to get the hot water and prepare the tea. But Caramon wasn't here now. Raceland's strong, hearty, warm, and generous twin brother had been elsewhere all night, making a racket and cheering with the other guests at Riverwind and Goldmoon's wedding. It was past midnight. Raceland could still hear the laughter and music coming from the wedding. He was angry that Caramon had left him alone here, going off to have fun with some girl, probably Tyka Whalen, and leaving his weak twin brother to fend for himself. Raceland couldn't catch his breath. He tried to stand up, but almost fell. He grabbed a chair and slumped into it, resting his head on a rickety table that Caramon had made from a wicker chest. Raceland, a cheerful voice came from outside. Are you asleep? I have a question I must ask you. Tasselhoff. Raceland tried to call out the kinder's name, but another fit of coughing interrupted him. Oh, great. The person outside heard the coughing and continued in a cheerful tone. You're not asleep yet. Tasselhoff, nicknamed Tass Burfoot, jumped into the cave. Kinders have been told many times that in civilized society, they should knock on the door before entering, or in the current situation, the thing made of branches that serve as a makeshift screen to cover the entrance of the cave, and then wait to be invited. Tass found it hard to develop this habit. In Kinder society, there was no such rule. Doors were only used to keep out bad weather and fierce monsters, and if they were interested in the monsters, then the monsters didn't count. If the owner was lucky and Tass remembered to knock, he usually knocked as he entered the door. Otherwise, he would enter first and then knock, which was what he did this time. Tass pulled aside the screen and nimbly scurried in, holding a lit lantern in his hand. Hello, Raceland, Tass said. He stood beside the young mage, stretched out his dirty hands, and held the lantern in front of Raceland. What kind of feather is this? Kinders were a small-sized race and were said to be distant relatives of the dwarves, though only the dwarves didn't want to admit it. Kinders were fearless, extremely curious, and preferred brightly colored clothes, as well as leather pouches to put the interesting things they collected in. Kinders were an emotional race, and their fingers were quite dexterous. It was inappropriate to call Kinders thieves. Kinders definitely didn't mean to steal. They just borrowed things and always intended to return what they had picked up intact. But it was hard to explain this to narrow-minded people, especially when they found a Kinder's hand in their pocket. Tasselhoff was a typical representative of this race. He was about 4 feet tall, depending on how high his hair was tied up on that day. Tass was quite proud of his hair tuft and often decorated it. For example, tonight, he had used quite a few red maple leaves. He grinned at Raceland, blinked his narrow eyes, and his pointed ears quivered with excitement. Raceland glared at Tasselhoff furiously because the sudden light and the Yao Ming de Trushi gun made him see stars. He reached out and grabbed the Kinder's wrist tightly, squeezing it hard. Hot water. Raceland gasped. Tea. Tass only caught the last word. No, thanks. I've already had some. Raceland coughed into his handkerchief. When he took it away, there was blood on it. He glared at Tass again, and this time the Kinder understood. Oh, you need tea. The tea that Caramon always makes for you to relieve your cough. Caramon isn't here, so he can't make it, and you can't make it yourself because you're coughing. That means... Tass hesitated. He didn't want to make a mistake. Raceland pointed with trembling fingers at the empty cup on the table. You wanted to get hot water. Tass jumped up. He'll be back in a minute. The Kinder rushed out, leaving the screen wide open, and the cold air rushed in, making Raceland shiver all over. He clutched the blanket draped over his shoulders and started coughing again. Tass soon came back. I forgot the cup. He grabbed the cup and ran out again. Close it, Raceland was about to say, but he couldn't speak fast enough to finish. The Kinder was already gone, and the screen was still wide open. Raceland stared out into the night. The sound of the revelry was louder now. He could see the flames and the silhouettes of the people dancing. The bride and groom, Riverwind and Goldmoon, should have already gone to their bridal chamber by now. They would hold each other in their arms. They loved each other, and the trials they had endured, their sorrows and misfortunes, and the long, dark journey had all come together to create this moment of joy. This was how it would be. Raceland had a fleeting thought. The spark of hope that flashed for a moment would soon be extinguished by the disaster that followed. He was the only one with the sense to foresee this. Even Tanis Half-Elven, who had more judgment than most people, was deceived by a false sense of peace. The Dark Queen hasn't been defeated, Raceland had told Tanis not long ago. True victory may still be far away, Tanis had replied, but we've at least won an important battle. Raceland shook his head at this foolish thought. Do you think there's no hope? Tanis had asked. Hope is a denial of reality, Raceland had replied. It's just like drawing a cake to satisfy one's hunger. He was quite satisfied with this metaphor, and when he thought about it, a satisfied smile crossed his face. Another fit of coughing came, wiping the smile from his face and interrupting his thoughts. When he recovered, he looked towards the door again, hoping to see the Kinder's figure in the moonlight. Raceland knew very well that he was taking a chance. The simple-minded Kinder was very likely to be distracted by something and completely forget what he was supposed to do. He'll probably be dead by morning, Raceland muttered. He hated Caramon even more. His thoughts returned to his conversation with Tanis. Are you saying we should just give up? Tanis had asked him. Him saying we should throw away the paper on which the cake was drawn and see the truth with our own eyes, Raceland had replied. How are you going to fight the dragons, Tanis? Well, encounter more dragons. More than you can imagine. Where's our dragon-slaying hero, Puma? Where is the legendary Dragonlance? The half-elf didn't answer, but he remembered Raceland's words in his heart. He walked away, deep in thought, and perhaps when the wedding was over, people would be willing to face their cruel situation. Autumn was coming to an end. The cold wind from the mountains blew in through the door, heralding the beginning of winter. Raceland was seized by another fit of coughing. When he looked up, he saw the Kinder. In back, Tasselhoff said stupidly and loudly, "Sorry it took so long, but I didn't want to spill the water." He carefully placed the steaming cup on the table and then began to look for the pouch containing the herbs. Finding it right beside him, he grabbed it and opened it. "Should I pour the whole bag in?" Raceland snatched back the precious herbs. He carefully shook out a few leaves and poured them into the hot water, watching intently as they spun around in the water and then sank to the bottom of the cup. When the color of the water darkened and a strange smell filled the air, Raceland picked up the cup with trembling hands and brought it to his lips. This folk remedy was a gift from the Archmage Parsalian, a way to ease his guilt, Raceland often thought bitterly. The soothing potion slid down Raceland's throat and almost immediately stopped his coughing. The feeling of suffocation, that feeling as if his lungs were filled with cobwebs, also lessened. He took a deep breath. Tass wrinkled his nose. "That smells like a gully dwarf's picnic. Are you sure ITLL make you feel better?" Raceland sipped the tea, enjoying its warmth. "Now that you can talk," Tass continued, "I have a question about this feather. Where did I put it?" Tass began to rummage through every pocket of his coat. Raceland looked at the Kinder indifferently. "I'm tired and want to go to sleep, but I don't think you're going to let me off the hook, are you?" "I just got you hot water," Tass reminded him, and suddenly his face showed a look of anxiety. "My feather is gone." Raceland let out a deep sigh and watched as the Kinder continued to rummage through his golden silk pouch, which he had borrowed from a dress somewhere as he passed by. Tass found nothing and then rummaged through the pockets of his baggy trousers and then started checking his boots. Raceland was so exhausted that if he had the strength, he would have thrown the Kinder out himself. "This is a new coat," Tass complained. "I always forget where I put things." He had already taken off a whole set of brand new clothes, which he had collected from the things that the refugees from Pax Thurkas hadn't had time to take with them or had thrown away a few weeks ago. Those refugees were now traveling with them. The refugees were all slaves who had been forced to work in the iron mines for the dragon highlord, Mina. The dragon highlord had been killed in an uprising led by Raceland and the others. They had liberated the refugees and led them into the mountains south of Pax Thurkas. Incredibly, this annoying Kinder, Tasselhoff Burfoot, was also one of the heroes of the uprising. He and an old and muddle-headed mage, who had an exaggerated name, Fizbin the Fabulous, accidentally triggered a mechanism that caused countless huge stones to roll down from the mountain, blocking the entrance to the valley and thus stopping the large draconian army that was going to march into Pax Thurkas to suppress the uprising. Mina had died at the hands of Tanis and Sturm Brightblade. The magical sword of the elven king, Gilthanas, and the hereditary sword of Sturm Brightblade's family, a Solamic knight, had pierced through the dragon highlord's armor and deeply into his flesh. Above them, 2 red dragons had died in battle, and their blood rained down like a torrential downpour on the heads of the terrified onlookers. Tanis and his companions quickly took control of the chaotic situation at that time. Some of the slaves wanted to take revenge on the cruel draconians who had once enslaved them. Tanis, Sturm, and Flint Fireforge knew very well that the only hope for these people to survive was that night. They persuaded the people to seize this God-given opportunity to escape and take their families to a safe place. Tanis organized work teams. Women and children collected all the supplies they could find. They loaded food, blankets, and tools, including everything they thought they needed for their freedom, onto the wagons that had once been used to transport her. Flint Fireforge, a dwarf who had grown up in these mountains, led a vanguard team made up of the plainsmen among the slaves and went south to find a shelter for the refugees. They found a valley between the peaks of the Carolis Mountains. The mountain tops were already covered in snow, but the valley far below was still green, and the leaves had just taken on the unique golden and red colors of autumn. There were rich resources here. The valley was crisscrossed with clear streams, and the hills were dotted with caves that could be used for living, storing food, and defending against attacks. In the early days, the refugees thought they would face an attack from the dragons and the pursuit of the evil lizard-like people, the draconians, at any moment, and they couldn't escape because the draconian army could enter the valley unobstructed. It was Caramon, Raceland's twin brother surprisingly, who came up with the idea of causing an avalanche to block the road. It was Raceland who cast the spell, a destructive lightning spell he had learned from a spellbook with a dark blue cover, which he had obtained from the sunken city of Zacht Sareth, and created thunder to loosen the snowdrifts, making the heavy snow blocks roll down onto the passage. The snow on the mountaintop kept falling for days and nights, and the passage was soon blocked. No living being, not even the lizard men with wings and claws, could enter the valley. The refugees had a peaceful and tranquil time and relaxed. The red and golden leaves fell to the ground and turned yellow and withered. The terrifying memories of the dragons and the prison gradually faded. The refugees felt safe, warm, and carefree. They said they would spend the winter here and planned to continue south the next spring. They talked about building a permanent home. They wanted to take apart the wagons and use the wood to build log cabins or build shelters outside the caves and lay straw mats. When the cold rain and snow finally came to the valley, they needed to keep warm. A look of contempt twisted Raceland's lips. "And what a sleep," he said. "I found it," Tasselhoff shouted, remembering that at the last moment he had stuck the feather in a safe place, in his brown hair tuft. Tasselhoff pulled. Chapter 2. The dawn of a new day. A longing for home. The half-elf Tanis awoke in a daze, surprisingly sober. The sensation of a hangover was not due to a night of revelry, dancing, and excessive consumption of ale, but rather the result of sleeplessness caused by a night filled with anxiety. He had departed from the wedding feast early, deeply unsettled by the guest exuberance. The raucous music grated on his nerves, and he found himself glancing back anxiously, fearful that their presence might be detected. He yearned to caution the boisterous musicians to temper their volume, aware that lurking enemies might be eavesdropping in the shadows. Ultimately, he sought solace in the company of Raceland, the dark and cynical mage, whose melancholy and pessimism resonated with his own troubled spirit. This companionship, however, came at a cost. When Tanis finally succumbed to sleep, he dreamed of a paper adorned with a pie, imagining himself as a famished man, longing to feast upon it yet never finding satisfaction. Initially, he gripped a blue crystal staff, massaging his aching forehead while muttering to himself about the necessity of protecting the staff from falling into the hands of nefarious individuals. They succeeded in this endeavor, only to realize that it was insufficient. They needed to journey to Shaksharos to retrieve the precious gift left by the ancient true gods, the sacred disk of Mishakel, yet they found themselves unable to comprehend its significance. Thus, they were compelled to seek out someone who could decipher it, and throughout this war, they found themselves increasingly ensnared in a conflict they knew little about. Indeed, that is the case, a gruff voice interjected, as the first light of dawn filtered through the tapestry hanging at the cave's entrance, casting only a shadow of the speaker. "You have traveled far and witnessed much, aware that war is brewing. You simply refuse to acknowledge it." "I apologize, Flint," Tanis replied. "I did not intend to awaken you. I did not realize I was speaking so loudly. You must know that this is a sign of madness," the dwarf grumbled, talking to oneself. "Do not adopt this bad habit. Go to sleep before you disturb the Kinder." Tanis glanced toward the makeshift bedding in the cave, which was more accurately described as a small hollow carved into the mountainside. Flint had relegated the Kinder, Taz, to a distant corner, adamant about not sharing a cave with him. However, Tanis felt it necessary to keep an eye on Taz and ultimately persuaded Flint to allow the Kinder to stay with them. "I doubt my shouting would awaken him." Tanis chuckled. The Kinder slept soundly and innocently, akin to a child or a puppy. Taz snored gently, his small body occasionally twitching, reminiscent of a playful pup, with his tiny fingers curled as if exploring wondrous things in his dreams. The Kinder's precious pouches lay scattered around, filled with borrowed treasures. One of the pouches served as his makeshift pillow. Tanis reminded himself that he needed to inspect those pouches while Taz was away on his adventures. He routinely sifted through the Kinder's collection, seeking misplaced or lost items, which he would return to their rightful owners, often facing their ire for the Kinder's thieving antics. According to ancient legends, Kinder had been stealing since the creation of the Grey Gem, a fact Tanis found himself powerless to alter. He could not simply take the Kinder to the mountaintop and push him off, despite Flint's belief that this was the most effective solution. Tanis extricated himself from the blanket, striving to depart the cave quietly. He faced an important decision today, and if he returned to bed, he would only toss and turn, anxious thoughts plaguing him and risking Flint's vehement protest once more. Despite the morning air carrying a distinct chill of winter, Tanis resolved to plunge into the stream and wash away the lingering image of the pie from his mind. The cave he inhabited was but one of many nestled along the mountainside, and the refugees of Pax Thurkas were not the first to dwell within these caverns. Some of the cave walls bore paintings that hinted at ancient inhabitants, hunters wielding bows and creatures with deer-like heads adorned with long, sharp antlers. Other illustrations depicted winged beings that exhaled flames, dragons. He lingered for a moment on the rocky precipice before the cave, gazing down into the expansive valley below, shrouded in mist. He could not see the river, as the valley lay cloaked in low-lying fog. The sun illuminated the sky but had yet to ascend the peaks. The valley remained ensconced beneath the thick veil of mist, akin to an old dwarf reluctant to rise from slumber. Beautiful scenery. Tanis mused as he descended the rocks and traversed the damp, fog-laden grass toward the tree-fringed stream. The fiery hues of the maple trees, the golden walnuts and oaks, contrasted vividly against the deep green of the pines, mirroring the stark difference between the gray rocks and the freshly fallen snow. He observed the tracks of prey in the muddy earth, leading chaotically toward the stream. Nuts lay scattered on the ground, and fruits hung from vines, glistening in the dim light. "We could spend the entire winter in this valley," Tanis declared aloud, gliding down the bank to stand at the edge of the swift, deep water. What harm would there be? He questioned his reflection in the water. In response, his mirrored self smiled faintly, though he bore elven blood. It was not apparent in his appearance. Lorena had once reproached him for concealing his elven heritage. Perhaps it was intentional. It made life a touch simpler. Tanis touched his beardless chin, an unusual trait for any elf, while his long hair concealed his slightly pointed ears. His physique was far more akin to that of a human than the graceful, slender form of an elf. Tanis divested himself of his outer garments, trousers, and boots. Stepping into the stream, the ripples distorting his reflection, the frigid water took his breath away. He splashed water upon his chest and neck, then held his breath, bravely submerging himself. He emerged abruptly, expelling the cold water and gritting his teeth as a tingling sensation coursed through his body. He felt significantly rejuvenated. Why, after all, can we not remain here? He pondered. The mountains shield us from the biting winds. With careful rationing, our provisions would suffice to last through the winter. Tanis shook the water from his body, like a playful child. How long can we remain away from our enemies? Lost in thought, Tanis nearly leapt from the water upon hearing a voice. "Riverwind," he exclaimed, turning to see a tall man standing on the bank. "You scared me, and I've likely lost 6 years off my life. Given that you half-elves possess lifespans of hundreds of years, 6 years is hardly significant," Riverwind retorted. Tanis appraised the plainsman. Before meeting Tanis, Riverwind had never encountered an elf, not even in passing. Although Tanis was half-elf, half-human, Riverwind regarded him as entirely foreign. Once, Riverwind had broached the subject of Tanis's heritage, inadvertently causing offense. Yet Tanis saw warmth and a smile in Riverwind's brown eyes, and he returned the gesture. Though ancient prejudices lingered, they had endured too much together. The flames of dragons had consumed all suspicion and animosity, while tears of joy and sorrow had washed away the ashes of the past. Tanis climbed ashore, drying himself with his outer garment, then seated himself beside Riverwind. Shivering from the cold, the sun's rays pierced through the mountain's crevices, dispersing the mist and soon warming his body. With genuine concern, Tanis looked at Riverwind and half-jokingly asked, "What brings the groom up so early on his wedding day? I did not expect to see you or Jean you in the coming days." The Riverwind's gaze swept across the water's surface, sunlight illuminating his countenance. The plains folk are inherently reserved. Their innermost feelings and thoughts are personal, private, and shrouded in secrecy, shared with no one. His dark visage usually bore no expression, and today was no exception, yet Tanis could discern the excitement lurking beneath. "My joy is boundless, too vast for the cave's stone walls," Riverwind softly declared. "I must venture forth, to share in communion with the earth, the gentle breeze, the flowing river, and the sun." Nevertheless, this vast and expansive world still felt too diminutive. Tanis averted his face, feeling a mix of happiness and envy for Riverwind. Though he was reluctant to display his jealousy, he found himself yearning intensely for such love and joy. Ironically, he could have possessed it all. He merely needed to banish from his mind those curling locks of ebony hair, those glimmering dark eyes, and that captivating, mischievous smile. It seemed as if Riverwind could read his thoughts, as he remarked, "I sincerely hope you may find it as well, my friend. Perhaps you and Lorena." His voice gradually faded. Tanis shook his head, redirecting the conversation. "Today's meeting will include Alistan and the Seekers. I hope you and your people will join us. We must decide our next course of action, whether to advance or remain." Riverwind nodded silently. "I realize this may not be the appropriate moment to bring it up," Tanis lamented, "but if there is a harbinger of joy's demise, it is the High Priest Kandric. We must hasten our decision before the snow descends. From what I gather, you have already determined that we should stay," Riverwind replied. "Is that wise? The draconians of Paktakas are still perilously close." "Indeed," Tanis conceded. "But the path to Paktakas is barricaded by rocks and heavy snow. The draconians have more pressing matters at hand. They thrive on chaos and destruction, while we are merely a band of former slaves, slaves who escaped their grasp, tarnishing their reputation." Riverwind's keen gaze fixed intently upon Tanis. "The enemy will undoubtedly pursue us. Should the other enslaved people learn of our broken chains, they will believe they too can overthrow their oppressors. A horde will follow, perhaps not swiftly, but it will come. Tanis understood Riverwind's truth. He recognized that Raceland's analogy was also accurate. Remaining here was exceedingly perilous. With each passing day, the enemy drew closer. Yet, he was loath to admit it. The half-elf Tanis had journeyed for 5 years in search of his identity. He thought he had found it, only to return and discover he was not the person he had envisioned. He longed for a moment, even if fleeting, to linger in a tranquil place he could call home, a place for reflection. Sharing a cave with a cantankerous old dwarf and a frequently irksome, thieving kinder was hardly Tanis's ideal of home, but it was undeniably more appealing than the arduous journey. Your deduction is astute, my friend, Tanis pointed out. But Kandaric would argue that this is not the true reason you and your people wish to depart. You yearn to return to your homeland. You desire to reclaim the Ashen Plains. We must reclaim what is rightfully ours, Riverwind asserted, those things that were taken from us. There is nothing left, Tanis murmured, recalling the burned Kisu village. And us, Riverwind added. Tanis trembled. The sun slipped behind the clouds, leaving him chilled. He was deeply concerned that this was Riverwind's intent. So you and your people plan to venture out on your own? We have not yet made a final decision. Riverwind replied, but we are inclined to do so. Listen, Riverwind, Tanis began. I know this may be redundant, but your people have aided us immensely. These individuals are unaccustomed to residing in such places. Before becoming enslaved, they were shopkeepers, merchants, farmers, and craftsmen from towns near Haven, Salas, and Abenigia. They have never lived off the land and are utterly bewildered. For centuries, the townsfolk have looked down upon us, Riverwind remarked. They call us savages, primitives. Yet you refer to me as a half-elf, Tanis thought, though he said, when we were all prisoners, you cast aside ancient hatreds and misunderstandings. We aided one another and escaped together. Why then, must it be brought up now? Because someone has raised it first, Riverwind replied sharply. Kandaric, Tanis sighed. That man is a fool, utterly dim-witted. Yet, you know, it is precisely because of that stubborn donkey that we encountered you and Jinyu. Riverwind chuckled at the recollection. Indeed, his tone softened. I have not forgotten. Kandaric fell into the fire, and Jinyu healed him with her blue crystal staff. Only for him to proclaim loudly that Jinyu was a witch, and then plunge his hand back into the flames before rushing out to summon the guards. He is precisely that kind of imbecile. You need not concern yourself with his words. Yet others do care, my friend. I understand, Tanis said, his frustration palpable as he picked up a handful of small stones and tossed them into the water. We have fulfilled our duty, Riverwind continued. We helped find this valley, taught your townsfolk how to transform the caves into dwellings, and instructed them on tracking prey and setting traps. We educated them on distinguishing poisonous berries. My wife, Jinyu, he said for the first time, with a tone of tender pride, cured their ailments. They are grateful but do not voice it. You and your people may be able to traverse the mountains and return home before the harsh winter arrives. But you and I both understand the dangers of such an endeavor. I feel we must stay together. I know we cannot remain here, Tanis sighed, continuing. I recognize the peril. He hesitated, contemplating how to present his proposal. Then, much like plunging into icy waters, he pressed on. I am certain that if we could find the dwarven kingdom of Sabaden, the dwarves' mountain fortress? Riverwind frowned. I would not even consider it. Think about it. The hidden dwarven kingdom deep underground would serve as an ideal refuge for our people. We could remain there throughout the winter. It would be exceedingly secure beneath the mountains. Even the dragon's gaze would not reach us. Buried in the tomb of the earth, we would be equally safe. Riverwind scoffed. My people do not go to Sabaden. We shall not approach the dwarves. We will find our own passage. After all, our party does not include children to slow us down. A shadow crossed his face. When the draconians attacked the plainsfolk villages, all the children were slaughtered. You now have a Liston, Riverwind continued. He is a priest of the paladin. He can tend to the wounded in Jinyu's absence and convey the message of the true God's return to your people. My people and I wish to return home. Do you understand? Tanis recalled his home in Salas. He wondered if that home still existed, if it had escaped the flames ignited by the draconians. He preferred to believe all was well. Though he had been away for 5 years, knowing that home remained there, awaiting his return, offering him shelter from the storm. Yes, he replied, I understand. We have not yet made a final decision. Riverwind observed the sorrow in his friend's expression. If the majority of my people also deem this place safe, then we shall remain. Including your wife, Jinyu approached the 2 men from behind. Riverwind rose and turned to walk towards the bride in the morning light. The golden moon is perpetually resplendent. Her silvery golden tresses, a rarity among the plainsfolk, shimmer with brilliance in the gentle morning light. She possesses a delicate and soft complexion, a source of pride among her kin, and an elegant demeanor that could incite jealousy in the fashionable women of Palances. This morning, beauty transforms into a hollow and weary adjective before her. The mist dissipates in her presence, and shadows retreat. You are not concerned for me, are you? Riverwind's tone carries a hint of unease. No, my husband. Golden Moon's affection is palpable. I know where you are. She casts a glance at the azure sky. I know you will come beneath the heavens to the outdoors, to a place where you can breathe freely. He takes her hand, and they touch each other's cheeks in a greeting. The plainsfolk believe that love should be expressed in private. I demand a kiss for the bride, Tanis states. That privilege was reserved for last night. Riverwind replies with a smile. I wish to enjoy this privilege for a lifetime, Tanis declares, and he kisses Golden Moon's cheek. The sun ascends from the mountaintop, radiating light as if envying Golden Moon, who is illuminated by the sun's rays, making her silver hair extraordinarily vibrant. In the presence of such beauty, how can evil possibly exist? Tanis inquires lightly. Golden Moon laughs. That is merely to accentuate my beauty, she jestingly responds. Before I interrupted your serious discussion. Her tone turns somber. Riverwind believes you and your people should depart alone, heading east across the plains, while you wish to remain with us. Indeed, Golden Moon replies with pride. I wish to stay with all of you. I believe I can assist you, but my opinion does not speak for everyone. If my husband and the others choose to leave, then I shall go as well. Tanis's gaze shifts between the two, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. He opts for directness. Forgive my inquiry, he says awkwardly. How has the chief's daughter come to be this way? Golden Moon laughs again, a joyful and lingering sound, prompting Riverwind to join in her mirth. Tanis cannot fathom what is amusing. When he first encountered the two, Golden Moon was the chief's daughter, and Riverwind was a lowly shepherd, one of her subjects. In truth, they are deeply in love, to Tanis. It seems that Golden Moon often wishes to abandon her leadership responsibilities, yet Riverwind stubbornly prevents her from doing so. He willingly remains in a subordinate position, compelling her to make the decisions. In such instances, she acquiesces. I do not understand, Tanis admits. The chief's daughter issued her final command last night, Golden Moon explains. During the wedding, Riverwind knelt before me, for he is my leader, but I commanded my husband to rise, declaring that we stand as equals henceforth. I am Golden Moon of the Plains, she proclaims, priestess of Mishake, and high priestess of the Kaso tribe. Who will become the chief of the Kaso tribe? Tanis asks. Are there survivors of your tribe among the plainfolk? Do they accept Riverwind as their chief? He has proven himself to be a great leader. Golden Moon glances at Riverwind, who does not meet her gaze. He stares at the babbling brook, his lips pressed tightly together. The Kaso people retain memories of the past, Golden Moon finally states, sensing her husband's prolonged silence. They are aware that my father did not approve of Riverwind as my husband and commanded that he be stoned to death. They understand these circumstances. Had it not been for the miraculous blue crystal staff, both Riverwind and I would have perished. Then they do not accept him as chief, even though they rely on Riverwind to lead. Such are the Kaso people, Golden Moon explains, but there are other plainsfolk here. There are some Kakiri, who were once our enemies. The two tribes have clashed multiple times on the plains. Tanis mutters something in Elvish. I shall not ask you to translate, my friend. Golden Moon replies with a wry smile. I know, and my people know, the tale of the clam and the snipe, where the fisherman benefits from their conflict. Yet, to erase inherent hatred from people is no simple task. But you and Riverwind have achieved this, Tanis observes. We still face challenges, Golden Moon concedes. Yet we know where to turn and when to seek assistance. She touches the amulet around her neck, a gift from the goddess, a symbol of her faith. Perhaps I am being selfish, Tanis remarks calmly. Maybe I simply do not wish to say goodbye. Let us not say goodbye, Golden Moon asserts firmly. Not on this joyous day, on the very first day of our marriage. She clasps her husband's hand. The two intertwine their fingers and turn to walk toward their dwelling, leaving Tanis alone by the riverbank. This may be their day of celebration, yet Tanis senses that for himself, it will soon be a day filled with anger and conflict. As if to affirm his foreboding, Thisohav Barfoot bursts forth from the woods, sprinting as swiftly as his short legs allow, pursued closely by an irate miller. You misunderstand. Thisohav shouts over his shoulder. I was just about to return. Chapter 3, Conflict, Letting Go. In deterioration, the venue for the meeting was chosen in a small grove near a stream, as there was no cave capable of accommodating 800 people. Although the refugees had elected representatives to speak on their behalf, they insisted on witnessing their representatives in action. Consequently, nearly everyone attended the meeting, standing at the periphery, observing and listening while engaging in loud conversations at their leisure. The atmosphere was grim, thought Tanis, for despite the compelling reasons to persuade the representatives to alter their stance, they remained under the watchful eyes of their constituents and felt compelled to maintain their original positions. All the plainsmen were present, as they could not select a representative, which was an ominous sign. The river breeze was colder and more melancholic than usual. Gold Moon stood beside him, her expression one of fury. The Kisu and Quechi stood apart, and no plainsman mingled with the other humans, casting wary glances at the large group of refugees, who reciprocated with looks of distrust. The refugees were also divided into factions. Aliston attended with a group of his followers, while Hendrik had brought his own contingent. Tanis and his friends formed another group. Tanis scanned the crowd, noting the sideways glances exchanged among them. Just the night before, they had been joyfully singing and dancing together. The joy of Gold Moon's celebration had come to an abrupt halt. Tanis hoped that Aliston would take the lead in speaking. Aliston had been one of the founders of the Seekers' Church, one of the few individuals capable of aiding the people. He was also the only one to stand against the dragon knight Mengmina, warning the people not to trust his promises, which had ultimately led to their imprisonment in the mines of Pacticast. Even while imprisoned, Aliston had valiantly resisted Mengmina, nearly sacrificing his life in the process. He had been gravely ill, and Mengmina subjected him to severe torture in an attempt to force his allegiance to the Dark One. When Aliston encountered Gold Moon, he was on the brink of death. Together with Tanis and other companions, Gold Moon stealthily infiltrated Pacticast, exerting every effort to liberate the enslaved. Aliston, despite his frail condition, tirelessly aided the people, a sight that caught Gold Moon's attention. Utilizing the power of Mishikai, she healed him, and in that moment, Aliston understood that his lifelong quest had finally borne fruit. He had discovered the true deity. Aliston was able to read and interpret the enigmatic disc of Mishikai, recounting to the people the ancient deities of Klain inscribed upon it, which many regarded merely as legends. He spoke of the leader of the luminous deities, the god of light, Paladine. He narrated tales of the Dark One, Takisis, and the deities shrouded in shadow. He spoke of the balance of scales, the god of books, Gilead, who, alongside other neutral deities, ensured that the scales did not tip in favor of either side. For in the age of power, such an imbalance had led to calamities that irrevocably altered the face of the world. Though Aliston was only in his 40s, he appeared much older. The white robe of the Blessed of Paladine hung loosely on his emaciated frame. The illness he had recently conquered left its mark upon him. Much like the faith he had only just discovered, he was no longer troubled by the doubts of others and ceased his arduous search. His eyes sparkled with wisdom and mirth. Children rushed into his embrace. The people admired and revered him, with many accepting his teachings and becoming followers of the true deities. High Priest Hendrik was not among them. In the absence of the true deities, Hendrik had fabricated his own gods. These deities of the Seekers, under Hendrik's guidance, served him well, allowing him a life of relative comfort while doing little for others. However, when Mengmina emerged, Hendrik discarded his fabricated deities. Succumbing to the Dragon Knight's seduction and deceit, awaiting his demise in the dungeons of Pacticast, cautious Hendrik refrained from participating in the uprising, believing the odds of success to be negligible. Upon witnessing the slave's unexpected victory, he swiftly changed his stance to enjoy the fruits of freedom won by others. He harbored jealousy and suspicion towards Aliston, particularly incensed by the miracles Aliston had recently performed. Hendrik did not believe in those miracles or any new deities. He bided his time, waiting for the opportunity to expose Aliston's bluster. During this period, through his ostentation and flattery, Hendrik garnered the support of many by speaking only what they wished to hear. Tanis hoped that Aliston's wise words would resonate today, convincing the refugees of the imminent danger. Unfortunately, just as Aliston was about to speak, Hendrik raised his arm. "My dear friends," the high priest began with silver-tongued eloquence, "we have gathered today to discuss the most pressing matter at hand." Tanis sighed, glancing at Aliston, who stood behind the high priest with other seekers. Aliston caught Tanis's gaze. He shrugged and offered a grim smile. Hendrik remained the people's leader, entitled to speak first. "Some among us propose leaving this valley," Hendrik declared. "This valley is safe, abundant in game, able to shield us from the cold winds and help us evade our enemies. We have nowhere to hide," Tanis muttered, recalling the river wind's words from the morning. Tanis was not within the main contingent. He leaned against a fir tree, standing with his friends. Why did Aliston not raise his voice to remind him? Alistan should say something, do something, instead of merely standing there. On the contrary, said Laranna, standing beside him. Alistan's approach is entirely appropriate. He allows Hendrik to finish before methodically countering his arguments. Tanis shot a glance at Laranna. She was not truly listening to Hendrik. Her focus was solely on Alistan. Her almond-shaped eyes, bluer than the clearest sky, sparkled with admiration. Her tone became fervent and animated when she spoke to Alistan. Tanis felt a pang of jealousy. Some might argue that Alistan was old enough to be Laranna's father, yet in truth, the beautiful elven maiden was far older than that man. Although Laranna appeared to be in her early 20s, akin to her friend Tyka Violin, she could very well be Tyka's great-grandmother. I have no right to be jealous, Tanis reminded himself. I ended their relationship. I fell in love with another woman. Or at least I thought I did. I should be pleased to see Laranna find someone else. Everything seemed entirely reasonable, but Tanis found himself saying, "You and Alistan must have spent a great deal of time together." Laranna turned to face him, her icy blue eyes reflecting the chill of the stream's waters. "What do you mean by that?" she questioned. "Nothing," Tanis replied, taken aback by her sudden anger. "I meant nothing. We have indeed spent time together," Laranna stated. "Under my father's guidance. I have always been a diplomat, as you well know. Every word must be chosen with care to avoid inciting the other party. Even a single word uttered with the wrong inflection could spark a feud lasting a century. I have offered Alistan advice on a few minor matters, for which he has been quite grateful. Now he seeks my counsel. He never treats me as a child." "Laranna, that is not what I meant." She turned away, her shoulders stiff. Despite her fury, her movements remained fluid and graceful, surpassing even the slenderest willow, leaving Tanis in awe as he watched her depart. As Laranna passed, many gazes followed her. As the daughter of the Sun Singer and the ruler of the Quirinathus elves, she was the first elven maiden many humans had ever seen, and they stared at her with unrelenting fascination. Her beauty was extraordinary, akin to that of a celestial being, seldom witnessed on earth. She possessed a pair of striking azure eyes and a cascade of golden hair reminiscent of a shimmering waterfall. Her voice was melodious and gentle, exuding an air of refined grace. This radiant and breathtaking girl was destined to be his. Tanis could have enjoyed happiness akin to that of the wind of gold. "Your tongue must be tied," Flint remarked in a lowered voice. "You have been uttering errors incessantly these past few days." "She misinterpreted my words," Tanis lamented. "It is your statements that are flawed," Flint countered. "Laranna is no longer that little girl enamored with her childhood companion, Tanis. She has matured into a woman, harboring the thoughts of one. Haven't you noticed?" "I have observed," Tanis replied, "but I still believe that annulling the engagement is a wise decision for her benefit, rather than my own. If you truly believe that, then let her go." "I am not clinging to her," Tanis retorted with agitation. His voice rose too high, drawing the attention of many, including Laranna's brother, the almond-eyed Gilthanas. Kendrick also heard, pausing in displeasure. "Do you have something to say, half-elf?" Kendrick challenged. "Oh, Tanis, you're in trouble." Carmon chuckled softly. Tanis felt like a schoolboy called to the front for punishment, muttering a few half-hearted apologies before retreating into the shadows. Laughter rippled through the crowd, resuming their attention on Kendrick's speech, while only Gilthanas regarded Tanis with palpable disdain. Once, many years ago, Gilthanas had been Tanis's friend, but that bond was severed when Tanis erred in falling in love with Laranna. To make matters worse, Tanis had recently suspected and accused Gilthanas of being a spy. Although Tanis later realized his mistake and apologized, Gilthanas could not forgive the accusation. Tanis pondered whether there were additional factors complicating his life further. Ston Brightblade approached, prompting Tanis to smile and relax. Thanks to Ston, the Solamnic Knight focused solely on the present situation, disregarding all else. "Did you hear what that great fool said?" Ston inquired. "He intends to build houses in this valley, an entire town hall, no less. Clearly, he has forgotten that just weeks ago we were fleeing for our lives." "I heard," Tanis replied, and so did they, regrettably. Most wore smiles, murmuring their agreement. The serene image Kendrick painted of a peaceful winter was indeed alluring. Tanis felt a pang of regret, having entertained similar thoughts. He had expressed such sentiments during his conversations with Raceland and Riverwind, yet unease gnawed him. The valley no longer seemed so tranquil and beautiful, they felt akin to fish in a barrel. Thinking of Raceland, he turned to gauge the mage's reaction. Raceland sat on a blanket, laid down by his brother, clutching his staff, lost in contemplation, seemingly oblivious to the speech. As the address concluded, Kendrick spoke of the spring's arrival, when the refugees would journey to the coastal city of Tarsus, where they could board ships and escape the war-torn continent. "To a land where humans can reside," Kendrick emphasized, "far away from those known to incite trouble and strife." Who are those? Ties asked with curiosity. Elves, Tanis replied, scratching his beard. Dwarves, Flint growled. And Kinder, Caramon chimed in, mischievously twisting Ties' hair, causing the Kinder to yelp in pain. Kendrick's lips tightened as he shot them an irritated glance before addressing the audience, as if to say, "Do you understand?" He then exited to fervent applause. "He is truly forgetful," Ston remarked, stroking his long beard, a trait of the Solamnic Knights, along with the sword and armor, the only inheritance from his father. A source of pride for Ston. And a Kinder too. Ties exclaimed, indignant. "Perhaps Eli Stan will remind him," Tanis said as the chosen of Paladines stepped forward. "The benevolent gods have shielded us from darkness," Eli Stan stated, simultaneously warding off the snow that could swiftly blanket the valley. "Yet winter approaches, along with the forces of evil." Kendrick interrupted. "As you say, chosen of the gods, your god, Paladine, and other deities of light have historically safeguarded us. Why should we not trust that they will continue to do so in the future?" The high priest inquired. "The gods have aided us in the past, undoubtedly," Eli Stan affirmed. "And they shall continue to assist us. However, we must fulfill our responsibilities. We are not infants in swaddling. We are adults. We possess free will. A gift from the divine. We have the capacity to make choices. Then let us choose to remain in the valley," Kendrick declared. This statement elicited laughter and applause. Flint elbowed Tanis. "Look over there," he urged eagerly. The plain folk were departing, turning their backs on the representatives and refugees as they exited the grove. Riverwind and Goldmoon lingered, seemingly at an impasse. However, Riverwind soon shook his head and walked away. He whispered something to Goldmoon, yet she did not immediately follow. Her gaze scanned the crowd until it found Tanis. Goldmoon gazed at him silently, and within her bittersweet smile, Tanis discerned regret. Then, she turned and joined her husband, merging into the ranks of the plainsfolk. At that moment, everyone noticed the departure of the plainsfolk. Some cheered in approval, while others claimed they left out of embarrassment and anger. Eli Stan attempted to speak, but the clamor of the crowd drowned out his voice. Kendrick stood at the back, a satisfied smile on his face. Raceland approached Tanis, gripping his sleeve. Tanis inhaled the scent of dried rose petals emanating from the young mage, a fragrance from the spell components in Raceland's pouch. He also detected the pervasive stench of decay surrounding Raceland, for even the sweetness of roses could not fully mask it. The rose petals were not the only spell components the mage carried. Some were decidedly foul. "Something is amiss," Raceland said urgently. "Do you feel it?" He suddenly inhaled sharply, his slender fingers clutching Tanis's arm, nails digging into his flesh. "Raceland," Tanis snapped irritably. "There's no time." Silence. Raceland lifted his head, as if listening for something. "Where's the Kinder? Quickly. I need him." "Really?" Ties exclaimed, astonished. "Forgive me," he called out, stepping over Flint's toes. "I must go. Raceland needs me." "Your vision is the best among us," Raceland instructed the Kinder. "Look to the sky. Quickly, what do you see?" Ties complied, craning his neck to the heavens, nearly toppling backward. "I see a cloud, like a rabbit." "There, do you see it, Carmon? With long ears and a plump tail." "Stop joking," Raceland shouted, shoving Ties and turning the Kinder's head back. "Keep looking. If I knew what to look for, that might help," Ties replied timidly. "That mage gives me the creeps." Flint grumbled, darkly rubbing his arm. "It is not his fault," Tanis stated. "I feel it too, Storn," he exclaimed, searching the surroundings for the knight. Storn stood in the shade of an oak tree, maintaining a certain distance from others, particularly from Raceland. This meticulous knight had always adhered to the creed of Est Solaris Est Mythos, honor is my life. He had grown up alongside Raceland, and while Storn held affection for Caramon, he harbored neither fondness nor trust for Caramon's brother. "I feel it too," Storn said. An unsettling silence enveloped the crowd. People glanced around in confusion, bewildered by the sudden, dreadful sting that had arisen upon their arms, their skin erupting in goosebumps. The plainsman also halted, gazing skyward. Riverwind's hand gripped the hilt of his sword. "This reminds me of something," Tanis suddenly declared. "Shaksharos," Storn whispered. "There," Tysus shouted, pointing at the sky. "A dragon!" The creature soared high above them, its vast form appearing as diminutive as a child's toy from their distant vantage point, a lethal toy, nonetheless. As the crowd gazed up in terror, the dragon folded its wings and began its descent, spiraling down slowly and languidly. The sunlight glimmered upon its crimson scales, penetrating through the membranes of its red wings. The dread instigated by the dragon swept through the throng. It was the primordial fear buried deep within the annals of time. It was a chilling terror that tormented the heart and stirred the soul. "Run!" Hendrik screamed. "Flee for your lives." Tanis understood the manifestation of this panic. He longed to escape, to run anywhere recklessly, as long as it meant evading this nightmare, yet he realized that fleeing was a last resort. Most of the people remained under the trees, the dense branches shielding them from the dragon's gaze. "Don't move," he shouted as loudly as he could, the fear choking him. "If we all remain still, the dragon may not see us." "Too late," Storn remarked. He looked up at the beast. The dragon had already seen everything here. As had the knight above, the dragon flew ever closer. They could all see the knight clad in heavy armor, wearing a horned helmet, comfortably seated upon a specially designed saddle that rested between the dragon's wings. Chaos erupted. Some ran toward the caves, while others collapsed on the grass, weeping and trembling. Tanis remained motionless. He could not tear his gaze from the knight. The man was robust, muscular, and bare-chested, unperturbed by the cold. His helmet concealed his face, yet Tanis recognized him at once. "Malmuth." Tanis gasped, forcing the name through clenched teeth. "That cannot be," Storn insisted. "He is dead. Look for yourself." Tanis countered. "He is dead. I am certain," Storn emphasized, though his voice began to tremble. "No one survives such grievous wounds." "Clearly, this man has," Flint remarked coldly. "Do not forget that he is a priest, serving an omnipotent goddess," Raistlin added. Takesis had reason to revive him. Someone recklessly charged toward Tanis, nearly knocking him down. The individual shoved Tanis aside and continued running. Fear seized the hearts of all. People scattered in all directions. Women screamed, men shouted wildly, and children cried inconsolably. The dragon descended lower. "They've all gone mad," Caramon bellowed, striving to make his voice heard amidst the chaos. "Someone must do something." "Someone is," Tanis replied. Eli Stan stood resolutely, his hand resting on the amulet of faith around his neck. Surrounding him were 20 followers, pale yet composed, attentively listening to Alistin's instructions. Lorana was among them. She seemed to sense Tanis's gaze, briefly glancing his way with an indifferent expression. Then, alongside other followers of the paladin, she moved toward the panicking crowd, linking arms to encircle those in hysteria, tending to the fallen, the trampled, and the injured. The plainsmen also took action against the dragon. They formed ranks, drawing their bows and knocking arrows. The dragon remained beyond their range, but the archers were poised, ready to defend against a sudden assault on the ground. Riverwind was in command. Julsanus stood beside him, arrow drawn, ready to fire. Tanis bore no bow but carried a sword, the magical blade of the elven king, Kiskanen. He unsheathed the weapon, contemplating its almost negligible effect on the colossal red dragon. Caramon had already drawn his sword. Raistlin closed his eyes, softly murmuring incantations, magic brewing on his lips. Flint gripped his battle axe. Tysa unsheathed a small dagger he dubbed the Rabbit Slayer, as Caramon had claimed it was only good for dealing with a fierce rabbit. Tysa insisted the dagger was enchanted, though thus far, Tanis had witnessed only the clumsiness of the Kender, who had never lost it. They all readied their weapons, preparing for a seemingly hopeless battle. The companions stood in the shadows of the woods, awaiting the dragon's onslaught. The dragon rider raised his arm, mockingly bowing. Even from such a distance, they could still hear his deep voice issuing commands to the dragon. The red dragon effortlessly flapped its powerful wings, ascending higher. The dragon soared above the archers, who loosed their arrows in unison, all striking true, yet failing to harm the beast. The arrows that struck the dragon's scales clattered harmlessly to the ground. The dragon rider pointed directly at the thicket. The dragon exhaled a torrent of flames. Trees splintered and collapsed into the inferno. A wave of heat surged toward Tanis and the others. The air thickened with acrid black smoke. Storn seized Tysa, who was wide-eyed and transfixed by the dragon, lifting the Kender from the ground and hoisting him onto his shoulder. Caramon and Raistlin had already fled to safety, as had Flint. Tanis peered into the smoke, searching for anyone trapped in the flames. The trees blazed fiercely. Charred branches fell around them. The smoke stung his eyes, suffocating him. The searing heat of the fire blistered his skin. If anyone remained there, they would surely perish. Tanis thought that Malmuth likely did not intend to incinerate the entire valley. However, it was evident that the dragon rider found satisfaction in merely terrorizing them. The dragon tilted its head back, flapping its wings as it ascended to the heights, lumbering over the mountains. The dragon and rider soon vanished from sight. The oak, maple, and cedar trees in the thicket blazed, smoke billowing skyward, quietly hanging over the once peaceful valley, a paradise untroubled by worry. Chapter 4. Flint's detailed account. Storn brings up the legend for several hours following the dragon's attack. Chaos reigned supreme. In the frenzy of escape, many families became separated, children lost their parents, and husbands were parted from their wives. Tanis and his companions endeavored to calm the panicked crowd and guide them back to the cave, where they would be safer should the dragon return. Gullmoon and the other clerics of Miss Hockle tended to the frightened and injured. Elistan assisted in soothing emotions and maintaining order. By afternoon, all the missing individuals had been found, and families were reunited. The fact that no one had perished was, in Tanis's eyes, nothing short of miraculous. That evening, he convened another meeting to discuss the dire emergency. This time, he established several rules. There would be no more outdoor gatherings. The meeting was held in the largest cave, which, naturally, had been chosen by Hendrik as his abode. The ceiling soared high, with a natural vent, allowing the high priest to kindle a fire within. This gathering was limited to representatives only. Tanis insisted on this, and Hendrik reluctantly acquiesced to the half-elf's prudent counsel. From now on, unless absolutely necessary, no one would venture outside the cave. The representatives crowded into the cave, occupying every available space. Tanis instructed his friends to remain in their quarters and only brought Storn and Flint along. He had also invited Raceland, but the mage had yet to arrive. Carmon was tasked with keeping an eye on Tysiphus, prepared to restrain the destructive Kinder if necessary. Riverwind and Gullmoon represented the plainsmen. Faced with the grim reality of surviving the Dragoness attack and now aware of their precarious situation, the plainsmen had to reconsider their plans for an independent journey. Elistan was present, accompanied by Lorana. As was his custom, Hendrik spoke first. Tanis had anticipated that Hendrik would be the first to propose fleeing the valley, but the half-elf was surprised to find him advocating for staying put. Friends, this attack strongly reinforces my belief that we should remain in this valley. It is relatively safe, Hendrik asserted. Imagine the horror if we were caught on a mountain trail, exposed, and with no escape. This beast would surely slaughter us all. Just now, the dragon rider discovered he was no match for us and fled. The dragon rider did not come to assault us, High Priest, Storn interjected. General Mummified came seeking us, and now he knows our whereabouts. And what can he do now? Hendrik asked, spreading his hands. His supporters nodded in agreement. He can do nothing. That is the truth. He is powerless. He cannot lead his forces through the pass. If he brings the dragon back here, all we need to do is stay inside the cave. Even General Mummified cannot incinerate an entire mountain range. Do not be so presumptuous, Tanis whispered. He exchanged glances with Riverwind, both vividly recalling the scene of the Kiso village's destruction, where solid rock walls melted like hot butter. Tanis glanced at Elistan, wondering when the chosen of the gods would speak. He began to harbor serious doubts about Elistan and his deities of light. Elistan had declared that his god had assisted in vanquishing the dragon rider, yet that wicked rider still lived. Tanis longed to ask Elistan why the deities of light had not prevented Mummified from being resurrected. However, now was not the time to question the faith of the chosen. The high priest had been looking for an opportunity to attack these new gods, hoping to restore the deities of the Seekers to elevate his own status and that of his followers. Tanis suspected that Hendrik and his supporters had already begun to undermine Alistan's teachings. They did not need his assistance. I will speak privately with Elistan, Tanis resolved internally. Meanwhile, the chosen of the gods should at least support me rather than sit there in silence. If he is as wise as Lorana claims, he should understand that we cannot remain here. Our danger is ever increasing, esteemed friends, Storn addressed the assembly. Mummified knows where we are. He did not come seeking us because he is injured. You may all realize that he has a plan in mind. Inaction is tantamount to waiting for doom. A woman named Merida stood up. She was of middle age, stout in build, and plain in appearance. Yet she was a woman of courage and insight, having greatly aided in the liberation of the refugees from Paktakas. She admired Elistan while holding Hendrik in contempt. With her hands on her hips, she faced the high priest. You, sir, claim we can evade the dragon's attack by staying here, but the dragon is not our only foe. Winter is perilous as well, equally deadly. What will happen when we run short of food and prey? When the terrible cold and hunger descend, and disease and death stalk the elderly and children? She turned to Tanis. And you, half-elf? You want us to leave? Very well, where shall we go? Answer me. Are you suggesting we set forth aimlessly, lost in the wilderness, to perish on the cold mountainside? Just as Tanis was about to respond, a chill swept through the cave. The screen at the entrance to Hendrik's quarters rattled as it was pushed open. This finely crafted screen, stretched with animal hide over woven branches, shivered in the wind. Torches howled in the breeze, their flames flickering and trembling. All eyes turned to see who had entered. Raceland stepped into the gathering. He lowered his hood. It has begun to snow, he announced. Is he delighted to bring bad news? Storn complained. What is he doing here? Flint asked. It was I who summoned him. I wanted him to arrive punctually, Tanis replied, irritated. I wish to know why he is late. To make a dramatic entrance, Storn retorted. Raistlin approached, standing by the fire. The mage moved slowly and deliberately, fully aware that all eyes were upon him, few of which held any warmth. Yet, he seemed indifferent to the disdainful gazes, and perhaps even took some pride in it. Do not let me disturb you, half-elf, Raistlin coughed lightly. He extended his hands toward the fire for warmth. The flames danced upon his golden skin, reflecting an eerie glow. You were about to speak of the dwarven kingdom. Tanis had yet to utter a word. He had no intention of abruptly broaching this topic with the assembly. I have been contemplating that we might find safe refuge within the dwarven kingdom of Thorbardin, he finally admitted, somewhat helplessly. This suggestion ignited a wave of emotion among the assembly. Dwarfs, Hendrik shouted, frowning. We have no dealings with dwarfs. The followers vocally echoed his sentiment. Riverwind's expression remained stern, shaking his head repeatedly. My people will not go to Thorbardin. Then listen, you lot, Minota interjected. You can guzzle dwarven ale, and you, when the dwarves frequent your shop. You profit handsomely from them. That does not mean we must live among them. Hendrik pretended to bow stiffly to Flint, of course excluding those present. Flint did not return the gesture. This was an ill omen. Typically, he would have retorted sharply to the high priest, yet now he sat in silence, continuously whittling a piece of wood. Tanis sighed inwardly. He was well aware that the greatest obstacle to the plan of seeking refuge in the dwarven kingdom was this obstinate old dwarf. The debate escalated rapidly. Tanis cast a glance at Raistlin, who sat by the fire, warming his hands, a faint smile gracing his thin lips. He deliberately tossed a fireball among us, Tanis pondered. What ulterior motive does Raistlin harbor? Even no one can ascertain if there are still dwarves beneath the mountains, Hendrik remarked. Flint shifted but remained silent. I have no objections to seeking out Sabadin, Minota stated, but it is well known that the dwarves shut the gates of their kingdom 3 centuries ago. That is indeed a fact, Flint replied. In my opinion, let them keep their doors closed. A sudden silence enveloped the room, as people stared in astonishment at the dwarf. You ought to assist, Tanis whispered from the side. You know how I feel, Flint replied gloomily. Even if we find the entrance, I shall not set foot down those mountains. Not to mention we wouldn't even know where to look. They have been missing for 300 years. Staying here is perilous, and we have nowhere else to go, Minota queried. Right here, Hendrik asserted. The crowd quickly devolved into another quarrel. The warmth from the fire and the multitude of bodies caused the cave's temperature to rise swiftly, and Tanis began to sweat. He despised confined spaces and the air saturated with the breath of others. He longed to escape and let them resolve their issues independently. The clamor escalated, echoing against the stone walls. At that moment, Raistlin politely coughed. Perhaps I might have something to say, he murmured in a soft, raspy voice, prompting silence among the crowd. I know how to find Sabadin. The secret lies beneath Skullcap. All eyes fixed on him in silent disbelief, save for Flint, who understood Raistlin's meaning. The dwarf's expression was grim as he bit his lower lip, muttering to himself while vigorously carving wood, splinters flying. His eyes remained fixed on his task. Everyone has noticed you, Raistlin, Tanis remarked. What is Skullcap? Where is it? And what do you mean by saying the secret of Sabadin lies beneath? I confess I know little of that place, Raistlin replied. Many years ago, while studying magic, I came across some scattered accounts. Flint could tell us more, indeed. But he won't, Flint interjected. Raistlin opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted as the screen was pushed aside once more, the sound resonating as if a pair of large hands clumsily scratched at it. Carmon rushed in, flustered. Tanis, he exclaimed, have you seen little Raistlin? I can't find him. You're here. He scanned the room, his face reddening. Sorry, I don't know what you're doing here, brother, Raistlin inquired. Carmon appeared sheepish. You were just with me a moment ago, and then you vanished. I have no idea where you went. I think, no, you didn't think. Raistlin retorted through clenched teeth. You never think. You have no concept of the word. I'm not a child. I want to stay home without a caretaker. Who is watching the kinder? I. Tied him to the table leg. Laughter erupted. Raistlin glared at his brother, who retreated to a dim corner. I'll just wait here. Flint, Tanis pressed. What is Skullcap? Do you know what he is talking about? Flint, obstinate and fuming, remained silent. Raistlin, too, held his tongue. The mage lifted the hem of his red robe, seated himself upon an overturned wicker crate, and pulled his hood over his head. Raistlin, tell us what you mean, Tanis urged. Raistlin shook his head. It seems you are more interested in ridiculing my foolish brother. Let him sulk, Ston muttered disdainfully. Flint tossed aside the small knife he had been using, the piece of wood now slightly larger than the fragments scattered around. The knife clattered against the stone floor at his feet. Flint's eyes, deep-set in wrinkles, burned with fury, his long beard quivering slightly. The dwarf, stocky and robust, with powerful hands and remarkable craftsmanship, had been Tanis's friend for many years, their camaraderie forged during the half-elf's unfortunate youth. Flint's voice was hoarse and low, akin to a summons from the depths. "I shall tell you the tale of Skullcap," Flint declared, his tone exceedingly irritable. "I shall express it both succinctly and movingly. I am a hill dwarf, a Nyedar, and my people share in that pride. Centuries ago, my kin abandoned our homeland within the Sabaden Mountains. We chose to dwell above ground rather than hide below. We traded freely with humans and elves, our goods flowing from the mountains to the outside world. Due to our contributions, our cousins, the mountain dwarves, entered an era of prosperity. Then, the cataclysm struck. The flames that descended upon Kryn sought to eradicate most of your kind, not us. My grandfather survived. He witnessed the great fire rain down from the heavens. He felt the earth tremble beneath his feet and saw the land split apart. Our home was destroyed. Our livelihoods were shattered as crops ceased to grow. Human cities crumbled into ruins, and the elves vanished in fury from this world. Our children cried out in hunger, shivering with cold. Ogres, goblins, wicked humans, and brigands roamed. They invaded our territories, slaying many of our kin. We turned to our cousins dwelling beneath the mountains, pleading for them to permit us entry, to save us from hunger and the other dangers ravaging the continent." Flint's voice turned cold. "King Duncan shut that door before our very eyes. Not only did he refuse us entry into the mountains, but he also sent a force to drive us to our doom. Then, an individual known for his malevolence appeared. Regrettably, we mistakenly regarded this villain as our savior. His name was Fistendantilus." Carmon let out a sound akin to a gasp. Raistlin shot a piercing glance at his twin brother, who promptly fell silent. Fistendantilus was a human mage, clad in black robes, which should have served as a warning. Yet our hearts, shrouded in hatred, did not question his motives. This Fistendantilus proclaimed that we ought to lie comfortably beneath the mountains, free from worry and danger. He conjured powerful magics, erecting a fortress beside Sabaden, then rallied an army of both dwarves and humans to assault Sabaden. The dwarves of Sabaden emerged from their homes to confront us in the valley. The battle was fierce, with heavy casualties on both sides. However, we were no match for our cousins. When the tide of battle turned and defeat became inevitable, Fistendantilus was furious. He vowed that no dwarf would claim his enchanted fortress. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a tremendous explosion, causing the fortress to collapse. The blast claimed thousands of lives on both sides. When the fortress fell, the ruins formed the shape of a skull, hence the name, Skullcap. Witnessing this calamity, the surviving Nyedar considered it an ominous omen. My people, bearing the bodies of our kin, departed the valley. The mountain dwarves sealed the gates of Sabaden and concealed them, and since then, our kind has never stepped foot within. Even when they came begging us, Flint bitterly concluded. Not even then. He suddenly sank onto a rock he had previously used as a seat, retrieved his knife, and sheathed it in his belt. "Isn't the key to entering the kingdom of Sabaden beneath Skullcap?" Tanis queried. Flint shrugged. "I don't know. It seems that no one will ever know. That place is cursed." "Cursed?" Raistlin scoffed. "Skull Rock is merely a collapsed fortress, a heap of rubble, nothing more. The ghosts wandering there are just foolish, ignorant, and weak-willed beings." "Weak-willed, is it?" Flint retorted. "In the dark forest, we were all weak-willed." "That's different," Raistlin replied coldly. "You believe the only reason Skull Rock is cursed is because it was created by a powerful sorcerer, and in your view, all sorcerers are malevolent." "All right, Raistlin, calm down." Tanis interjected. "No one thinks that way." "Someone does," Sturm muttered. Elistan rose. "I believe I have a solution." Hendrik was about to speak, but Elistan halted him. "You have already spoken, High Priest. I ask you to be patient and allow me to present my thoughts." Hendrik smiled sourly. "Of course, Elistan. We all eagerly anticipate your words." Lady Marita succinctly outlined our predicament. If we do nothing, the situation will become perilous. If we wander aimlessly, it will grow even more dangerous. Here is my proposal. We send a representative south to seek the Dwarven Kingdom in hopes of finding a gateway. If we succeed, we shall request the dwarves' assistance." Flint snorted, opening his mouth to speak, but Tanis stepped on his boot. The dwarves were ultimately left unmentioned. "If the dwarves are willing to provide us sanctuary," Elistan continued, "we will set forth for Sabaden before the harshest months of winter arrive." "This travel plan must be established without delay," Elistan stated gravely. I concur with Tanis and several others that the dangers we face by remaining here escalate daily. That is to say, this sorcerer's proposal. Elistan bowed to Raistlin. I believe time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to visit Skull Rock. Wait until you stand at the great mountain's entrance and knock, only to receive no response, Raistlin said, narrowing his eyes. Before Elistan could respond, Hendrik spoke up. What a splendid idea, child of the divine. I propose we send the half-elf Tanis to explore, accompanied by his friend the dwarf. I often say, send a dwarf to catch a dwarf. Hendrik laughed heartily, quite pleased with his little jest. This sudden vote of approval astonished Tanis, leaving him somewhat skeptical. He had expected Hendrik to vehemently oppose any suggestion of leaving this place, after which he would formulate his next plan. Tanis surveyed the attendees to gauge their thoughts. Elistan shrugged, as if to say he was uncertain but believed they should seize the opportunity presented by the high priest's unexpected shift in stance. Riverwind remained silent, dispassionate. He did not favor the idea of heading to Sabadin. He and his people might still decide to go alone. Tanis had a sudden inspiration. I am willing to go, he declared, and Flint will accompany me. Will he? Flint exclaimed, startled. He will, Tanis replied, kicking the dwarf's boot lightly, adding in a whisper, I'll explain later. He raised his voice. In my absence, the high priest and Elistan can attend to the people's spiritual needs. I propose that Riverwind's Kinder tribe be responsible for our safety. Now it was Riverwind's turn to be surprised. An excellent proposal, Elistan remarked. We have all witnessed Riverwind's bravery in battle at Pax Thurkas. Just today, we saw him and his people overcome their fears and courageously confront that beast. Hendrik was deep in thought, and Tanis could discern this from his expression. First, his brow furrowed and his lips tightened. The high priest now seemed uncertain if he favored this idea, even though he himself had suggested that Tanis and Flint travel to Sabadin. Hendrik firmly believed that the half-elf must have some nefarious purpose in assigning Riverwind to ensure their safety. Hendrik's narrow eyes scrutinized the plainsman, taking in the buckskin tunic and trousers, and then his expression cleared. Riverwind was a barbarian, a primitive, uncivilized, and easily manageable. At least, that was Hendrik's belief. Things could have been worse. Tanis could have chosen that unbearable knight of Solamnia, Sturm Brightblade, as his replacement during his absence. That was Hendrik's thinking. Tanis nearly selected Sturm. Just as the name was about to slip from his lips, he reconsidered. Tanis not only hoped this would persuade Riverwind and his people to remain, but he was also convinced that Riverwind would make a better leader. Sturm saw things in black and white, never compromising. He was too harsh and cold. Riverwind was the better choice. The high priest laughed heartily. If the plainsman is willing to accept this task, I have no objections. Riverwind was about to refuse when Goldmoon placed her hand on his arm, gazing at him. She said nothing, but he understood. I will consider it. Riverwind replied after a moment's pause. Goldmoon smiled at him, and he grasped her hand tightly. Hendrik's supporters gathered, beginning to discuss amongst themselves. Marita joined the conversation with Lorana and Elistan. The meeting dispersed. What is this about sending me to Sabadin? Flint asked. I absolutely refuse to take a single step down that mountain. We'll discuss it later, Tanis replied. Now, he needed to speak with Sturm immediately, to explain why he had chosen Riverwind. Sturm would surely feel that his training and lineage made him more qualified for leadership. Sturm was very sensitive about such matters and could easily become irate. Tanis navigated through the crowd. Flint followed closely, almost stepping on Tanis's heels, still grumbling about Sabadin. As the dwarf carefully sidestepped the fire pit, Tanis approached Hendrik. The high priest had his back turned, speaking with one of his confidants. Aside from crossing the mountains, there are no other means of leaving the valley, Hendrik explained in a low voice. This will take the half-elf and the dwarves several weeks, and searching for a non-existent dwarven kingdom will consume even more of their time. Thus, we will rid ourselves of this meddlesome wretch. Tanis's lips tightened as he pressed on. So this was Hendrik's rationale for supporting the journey to Sabadin. He wanted to rid himself of me. Once I am gone, he believes he can sway Elistan and Riverwind to his side. I do not think so. However, Tanis thought uneasily, if Hendrik is correct, he and Flint would spend weeks traversing the mountains. Don't waste your energy pondering the words of that empty talker, lad, Flint said, his gravelly voice emanating from near Tanis's elbow. There is a path to take. Tanis looked down at his friend. Does this mean you have changed your mind? No, the dwarf retorted coldly. It merely means I will tell you how to find that trail. Tanis shook his head. He would talk to the dwarf later. For now, he was concerned about offending Sturm. The knight stood by the fire pit, staring into the flames. He did not appear angry. In fact, He seemed somewhat oblivious to what was happening around him. Tanis called out several times before Sturm finally heard him. Sturm turned to face him. The knight's blue eyes sparkled with a vibrant light. The lines of his face, typically stern and cold, now appeared animated. "Your plan is magnificent, Tanis," Sturm exclaimed. He grasped Tanis's hand, squeezing it tightly. Tanis looked at his friend in surprise. "What plan?" "Why, the plan to go to Sabadin. You can find it and bring it back." "What are you searching for?" Tanis was increasingly perplexed. "The hammer of Karas. That is the true reason for your journey, isn't it?" "I went to Sabadin merely to seek refuge for the refugees. Do you not recall those legends?" Stone inquired, astonished. "We spoke of them just the other night. The sacred and wondrous hammer of Karas is used to forge the dragon lance." "Oh, right, of course. The dragon lance." Stone glanced at Tanis with disappointment upon hearing his skeptical tone. "The dragon lance is the sole weapon capable of confronting dragons, Tanis. We require it to combat the Dark One and her minions. You witnessed how ordinary arrows merely ricocheted off the Crimson Beast. Furthermore, the dragon lance is a weapon blessed by the gods. The great Huma vanquished Takisis with the dragon lance." "I remember," Tanis hastily replied. "The hammer of Karas. I shall remember it. You must remember it. This is of utmost importance, Tanis," Stone emphasized earnestly. "Perhaps this is the most significant task you shall ever undertake." 800 lives, Stone waved his hand dismissively, as if to brush away the weight of his words. "The hammer is our only chance to win this war. It lies within Sabadin." Tanis felt Stone's grip tighten upon his arm, sensing his tremor from emotional fervor. "You must persuade the dwarves to lend it to us. You must." "I will," Stone assured, taken aback by his friend's fervent demeanor. Now, regarding Riverwind, yet Stone's gaze shifted. He observed Raistlin and Caramon. Caramon was conversing softly with his twin brother, a troubled expression upon his face. Raistlin made an impatient gesture, leaning in closer to whisper something to his brother. "Raistlin has a plan," Stone remarked, furrowing his brow. "What could it be? Why did he mention Skullcap?" Tanis attempted to interject. "I designated Riverwind as the leader in my absence." "A fine choice, Tanis," Stone said absently. The brothers concluded their conversation. Raistlin strode out of the cave with unusual vigor, while Caramon gazed sorrowfully after him. He shook his head and followed suit. "Excuse me, Tanis," Stone said, hastily departing. "What is the matter?" Flint asked. "You've put me in a bind. Do you know about the hammer?" "The hammer, that hammer," Flint glared at him. "I shall not take a single step down the mountain." Tanis sighed, preparing to leave the oppressive cave when he spotted Riverwind and Goldmoon by the exit. He felt he owed them an explanation. "You've ensnared me well, half-elf," Riverwind said. "I'm caught in your trap, and my wife wants to come to my aid." "You made a wise choice," Goldmoon remarked. Riverwind shook his head. "I need you, my friend," Tanis said earnestly. "If I am to embark on this journey, I must know I have trustworthy companions here. Hendrik is a fool. If given the slightest opportunity, he would lead us into disaster. Eli Stan is a good man, but knows nothing of battle. If Manalo and his army attack, people cannot rely on prayers and the platinum disc to save them." Goldmoon's expression darkened. "Tanis, you should not speak so lightly." "I am sorry, Goldmoon," Tanis said as gently as he could, "but there is no time for sermons now. The brutal truth stands before us. If you and your kin depart on your own, you lead them to ruin." Riverwind appeared hesitant, yet Tanis sensed he was wavering. "I must confer with my people," he finally spoke. "Go," Tanis urged. "I need your answer as soon as possible. Flint and I will set out at dawn." "You leave tomorrow morning," Flint complained. "I will provide you with an answer before you sleep," Riverwind promised, then departed with his wife. Goldmoon casting a worried glance back at Tanis as they left. He pushed aside the curtain and stepped outside, inhaling the fresh air. Snowflakes landed on his skin. A slight sting. He stood for a moment, breathing in the crisp, pure air, then ascended the path leading to the mountainside. "Where are you going?" Flint inquired. "To free Tysahoff, unless he has already gnawed through the table leg." "Let him remain bound," Flint suggested. "It will spare us all some worry." The snow continued to fall, yet Tanis could see the stars twinkling through the clouds, no matter where he stood. The snowfall tonight would not be heavy. It would merely cover the ground in white, making it easier for hunters to track deer. The deer in this valley were becoming increasingly scarce, difficult to find. Once we soothed ties, Tanis heard the heavy footsteps of the dwarf behind him, and said, "You and I must pack. I intend to set off at first light." The footsteps halted. The dwarf's arms crossed over his chest. He seemed determined to remain planted upon that stone until his feet took root. "I shall not go. I have told you, Tanis. I will not take a single step down the mountain." "Yes, I have heard you say that at least 20 times." Tanis paused. turning to regard the dwarf. You know I cannot go alone, Flint. You understand I need your assistance. I may speak the dwarven tongue, yet I am certain my understanding of dwarves pales in comparison to that of their own kin. I am not one of them. Flint bellowed. I am a hill dwarf. That means you are the first hill dwarf to enter the mountains in 300 years. You are making history, Flint. Have you not considered that? You could even unite the entire dwarf race. Furthermore, the hammer lies there. If we find the hammer of Kara's and bring it back, the hammer of Kara's. Merely a tale spun by Stone's grandmother, Flint scoffed. Tanis shrugged. Of course, the choice is yours, he said. If you opt to remain, then go and watch over Tysahoff. Flint inhaled sharply. Surely not. Who else can I trust? Carmon? Tanis continued forward, hearing the muttering, the shuffling, and the exasperated breaths behind him. Then, the heavy footsteps followed. I suppose I will go, Flint called out in a peculiar tone. Without my help, you shall never find the entrance. Utterly hopeless, Tanis remarked, sharing a knowing smile in the darkness as the snowflakes lazily danced around him. Chapter 5. Raceland's Command, Tyka's Ultimatum, and Karaman's Choice. Caramon remembered the name Fistandantalus. When his brother mentioned it, a wave of anxiety washed over him, lingering until the conclusion of the meeting, rendering him incapable of absorbing the subsequent discussions. He recalled a conversation he had with his brother in the forsaken city of Kakistan, where Raceland had revealed the existence of a dragon's treasure hidden within the accursed city, which included a highly coveted tome of magic. If they were to vanquish the dragon, Raceland had arranged for Caramon to seek out this book and return it to him. What does the book look like? Caramon had inquired. Raceland described it as having pages of bone-white parchment and a deep blue leather cover adorned with silver runes. The very touch of the book was frigid. What did those runes signify? Caramon had asked, feeling a sense of skepticism about Raceland's portrayal of the tome. You wouldn't want to know. Raceland had replied with an enigmatic smile. Whose book is it? Despite not being a mage himself, Caramon had gleaned much about wizards from his brother. The most treasured possession of a wizard was their grimoire, a compilation of spells amassed over a lifetime. These tomes were inscribed in the arcane language, with each spell meticulously detailed, every character annotated with precise pronunciation, intonation, and the requisite gestures and materials. You have never heard of this wizard, brother, Raceland had said after a moment of peculiar silence, as if searching for something lost. But he is the greatest among us. His name is Fistandantalus. Caramon hesitated before posing his next question, apprehensive of the answer he was about to receive. It was only today that he realized he had already known the answer at that time, and he regretted not remaining silent. Is this Fistandantalus a black-robed wizard? Do not inquire further. Raceland snapped, his anger palpable. You and the others are insufferable. None of you understand me. Yet Caramon did understand. He understood then, and he believed he still did. As the meeting adjourned, Caramon approached his brother. Fistandantalus, he whispered, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. That is the name of the evil wizard, and the owner of that spellbook you seek. Do not hastily label a wizard in black robes as evil, Raceland retorted impatiently. Why do you never think things through with your thick skull? Regardless, Caramon wished to abandon the topic, for it only served to vex him. I am pleased that Tanis and Flint decided against venturing to Skullcap. They are all fools. Everyone is. Raceland exclaimed angrily. Tanis would be better off using a dwarf's head to pound on the mountain door to make it work. They will never find the way into Thorberden. The secret lies beneath Skullcap. A fit of coughing interrupted Raceland's tirade. You are too agitated, Caramon remarked. It's not good for you. Raceland produced a handkerchief and covered his mouth, struggling to catch his breath as the coughing subsided. He grasped his brother's arm. Come with me, Caramon. We have much to accomplish, and time is of the essence. Little Caramon occasionally grasped his brother's thoughts, as he did now, fully aware of Raceland's intentions. He wished to voice his dissent, but when his brother's eyes narrowed in displeasure, he swallowed his words. I am returning to my quarters, Raceland stated coldly. You may join me or not, as you please. Raceland departed in haste, while Caramon trailed behind him reluctantly. The wizard was in such a hurry, and his brother was in a gloomy mood. Neither noticed the figure of Sturm following behind them. During the meeting, Tyka Wren remained in the cave she shared with Lorana, struggling with her tangled red curls. Perched on a small stool that Caramon had crafted for her, she tugged at the wooden comb ensnared in the knots. Illuminated by the glow of a lantern, she ought to have patiently unraveled her hair, as Lorana had taught her, yet Tyka's impatience got the better of her. Ultimately, with a forceful yank, the comb slipped free, taking with it a handful of hair. The blanket at the cave's entrance was pulled aside, allowing the biting wind and snow to rush in. Lorana entered, holding a lantern aloft. How did the meeting go? Taika inquired, looking up. When Taika first encountered Laurana in Qualinost, she had felt intimidated. They were worlds apart. Laurana was the daughter of a king, while Taika was the daughter of a part-time illusionist and a full-time thief. Laurana was an elf, a princess, while Taika had lived most of her life unmonitored, learning to steal and engage in unlawful acts. Othic Shadows, the proprietor of the last homely house, had taken in the orphan, giving her a position as a barmaid. Their appearances were starkly different as well. Laurana was slender and graceful, while Taika was fuller and more robust. Laurana's golden hair and fair skin glowed with a rosy hue, while Taika's hair blazed like fire, adorned with freckles. Taika was acutely aware of her own charm, often feeling satisfied with herself when Laurana wasn't nearby. However, Laurana's golden locks made Taika resent her own fiery hair, and compared to Laurana's elegance, Taika always felt like a lumbering figure. Is everything all right? Taika asked cheerfully as she set the comb down, her arms and shoulders aching, her scalp tingling. You can imagine, Laurana sighed. They are bickering incessantly. Hedrick is a complete fool. I knew it. Taika interjected. I was there when he thrust his hand into the fire, when it seemed that no one agreed. Eli Stan had proposed a solution, Laurana said, her gentle voice laced with admiration. His plan was brilliant. They all agreed, including Hedrick. Eli Stan suggested sending a representative to the dwarven kingdom of Thorberdin to see if a refuge could be found. Tanis volunteered to go with Flint. Is Carmon not going? Taika asked, her worry evident. No, only Flint and Tanis are going. Raceland believes they should first visit a place called Skullcap to uncover the secret passage to the dwarven kingdom or something else, but Flint claims that Skullcap is haunted, and Eli Stan thinks there is no time to venture there before winter arrives. Raceland appeared to be quite angry. I bet he is furious, Taika said, trembling. A haunted place like Skullcap is just perfect for him. He will surely drag Carmon along. Thank the heavens they are not going, Laurana replied. Even Hedrick thinks Alistin's plan is splendid. I suppose wisdom is always accompanied by gray hair, Taika remarked, picking up the comb once more. Though, of course, that does not apply to Hedrick. Alistin's hair is not gray, Laurana protested. It is silver. I believe silver hair conveys nobility. Are you in love with Eli Stan? Taika teased, inserting the comb into another large knot and pulling at it. Laurana averted her gaze from Taika. Here, let me comb it. Gratefully, Taika handed over the comb. You are too impatient, Laurana reproached. You are damaging your hair. You have such beautiful locks. I envy you. Really? Taika exclaimed with surprise. But why? Your hair is so dazzling. She is as stiff as a stick, Laurana said mournfully, gently untangling each knot in her hair with the comb in her hand. As for Eli Stan, no, I have not fallen in love with him, but I indeed admire and respect him. He has endured an abundance of suffering and hardship. Such experiences might embitter others, leaving them cynical, yet they have rendered Eli Stan more compassionate and forgiving. I know someone thinks you are in love with Eli Stan, Taika said with a mischievous grin. Who do you mean? Laurana blushed. Why Tanis, of course, Taika teased. He is jealous. That is impossible. Laurana's combing motion suddenly intensified. Tanis does not love me. He has made that abundantly clear. He loves the human woman. That wretched Kitiara. Taika scoffed. Forgive my language. As for Tanis, he is oblivious to his own heart. Well, I shall say no more. You understand. All men are the same. Laurana fell silent, and Taika turned to glance at her, gauging her irritation. A faint blush colored Laurana's cheeks, and her eyes lowered, although she continued to comb her hair. Her thoughts were clearly elsewhere. Perhaps she did not comprehend, Taika suddenly realized. It was rather peculiar that a woman who had lived for over a century was less knowledgeable about the world and men than a mere 19-year-old girl. After all, Laurana had spent her years sheltered and pampered in her father's palace within the forest, so her innocence was hardly surprising. Do you truly believe Tanis is jealous? Laurana inquired, her face growing even redder. I saw it once. When he saw you with Eli Stan, his face turned as green as a goblin. He has no reason to believe there is anything between Eli Stan and me, Laurana insisted. I have explained it to him. You shouldn't have said that. Taika swiftly turned around, the comb slipping from Laurana's grasp. Let him stew in his discomfort for a while. Perhaps it will make him forget that little wildcat altogether. Then I would be lying. At least a little, Laurana replied hesitantly, reclaiming the comb. Not at all, Taika retorted. Even if you were, so what? War and love are merciless. And the gods know that for us women, love is akin to war. I just wish someone would make Caramon jealous. Caramon loves you dearly, Taika, Laurana said with a smile. Who could fail to see the way he looks at you? I do not wish for him to simply stand there. gazing at me like a cow. Taika exclaimed. I wish you would take some action. And Raceland, Lorana added. Do not mention Raceland to me. Taika spat through clenched teeth. Caramon is the brother, yet he acts more like a slave. One day, Caramon will awaken to this reality, but by then it will be too late. She raised her chin defiantly. Someone among us must make a sacrifice. Someone must continue to live. The conversation reached its conclusion. Lorana pondered this unexpected notion that Tanis might be envious of her relationship with Eli Stan. It indeed explained the words he had spoken to her that day. Taika sat on the stool Caramon had crafted for her, blinking back tears, the tug of the comb nearly bringing her to tears. As they made their way back to the small cave, Caramon kept a distance behind his brother. He could see that Raceland was deep in thought. His brother usually moved slowly, taking careful, measured steps, leaning on his staff or Caramon's arm. But now, Raceland walked briskly. The crystal within the golden dragon claw of his staff casting a magical light to illuminate the path ahead. The red robes rustled around his ankles. He did not glance back to check if Caramon was following. Raceland was well aware that he would be. Upon reaching the cave, Raceland pushed aside the wooden screen and strode inside. Caramon hesitated before entering, preparing to close the screen, but Raceland stopped him. There's no need, he said. You will be going back out shortly. Do you want me to fetch hot water for tea? Caramon asked. Am I coughing to death? Raceland replied. No, Caramon said. Then I do not need tea. Raceland began rummaging through their belongings. He produced a water skin and handed it to his brother. Go fill this at the river. There is still water in the barrel, Caramon remarked. If you wish to carry water in a barrel on our journey, then do so by all means, Raceland said coldly. However, most would consider a water skin far more convenient. What journey? Caramon inquired. The journey we embark upon at dawn, Raceland replied, thrusting the water skin into Caramon's hands. Here. Take it. Where are we going? Caramon's hands remained still. Oh, come now, Caramon. Surely, even you cannot be so foolish. Raceland tossed the water skin at Caramon's feet. Do as I say. We shall set out early, and before sleeping, I wish to study spells. We also need provisions. Raceland took a seat on the only chair in the cave, opened his spell book, but moments later closed it. Retrieving another book from the depths of his bag, this one with a deep blue cover. He did not open it, he merely held it in his hand. We are going to Skull Rock, are we not? Caramon asked. Raceland did not respond. His hand remained resting atop the closed book. You do not even know where it is, Caramon exclaimed. Raceland looked up at his brother, his golden eyes shimmering in the magical light of the staff. The truth is, Caramon, he said softly, I know where it is. Not only do I know its location, but I also know how to get there. I do not know why. His voice trailed off. What why? Caramon asked, puzzled. Why I know, or how I came to know it. It feels strange. As if I have been there before. Caramon felt despondent. Throw that book aside, little Raceland, and forget about it. The journey will be too arduous for you. We cannot climb mountains. We need not climb mountains, Raceland countered. Even if the snow ceases, the journey remains cold, damp, and perilous. What if Mordenkainen appears again and catches us outside? He cannot catch us, for we shall not be outside. Raceland glared at his brother. Enough of this. Go fill the water skin. Caramon shook his head. No, he said. I will not do it. Raceland inhaled sharply, then exhaled. My brother, Raceland said gently. If we do not undertake this journey, Tanis and Flint will not find the gate, let alone gain entry to the mountains. Caramon scrutinized his brother's face. Are you certain? As certain as I am of death. If they fail, none of us will survive, Raceland declared with an air of undeniable conviction. Caramon sighed deeply. He bent down, picked up the water skin, and stepped into the swirling snow of the night. Raceland relaxed in the chair, setting the deep blue spell book aside and opening his own. You truly are a foolish one, my brother, he remarked coldly. As Caramon exited the cave, he spotted Sturm standing nearby. Caramon was acutely aware of Sturm's presence. He had seen the knight keeping watch over them earlier. However, Sturm would never stoop to spying on his friends or enemies in secret. Such dishonorable conduct contradicted the lifelong tenets and codes upheld by the Knights of Solamnia. Yet, oaths and codes did not bind the persuasion of goodwill. Sturm was here to await Caramon, intending to counsel him to reveal the truth. Caramon did not expect to keep secrets, nor would he lie. If he were to inform Storn that Raceland intended to venture to Skull Rock, Storn would undoubtedly relay this to Tanis, sparking a tumultuous debate that could imperil their years of friendship with irreparable rifts. Caramon hoped that Storn would let the matter rest. Under the cover of a fierce snowstorm, he stealthily descended the long slope towards the stream. The flurry subsided, the clouds parted, and the stars emerged. Casting a glance back, he saw Storn lingering near the brothers' cave. Illuminated by the silver glow of Solinari, Caramon assumed he would soon return to slumber. Though he disapproved of Raceland's plan to visit the haunted Skull Rock, he trusted his brother, believing Raceland's assertion that this journey was a matter of life and death. Caramon recognized that he was perhaps the only one who held such faith in his sibling. Yet, that was not entirely accurate. Tanis frequently sought Raceland's counsel, which further compelled Caramon to heed his brother's designs. Tanis would agree with our plan if he had the time to consider it, Caramon mused. However, everything transpired too swiftly, leaving Tanis burdened with countless concerns. As for how Raceland knew of their destination, the nature of Skull Rock, and the plans to reach it, Caramon understood it best not to inquire, for even if he did, he would not grasp the answers. He had never truly understood his twin brother, neither in their youth nor now. The harrowing trials in the Tower of High Sorcery had irrevocably altered Raceland's path, rendering Caramon utterly incapable of comprehending him. These trials also forever transformed their relationship. Caramon harbored a dark and shocking secret about his brother, learned from those trials, which he kept buried, primarily because he wished to avoid revisiting it. Once he successfully evaded Storn, Caramon tilted his head back to inhale the crisp air. Being outside, away from all noise, brought him solace. Here, he could ponder. Contrary to what some believed, Caramon was not foolish. He preferred to contemplate from various angles, turning ideas over repeatedly, which made him appear somewhat slow. He rarely shared his thoughts with others, fearing ridicule. When Caramon suggested that Raceland use magic to conjure an avalanche to block the path, his friends praised the notion, and none were more astonished than Caramon himself. His spirits lifted considerably as the snowflakes fell anew. He caught them on his tongue, reminiscent of his childhood. The snow always had the power to transport him back to those innocent days. He wished for a thicker blanket of snow, yearning to lie back and flail his arms and legs, transforming into a snowbird. Yet the snow was not sufficiently deep, and it would not continue for long. The stars shimmered through the clouds. As Caramon rounded a jutting rock, he nearly collided with Taika. "Caramon," she exclaimed joyfully. "Taika," he responded in surprise. He felt akin to the warrior in a fable, having narrowly escaped the clutches of a gnoll only to fall into the hands of a goblin. He had just evaded Storn's inquiries, but if anyone could ensnare him with her fiery red hair and coax him into granting her every wish, it was Taika Whalen. "What are you doing out here at night?" she asked. Caramon, holding a water bag, replied, "Fetching water." He shifted his large feet, suddenly declaring, "I must be on my way," and began to walk away. "I'm headed to the stream as well," Taika said, catching up to him. "I'm worried about getting lost in the snow." She linked her arm with his. "But with you, I feel at ease." Caramon trembled from head to toe. He had once deemed Taika Whalen the most unattractive little girl he had ever encountered, a source of innate annoyance. After 5 years away as a mercenary with his brother, he returned to find Taika the most enchanting and beautiful woman he had ever seen, and he was certain of it. Tall, handsome, and strong. With a delightful smile and a kind heart, Caramon was never lacking for female companionship. Women adored him, and he reciprocated their affections. He had often reveled in flirty banter with numerous women, sharing stolen moments in barn lofts and behind haystacks. Yet none had ever truly touched his heart until Taika appeared. She had not merely captured his heart. It seemed his heart had leapt from his chest, thudding at her feet. He desired to present his best self before her. He wished to be more clever, more courageous, yet every time they were together, he found himself muddled and foolish, particularly when her body pressed close to him. As it did now. Caramon recalled a conversation with Gold Moon, the elder woman who had cautioned him that despite Taika's seemingly worldly words and actions, she was, in truth, a naive girl. He must not exploit her, lest he cause her profound hurt. Caramon resolved to temper his desires, but when Taika gazed at him as she was now, it became exceedingly difficult. The snowflakes glimmered in her red curls, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and her emerald eyes sparkled. Suddenly, Caramon began to suspect that her purpose for being outside was not merely to visit the stream. She had not brought a bucket and, of course, would not be bathing. She was there simply to be with him. This revelation warmed him like a fine wine, yet it also stirred his heart into a greater tumult. The two walked in silence, Taika gazing at him, waiting for him to speak. Caramon, unsure of what to say, was then met with the most unfortunate words. "I heard your brother wishes to go to a dreadful fortress called Skull Rock, but Tanis won't allow him." Taika inched closer, trembling slightly. "I'm glad you're not going." Caramon muttered some unintelligible words and forged ahead, his cheeks ablaze. Guilt was likely inscribed in bold letters across his forehead, visible even to the dwarves in the valley. He noticed Taika's gaze fixate on the water bag, her green eyes narrowing. Caramon felt a pang of anguish. Taika withdrew her arm, standing apart, her fiery anger spilling forth. You plan to go, don't you? She shouted. You intend to venture to that horrid place. Known to be haunted. Caramon weakly countered, it's not haunted. He soon realized he should have denied it entirely, but Taika's presence clouded his thoughts. Aha, you've admitted it. Flint said Skull Rock is haunted. Taika exclaimed. He surely knows, he lived there. Does Tanis know you're leaving? She asked herself. Of course not. So you plan to sneak away, intending to commit suicide, not even saying goodbye to me. Caramon was at a loss for how to refute these accusations. Finally managing to state, I'm not going to commit suicide. Raceland said. Taika mimicked his tone. Why does Raceland want to go there? It has something to do with that wizard, Fistendantalus, or whatever his name is. You told me about that evil wizard in the black robe. And Raceland carries that wicked wizard's spell book. Lorana informed me about what Flint said regarding Skull Rock. But she doesn't know? And you and I both know that Raceland has some strange connection to that deceased wizard. You didn't tell her, did you? Caramon asked nervously. You haven't told anyone, have you? I haven't, but perhaps I should. Taika tossed her head, her green eyes flashing. If you love me, Caramon, you want to go. Tell your brother he can find others to risk their lives for him, fetch his belongings, and brew that cursed tea for him. I truly love you. Taika, Caramon said despondently, but Raceland is my brother. We are each other's everything. He remarked that this journey was of utmost significance, that the lives of all were intertwined within it. And you believed him? Taika scoffed. Indeed, Caramon replied solemnly. I believe. Tears finally brimmed in Taika's eyes, cascading down her freckled cheeks. I hope the specter drains your blood. She cried out in fury before fleeing. Taika, Caramon called out in anguish. She did not look back, continuing to run, occasionally stumbling over the smooth rocks and falling to the ground. Caramon longed to pursue her, yet he refrained. What could he possibly say? He could not provide her with what she desired. He could never forsake his brother for her, no matter how deeply he loved her. Raceland would always come first. Taika was strong. Raceland was frail, thin, and powerless. He needs me, Caramon murmured to himself. He depends on me. He cannot survive without me. If I do not assist him, he will perish, just as he did in his youth. She would never understand. He continued towards the stream to fetch water. Even though they might not be able to proceed, Taika would inform Tanis, and then Tanis would seek out Raceland, forbidding him to leave. And Raceland would discover that Caramon had let slip the truth. Caramon felt a flicker of doubt, yet perhaps fortune would favor him if he delayed a little longer. Chapter 6. A secret departure. Eyes in the sky. Laundry day. Caramon paused at the cave entrance, gathering his courage to push aside the screen and step inside. I'm sorry. Little raced, he murmured, then fell silent. His brother lay asleep on a blanket, his hand resting on the staff that was never far from him. The bag containing the spellbook was placed by the door, along with Caramon's own pack. Everything was prepared, awaiting their departure at dawn. Caramon exhaled deeply, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Taika had informed Tanis. She had finally shown some leniency. He tiptoed over, setting the filled water skin down, shedding his clothes. And lying down, guilt vanished from his heart, and he swiftly succumbed to slumber. His brother's hand shook his shoulder, rousing him. Quiet. Raceland whispered urgently. We must leave now. Without alerting anyone. What about breakfast? Caramon inquired. Raceland shot him a disdainful glance. We shall eat on the road, he replied. Caramon sighed, picking up the 2 packs and water skin, following his brother out of the cave. The night was dark, with stars twinkling above. The cold air pierced his lungs, causing a sharp pain in his chest. The raging snowstorm had ceased, but ominous clouds loomed over the mountain, suggesting more snow before dawn. Tonight, the silver moon Solinari hung low in a crescent shape, while Raceland's patron, the red moon Natari, was 3/4 full, casting grotesque shadows upon the snow. Raceland gazed up at the red moon, a smile gracing his lips. The goddess will guide us before dawn, he proclaimed. It is a good omen. Caramon hoped his brother was correct. Now that they had set off, he longed to distance themselves from the group as much as possible. Fortunately, Raceland appeared to be in good health today, coughing little and moving with agility. They advanced swiftly, racing from the mountainside to the valley below, then veering southwest. Ahead lay a thicket, and as they entered, they soon vanished from sight, leaving the camp behind. Suddenly, Caramon heard the sound of armor clinking and metal clashing. He held his breath, dropping his pack, and gripped the hilt of his sword. Raceland's hand also dove into the bag filled with spell components. Suddenly, Stan Brightblade emerged from the pale red shadows cast by the branches, blocking their path on the trail. Raceland glared at Caramon in anger. I didn't tell him, little raced. Trust me, Caramon hurriedly explained. Your brother has said a word to me, Raceland, Stan confirmed. Calm down. As for how I discovered this, it was quite simple. We've known each other for years, and I understand your thoughts well enough to know you would act recklessly without regard for others. I could tell last night, as we left the meeting, that you intended to sneak off to Skull Rock. Then, Raceland retorted, you should know you cannot stop me. Step aside and let my brother and me pass. After a brief pause, he added, for the sake of friendship, I do not wish to harm you. Stan placed a hand on the hilt of his sword, but did not draw it. He glanced at Caramon, then back at Raceland. I have no qualms about you risking your own life, Raceland. In fact, I openly maintain that this world would be better off without your presence. But you need not drag your brother into danger. Caramon's choice to join was his own, and upon hearing the knight's words, Raceland twisted his face into his sardonic smile. Right, brother? Raceland insists we must go, Stan, Caramon addressed the knight. He said without the secret key beneath Skull Rock, Flint and Tanis would be unable to locate the entrance to Sabadin. They must access Sabadin, for there are many pressing matters at hand, correct, Stan Brightblade? Raceland coughed lightly as he spoke. Stan scrutinized Raceland intently. I will let you pass, but on one condition, he said, releasing the grip on his sword and stepping aside. I will accompany you. Caramon recoiled, fearing an outburst from Raceland. Contrary to his expectations, Raceland squinted at Stan, then calmly replied, I have no reason to refuse the company of a knight. Right, brother? Yes, Caramon responded, astonished. In fact, he might prove useful. Raceland squeezed past the knight and continued along the path into the depths of the woods. Stan picked up a jingling cloth bag containing part of his armor. The knight wore a breastplate adorned with roses and hummingbirds, symbols of a solamnic knight, along with a helmet. The rest of his gear was carried along. Does Tanis know? Caramon quietly asked Stan as they walked side by side. He does. I shared my suspicions that Raceland would set off on his own. Stan adjusted the bag for comfort on his shoulder. And what did Taika say to him? Stan chuckled. You would rather tell her than Tanis? Caramon's face flushed. I had no intention of informing anyone. Taika forced it out of me. Is she angry? He asked eagerly. Stan did not respond. Stroking his long beard, a knightly way of evading a tedious topic, Caramon sighed and shook his head. I find it surprising that Tanis did not stop Little Raced. He deemed Raceland's proposal worthy, though he did not voice this in front of Gildar. Stan replied, if we can find the key to the entrance of Sabadin, should we locate it in time, we will convey a message to him. How do we know where to find him? Caramon queried. He and Flint will be wandering the mountains. Stan cast a keen glance at Caramon. Oddly, Raceland did not think to ask Tanis that, did he? I suspect his plan was to seek out Sabadin alone if he obtained the key. What do you think he is searching for at Skull Rock? I do not know. Caramon stared at his boots, watching them tread over the snow-covered grass. I had never considered it. Stan quickly glanced at him. Well, he said calmly, I do not expect you to have. Little Raced said we are going to help people. Caramon protested. Stan scoffed derisively. And how does he know where to go? How does he know the way? Are we merely wandering aimlessly? Caramon observed his twin brother confidently navigating the woods. The mage now moved slower, relying on instinct, occasionally tapping the ground with the base of his staff like a blind man. Yet he appeared to have no sense of being lost. He seemed assured, pausing to survey his surroundings only momentarily before continuing onward. He says he knows a path. A secret passage, Caramon remarked, noting Stan's expression. Little Raced knows a great deal. He has read many books. The moment the words left his mouth, Caramon regretted them, recalling the deep blue spellbook with unease. He quickly dismissed the implication. If Raceland had gleaned clues from an evil wizard's tome, Caramon had no desire to discover that truth. Perhaps Flint informed him, Caramon speculated, feeling a surge of optimism. Yes, it must be Flint who told him. Stan understood that pointing out flaws would be futile. Flint had no time to inform Raceland all day. Caramon had been lying to himself about his brother for years. And even a sudden blow to the back of his head would not reveal the truth. Raceland walked ahead, fully aware that his brother and the knight were discussing him. He even knew what they were saying. He could recite their words verbatim. He was indifferent. Let the knight slander him. Caramon would defend him. Caramon would always stand by him, and that filled him with disdain. At times, Raceland found himself yearning for Caramon to exhibit some fortitude, to boldly resist him, to provoke him. Yet he reflected that if this were the case, Caramon would no longer serve a purpose for him, and still, he needed Caramon. The day would come when he could live independently from his brother, but that time was not now. It was too soon. Raistlin turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at the two. His brother was hurrying along, like a beast of burden laden with baggage, while the disheveled knight, stone blight laid, carried a bag containing noble symbols. Why was he following? Raistlin pondered. He found it amusing. It was certain that this noble knight was not concerned for his safety. He claimed to be protecting Caramon, yet Stone was well aware that Caramon was an experienced warrior. His brother could take care of himself. Stone had his reasons for trailing us. I wonder what they are. Why was he so interested in Skull Rock? Then Raistlin asked himself. Why was he interested as well? He did not know the answer. Raistlin scrutinized a rock wall that obstructed their path. He searched his mind for vague images. With each step he took, those images grew clearer. He knew what he was seeking, or rather, he recognized it at first glance. He was aware that a hidden passage led to Skull Rock, but he did not yet know it. He had traversed this path before, yet it had never been trodden by him prior to this moment. He had been here, yet he had never truly arrived. He had not done it, yet he had already accomplished it. On the day the dragon attacked the thicket, Raistlin was inscribing a new spell in his tome when, suddenly, the quill seemed to gain a will of its own, writing the word Skull Rock upon the parchment. Raistlin stared at those words, then at the quill in his hand, and waved it several times. He tore the ruined page from his book and attempted once more to inscribe the spell. The quill again wrote Skull Rock. Raistlin set down the quill, carefully reflecting, finally recalling where and how he had heard that name. Fistendandalus. Skull Rock was the tomb of that sorcerer. An unsettling tremor coursed through Raistlin's body, akin to the prickling sensation of fevered blood. He had never considered this, but Skull Rock must be near their camp. What wonders could he find there? Ancient artifacts, perhaps, along with a sorcerer's spellbook, just like the one he already possessed. That would be the reward of this journey. Yet Raistlin felt an unsettling sensation, as if he were drawn to Skull Rock for darker and more sinister reasons. If that were the case, he would have to confront them, which was precisely why he decided to bring Stone along. Stone Blight Lade was an arrogant, self-righteous fellow, so solemn that he was nearly unbearable. One who would not pray nor relieve himself without a serious demeanor. However, his swordsmanship was exceptional. Skull Rock might indeed be nothing more than the remnants of ancient ruins, just as Raistlin had claimed at the meeting the previous night. Yet he found it hard to believe even that. Thus, Raistlin ventured towards Skull Rock. Flint gloomily remarked, "If you ask me, good riddance, but he took two good souls with him, Caramon and Stone, to their demise. Let us hope that does not come to pass." Tanis replied, "Are you ready?" "Well enough," Flint grumbled. "I must declare that all of this is a waste of time. Not to mention that we may not find the entrance. Even if we do, the dwarves will never open it. Even if they did, they would not allow us entry. The hearts of the members of the Subadan tribe are as cold and hard as the rocks of the mountains. The only reason I am going, half-elf, is to have the opportunity to say, 'I told you so.' The world has changed greatly. Perhaps the hearts of the dwarves have changed as well," Tanis stated. Flint snorted loudly and stepped outside to finish packing, leaving Tanis to console the exceedingly disheartened Kinder. "Please, please, please let me go, Tanis," Tyso pleaded. He sat in the chair he had recently been tied to, kicking the legs of the chair incessantly. "You must understand, this is only fair. After all, the map you are using is one of my proudest achievements. If you come along," Flint shouted from the other end of the cave, "we will be locked out for 300 years. The dwarves will never allow a Kinder into the mountains." "I believe they will," Tys eagerly asserted. "After all, dwarves and Kinders are relatives." "No, they are not," Flint bellowed. "Yes," Tys argued. "First there were gnomes, then came the gray gemstones. The gnomes wanted to seize it. And then what happened? I forget. Leokus transformed some of the gnomes into dwarves, some into Kinders, so you see, we are first cousins, Flint." The dwarf erupted in a tirade of curses. "Why don't you wait for me outside?" Tanis suggested to Flint. Flint glared at Tys, then picked up his pack and stomped out. "Please, Tanis," Tys implored, looking at him with beseeching eyes. "You know you have me to avoid trouble. I need you to stay here." "Tys," Tanis replied. Tyso shook his head morosely. "You just said it. Stone, Caramon, and Raistlin have all left. Flint and I are going too. Who will care for Taika? Care for Lorana? And Riverwind and Gold Moon?" Tys pondered for a moment. "Riverwind has Gold Moon to look after him. Lorana has Elisanda. What is it, Tanis? Stomachache?" "No, I do not have a stomachache," Tanis snapped. He did not understand why his mood soured at the mere mention of Lorana and Elisanda. Their affairs were no concern of his. "It's just that your expression is that of someone with a stomachache." "I do not have a stomachache," Tanis retorted. "Well then," Tys said, The worst thing before a long journey is a stomach ache. If you are fine, that is good. Karaman has gone, and there will be no one to care for Taika. I will stay to look after her. Thank you, Tais, Tanis said. The stone in my heart has finally fallen. I had better go keep her company now, Tais said, pleased with his new task. She may be in danger. In truth, it was the Kinder who might be in danger. Taika often slept until noon, and now dawn had barely broken. Tanis dared not think how miserable poor Tais would be if he were to disturb her at that moment. Tanis found Riverwind and Goldmoon waiting for him. Goldmoon lightly kissed him in greeting. I will beseech the gods to accompany you, Tanis, she said with a mischievous smile. Whether you wish it or not. Tanis's smile was slightly shy as he scratched his beard, unsure of what to say to change the subject, so he turned to Riverwind. Thank you for accepting this arrangement. My friend, Tanis said to him. I know making a decision is not easy, and I worry this task will not be simple. You know what you need to do, and where to go if the valley is attacked, right? I know, Riverwind replied, his expression dark, yet his tone calm. The gods are with us. Let us hope there are no further attacks. Tanis thought bitterly, the gods take better care of the mighty. They allowed the dragon riders to die and come back to life. Yet he merely nodded and shook Riverwind's hand. Tanis then mentioned their agreed meeting place at the foot of the mountains, a creek in the dwarven village, where Flint claimed the legendary entrance could be found. Reluctantly, Flint had revealed the village's location after much persuasion, but he refused to disclose how he knew it. Tanis suspected it was where the old dwarf had been captured and imprisoned by the Creek dwarves years ago, a place he never spoke of. Shunning the details of the horrific tortures endured there, the river wind unfurled a map from his belt. A creation born from his discussions with Flint the previous night and inspired by a map from Tesohor. I am aware of the village's location, he proclaimed. On the other side of the mountains, thus far, no paths have been discovered that lead there. There is a passage, Flint retorted, his voice tinged with indifference. You have said that repeatedly, yet those I sent to scout the area found no signs. Are you dwarves? Speak to me again when you have become dwarves, Flint scoffed, adjusting the weight of his battle axe and pickaxe to a more comfortable position while glaring at Tanis. If we are to leave, we ought to do so rather than linger idly here. We shall depart shortly, marking our way for your ease should you need to follow, he assured. However, his words trailed off as a tremor of dread seized his very core, blood congealing in his veins, and every hair on his neck standing on end. The old woman would surely say it was the spirits haunting the tombs. Goldmoon appeared pale, while Riverwind's breath quickened, fist clenched tightly. Flint drew his axe, searching for an enemy, but the sensation swiftly faded without a foe revealing itself. Dragons, Flint stated coldly. They're above us, Goldmoon trembled, pulling her cloak tighter around her as she gazed upwards. Riverwind raised his eyes, scanning the heavens, and Tanis followed suit, but nothing was visible in the hazy sky. They exchanged glances, understanding that regardless of visibility, they were indeed above. Prepare the people, Riverwind. If trouble arises, you will have little time to retreat. Tanis lingered a moment longer, wishing to utter words of comfort and encouragement, yet found nothing to say. He shouldered his pack and set forth alongside the dwarf. Flint paused, turning back to shout, bring the pickaxe. The pickaxe? Riverwind furrowed his brow in confusion. Does he expect us to carve a path through the mountains? I do not favor this. I believe I have made a grave mistake. Our people should have departed. Your reasoning for this decision is quite sound, my lord. When you announced it, even the warriors of the Quiche tribe did not provoke. They wisely recognized that safety lies in unity. Do not doubt yourself. A chief who looks back while advancing is bound to stumble. My father often said this. Let your father go to hell. Riverwind exclaimed in anger. His decisions are not always right. He once commanded that I be stoned to death. Have you forgotten, daughter of the chief? He walked away, leaving Goldmoon staring in astonishment at his retreating figure. That is not what he meant. Lorana ascended the slope to stand beside her. I apologize. I did not intend to eavesdrop. He is merely worried, that is all. He carries a heavy burden. I know, Goldmoon sighed despondently. I fear I am of no help. He is correct. I should not compare him to my father. I only wish to offer counsel, nothing more. My father was a wise man, a capable chief. He erred, but only due to his lack of understanding. She watched her husband leave and sighed again. I love him too dearly. Yet it seems I wound him more than the fiercest enemy. Love grants us a power to inflict pain greater than hatred, Lorana spoke softly. She gazed at Flint and Tanis, their blurred figures gradually vanishing into the valley amidst the gray morning light. Are you here to bid farewell to Tanis? Goldmoon inquired, observing the girl lost in thought. I had expected he would come to say goodbye, Lorana replied. I waited, yet he did not come. She shrugged. Clearly, He does not care for me. He cares for you, Lorana, Goldmoon insisted. I have seen the way he looks at you. It is simply. She hesitated, unable to continue. I cannot compete with a fleeting memory, Lorana said bitterly. Kitiara will always be perfect to him. Her kiss is eternally sweeter. She does not err or speak foolishly while she is absent. I cannot prevail. Goldmoon was taken aback by Lorana's words. Competing with a memory? That was what she had compelled Riverwind to do. It was no surprise he felt resentment. She longed to seek him out and apologize, since their marriage. She had known her gentle "I'm sorry" would hold great power. Lorana remained there, watching Tanis depart. Hello, Taika. Thess burst through the cave's drapery. Having only remembered to knock at the last moment. Did you just tremble? I did. It is a dragon. I thought it best to hurry over to protect you. Ouch. In the darkness, he stumbled over something and yelped. Taika? Thess fumbled to touch the object. Is that you? Yes, it is me, she replied, sounding rather displeased. What on earth are you doing in the dark? Thinking. Thinking of what? That Karaman Majir is the biggest fool in the world. She paused, then asked. He and his brother went to Skull Rock, right? I believe so. Tanis mentioned it. Taika glared at him. I want to send East to stop Tanis. Did he not go? Tanis thinks there may be something important at Skull Rock. I am not certain about East's situation. Thess said as he edged closer to Taika in the dimness. He sighed, revealing a deep yearning. Skull Rock. Do you not think it sounds like a marvelous place? It sounds dreadful. It must be a trap, Taika stated. A trap? I wish I could go. I adore traps. Thess lowered his head glumly. Not the kind of trap you're imagining, Taika scoffed. I mean the trap that Raceland has led Karaman into. I have not slept all night, mulling over this. Raceland went there because of that wretched old mage who has already perished, Fistendantalus or whatever his name is. Karaman told me about him and his evil spellbook, which Raceland stealthily took from Shaksharoth. That mage is a vile man, and that place is equally wicked. Raceland knows this yet remains indifferent. He will lead Karaman to his doom. A place belonging to an evil mage, filled with traps. Thess sighed. If I had not solemnly promised Tanis to stay here to protect you, Taika, I would go there at once. Protect me, Taika exclaimed angrily. I do not need your protection. I require no one's protection. Karaman is the one who needs safeguarding. He is in danger. I must warn him to be wary of his brother. If Tanis does not do so, then I must take it upon myself. Taika tossed aside the blanket draped over her shoulders. At that moment, the cave began to brighten, and Thess saw Taika clad in men's travel trousers and a shirt, along with a leather vest that he recalled Flint had once worn. Thess remembered the dwarf had complained about it being missing, even accusing the Kinder of stealing it. Taika's sword lay on the table, though she was not particularly skilled with it. Beside it rested a shield, which she wielded with surprising proficiency, albeit not in the manner intended by its maker. The dent in the shield was where she had struck a draconian's head. Thess leaped up excitedly. Tanis made me promise to protect you, so if you go to Skull Rock, I must accompany you. I am not going to Skull Rock. I intend to find Karaman and stop him. I plan to reason with him. Thess shared his thoughts. I believe reasoning with Karaman would be easier than battling the evil mage at Skull Rock. You may be right, but I must try. Taika drew her sword and secured it in her belt. How long have they been gone? They set off before dawn, yet Raceland moved at a languorous pace. We can catch up, Taika warned. Hush. There is someone outside the screen. Glinting in the sunlight was a golden mane. Lorana, Taika gasped, hastily returning her sword to the table. Not a word, Thess. She will thwart our plans. You're awake, Lorana exclaimed, entering the cave. She paused, her gaze lingering in astonishment upon Taika's attire. Why are you dressed like that? I, intended to do laundry, Taika replied. All the clothes. Are you planning to wash your sword as well? Lorana teased. Taika felt no need to fabricate another excuse, for Lorana continued. You are fortunate. Today you have company. Marita mentioned it is laundry day. All the women are to head to the stream to wash clothes and linens. Thess, you can assist. Take those blankets. Thess shot Taika a pained glance. Taika shrugged helplessly, unable to conjure a plausible refusal. As Thess staggered out of the cave, burdened with a heap of blankets, Taika seized the moment. We will slip away while those women have their lunch, she whispered. Watch for my signal. When I give the cue, you run. Do not fret about our late departure, Thess murmured. Karaman's large footprints are easily followed, and Raceland is moving exceedingly slowly. Taika followed Thess and Lorana towards the stream, hoping the Kinder were correct. Chapter 7, The Plan of Dray-yan and the Evaluation of Grego in the Chamber of the Late General Mangmina. Dray-yan sat at the expansive obsidian table, savoring the exquisite elven wine left behind by the nobleman. The Overcron reminded himself to instruct the officer responsible for dealing with the elves to send another barrel his way. As he sipped the fine vintage, Dray-yan reflected on the events of the past few days, contemplating the next steps in his intricate strategy. While he felt a sense of satisfaction regarding several matters that had been resolved, certain issues still weighed heavily on his mind. It was no surprise that the red dragon sent by the Dark Lord to Paktaka's saw through Dray-yan's illusion of Minota. Upon discovering that they were being commanded by the Dragonborn they derisively referred to as stinking egg yolk, the dragons had intended to turn back immediately. Commander Grego prayed to Queen Taxis and reported his plan. After listening attentively, Taxis endorsed the approach and commanded the red dragons to remain in Paktaka's to assist Dray-yan's scheme, at least for the time being. Grego relayed to Dray-yan that the Dark One's support was given merely because she had no other commanders at her disposal. Dray-yan's command was temporary. If he succeeded, it might become permanent. Despite the red dragon's reluctance and their grumbling, Grego ultimately harnessed their power to clear the road previously blocked by fallen rocks. The Dragonborn army moved into Paktaka's, albeit in limited numbers. The ranks of the Red Dragon army were extensive, but the garrison at the fortress was sufficient, while the manpower at the iron mines was woefully inadequate. The frontline commanders were desperately in need of weapons and armor. The value of steel far surpassed that of gold. As Dray-yan sought to reclaim laborers, he also aimed to expand his territory. He resolved to pursue a dual strategy. Grego dispatched troops to pursue the refugees, tracking their footsteps until they reached a pass obstructed by an avalanche. The red dragons asserted that clearing the path would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, they complained to Dray-yan that the task was tedious and unprofitable. In other regions of Ansalon, the dragons were tasked with incinerating cities and raiding villages, not moving rocks. The red dragons were unwilling to clear the passage. If Dray-yan could not offer them more interesting and comfortable work, they would seek opportunities elsewhere. Dray-yan had initially considered appealing to Taxis once more for mediation, but he could not bear the thought of prostrating himself before the goddess again to plead for assistance. Taxis detested supplicants. Her favor was limited. She favored commanders who proactively and decisively executed their plans, allowing her the time to arrange her own matters. Dray-yan abandoned the idea of sending a large force through the passage. He devised another plan, hoping it would gain the approval and acclaim of the Dark One. Dray-yan disguised himself as General Minota, personally scouting and discovering the hiding place of the refugees. He took delight in watching them panic and flee like sheep before him. He could envision their despair upon witnessing the resurrection of the deceased. Upon returning, Dray-yan felt a sense of satisfaction at the preliminary success of his plan. This idea would require considerable persuasion, but he hoped the red dragons would embrace it. He was uncertain how Commander Grego would react. After a while, he would soon find out. Dray-yan sent word for Grego to meet him, specifically, a messenger from General Minota. Maintaining the illusion was exhausting for Dray-yan. Every time he needed to summon a servant, he had to employ illusion magic. He yearned for the day he could finally lay Minota to rest. That day seemed hopeful. If the plan succeeded, it would not be far off. When Grego arrived, Dray-yan invited him to share the fine wine. The commander declined, stating he was on duty. What have the blue dragons detected? Dray-yan inquired. One flew over the village at dawn this morning. The humans are holed up in their caves, Grego replied. They appear to be planning to winter there, and the dragons saw no signs of their intent to leave. Why would they leave? Dray-yan shrugged, countering. They believe we cannot traverse the passage. They are correct. We cannot, Grego stated coldly. True, but there are various methods to skin a cat. I have a plan. Dray-yan elaborated on his thoughts. Grego listened intently. Initially, he was skeptical, staring at Dray-yan as if he were mad. However, as Dray-yan detailed the plan and patiently explained how it could succeed, Grego began to recognize that the Overcron might indeed be onto something. This could work. The proposal was bold, audacious, and perilous, yet not impossible. What do you think? Dray-yan finally asked. The red dragons must be convinced. I will personally speak to them. I trust they will agree, Grego stated, sharing the sentiment. My troops require time to train. Dray-yan scrutinized him, frowning. He had overlooked this. Is it necessary? Consider what you want them to do. Of course, it is necessary. Grego responded with enthusiasm. Dray-yan pondered, then gestured his agreement. Very well. How long will it take? A month, Grego replied. Dray-yan scoffed. Impossible. The humans will not go anywhere. We cannot be certain of that. You have 1 week. 2 weeks, Grego countered. Or I will withdraw. Dray-yan regarded him. I can find another commander willing to take on the task. Indeed, Grego replied somberly. But that means one more person knows your little secret, General Minota. You have 2 weeks, Dray-yan stated. Make the most of it. I will plan accordingly. Grego said as he rose. How go the negotiations with the Sabadan dwarfs? Quite smoothly, Dray-yan responded. If this is resolved, we will no longer need the humans. You can eliminate them directly. If we truly do not need them, our troubles will be considerable, Grego pointed out. We cannot show weakness. Unless something unforeseen occurs, the dead slaves will instill fear in those who might rebel. Grego nodded. He hesitated for a moment, then said, You know I do not like you, Dray-yan. Dray-yan pursed his lips. We did not come into this world to like one another, Commander. Moreover, I shall never flatter you, Grego continued. What do you wish to convey? Commander? I have matters to attend to. What I wish to express is that your plan is a stroke of genius. We shall make history. Emperor Ariakas and the other dragon riders will regard our kind with unprecedented respect and admiration. That is my hope, Dray-yan replied, appreciating Grego's praise, though he kept it unspoken. He could almost envision himself adorned in the armor of a dragon rider. Do your job well, Commander. You have 2 weeks. After Grego saluted, he turned to leave, preparing to rally the troops. Oh, Commander, Dray-yan called after him. If you truly believe that, you may convey my plan to the Dark One. Just a casual mention. Chapter 8. The Dwarven Lore and the Mage's Oddity. The valley where the refugees sought refuge was a basin measuring 10 miles in both length and width. As Flint and Tanis journeyed southward, they traversed the hilly terrain at the base of the mountains without venturing deep into the valley. Flint ambled along with an air of nonchalance. Tanis initially suspected that the dwarf had lost his way, yet after years of travel together, he knew Flint far too well. While dwarves might become disoriented in a desert and would almost certainly lose their bearings at sea, potentially meeting their doom, there had never been a dwarf lost within the Kara's mountains, where the footsteps of their ancestors lay. Flint's gaze was fixed upon the stone walls extending from the valley floor, occasionally adjusting their course and changing direction. After several hours of walking, the dwarf abruptly turned to the right, leaving the hilly area to ascend a steep slope. Tanis followed closely behind, keeping an eye out for the tracks of Raistlin, Caramon, and Sturm, yet found nothing. As they began their ascent, Tanis inquired, What path leads from here to Skull Rock? Flint paused, ensured his bearings, and pointed eastward. That way, across the mountains. If we proceed in that direction, we shall not go far. I believe there is no need for concern. No path in that direction? Tanis asked, peering closely. Look carefully, lad. Do you see a path? Tanis shook his head and smiled. I cannot even discern a path in that direction. Ah, that is because you are not a dwarf. Flint replied, continuing his climb. Caramon, Sturm, and Raistlin ventured along a faint trail into the valley, where the path was overgrown and at times impassable, forcing them to detour into the woods. Regardless of how far they strayed from the path, Raistlin never led them astray. A stream meandered through the valley near their campsite, like a serpentine ribbon, intersecting the trail at several points. Thus far, whenever they encountered a need to wade through, the water had remained shallow. They had reached a point where the stream was deep and swift, making it impossible to cross. Raistlin decisively followed the bank northward until he discovered a spot where the water barely reached their ankles. Once across, Raistlin guided them along the riverbank, soon rediscovering the path. How did he know where to find the shallows? Sturm whispered. Just a stroke of luck, Caramon replied. Sturm fixed a cold stare on Raistlin. It seems his luck is quite favorable. That is a good thing, Caramon muttered. Otherwise we would still be wandering aimlessly. Caramon quickened his pace to catch up with his brother, who was ahead. Do you not think a moment's rest is in order, little Raist? Caramon asked earnestly, concerned about his frail brother's rapid pace. They had been walking tirelessly for several hours. You are overexerting yourself today, Caramon added. The time is pressing, Raistlin said, quickening his steps. He cast a glance at the sky. We must reach our destination before sunset. We must arrive before sunset? Caramon questioned, perplexed. Raistlin suddenly appeared somewhat dazed, casting aside the inquiry. You will. His words were interrupted by a fit of coughing, and he felt a constriction in his chest, struggling to breathe. Caramon stood hesitantly beside him, watching helplessly as Raistlin wiped his mouth and swiftly tucked the handkerchief into his pocket. However, Caramon had already glimpsed the stain on the white cloth, as vivid as the robe of a mage. We must stop, Caramon insisted. Raistlin wished to protest, yet he could not catch his breath to argue. He glanced at the sky, where the sun now hovered directly overhead, and then relented, collapsing onto a fallen log. Gasping for air, Caramon removed the stopper from his water skin, and as he offered it to his brother, he noticed Raistlin's pale golden skin flushed with color. He knew it best not to comment on it, fearing it might provoke his brother's ire. Seizing the moment, Caramon brushed against Raceland's hand. Raceland's skin felt unnaturally warm, even more so than usual. Sturm, could you gather some wood? I wish to make a fire, Caramon said. I will brew tea for you, little Race. You may take a brief respite. Raceland cast a glance at his brother, who wished he could retract his previous words. A brief respite? Raceland exclaimed sharply. Do you believe we are mere kinder on a leisurely journey, brother? No, Caramon replied in frustration. It is just that you. Raceland rose to his feet, his eyes gleaming beneath the shadow of his hood. Go on, Caramon. Make a fire. You and the knight can have a picnic. You may fish and catch a salmon. Once you two have dined, then you can consider catching up to me. He pointed to the footprints he had left in the snow. Following my trail is no challenge. He began to cough but quickly covered his mouth with his sleeve, leaning heavily on his staff as he strode away. By the gods, I would gladly catch some scrawny fellow for you, Sturm exclaimed, excited. Feed him to the wolves. Caramon said nothing, silently stowing away the belongings he shared with his brother before rising to pursue him. Scrawny fellow, Sturm muttered, with no one to encourage him. The knight hoisted his own gear and followed them indifferently. When Flint discovered the traces left by the old dwarves on the cliffside, Tanis felt no surprise. Flint walked with one eye fixed on the ground and the other searching the rock face for markings visible only to him, secret signs left by the ancestors who dwelled in the Karas Mountains, dating back to the time when the dwarf god, ogres, forged this world. Yet, Tanis feigned astonishment, swearing he believed these signs had long since vanished. Flint, quite proud, attempted to appear indifferent. Tanis observed the narrow path extending before him, winding over the mountain. It was perilously narrow, and he imagined the refugees might have to traverse this daunting route. Indeed, Flint affirmed, this path was made for dwarves, not humans. He pointed ahead. Do you see the crack in the rock wall over there? The trail leads to it. We shall cross the mountain from that point. The fissure was exceedingly narrow, forming a standard V shape. Tanis could not gauge its width from their distance, but from this vantage, it seemed scarcely able to accommodate two humans walking side by side. The path beneath them had sections wide enough for two to walk together, yet in other areas, it was evidently single file. Since departing the hilly region, he and Flint had been climbing. One side of the path was a solid rock face, while the other dropped away into an abyss. Traversing such terrain posed no difficulty for dwarves. Flint asserted that as long as the ground beneath them was rock, dwarves would never slip. Tanis suddenly recalled that Gold Moon had experienced vertigo on this very path, and for a fleeting moment, he wished he could pray to the newly found deities, beseeching them to spare Gold Moon and the others from this arduous journey. In truth, all he could do was hope, and that hope felt dim. As he and Flint pressed onward, their pace slowed slightly. Despite Flint's unwavering confidence, Tanis felt the need to exercise greater caution. Fortunately, the heavy snow had not blanketed this path due to the mountain shelter, and thus the journey remained relatively bearable. Nevertheless, Tanis took each step with care. For though he did not fear heights, each glance down to the rocks below caused a part of him to shrink back in trepidation. As dusk approached, he and Flint reached the chasm, which appeared just as it had before, narrow and difficult to traverse. We shall camp here tonight. The rock walls will shield us from the wind, Flint declared. We will cross in the morning. Tanis found a makeshift resting place in a rocky ravine. While Flint stood with his hands on his hips, lips pursed, gazing up at the towering peaks. After a prolonged examination, he finally grunted in satisfaction. Just as I suspected, he remarked. We need to mark the river wind. I have already marked it, Tanis replied. You saw it. He will find his way easily. Not to guide him. Come and see, Flint pointed to a large stone. What do you think, lad? It's merely a rock, Tanis replied. Like the others nearby. Indeed. But it is not just that, Flint said proudly. This stone bears red and orange streaks, while the surrounding rocks are gray. It must have rolled down from the mountain, where there are many loose stones. This stone did not fall, someone placed it here. And why do you think that person did so? Flint grinned broadly, clearly pleased with himself. Tanis shook his head. This is a wedge stone, Flint explained. If it is shattered, the nearby boulder will shift, causing others to follow. And before you know it, they will cascade down upon you. So you want me to warn Riverwind not to disturb this boulder, Tanis said. Flint scoffed. Your mind is frozen, half-elf. I want you to tell him that if there are pursuers behind us, once everyone has safely passed, he should smash this stone. The path behind us will be blocked. Bring the pickaxe you mentioned. Tanis recalled their conversation from the morning. He stared thoughtfully at the rock, then shook his head. It is too complicated to explain this matter unless I leave him a note. You should have mentioned it to him this morning. I am not certain I could find him. All I know is if my kin left a wedge stone, though that is uncertain, It is likely already triggered or is rolled down. Does that mean this chasm is impassable? Tanis asked. It is a dead end unless another route exists. Flint shrugged. According to the marks left by my kin, this is the only passage. There is no alternative unless we find our own way. Nevertheless, you should mention the wedge stone to Riverwind. Flint glared at him. Pointing it out to you has already betrayed my kin, half-elf. Must I flaunt this secret before a crowd of humans? He angrily stomped away, leaving Tanis to grapple with the issue alone. Ultimately, the half-elf picked up Flint's pickaxe, positioning it beside the wedge stone with its tip aimed toward the boulder. Anyone who happened upon it would assume it was lost or discarded. As for Riverwind, Tanis hoped he remembered the pickaxe Flint had specifically mentioned, recognizing it as a clue. If they were pursued, would Riverwind realize he could use it to block the path behind them? That remained uncertain. He discovered Flint comfortably nestled among the rocks, voraciously consuming dried venison. I was pondering your earlier remarks about dwarves revealing secrets to humans. It seems to me that if we could treat each other as people, this world would be a better place. What are you complaining about, half-elf? Flint inquired. I am saying it is utterly shameful that we cannot trust one another. If we all trusted each other, we would all become kinder, Flint replied. Then where would we be? I am off to sleep. You take the first watch. Flint finished his meal and burrowed under a blanket, lying among the rocks. Tanis leaned against a slanted stone, restless and uncomfortable. He gazed at the starry night sky. If there are no other routes in the valley, how did Raceland reach Skullcap? He asked. He probably flew over on a broom, Flint mumbled, yawning widely as he shifted a stone from under his shoulder, closing his eyes with a satisfied sigh. It feels like home, he said, resting his hands on his chest. Soon, the sound of snoring filled the air. Raceland, Carmon, and Sturm continued their trek through the valley, not pausing throughout the afternoon. Raceland seemed infused with an extraordinary energy that forbade him from resting, propelling him forward. Carmon occasionally insisted on a break. But it was in vain, for Raceland would sit for merely a moment before rising again, his eyes fixed on the setting sun. The sun has set, he merely stated. Continuing his march, the wooded area of the valley had come to an end. Ahead lay a vast expanse of grassland. The trail they had followed through the woods had vanished, yet Raceland pressed on, stepping onto the snow-covered grass. He kept his head down, his weight nearly all resting upon his staff. He did not glance around, his gaze fixed on his feet, as if focused intently on placing one foot in front of the other. He pressed his hand tightly against his chest, breathing rapidly and unevenly. Stone believed the mage might collapse at any moment. However, it was best to say nothing, as he knew that suggesting Raceland rest would only invite malevolent glares and mocking laughter. Your brother will die like this, Sturm softly warned Carmon. I know, Carmon said anxiously. But he will not stop. I have told him so. He is utterly mad. Where could he be in such a hurry? There is nothing ahead but solid rock. The grassland stretched smooth and unblemished for about 2 miles, abruptly halting before a steep cliff that rose from the valley floor. The cliff spanned between 2 mountains like a natural bridge. Once we leave the shelter of the woods and step onto the exposed grassland, the blinded valley dwarves will surely spot us. Carmon slowly nodded in agreement, continuing onward. I do not like this, Carmon, Sturm continued. There is something strange at work here. He had intended to say evil, but at the last moment, he changed his words, fearing it would upset Carmon. Carmon nodded again and pressed forward. Sturm paused to catch his breath. He watched the twins' retreating figures, shaking his head. I believe if Raceland commanded Carmon to follow him into the abyss, he would do so without hesitation, he muttered to himself. Loyalty to one's brother is commendable, yet loyalty must also possess clear vision and not blind obedience. Carmon turned back to look. Sturm, are you not coming? Sturm grabbed his pack and moved forward. The loyalty to a friend is unquestionable. Chapter 9. Who is Courageous? As dusk settled, while Flint and Tanis rested atop the mountain, Sturm, Carmon, and Raceland reached the culmination of their day's journey, a barren rock face. Both Carmon and Sturm clearly discerned that after traversing a snow-laden meadow, they were confronted with a dead end. The waning light of the sunset cast a golden hue upon the immense rock wall. Carmon pondered the possibility of scaling it. Yet the brilliance of the sunlight revealed its remarkably smooth surface, devoid of any handholds or footholds. The wall curved slightly, resembling a spherical surface, and stood so tall that even the highest siege engines they had encountered could barely reach its midpoint. There were no crevices, no cracks, no paths to traverse or circumvent. Nonetheless, Raceland resolutely approached the rock face. Carmon understood the futility of their advance, yet he chose silence, reluctant to incite conflict with his brother. Sturm also refrained from addressing Raceland, muttering incessantly under his breath. Caramon could hear the knight's labored whispers behind him, recognizing Sturm's frustration directed at him and his brother. Sturm believed Caramon ought to halt Raistlin immediately and redirect him. Caramon suspected that Sturm's reticence stemmed from a fear of confronting Raistlin. Sturm was only partially correct. Caramon indeed feared his brother's ire, but he was equally unwilling to challenge Raistlin if he believed his brother was acting recklessly or placing himself in jeopardy. Caramon felt uncertain about the current situation. Raistlin's demeanor was peculiarly strange, yet he exuded an air of purpose and determination. Caramon felt it prudent to honor his brother's decision. If it turned out that he was mistaken, Caramon grimaced at the thought of Sturm gloating. "I told you so." They continued their trek across the meadow. As nightfall enveloped the valley, Raistlin quickened his pace. They eventually arrived at the base of the colossal gray rock face. The ground lay shrouded in an eerie blanket of snow, and an unsettling silence pervaded the surroundings. The sky and earth appeared devoid of life. They were likely the only sentient beings in this desolate place. Raistlin removed his hood, letting it cascade onto his shoulders, and then gazed intently at the rock wall. He blinked, appearing both astonished and bewildered, as if he had only just noticed it and was unsure of how he had arrived there. Sturm observed everything closely. The knight dropped the heavy package containing his armor with a resounding thud, causing echoes to reverberate from the mountainside, rattling Caramon's teeth. "Your brother has no idea where he is, does he?" Sturm remarked dryly. "Nor does he comprehend what he is doing." He turned to glance back. The sky was rapidly darkening. "We could return to the woods and set up camp. If we leave now," he fell silent, for no one heeded his words. Raistlin proceeded along the base of the rock wall, meticulously examining the stones that glimmered with an orange hue in the fading sunlight. He took a few steps in one direction, finding nothing of interest, and then turned back. His gaze remained fixed on the wall. Ultimately, he halted, brushed away the snow covering a section of the rock, and revealed a smile. "This is it," he declared. Caramon approached to inspect what his brother had uncovered, a symbol carved at waist height into the stone. Caramon recognized the mark as a rune, a letter from a magical language. A shiver ran down his spine, and the hairs on his neck stood on end. He longed to inquire how his brother had known to traverse a desolate valley to arrive at this precise location of the immense rock wall. However, he refrained, perhaps out of fear of Raistlin's response. "What does it mean?" Caramon ventured another question. Sturm edged closer, peering at the symbol, and coldly remarked, "It signifies evil." "That is what?" "That is not evil. It is magic," Caramon retorted, even though he knew it was futile. In Sturm's eyes, there was no distinction between the two. Raistlin paid no heed to their exchange. His slender fingers caressed the runes etched into the rock with gentle reverence. "Do you not yet realize where we are, Faragus?" Raistlin suddenly inquired. "Should we find ourselves besieged, this could be our lifeline. If the tides of battle turn against us, this will serve as our escape route. I know you can be foolish at times, Faragus, but even so, you ought not to forget something so crucial." Caramon, bewildered, surveyed the surroundings before fixing his gaze upon his brother. "Who are you speaking to, Raistlin? Who is Faragus?" "Of course, it is you," Raistlin snapped, irritation creeping into his voice. "Faragus." Raistlin stared at Caramon, blinking. He raised a hand to his forehead, his gaze unfocused. "Why am I saying these things?" He looked back at the runes beneath his fingers, abruptly withdrawing his hand and scanning the rock face in all directions. Raistlin turned to Caramon and whispered, "Where are we, brother?" "By Paladine's grace," Sturm uttered. "He has lost his mind." Caramon licked his parched lips, hesitating before responding. "Do you not know? You brought us here, Raistlin." Raistlin gestured impatiently. "Just tell me where this is." "The easternmost part of the valley," Caramon replied, glancing around. "I estimate that Skull Rock must be on the other side of the wall. You mentioned something about an escape route, in case the battle turns against us. What does that mean?" "I do not know," Raistlin replied, his gaze fixed on the runes, his brow furrowed. "Yet I feel as though I remember." Caramon gently placed a hand on his brother's arm. "Do not worry, Raistlin. You are simply fatigued and in need of rest." Raistlin paid no attention. He was transfixed by the wall, a cloud of clarity lifting from his features. "Yes, this is correct," he murmured. "If I touch this rune." "Raistlin, no." Caramon grasped his brother's arm tightly. Raistlin flicked his staff, striking Caramon's wrist. Caramon yelped and recoiled. Raistlin pressed his fingers against the rune, applying pressure. The section of the rock bearing the rune crumbled significantly, sinking about 3 inches. A grinding sound emanated from the stone, followed by a sharp crackling and creaking noise. Gradually, the outline of a door emerged on the wall, approximately 5 feet tall and square in shape. Once the door materialized, the clamor ceased. Yet, Nothing further transpired. Raceland frowned. There must be something amiss with the mechanism. Courageous, lean against the door and push. You too, Danubis. Both of you, exert yourselves. No one moved. Raceland glared at them in frustration. What are you waiting for? Have you lost your minds? Trust me, nothing will happen. Courageous. Do not stand there like a dead fish with your mouth agape. Do as I say. Caramon merely stared at his brother, mouth agape. Sturm's brow furrowed deeply as he stepped back. I have no dealings with evil magic, he stated. Raceland offered a sorrowful smile. Magic? Are you mad? This is not magic. If this door were controlled by magic, it would not be so troublesome. This marking is not a magical rune. It simply translates to door in Dwarven language. This device has been in place for 3 centuries. It is simply stuck, that is all. He turned to his brother. Courageous. I am not courageous, Raceland, Caramon said calmly. Raceland stared intently at him, a glint of something unusual flashing in his eyes. Moments later, he spoke softly. Yes, you are not. I do not know why I have been calling you that all along. Caramon, I beseech you, there is nothing to fear. Just use your shoulder to push against the door. Wait a moment, Caramon interjected, as Sturm moved to approach the towering figure. This door may not be magical, as you assert. He cast a gloomy glance at the portal, but one thing I wish to know is how your brother became aware of its presence here. Raceland glared at the knight, while Caramon recoiled slightly, fearing his brother would unleash a tirade upon Stian. Caramon always found himself torn between his friends and his brother, a predicament he loathed. The conflict between them caused Caramon considerable distress. He gazed imploringly at Stian, silently pleading for the knight to abandon this line of questioning. After all, it was merely a door. His brother did not erupt in anger. The scenario Caramon dreaded did not materialize. Raceland pressed his lips together, surveying the door before shifting his gaze to the footprints they had left in the snow, which led into the woods, crossing the valley. His attention turned to Stian, a peculiar smile curling upon his thin lips. You have never believed me, Stian Brightblade, Raceland said calmly. I do not know why. As far as I am aware, I have never betrayed you. I have never lied to you. At times, I choose not to disclose certain matters, which I believe is my prerogative. In truth, Raceland shrugged. I do not know how I found this door. I do not know how I knew it was here. I do not know how I learned how to open it. Yet I do know, and that is all I shall say. He raised a hand to silence Stian. I also know that within this door lies a tunnel leading to the fortress of Saman, now referred to as Skull Rock. Raceland gazed at the door with a sigh. At least it once existed. The tunnel may have been destroyed in the explosion. Since you are so forthright and honest, Stian remarked coldly, I take it you believe we must enter. Otherwise, we could spend several more days seeking a path over the mountains, followed by even more time traveling, Raceland replied. It is up to you, Sir Knight. What do you prefer? Caramon and I do not like to squander time, so we choose this route. Right, my brother? Of course. Little raced, Caramon affirmed. Stian continued to glare at the door. Come, Stian, Caramon urged softly. You do not wish to linger in the mountains, do you? You are unlikely to discover another way. As Little Raced mentioned, this door is not magical. It was constructed by dwarves. We have seen similar doors in Pax Thurkas, and that is how they operate. As for how Little Raced knows it is here, that is inconsequential. Perhaps he read about it in a book and simply forgot. Stian regarded his friend thoughtfully before smiling and placing a hand on Caramon's shoulder. If all humans were as loyal and trustworthy as you, Caramon, the world would be a better place. His gaze shifted back to Raceland. Alas, there are always exceptions. Nevertheless, as you said, we need not waste more time and energy. Stian approached the door and leaned against it. Caramon followed suit, and together they pushed against the rock face. At first, their efforts bore no fruit. Akin to a mayfly shaking a great tree, they exerted themselves once more, their heels sinking into the earth, when suddenly a large stone slid backward. The rapid movement along the track caused Caramon to lose his balance and tumble to the ground, with Stian unable to maintain his footing, collapsing beside him. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the vibrant hues of twilight would soon fade. Shalak, Raceland intoned, raising his staff. The crystal clasped in the golden dragon's claw emitted a bright light. He stepped past his brother and Stian, entering the tunnel while the two hesitated at the entrance. A 6-foot-long iron track gleamed with metallic luster, extending straight into the tunnel. The track broke at Raceland's position, one segment bracing against the stone wall while the other delved into the darkness. Raceland examined this mechanism with keen interest. Look here, he pointed out. The door is mounted on wheels and can slide along the track. However, it has been pushed out of alignment, thus straying from its path. 4 carts were lined up along the track. The carts appeared well-maintained, as the passage beneath the mountain had remained tightly sealed. The ground and walls were notably dry. Raceland peered into the carts, discovering them empty. Externally, it seemed they had not been utilized. The carts could enter the tunnel, unloading goods onto them. They would traverse the track deep into the tunnel, reaching the fortress of Samon. Thus, even when besieged, the fortress would still receive supplies. In the event of an unavoidable defeat, those within could utilize this passage to escape. That makes no sense, Caramon interjected, stepping inside and surveying the surroundings. What makes no sense? His brother impatiently inquired. Flint claimed that when the wizard realized he was about to be defeated, he chose to destroy himself, taking thousands of his subordinates with him. Caramon gestured towards the tunnel. He could have safely fled. Why would he choose otherwise? You make a valid point, brother, Raceland pondered. It is indeed peculiar. I wonder what? Caramon asked. Nothing. Raceland shook his head, his thoughts still drifting. Bah, that wizard was mad, Stian stated bluntly. Evil led him to his own destruction. Much transpired with Fist and Dantalus. Raceland spoke softly, but he was not insane. He shrugged, bringing himself back to the present. We have squandered too much time in pointless speculation. It seems no one knows the true state of affairs within the fortress of Samon. As they further explored the tunnel, they discovered an array of dwarven-made weapons and armor, torches and lanterns, pickaxes and other tools, as well as food crates and barrels of ale. The food had been gnawed upon by some creature. The barrels were empty, much to Caramon's disappointment. Although his brother pointed out that any ale left idle for over 300 years would likely be quite unpalatable. Stian ignited a torch and began to diligently inspect the area, searching for any signs of human habitation or other markings within the tunnel. He ventured approximately a mile forward before returning to report that there were no traces of living creatures having traversed the passage. He emphasized the word living, reminding them that Skull Rock might be haunted. Raceland smiled, remaining silent. Caramon suggested they spend the night at the door and delve deeper into the tunnel come morning. Raceland initially intended to press on, but he recognized his own fatigue. Though his body was weary, he found himself unable to settle down for sleep. He consumed only a small amount of food and sipped tea. Caramon and Stian comfortably settled in, discussing what they knew of the Dwarven Door Wars, much of which stemmed from Flint's embellished tales. Raceland paced back and forth, his gaze fixed upon the depths of the tunnel, yearning to pierce the darkness and uncover its secrets. At last, when exhaustion rendered him immobile, he lay down on the bedding and quickly fell asleep. Caramon and Stian debated whether to push the stone door back into place, sealing the tunnel. Ultimately, they decided to leave it open, for convenience in case they needed to escape. We only know what lies outside, Stian remarked while wrapping himself in a blanket. We have no knowledge of what is within. We also know we have not been followed, Caramon yawned. They were both mistaken. Outside, Taz and Taika were hot on their trail. By midday, Tasohef and Taika had finally freed themselves from the laundry task. As the damp clothing and bed linens required spreading out to dry, Taika eagerly volunteered for the task. She poked Tasohef in the ribs, and he quickly agreed to join her. Tasohef devised a way to retrieve the bundle they had hidden beneath a decaying log. They snatched up the package, abandoning the clothes meant for drying, and stealthily slipped away. They easily picked up the trail of the three. The snow bore Raceland's delicate footprints, the traces of a robe brushing the ground, and the impressions left by a staff. The large footprints of Caramon were always found in close proximity to the smaller prints of his brother, Sturm, whose deep imprints trailed behind. They were acutely aware that precious time was fleeting, with only half a day remaining to catch up with the three individuals ahead before darkness fell. Taika endeavored to quicken her pace as much as possible, yet this was rendered difficult by Tasohav's frequent distractions, as he often darted off to investigate various curiosities. Taika found herself compelled to either coax him to abandon his whims or to forcibly restrain him. A moment's inattention would see him vanish from sight. As night descended, the two had yet to emerge from the woods. We must pause, Taika said with evident frustration. If we continue, we may lose their trail altogether. This clearing appears to be a suitable camping spot, does it not? Indeed, there are ample places to camp here, Tys said. Though outside there may be wolves waiting to tear us apart, they will be deterred if you light a campfire. Wolves? Taika nervously surveyed the impenetrable darkness of the woods. She had strayed far from solace in the last home inn, where she had served as a barmaid, never foreseeing that she would embark on such a journey. She had never anticipated falling in love along the way, and with none other than Caramon Majir, who, in her childhood, had relentlessly mocked her, calling her redhead, freckled face, and little one. Of course, he no longer used such nicknames. No one did. Taika had blossomed into a strikingly beautiful woman. Indeed, she mused. Even when compared to the graceful and slender Laurana, her figure was ample, her shoulders broad and arms strong, accustomed to bearing heavy dishes and goblets. Whenever someone complimented her beauty, she felt a surge of joy. Her fiery curls, emerald eyes, and radiant smile had captured the hearts of many in solace. And now Caramon's heart was among them, the most cherished of all. She had ventured far from home, away from bustling towns, to find herself here. Spending a night in the pitch-black woods, her only companion a kinder. Although Tesohov was her dearest friend, and she was immensely grateful for his company, she could scarcely tolerate his loud chatter, particularly when he would suddenly spring up, exclaiming, "Did you hear that, Taika? It sounds like a bear." Throughout this journey, Taika had spent many nights in the wilderness, yet always in the company of skilled warriors who knew how to protect themselves. She had engaged in a few skirmishes, but thus far her only weapon had been a heavy iron pot. She had discovered a sword, but was well aware, having been warned repeatedly, that wielding it would likely result in injury to herself. Taika had not anticipated spending the night alone. She had intended to be with Caramon, knowing that once they caught up, Sturm and Caramon would never allow her to venture back alone, regardless of what Raceland might say. They would certainly insist on taking her in ties, and then she could protect Caramon from Raceland's influence. Suddenly, a crackling sound sent her heart racing. What was that? She asked anxiously. Ties, now feeling drowsy and preparing to sleep, lazily replied, "It might be a goblin. You're on watch first." Taika grasped the hilt of her sword, silently screaming. "Do not worry," Ties yawned, pulling the blanket over his head. "Goblin attacks are rare at night. Only ghosts and ghouls engage in such behavior." This reassurance evidently did little to soothe Taika's nerves. "You don't believe there are ghosts here, do you?" she asked in alarm. "There are no graveyards nearby. At least none we've seen, so I think not," Ties mused after a moment. Then he let out a great yawn and added, "If any ghosts do appear, Taika, be sure to wake me. I would hate to miss it." Taika reassured herself that the earlier crackling sound was merely a deer, neither a bear nor a wolf. Nevertheless, she hurriedly stoked the fire until she realized that the flames might expose her. In a panic, she began to contemplate whether to remove the firewood. Before she could make a decision, the flames flickered and began to die down, as there was little wood left. Taika dared not venture out for more, and as the last flicker extinguished, she sat in darkness, gripping her sword tightly, her heart filled with resentment towards Ties for sleeping so soundly and peacefully, even amidst the specters, goblins, wolves, and other dreadful creatures that might surround them. Yet, the overwhelming fear left her utterly exhausted, especially after spending half a day washing clothes and another half trudging through the woods. Taika's head drooped forward, her grip on the sword slackened. She drowsily thought that one must never entertain the notion of sleep while on watch, and then succumbed to slumber. Chapter 10. Remembrance, Hope, and the Knife-Throwing Game that evening. Sturm kept the first watch while Caramon stood guard for the second. They chose not to assign Raceland to the night watch. Sturm harbored distrust towards him, and Caramon argued that his brother was too frail and needed rest. The night was enveloped in tranquility and serenity, making it difficult for Sturm to stay awake. Ultimately, he compelled himself to pace back and forth in the tunnel to combat the heavy eyelids that threatened to succumb to slumber. As he walked, his thoughts wandered back to the bittersweet days spent in Solamnia, a time marked more by sorrow than joy, before its fall from grace. Knighthood had once commanded great respect in Solamnia for various reasons. The cataclysm had unleashed death and destruction upon the entirety of Krynn, Solamnia being no exception. Shortly after the calamity, rumors spread throughout Solamnia, proclaiming that the gods had granted the knights power, yet they had failed to avert the cataclysm. Those who had lost their homes, livelihoods, friends, and family were eager to find someone to blame, and naturally, the knights became their targets. Coupled with a faction that had long harbored envy towards the knights' authority, and another group that blindly accused them of thriving on the misfortunes of the impoverished, the eruption of riots was hardly surprising. The rioters attacked the knights, their estates, and castles. In such circumstances, victory for the knights was unattainable. If they were to kill in defense against the mob, they would be labeled as murderers. Yet, if they refrained from resistance, they risked losing everything, including their lives. The riots in Solamnia would occasionally subside, only to return with greater ferocity. The knights endeavored with unwavering resolve to maintain peace and stability, achieving success in a few locales. But the fragmentation of the knighthood rendered their efforts ultimately futile. Sturm's family worked diligently to uphold peace on their ancestral lands. faring better in this regard than most knightly families, for the bright-blade lineage had always been held in high esteem by the local populace. However, outsiders invaded these villages and towns, sowing discord, executing similar schemes throughout Solamnia. In truth, this was the work of dark forces seeking to plunge their sworn enemies into chaos. Though none knew it at the time, Onrif Brightblade foresaw the impending turmoil and sent his wife and children south to the arboreal town of Solace, a refuge for those on the brink of despair. Sturm listened as his mother recounted the family's past glories while growing up in Solace. He read and studied the code of chivalry, the laws and regulations established by the knights, and adhered to the creed of S. Solaris et Mythos, which translates to honor is my life. He and his mother scarcely received news from the north, and when they did, it was invariably bad. Eventually, they severed all ties with that place. After his mother's passing, Sturm resolved to seek out his father, embarking on a journey northward to Solamnia. Upon arrival, Sturm discovered the family estate reduced to ruins, ransacked, and burned to the ground. He could not locate his father nor discern the fate of Onrif Brightblade. Whispers abounded. Some said this, others that. The truth remained elusive. Sturm believed his father must have perished, otherwise, he would have returned to claim the family castle. Though his father may have been dead, the debts remained insurmountable. Onrif had borrowed heavily against his lands to sustain his livelihood and assist the impoverished within his domain. Ironically, those who looted the family estate were many of those who had benefited from his father's generosity, leaving Sturm to bear the consequences. He was compelled to sell the ancestral lands to repay the debts. After accomplishing this, all he had left were his father's sword and armor, along with his honor. As Sturm patrolled the dark tunnel, memories of the past flooded his mind, the dim light of the lantern illuminating the path beneath his feet. On the eve of his departure back to Solace, the only home he knew, he entered the Brightblade family crypt, the resting place of his ancestors. The crypt lay within the ruins of the family hall, accessible only through a sealed copper door, the key to which was hidden within the hall. Marks on the door suggested that rioters had attempted to break it down, perhaps in search of treasure. Yet, the copper door stood firm, much like the Brightblade lineage. Weathering centuries of strife, Sturm discovered the concealed key and opened the copper door, entering the crypt with solemn reverence, tears brimming in his eyes. The stone sarcophagus held the body of his ancestor in a standing position, the lid adorned with an image of a knight grasping a sword. Sturm's father lacked a sarcophagus, for no one knew the whereabouts of his remains. He placed a vibrant rose on the ground in memory of his father, then knelt and implored his ancestors for forgiveness for the disgrace that had befallen their name. Sturm prayed throughout the night. As dawn's light filtered into the chamber, he rose stiffly, sword in hand, solemnly vowing to restore the former glory of the Brightblade family. He exited the crypt, locked the copper door, and boarded the ship back to the continent of Abyssinia. Standing on the deck, bathed in the silver light of Solinari, Sturm cast the key into the sea. Now, his vow remained unfulfilled. He paced rhythmically in the tunnel, reflecting on sorrowful memories when his thoughts were interrupted. Could you refrain from walking so heavily? Raistlin asked irritably. Your stomping is preventing me from sleeping. Sturm halted, gazing at the mage. What is it you seek in this dreadful place, Raistlin? What could possibly be so significant that you would gamble our lives for it? In the lantern's glow, Sturm could see Raistlin's peculiar hourglass eyes flickering. He did not genuinely expect a response, so he was taken aback when Raistlin spoke. In the darkness, Raistlin's voice was cold and clear. What do you wish to find at Skullcap? Before Sturm could respond, Raistlin continued, You chose to accompany us. It surely cannot be out of fondness for me. You know Carmon, and I can fend for ourselves. So, why do you insist on following? I see no need to debate with you, Raistlin, Sturm replied. My reasons are my own. The hammer of the gods, Raistlin stated, deliberately elongating the syllables. Sturm was astonished. He had shared the matter of the hammer only with Tanis. His initial instinct was to walk away, yet he could not resist engaging in the conversation. What do you know about the hammer? He whispered. Raistlin emitted a hoarse, gravelly sound, akin to a bitter laugh or a throat clearing. While you and my brother were busy striking each other on the head with wooden swords, I was diligently studying. And you mocked me for it. Now you seek answers from me. I never mocked you, Raistlin, Sturm replied calmly. You may think so in other matters, but you should at least trust me on this. I have often protected you, such as when the mob intended to burn you as a sacrifice to the serpent god. If you must know, what I find intolerable about you is your treatment of your brother. My relationship with my brother is none of your concern, Sturm Brightblade, Raistlin retorted. You cannot comprehend it. Indeed, I do not, Sturm replied coldly. Carmon loves you. He would lay down his life for you. And yet you treat him like a worthless fool. Now, I must get some sleep. Good night. The object now known as the Hammer of God was originally called the Hammer of Honor, Raistlin continued. This hammer was crafted as a tribute to the god Ryanax, who was used in the creation of the world. The Hammer of Honor symbolizes peace among the humans of Agon, the elves of Quellenastus, and the dwarves of Sabaton. During the Third Dragon War, the divine hammer was bestowed upon the illustrious knight Huma Dragobane, who, with the aid of the enchanted silver arm, forged the Dragon Slayer spear. They drove the darkness back to the abyss, where it has remained ever since, in the era of King Duncan and the Dwarven Wars. The Hammer of Honor was entrusted to a hero named Karas, a highly respected dwarf, and thus the divine hammer was renamed in his honor. The last appearance of the divine hammer occurred during a battle in which Karas participated, but he departed the battlefield early. Overcome with sorrow at being compelled to fight against his kin, he returned the hammer to Sabaton, after which no further records exist. As the gates of the Mountain Kingdom closed and it vanished from the world, Raistlin paused to take a breath before stating that whoever wielded the divine hammer to forge the Dragon Slayer spear would become a hero, attaining unparalleled prestige, wealth, and glory. Sturm cast a troubled glance at Raistlin, wondering if the mage was merely jesting or had indeed glimpsed the knight's innermost thoughts. I must rest for a while, Sturm said, making his way toward the snoring Caramon. The hammer is not at Skull Rock, Raistlin informed him. If it still exists in this world, it must be in Sabaton. If you seek the hammer, you should follow Tanis and Flint. But you said the key to Sabaton is at Skull Rock, Sturm replied. I did, indeed, Raistlin acknowledged. But since when does anyone listen to what I say? Tanis heard you, Sturm continued, and so he has instructed me to accompany you and your brother, to ensure that once you find the key, it is delivered to him. The mage remained silent, and Sturm was grateful for that. Conversations with Raistlin always left him unsettled, distorting his original worldview. Sturm roused Caramon, who yawned, stretched, and got up to take his place. Exhausted, Sturm fell asleep as soon as he lay down. In his dreams, he shattered the copper doors of his family tomb with Karas' divine hammer. All those wandering outside were safe that night. The watchmen detected no suspicious movements, while those who did not keep watch, like Taika and Tasselhoff, slept soundly under the vigilant gaze of the all-powerful god. Dawn arrived slowly, with the sun struggling to break through the thick gray clouds, appearing pitiful before finally retreating in anger. The sky hinted at rain or snow, though none had yet fallen. As the feeble sunlight filtered into the entrance of the tunnel, Sturm, Caramon, and Raistlin prepared to continue their journey. They debated whether to close the entrance behind them, pushing the stone door back into place. After a thorough inspection, none of them, including Raistlin, could ascertain how to reopen the stone door once it was closed. Even if they figured out the mechanism, it might break down again, as it had before. They would then find themselves trapped, with no knowledge of what lay deeper within the tunnel. If it was a dead end, they would have to concede defeat and turn back. Ultimately, they unanimously agreed to leave the door ajar. The trio proceeded down the tunnel, illuminated by the crystal atop Raistlin's staff. Sturm carried a lantern, wary of Raistlin's potential to plunge them into darkness with but a single word, a thought he found exceedingly vexing. The tunnel, constructed by dwarven engineers, cut straight through the mountain range. The walls were roughly hewn, and the floor was relatively flat, showing no signs of previous visitors. If dwarves had ever broken through, we should find discarded armor, broken weapons, and corpses, Caramon observed. No one has been here, he concluded. From this, we can deduce that Fist and Daedalus did not deliberately destroy Samalt. Raistlin remarked. The explosion was an accident. What caused it? Caramon inquired with interest. Evil magic, Sturm asserted. Raistlin shook his head. To my knowledge, neither evil magic nor any other form of magic could level such a sturdy fortress. According to Flint, the blast affected several miles around Samalt. Scholars have long sought to uncover the truth within the fortress. Perhaps we shall be the ones to reveal it. You will undoubtedly write a thesis on this subject and read it aloud at the next Mage Council meeting, Sturm quipped. I just might, Raistlin replied with a smile. The three continued onward. Tasselhoff roused Taika, chiding her for sleeping so soundly. Surely, she had missed many potential ghostly visitors during the night. Taika felt guilty, blushing at the thought of how Caramon would scold her if he learned she had dozed off while on watch. Irritated, Taika snapped at Tasselhoff to be quiet and pressed on. They soon found the tracks of the three ahead and resolutely followed them. To catch up, they both rose earlier than usual, deprived of sleep and far from home. Taika's mood soured considerably. She had no desire to converse with Tasselhoff, not even about particularly intriguing tidbits, such as his discovery of High Clerist's private storeroom, which failed to pique her interest. With her gaze fixed on the ground, Taika followed the footprints in the snow, battling a strong desire to turn back home. Were there a way for her to slip away unnoticed, she might have done so. Taika could lie, but she knew Tasselhoff would blurt out the truth without hesitation. Fear of ridicule for chasing after Caramon like a lovesick girl propelled her forward. Yet, she felt a warmth in her heart. Her love for Caramon ran deep, and her worries for him were genuine. The thought of potentially rescuing Caramon from Raceland's schemes gave Taika the strength to keep moving. As for Tasselhoff, the prospect of adventure was enough to keep him delighted. By midday, the two reached the edge of the forest, where they stumbled upon a snow-covered, desolate landscape marked with crooked footprints. "Look, Taika!" Tasselhoff exclaimed excitedly as they approached the mountains. "There's a hole." They entered the cave. He grasped Taika's hand, urging her to hurry. "I love caves. You never know where you'll end up or what you'll find inside. I once told you about the time I stumbled into a cave with two ogres playing a knife-throwing game. At first, they intended to tear me apart and eat me, starting with my toes. I didn't quite understand it, but apparently, kinder toes are considered quite a delicacy to ogres. In any case, I told the ogres I was an expert knife thrower, better than either of them, and I wagered that if I won, they wouldn't eat me. Of course, they had to play, since I had placed my bet. The ogre handed me a small knife, expecting me to throw it, but I plunged it into the ogre's knee. That way, they couldn't chase me, and I escaped being devoured. Will you play knife throwing with me, Taika, in case the ogres inside want to eat us? I won't, Taika replied, her heart racing at the thought of entering a cave. Tasselhoff was about to elaborate further on the ogres, but Taika commanded him to be silent. Still rambling. Tasselhoff felt Taika's grip on his ponytail tighten as she threatened to yank it out if he did not cease his chatter, asking for a moment of contemplation. Tasselhoff was puzzled by what she needed to think about, but he adored his ponytail and, despite not believing Taika would actually pull it out, he wished to avoid testing her. Taika's face turned pale, her lips pressed tight, and whenever she sensed Tasselhoff's gaze upon her, she hastily wiped away her tears. The footprints they followed led directly into the cave, where a passageway emerged. Inside, there were prints embedded in the muddy ground, notably large ones. Taika recognized that Caramon and his companions had traversed this very path. "Light the lantern," Thess exclaimed. "Let us see what lies ahead." "I didn't bring a lantern," Taika replied, her voice tinged with disappointment. "Fear not," Thess shouted from the shadows. "I found a whole bundle of torches." "Oh, splendid," Taika remarked. She gazed into the darkness, her sight piercing through the vast tunnel, only to feel her knees weaken and her stomach churn. Thess ignited a torch, wandering through the cavern, peering into the cart and examining the walls. "Hey, look, Taika. Come here. See this." Taika was reluctant to look. She longed to turn and flee. Sprinting back to the camp, where Thess would undoubtedly inform everyone that she had run away like a frightened child. Gritting her teeth, Taika approached to discover what Thess had found, hoping it would not be too terrifying. Thess pointed to the wall, where marks made with charcoal depicted a heart. Within the heart was a name. "Taika. I wager Caramon drew this." Thess grinned. "I would wager the same," Taika replied softly. She reached for the torch in the Kander's hand. "Follow me," she instructed. Her heart soared with joy as she led the way down the tunnel, delving deeper into the enveloping darkness. Chapter 11. Doubt and Faith, the end of the tunnel. The man-eating bamboo Flint and Tanis maneuvered sideways through a passage narrower than the Great Chasm. Tanis envisioned the refugees struggling with their families along this rugged path, fervently hoping such a scenario would never unfold. They had traversed the massive boulders for most of the morning, and after hours of arduous trekking, they finally emerged on the other side of the mountain. Flint indicated the path ahead with his battle axe. "There you are, half-elf," he remarked. "Zobaden." Tanis gazed down at the earth beneath him. The pale gray plains met the deep green foothills, with lush pine forest cradling the grayish-white peaks of the Karoli Mountains. Tanis cast a despondent look at the mountains. There was nothing there. "Indeed," Flint replied grimly. "Just as I told you." The dwarves had spoken. But Flint had a penchant for embellishing his tales, particularly those concerning the misfortunes of his ancestors. Tanis strained his eyes, searching the mountainside for any semblance of a door or a location where one might exist. "Are you certain Zobaden is there?" he inquired. Flint leaned against his axe, his expression inscrutable as he gazed at the mountain. "I was born here. The bones of my ancestors lie beneath the plains below. Their demise came when our kin sealed the door to this mountain. The shadow of Cloud Seeker has loomed over our hearts, disturbing the dreams of every hill dwarf. I cannot forget this place." Flint spat on the ground. "That is Zobaden." Tanis sighed deeply, stroking his beard and pondering, with the abyss above, "What must I do now?" He held little hope for success. He and Flint were uncertain where to even begin their search for the lost door to the Dwarven Kingdom. They might spend years scaling Clout Seeker. Those desperate souls had sought for 3 centuries yet found not of the vanished door. He and Flint had no reason to believe they would not follow in the footsteps of countless failures. Tanis contemplated surrender. He turned halfway, gazing back at the path they had traversed, even taking a step backward, only to realize he could not do so. He could not admit defeat, at least not now. Flint observed his friend's hesitation as Tanis finally turned back. Flint nodded. Then we shall press onward, he declared. We both know we have but a fleeting moment before the onslaught of Ming Men, Tanis said, disheartened. Surely there exists a path leading to Zobodin. It's just that no one has discovered it. After all, the gods are with us, Flint replied. Tanis looked to his friend, trying to discern whether the dwarf was being sarcastic or earnest. Tanis could not tell. The dwarf's expression was nearly obscured by his bushy beard and unruly brows, making it elusive. Do you truly believe the gods are with us? Tanis asked. Do you believe in the doctrines of Illiston and the Golden Moon? It is difficult to say, Flint admitted, appearing somewhat unsettled. He glanced at Tanis. You seem skeptical? I ought to believe. Tanis shook his head. Yet I do not. We have witnessed miracles, Flint pointed out. A black dragon charred the riverwind. Illiston returned from the brink of death, and Ming Min was resurrected. Tanis replied coldly. I have seen Raceland scatter rose petals, causing some goblins to fall asleep on their feet. That is different, Flint retorted. Why? Because it was magic? Regardless of whether it is magic, such occurrences can be deemed miracles. I call those occurrences nonsense, Flint muttered. What I can assure you, Tanis smiled, is that only you and I shall journey together, my old friend. He clapped Flint on the shoulder. I cannot find a better companion, not even the gods themselves. Flint's face flushed with joy, yet he merely gruffly declared that Tanis was a fool for speaking so lightly about matters beyond his comprehension. I believe we should continue onward. Tanis said, perhaps Raceland can uncover the key to the door at Skull Rock. Do you think he intends to hand it over to us? Flint scoffed. And you, who claimed not to believe in miracles. The two began their descent, embarking on the arduous journey Tanis feared when Flint abruptly halted. Look at this, he said. Tanis was taken aback. This was not a miracle but a road. It was a path constructed by dwarves centuries ago, embedded in the mountainside. The road wound along the mountain surface, descending to the hills below, then climbing up the opposite side. Refugees would have to travel this far to find a proper route. If this road leads to the door, Flint articulated Tanis's thoughts. It must be so, Tanis affirmed. Otherwise, where could it possibly lead? For 3 centuries. All who have come here have thought the same, Flint said coldly. Sturm, Caramon, and Raceland made their way through the mountain's base. The journey was long, dreary, and uneventful. This region was prone to earthquakes, yet the dwarven tunnel had withstood hundreds of tremors with barely a scratch. They occasionally noticed cracks in the walls and small piles of stones at their feet, but that was the extent of it. The tunnel was exceedingly straight, devoid of any curves. There were neither hauntings nor other inhabitants. They hurriedly walked for several hours. Oddly, Raceland had regained his vigor. He sped ahead, leaving his brother and Sturm far behind, his staff thudding heavily against the ground, his red robe billowing around his ankles. Whenever the latter two paused to catch their breath, Raceland would sharply remind them that only by advancing could they survive. They traversed the darkness, losing all sense of time, unaware of how long or how far they had traveled. They regularly noticed markings on the walls, akin to distance indicators. However, those markings were inscribed in Dwarven script, the meaning of which remained a mystery to them. They journeyed so far that Caramon began to privately suspect they might have missed Skull Rock. Perhaps they had traversed the continent, reaching some distant locale far south of the icy barrier. He fell into contemplation, envisioning the vast, white wasteland. When Sturm drew their attention to the considerable debris and rubble within the tunnel. We must be nearing the end, Raceland proclaimed. What we see should be remnants of the cataclysm that destroyed the fortress. And if the explosion damaged the tunnel? Sturm queried. We can only hope it remains intact. Raceland replied. As you can see, the beams supporting the ceiling are unharmed. That is a good sign. They continued their weary trek. The light from Sturm and Raceland's hands illuminated a limited area, and Raceland nearly collided with a stone wall ahead. He quickly halted, surveying the surroundings. I hope this wall, like the previous one, conceals a door, Caramon said. Otherwise, this entire journey will have been in vain. You do not believe me, do you, Feralass? Raceland whispered. He gripped his staff tightly, beginning to search the wall for markings. Who is this Feralgas? Caramon muttered. You may be better off not knowing, Sturm replied coldly. I found it. Raistlin exclaimed. He pointed to a mark identical to that on the previous door in Dwarven script. He pressed against the mark, just like before. The mark sank into the wall. A harsh scraping sound followed, then the cracking noise of stones separating, revealing the outline of a door. This time, the mechanism worked. The heavy door thundered backward with great speed, and Raistlin nearly stumbled as he hurriedly grasped his robe and leaped out. Ston chuckled quietly, tugging at his beard. The door screeched sharply on the rusty iron tracks before crashing against the stone wall, the echoes reverberating through the corridor. At last, we have arrived, Ston declared. Hush. Raistlin raised a hand in caution. It seems a bit late, Caramon remarked, winking at Ston. Raistlin glared at him. Remove your helmet and use your brain. I hear something over there. He pointed toward the opening of the tunnel. The echoes had faded, replaced by piercing shouts and the clashing of weapons. Caramon and Ston simultaneously drew their swords. Raistlin reached into his pouch. Durak, he murmured, the glow from his staff extinguishing, leaving only Ston's torch to illuminate their path. What are you doing? Ston said reluctantly. I must admit, we should utilize your light. It is unwise to reveal oneself as a mage to the enemy, Raistlin replied calmly. Magic is best employed stealthily in the shadows, is it not? Ston countered. Enough. Both of you be silent, Caramon interjected. They stood still, listening intently to the sounds of battle, which seemed distant. There are still those interested in the secrets of Skull Rock, Ston finally remarked. Raistlin, incensed, declared, I shall investigate. You two may wait here. No, Ston insisted. We go together. With a torch in one hand and a sword in the other, Ston cautiously stepped through the door, followed by Raistlin and Caramon, who remained vigilant of their surroundings. As they traversed the dark tunnel, Tesohoff Bafoot concluded that he would never again behold a second great rock in his lifetime. Initially, the prospect of walking through the secret passage beneath the mountains exhilarated him. Perhaps a skeletal warrior lurked around the corner, ready to spring forth and slay them. Perhaps a ghost was poised to siphon their souls, as ghosts often do to humans. Meanwhile, Taika appeared utterly unenthused. She was tense and discontented. Tais believed it his duty to uplift her spirits. Thus he regaled her with tales of terror and horror that he had heard transpiring in the subterranean passages of the secret mountains. However, the effect was precisely the opposite. Taika's mood grew even more somber after hearing his stories. At one point, she even turned to strike the Kender. Accustomed to such antics from his companion, Tais deftly dodged her. He resolved to change the subject. How long do you think we've been walking, Taika? Several weeks, I believe, she replied gloomily. I think only a few hours have passed, Tais said. Oh, how do you know? She retorted fiercely. I only know it's dreadfully boring, the Kender replied, kicking a stone across the floor. Do you have any food left? You just ate. It feels like several days ago. Tais waved his arms. You yourself said we've been walking for weeks. Oh, be quiet. Taika suddenly halted. A terrifying roar echoed through the tunnel, accompanied by a shrill screech. The ground trembled, and dust fell from the walls. The rumbling and screeching persisted for several seconds before abruptly ceasing. What? What was that? Taika's voice quivered. Tais pondered for a moment. I believe it was a stalagmite, he said in a calm tone. What kind of mite? Taika whispered, her hands trembling. The torchlight flickering in the cave. A stalagmite, Tais said gravely. I've heard the stories. They dwell in caves, are enormous, and exceedingly ferocious. I regret to inform you, Taika, but you should prepare for the worst. What we heard may have been the sound of a stalagmite devouring Caramon. No, Taika screamed. I don't believe it. She suddenly turned to look at the Kender. Wait, I've never heard of a stalagmite. You should get out more, Taika. You're referring to a stalactite. Taika was so enraged, she nearly threw the torch at him. I'm in a stalagmite, Tais said, feeling wounded. The creature found only in caves. Stalactites are formed from cave rocks, you fool. What do you mean to scare me like that? Taika wiped the sweat from her brow. Are you sure? Tais was reluctant to relinquish the notion of a ferocious stalagmite. Yes, I am certain. Taika raised her voice. Then, if that sound was not a stalagmite feeding on Caramon, what could it possibly be? Tais inquired. Taika did not know the answer. She hoped Tais would not mention it again. She turned away and said, perhaps we should go back. If we return, Taika, Tais pointed out, we only know this place is shrouded in darkness. But we are unaware of what lies within. Perhaps Caramon has not yet been consumed by whatever was formed from the rocks. But he and his brother may still be in trouble and require our assistance. Wouldn't it be splendid if we united to rescue Caramon and Raistlin? Then they would respect us. No one would ever tug at my ponytail or swat my hand simply because I wished to touch his old, silly staff. Taika envisioned Raistlin humbly and gratefully thanking her for her life-saving efforts, while Caramon embraced her tightly, repeatedly lauding her courage. Tais was right. Behind them lay nothing but darkness. Although Taika was filled with fear, she resolved to press onward. Beside her was Tasohoff, who hoped that Taika was mistaken about the stalagmite. Chapter 12. Death in the Darkness. The phantom messenger. As Stan entered the chamber, he was abruptly obstructed by a massive beam that had fallen from the ceiling. In the dim light of his torch, he beheld a scene of utter devastation. The room had been irrevocably altered. Flames had ravaged the space, leaving the floor blanketed in ashes that reached up to his ankles, nearly all charred black. The charred remnants scattered about were likely once furniture. Stan navigated around the colossal beam, kicking aside the ashes, and discovered another door. The sounds emanated from outside. He whispered to his companion behind him. "It comes from the armory," Raistlin remarked. "Now I know where we are. This was once a library. Such a pity it has been destroyed." He bent down to retrieve a tattered book, dust cascading from its pages. The remaining leather cover was singed, the edges curling. "What a shame," Raistlin softly reiterated. He discarded the book and looked up to find Stan gazing intently at him. "The armory? The library? How do you know so much about this cursed place?" the knight inquired. Raistlin replied with a hint of sarcasm. "Calaman and I once resided here for a time, did we not, brother? I believe we must have mentioned it to you." "Spare me, little Raistlin," Calaman muttered. "Do not be like this." Stan continued to scrutinize the mage with skepticism. He might actually be convinced. "Oh, for the love of the gods," Raistlin exclaimed sharply. "How could you be so foolish, Stan Blithebred? Allow me to provide you with a perfectly logical explanation. I have seen Saemon's map. There, the truth is revealed." Raistlin knelt to pick up another book, only for it to disintegrate in his grasp, ashes slipping through his fingers. Stan and Calaman approached the door, the torchlight fading behind them. Raistlin crouched on the ground, gripping his staff tightly, relieved that the darkness enveloped him, concealing his trembling hands and the cold sweat trickling from his cheek to his neck. He was nearly overwhelmed with fear, wishing fervently he had heeded the warnings and stayed away from this place. He had lied to Stan, lied to his brother. Raistlin had never seen Saemon's map. He was uncertain if such a map even existed. He could not understand how he knew to find the markers beyond the mountain. He had never heard of anyone named Faragus. He was baffled as to how he knew the sounds came from the armory, how he recognized this room as the library. He did not comprehend why he was aware that deep beneath the fortress lay a laboratory. Raistlin trembled, clutching his hair, as if he could reach inside and extract those memories he had neither heard nor seen. "No," he whispered frantically, "release me. Why must you torment me, little Raistlin?" Calaman called out. "Are you all right?" Raistlin bit his lip, his nails digging into his palm, forcing his hands to cease their shaking. He inhaled deeply, clutching the staff, pressing the cold wood against his fevered skin, then tightly closed his eyes. The sensation of dread began to dissipate, allowing him to stand. "I am fine, brother." He knew that if he did not respond, Calaman would come seeking him. Raistlin slowly made his way through the wreckage-strewn room towards Stan and his brother at the door, who were listening intently to the sounds of battle, debating whether to investigate. "There may be innocent people in peril," Stan stated. "We should see if we can assist them. What innocent beings could possibly wander in such a place?" Calaman countered. "This does not concern us, Stan. We should not seek trouble. Let us remain here and see what transpires before venturing forth." Stan frowned. "You and your brother stay here. I at least must take a look." A roar, filled with agony and rage, echoed forth, shaking the floor as dust and debris rained down from above, rendering Stan's subsequent words inaudible. The roar abruptly transformed into a mournful groan, followed by triumphant cheers and the clashing of swords. The three exchanged wary glances. "That sound appears to be a dragon," Calaman exclaimed. "I told you, someone is in danger." Stan cast aside the bag containing his armor. It was of no use to him now, as there was no time to don it. Calaman opened his mouth to protest, but before a word escaped, Stan dashed into the darkness. Calaman looked pleadingly at his brother. "We cannot let him go alone, little Raistlin. We must aid him." Raistlin curled his lip. "It seems we have no choice, but how do you propose we confront a dragon armed only with a sword and rose petals?" "It sounds injured," Calaman said hopefully. "Those warriors may have cornered it." He hurried after Stan. "How touching." An injured dragon in a desperate plight, Raistlin muttered to himself. He mentally sifted through spells, hoping to find one that might prove effective against a dragon, or at the very least, one that would not provoke it or cause it to laugh uproariously. Selecting what he deemed a suitable spell, Raistlin hurried to catch up with his brother. hoping to prevent Calaman from meeting an untimely demise due to the noble principles of the Blythe-bred family. Calaman followed Stan out of the now-ruined library, discovering a broad corridor ahead. This section of the fortress had not suffered the same catastrophic destruction as the previous. The walls and floor bore only minor cracks, with several large stones having fallen into the passage. The dragon's furious roars seemed to emanate from the other side of the corridor, growing ever louder and more terrifying. The sounds of combat with the beast intensified as well. Calaman could not decipher the words, but they seemed to mock the enemy or encourage one another. Stan raced ahead, not glancing back. He was unaware if Calaman was following. Calaman proceeded with more caution. Certain aspects of the battle felt peculiar to him, and he wished for his brother's presence. He turned back and softly called, "Little Raceland, hurry." A hand grasped Calaman's arm, and a voice whispered from the darkness, "I am here, brother." Calaman jumped. "Blast it, little Raceland. Do not sneak up on me like that. We must hurry," Raceland insisted gravely, "before the night is scorched." The two rushed forward, following the flickering light of Stan's torch and sword. "I do not like this," Calaman confessed. "Neither do I," Raceland retorted sarcastically. "We three bravely rush towards death." Calaman shook his head. "That will not happen. Listen to those sounds, little Raceland. I have heard them before, or at least something similar." Raceland glanced at his brother, noting Calaman's sincerity. The two had served as mercenaries together for several years, and Raceland held great trust in his brother's combat skills and abilities. He lowered the hood of his cloak to better hear the sounds ahead. He looked at Calaman and nodded. "You are right. We have heard this sound before, foolish knight." Raceland derided. "We must intercept him before he is slain. You run ahead. I will follow." Calaman surged forward. "Shillock," Raceland intoned, light cascading from his staff. He noted beneath his feet a vast spiral staircase leading downward. "It leads to my tomb," he murmured to himself. He was concentrating on preparing to cast his spell, unaware of what he had just uttered. "Stan, wait," Calaman shouted, running to a distance where Stan could hear. Stan halted and turned. "What is it?" he asked impatiently. "Those sounds," Calaman panted. "They are draconians. Do not go. Listen." He grasped his friend's arm. Stan listened intently, his brow furrowing slowly. He lowered his sword. Why would draconians attack a dragon? Perhaps it was an internal strife. As Caraman's breath gradually steadied, evil consumed itself. "I cannot be certain," Raceland remarked, shifting his gaze from the knight to his brother. "Do any of you feel that soul-crushing fear we experienced when we were near those beasts before?" "No," Sturm replied. "The dragons cannot see us. That is of little consequence. Even in the camp, before we laid eyes on the red dragon, we felt the dread." "Indeed, it is quite peculiar," Sturm murmured, furrowing his brow. "There is one thing we know," Raceland stated. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." "Quite so," Sturm smiled faintly. "In that case, we should assist the dragon." "Assist the dragon!" Carmon exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. They had evidently gone mad, as Sturm sprinted towards the battlefield, with Raceland closely in tow. Carmon shook his head and followed his brother and the knight into the fray. The cacophony of battle intensified. The hissing and shrill voices of the draconians echoed clearly. Their tongue, a mix of draconian and the common tongue, allowed Carmon to comprehend a fraction of their speech. The dragon's roars gradually diminished, nearly fading into silence. Light filtered from the armory into the corridor. Sturm pressed against the wall as he approached the door, glancing swiftly inside. The sight that met his eyes left him wide-eyed and motionless. Carmon pulled him back. "What is it?" he inquired. "There is a dragon inside," Sturm replied, his tone brimming with awe. "I have never seen nor heard of such a dragon. It is extraordinarily beautiful." His body swayed, returning from the realm of dreams to reality. "It is gravely injured." Carmon stepped forward to investigate. Sturm spoke the truth. Carmon had never encountered such a dragon. The dragons he had seen bore scales as dark as the heart of despair, others as vividly red as blazing flames, and still others as cobalt blue as the sky. This one, however, was different. Smaller than most of its kin, as Sturm had said, it was indeed breathtaking. Its scales gleamed like polished brass. "What kind of dragon is this?" Carmon turned to his brother. "We must ascertain that, Raceland, which means we cannot allow it to perish. There are 4 draconians inside." Sturm noted. "One is severely wounded, while the other 3 stand, their backs to us. They are wholly focused on slaying the dragon. They are armed with bows and are loosing arrows. We can launch a surprise attack from behind." "I shall see what I can do," Raceland replied. "Perhaps I can save time and trouble." Raceland retrieved something from his pouch, crushed it between his fingers, and spoke an incantation with a flourish of his hand. A blazing sphere shot from his fingertips, hurtling across the room, and striking a draconian in the back. The magical flames erupted upon the draconian's scaled skin. It emitted a piercing scream before collapsing, the fire scorching its scales and searing its flesh, causing it to writhe in agony upon the ground. Its companions hastily scattered, the flames lapping at their ankles. "Remember, you too," Raistlin cautioned before Sturm and Caramon charged in. "Draconians are equally perilous whether alive or dead." Sturm let out a battle cry, "Charge, Salamnia! Charge!" The draconian bellowed, turning to face its new adversary, just as Sturm's sword pierced its body. He swiftly withdrew his sword before the draconian's corpse could petrify and ensnare his weapon. Caramon was not inclined to take such a risk. He gripped the hilt of his sword and struck the draconian's neck with force. The creature's neck snapped, and it fell, its body immediately stiffening like marble. "Three down," Caramon declared, sucking on a scraped finger. He rushed to dispatch the wounded draconian, only to find it lifeless. A gentle touch turned the corpse to dust. "For dead," he said apologetically. With the battle concluded, Sturm hastened towards the dragon. The magnificent beast lay on the ground, its lustrous brass scales stained with blood. Raistlin quickened his pace to join Sturm. The recent magic had taken a toll on him. He felt as exhausted as if he had fought for 3 days. Though only 3 minutes had passed. "Go to the corridor and keep watch," he instructed Caramon as he passed his twin. "There are more draconians about. These 4 remain to finish the job." Caramon glanced at the scattered arrows on the floor, solemnly nodding in agreement. He turned back to the dragon, his heart racing. The creature was so beautiful, so noble. Regardless of its nature, it did not deserve such harm. He positioned himself at the door, remaining vigilant. Sturm crouched beside the dragon's head. Though its eyes remained open, they were rapidly dimming. Its breath came labored and shallow. It stared at Sturm in astonishment. "A Solamnic knight. Why are you here?" "You are fighting the dwarfs?" The dragon struggled to rally itself. "You must slay the wicked mage." Sturm glanced at Raistlin. "Not me," Raistlin gritted through clenched teeth. "The dragon speaks of the Dwarven War. It must be referring to Festan Bantilus. It found me while I slumbered." The dragon whispered. "It cast a spell upon me, imprisoning me. Now it has sent its minions to slay me." The dragon coughed, blood spilling from its mouth. "What kind of dragon are you?" Raistlin inquired. "We have never encountered one like you." The gleaming body trembled. Its heavy tail slammed against the ground, legs convulsing, wings spasming. Finally, it shook once more, blood spilling from its mouth. The dragon's head drooped, its eyes wide open. But it could see no more. Raistlin sighed in frustration. Sturm shot him an accusing glare before bowing his head. "Paladine, god of light and compassion, wisdom and truth," he prayed, "please guide this noble soul to your blessed realm." "Sturm, I hear voices." Caramon burst into the room. Seeing the knight in prayer, he halted awkwardly. Then looked to his brother. "I hear sounds coming from the library." "Knight," Raistlin replied sharply, "save your prayers. Paladine knows how to handle souls. He does not require your guidance." Sturm ignored him, rising after completing his prayer. "I hear sounds," Caramon said apologetically, from the corridor. "It could be draconians." "I am not certain." "Go with your brother," Raistlin instructed. "Casting spells has drained me. I must rest." He collapsed onto the ground, leaning against the wall. Caramon panicked. "Little Raistlin, you cannot remain here alone." "Go, Caramon," Raistlin urged, closing his eyes. "Sturm needs your assistance, and your fussing will drive me mad." The light from the crystal sparkled upon his golden skin. He appeared haggard, coughing as he fumbled for a handkerchief. "I don't know," Caramon hesitated. "It is safe here," Sturm insisted. "The draconians have departed." Caramon cast a doubtful glance at his brother. "You should extinguish the light, little Raistlin." The sounds of Sturm and his brother's footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Raistlin ensured they had left, hoping his brother would not suddenly decide to return. Then he stood. As he had stated, this had once been an armory. The racks supporting old suits of armor lay shattered upon the ground. The draconians had overturned them, likely in search of plunder. A myriad of weapons littered the blood-stained floor, most either broken or too rusted to be salvaged. Raistlin scanned the area briefly, noting nothing of interest. The draconians were intelligent beings. They understood the value of treasure. They had taken all that was worth possessing. Raistlin approached an object that piqued his interest, a large, coarse burlap sack, beside a pile of dust that had once been a draconian corpse. He set his staff gently on the ground and cautiously knelt beside the sack, ensuring his robe did not stain with blood. Probing the protruding sections with his fingers, he discerned that the contents within were solid. The sack was soaked in fresh blood. With deft fingers, Raistlin tugged at the thin cord that secured the top of the sack. After some effort, he untied the cord and opened the sack. Under the shimmering glow of crystal light, he beheld a helmet. No ordinary helmet, to be sure. Even under the layers of dust and grime, any draconian would recognize its worth. Though not particularly skilled in assessing armor, Raceland could discern that this helmet was crafted by a master artisan, serving both protective and decorative purposes. He wiped away some of the dirt with his sleeve, revealing 3 large red gemstones that sparkled brilliantly. Raceland cast a hasty glance into the sack, finding nothing of greater interest, and his attention returned to the helmet. His hand hovered above it as he murmured an incantation. The helmet emitted a soft, pale glow. "Oh, so you possess magic, I surmise." A sudden sting pierced the back of his neck, and a wave of fear crawled up his spine. He was not alone in this room. Someone was stealthily approaching from behind him. Slowly, Raceland lowered the helmet. Simultaneously, he grasped his staff, shifted his stance, and turned around. A pair of pale, cold eyes gazed at him from the darkness, shrouded in shadows, lacking form, head, or body. These were not the eyes of a living being. From that dreadful gaze, Raceland perceived the hatred and anguish of a soul trapped in an abyss, a prisoner of death, unable to find solace or escape its tormenting agony. The eyes drifted closer, the profound darkness trailing closely behind. Raceland raised his staff in defense. The staff was his sole safeguard. Even if he could conjure a spell against the terrifying specter, he felt too weak to cast it. He considered calling out for help, but feared that would provoke an attack from the spirit. Most importantly, he had to ensure the ghost did not make contact with him, for the touch of the dead siphoned warmth, strength, and even life itself. The ghost drew nearer, and suddenly, the staff's illumination burst forth in a blinding white light. Nearly blinding Raceland, he had to shield his eyes with his hand. The ghost halted. A voice emerged, dry as bones and soft as dust, issuing from an invisible mouth. "My master commands me to deliver a message to you, Raceland Majir. You have found what you seek." Raceland was so taken aback that he nearly dropped his staff. His hand trembled, causing the light to flicker. The ghost advanced once more, and Raceland gripped the staff tightly, reaching forth. The light steadied, and the ghost retreated. "I do not understand," Raceland croaked, his throat dry, forcing himself to repeat the words in a hoarse whisper. "You will not understand. You need not understand. Time is short. Just know that you are under the master's protection." The eerie eyes closed, and darkness receded. Raceland's arms began to tremble uncontrollably, and he was compelled to lower the staff. He was utterly exhausted, and when a voice suddenly erupted from behind him, he nearly lost his composure. The voice belonged to Sturm. "Who are you speaking with?" The knight's tone was filled with disdain and skepticism. "I heard you conversing with someone." "I was talking to myself," Raceland replied, hastily stuffing the helmet into the sack, hoping Sturm had not noticed it. He suddenly inquired, "What was the voice my brother heard earlier? Where is Caramon?" Sturm's attention remained fixated. He had noticed the glimmering metal. "What are you holding?" he demanded. "Why are you hiding it?" "Let me see." Raceland sighed. "I am not hiding anything. I found an ancient dwarven helmet in the sack. I know nothing of armor, but it appears to have some value. You can judge for yourself." He offered the sack. "Where is Caramon?" "Hospitality," Sturm remarked. He opened the sack, extracting the helmet and bringing it into the light, exhaling a soft sigh. Impeccable craftsmanship. Truly unprecedented. He stared at Raceland. "Worth some value?" "This item is priceless. Such a helmet can only be worn by those of royal blood, either a prince or a king himself." "That would explain it," Raceland muttered, quickly adding, "You must handle it with care. I suspect it may be enchanted." He recalled the ghost's words. "You have found what you seek." What had he come here to find? Raceland had no inkling. He had told Tanis he was seeking the key to the tomb of the Dark Queen. Really? Sturm pressed. Or merely an excuse? Perhaps the truth lies hidden within. Hospitality? Raceland echoed, the knight's peculiar word piercing through the fog of his thoughts. What do you mean? He encountered no trouble. That depends on your definition of trouble, Sturm replied, a low chuckle escaping him. Raceland was bewildered by the unfolding events. He intended to assist his brother, but found Caramon standing at the doorway, his face flushed. "Hello, little Raceland," he said with an awkward smile. "Look who is here." Taika appeared beside Caramon, smiling at Raceland, though that smile quickly faded under the wizard's icy gaze. Just as Raceland was about to speak, Taz leaped into the room, rattling on in excitement. "Hello, Raceland. We came to rescue you, though I suppose you do not need rescuing. Caramon thought we were draconians and nearly killed us." "Wow, was that a dragon? Is it dead? Poor thing. Can I touch it?" Raceland shot a cold glare at his brother. "Caramon," he said in a frigid tone. "We need to talk." Chapter 13. The Royal Visitor, the Exit, the terrifying discovery. Storn caressed the helmet with his hands, astonished by its exquisite craftsmanship. He sensed the palpable tension in the room. Raistlin was softly reprimanding his brother, while Caramon paced, defensively asserting that it was not his fault. Taika was tugging at Tysikov's collar, dragging him out of the room, mumbling about finding a way to escape this dreadful place. Although Storn was aware of the unfolding events around him, he remained indifferent. His gaze and attention were entirely captivated by the helmet. He delicately wiped away the smudges from the gemstones, making them glisten even more. One particular ruby, the size of an infant's fist, embedded in the center of the helmet, drew his fascination. Storn admired the splendid helmet with keen interest, suddenly struck by the desire to try it on. He could not fathom where this impulse had originated. He would never sell the helmet worn by his father and grandfather, even for all the steel coins in Kryn. Besides, this helmet was ill-suited for him. It was crafted for a dwarf, thus far too large for a human. If he donned it, his head would bob around like a pea in a walnut shell. Yet, he yearned to wear it. Perhaps he wished to experience the feeling of grandeur, or to assess its craftsmanship, or perhaps the helmet whispered to him, coaxing him to place it upon his head, covering his golden locks, which, despite his mere 29 years, had begun to turn gray. He set aside his father's helmet at his feet and lifted the dwarven helmet, admiring it, vaguely recalling Raistlin mentioning something about the helmet being enchanted. The knight had no belief in such things. No true warrior, like the dwarf who had once worn this helmet, would permit a mage to approach their armor. Raistlin was merely attempting to prevent Storn from taking it. He coveted the helmet for himself. To Storn's astonishment and delight, the helmet fit him perfectly, as if it had been tailor-made for him. Well then, little Raist, what sort of dragon do you think that was? Caramon inquired, desperately seeking to change the subject. The color was peculiar. Perhaps it was a mutated dragon, he mused. You mean a variant dragon? You fool, Raistlin retorted coldly. That beast was articulate. Yet I am currently uninterested in what it is. His temper flared. I think we must find an exit, Caramon. Taika's immediate thought was to leave this place quickly. She grasped the collar of the kender. But we know how to get out. Tysikov protested, back the way we came. We shall seek another route, Taika stated firmly. Pulling him out of the room, Raistlin shot a fierce glare at Caramon, who shrank back like a timid dwarf. What is she doing here? Raistlin demanded. Did you bring her? It was you, wasn't it? No, little Raist, I swear. Caramon's head hung low, sorrowfully staring at his boots. I had no idea. The most foolish consequence of your actions is that you brought this little sweetheart along. Do you not realize how dangerous it is to involve her? And the kender. Dear gods, the kender. Raistlin had to pause, inhaling deeply to continue speaking, which led to a fit of coughing. For a moment, he was utterly speechless. Fumbling for a handkerchief, Caramon looked at his brother with distress, but dared not utter a word of sympathy, let alone offer assistance. He himself was in enough trouble. But this predicament should not be his fault, regardless. Although he secretly felt exhilarated that Taika had followed him so devotedly. He wished she were at the other end of the continent. She is not the problem, little Raist, Caramon said. Tysikov is not either. Storn will lead them back to camp. We can go to Sabadin or wherever you wish to go. Raistlin's breathing finally steadied. He wiped his lips, his gaze softening as he focused on his brother. Caramon's plan would not only rid them of Taika and Tysikov, but also of the knight. We leave immediately, Raistlin declared, his voice rough and grating. All right, little Raist, Caramon exhaled in relief. I'll go speak to Storn. Oh, there you are. He turned to find Storn right behind him. Caramon looked at his friend in confusion. The knight was not wearing the helmet more precious than his life. Instead, he had donned a filthy, blood-soaked helmet far too large for him. The visor hung down to his throat, nearly obscuring his eyes. Ah, you have found a splendid helmet, Storn, Caramon remarked. Call me your highness, Storn declared loudly, his voice echoing oddly from within the helmet. I should inquire your name and origin, but I have no time to waste on etiquette. We must make haste to Sabadin. Caramon glanced at his brother in shock. He could not comprehend what Storn was doing. The knight's earnestness did not seem like mere folly. Raistlin narrowed his eyes, fixing a penetrating gaze on Storn. I warned him. The helmet is enchanted, he said softly. Enough, Storn, Caramon said in a panic. Stop this nonsense. I just spoke with little Raist. We've decided that you shall escort Tysikov and Taika back to camp. I do not know who this Storn you keep mentioning is. Storn interrupted impatiently. I am Grolin, son of King Duncan of the Mountain Kingdom. We must return to Sabadin at once. His voice turned sorrowful. My brothers are all dead. I fear everything will vanish. The wise king must know what to do. Caramon's jaw dropped in disbelief. Grolin, son of Duncan? Huh, little Raist. Do you understand what he is saying? Quite intriguing, Raistlin murmured, his gaze fixed on Storn as if he were observing a specimen in a test tube. I warned him. He did not listen. What is wrong with him? Caramon inquired. The helmet has taken control of him. Such magic is not uncommon. There exists a famous elven brooch, crafted by a mage to retain the spirit of his deceased wife. And there is the singing flute of Leonora. That, little raced. Caramon interjected. Enough with the history lesson. What has happened to Storn? Clearly, the helmet belonged to a dwarf prince named Grolin, Raistlin explained. He is dead, possibly on the battlefield outside, or here in the fortress. I am uncertain of the nature of this enchantment, but I suspect the prince's spirit possesses a strong desire to linger in this world. For some reason significant enough to compel him to refuse to leave, even to die. His spirit has become part of the helmet, hoping someone foolish enough would don it. Storn Brightblade has fallen victim to it. So now this dwarf prince is Storn? Caramon asked, bewildered. It should be the other way around. Storn is now the dwarf Prince Grolin. Caramon cast a dismal glance at Storn. Can he revert back to being Storn? Perhaps, Raistlin replied, if the helmet is removed. Then let us remove it. I don't believe, Raistlin began, but Caramon had already seized the helmet, attempting to pull it off Storn's head. Storn cried out in pain, angrily pushing Caramon away. Dare you touch me with your crude hands, human? He reached for his sword. Please forgive me, your highness, Raistlin hurriedly interjected. My brother is somewhat confused. The recent fierce battle has left him dazed. Storn sheathed his sword. The helmet is tightly fitted, little raced, Caramon said. I cannot remove it. I am not surprised, Raistlin remarked. I think. He fell into deep thought. What do you mean? He is Storn. You must break the spell, lift the helmet, and at least take some action. Raistlin shook his head. The spell cannot be undone unless Prince Glaren's soul frees him. When will that be? Will Storn remain a dwarf forever? Not necessarily, Raistlin retorted impatiently. Stop shouting. You will attract every draconian here. The prince's soul is determined to complete a certain task. It could be something simple, akin to delivering the news of his brother's demise. Raistlin paused, staring at the helmet. Lost in thought. Perhaps this is what the messenger referred to. He murmured. Caramon, in a state of agitation, tugged at his hair, appearing deeply distressed. Storn believes he is a dwarf. How dreadful. What shall we do next? Your Highness, Raistlin disregarded his brother, addressing Storn respectfully. We would be honored to escort you back to Sabadin, but as you can see, we are mere mortals. We do not know the way. Of course, I shall lead. Storn immediately replied. You will be handsomely rewarded for escorting me. The king must receive this dreadful news. Caramon looked at his brother, noting the satisfaction etched on Raistlin's face. You cannot exploit him like that, Caramon complained. Why not? We have found what we sought. Raistlin pointed at Storn, the key to Sabadin. Tychus sat upon a broken pillar, sighing mournfully. I wish the entire fortress would collapse right above me. The rubble would bury me, and then I would be done for. I think it is too late. Thes remarked, pacing through the rubble-filled corridor, holding a torch and poking the dark corners with his hewpack staff, hoping to uncover something intriguing. The fortress has already crumbled into the very shape you desire. Perhaps I shall fall into a deep pit, Tychus suggested. Tumble down the stairs and break my neck. Regardless, as long as I do not have to face Caramon. Why did I come here? She covered her face with her hands. He does not seem particularly pleased to see us, does he? Thes acknowledged. It is quite peculiar, considering we came to rescue him from the monster maw. Tycha claimed she and Thes were searching for an exit, which was a slight deception. The fortress was eerily dark, while Thes might have relished the adventure. Tycha felt an imminent sense of danger. She merely wanted to distance herself from Caramon. She and Thes remained in the corridor, not far from the room where Caramon and Raistlin were arguing. Their torches and the glow from Raistlin's staff illuminated the hallway. Tycha could hear their angry voices, particularly Raistlin's. But she could not discern the specifics of their conversation. Undoubtedly, it was about her in a negative light. Her cheeks burned, and her heart ached, prompting her to sway back and forth, groaning in distress. Thes gently patted her shoulder, suddenly inhaling sharply. I smell fresh air. He wrinkled his nose. Well, perhaps not fresh air, but at least it smells like air from outside, rather than from within here. So what? Tycha responded in a low tone. You told Caramon we were seeking an exit. I think we have found one. Come, let us see. I am not pointing out an exit, Tycha asserted. I am indicating a way to escape this foolish predicament. However, if we truly find an exit superior to our entrance, you can inform Caramon, and then tell Raistlin. He shall not continue to be angry with us. We are useful. Tycha lifted her head. Indeed, if they could prove their utility, Raistlin would cease his ire towards them. Caramon would be delighted by her presence. She inhaled deeply. Initially, she could only detect the musty, damp scent of earth long buried deep within. Then she comprehended Thess's meaning. This moist air carried a slight odor of decay, yet, as Thess remarked, it did not resemble the stench of this confined space. I believe it comes from above. Taika gazed upward. I cannot see. Raise the torch higher. Thess nimbly climbed atop the fallen pillar and then onto the other half of the pillar. He was now considerably higher than Taika. He raised the torch as high as he could, nearly dislocating his arm. The flame revealed a crooked iron catwalk. Fresh air must be coming from there, Thess declared, though he could not articulate why. He hoped Taika would forget her worries. If we ascend the catwalk, we might find a door or something else. Do you have a rope? You know very well I do not have a rope, Taika replied, sighing again. Hopeless. No. Not at all, Thess exclaimed, twisting his neck to look up. I believe if you stand on the pillar and then lift me over your shoulder, I can reach the bottom of the catwalk. Do you understand what I mean? He glanced back at Taika, akin to the acrobats we saw at the fair last year. Those fellows tied themselves in knots and then. We are not acrobats, Taika pointed out. We might break our necks. You just said you hoped to break your neck, Thess remarked. Come on, Taika, let us at least try. Taika shook her head. Thess shrugged. I suppose we must return and inform Caramon of our failure. Taika pondered for a moment. Do you really believe we can do it? Of course we can. Thess carefully placed the torch on a rock to prevent it from extinguishing. You stand here. Steady yourself. Do not move. I will climb onto your back. Then to your shoulders. Wait. You should remove your sword. Taika unbuckled her sword belt and placed it beside the torch on the rock. She and Thess attempted several methods, but lifting someone was not as easy as it appeared for acrobats. After several failed attempts, Thess finally grasped how to manage it. Fortunately, your backside is ample enough, he informed Taika. Thanks for the compliment, she retorted bitterly. Thess stepped onto her rear, climbing up. His other foot rested on her shoulder. Then he lifted 1 foot higher, standing on both of Taika's shoulders. Thess grasped Taika's head, slowly rising, swaying unsteadily. I did not expect you to be so heavy. Taika gasped for breath. You had better. Hurry. Grab my ankles. Thess instructed. He reached for 2 iron rails. You can let go now. Thess swung his right leg up, attempting to reach the platform. After 2 attempts, he finally succeeded. Once one leg passed over the rail, he was unsure how to maneuver the other leg. Thus, Thess awkwardly dangled there for a moment, feeling both uncomfortable and precarious. Taika looked up, covering her mouth, fearing Thess would fall. Fortunately, he hailed from the Kinder lineage, adept at climbing walls and traversing rooftops. Thess grunted, adjusting his leg position to avoid dislocation. And after a moment of twisting, he managed to cross the iron railing, laying flat on the catwalk. You did it, Taika exclaimed with excitement. What is up there? Is there an exit? She heard Thess rummaging around in the darkness, but could not see what he was doing. At one point, he seemed to stumble, uttering an ouch, in a somewhat irritated tone. Then he leaned over the railing, shouting down, Tell me, Taika, they call this a catwalk. What do you think? Do cats often run around up here? How would I know? What does it matter? She replied impatiently. I am merely curious. I suppose it is because cats have 9 lives. Before Taika could point out the absurdity of this, Thess added, There is a large pile of ropes up here, coiled. Some torches, and a bag filled with a sticky substance that smells terrible. I am still looking. He wandered off again. Taika picked up the torch, anxiously glancing around. She did not wish to remain here alone. Then she realized she was not truly solitary. Caramon was not far off. If she called out, he would surely come. Thais turned back. I found it. There is a hole above. I believe it leads to a ventilation shaft, and we can certainly escape through it. I wager we can climb up. Do you want to give it a try? Yes, Taika replied, contemplating that wherever the ventilation shaft led, it was preferable to their current location. In any case, it was better than returning to face Caramon and his brother. How do I ascend the catwalk? I will lower a rope. Hold the torch up so I can work. Taika raised the torch. By the flickering light, Thais secured one end of the rope to the iron railing. He pulled the knot taut and then tossed the other end to Taika. You'd better extinguish the torch, he suggested, so no draconians will follow us. I will light another one when we reach the top. Taika extinguished the flame and grasped the rope, alternating her hands as she climbed upward. Taika had been proficient at climbing ropes since childhood. The children of Salas in the treetop town could scale up and down like spiders. Although she had not climbed ropes much since then, her skill had not diminished. Your arms are quite strong, Thais remarked in admiration. And my backside is rather ample, Taika muttered. She hoisted herself over the railing. The ventilation shaft loomed above, and Thais raised the torch, pointing to the large opening at the top. Although Taika could not see the sunlight, she could smell the fresh air flowing down from above, gently caressing her face. She inhaled deeply. This must be the exit, she declared. I suspect it is also an entrance, Thais replied. Draconians enter the fortress through here. Their loot is strewn everywhere, yet they have not collected it, which means they will return, Taika exclaimed, a note of panic in her voice. At any moment, Thais said cheerfully, so if we are to find the ventilation shaft, we should move quickly. What if draconians are guarding inside? Taika stuttered. Thais gazed at the ventilation shaft, furrowing his brow in contemplation. I don't believe that to be the case, he finally said. If draconians had returned to the shaft, they would have taken the loot with them. No, they are elsewhere, perhaps still exploring the ruins below. Then let us ascend, Taika urged, her body trembling with trepidation. The two climbed up a heap of rubble beneath the ventilation shaft, from which they could enter. Dim light streamed down from above, allowing them to discard the torch. The shaft was not straight like a chimney, but inclined gradually, making it easy to climb. A breeze picked up, growing stronger and colder. And soon they could see thick gray clouds, so close they seemed almost within reach. A large oval opening in the rocks had damp edges that glimmered with a gray hue. Thais poked his head out of the hole and quickly retracted it. Draconians, he whispered. Many, standing right below us. They remained motionless, and then Thais climbed out. What are you doing? Taika tugged at his pants nervously. They will see you. No, they cannot see us, Thais assured. We are above them. Come, you can take a look. Taika was reluctant, but she had to see for herself. Cautiously, she leaned out of the opening. Draconians gathered on the dry ground at the base of the ruins, surrounded by foul odors and treacherous swamps. The gray clouds swirled above, and dark, putrid waters rose in a thick mist. The Draconians encircled one that appeared to be their leader, larger in stature and distinct in scale color. He was issuing commands, his voice deep and resonant, clearly audible to all. Taika, Thais exclaimed excitedly. I can speak the Draconian language. I understand what he is saying. I know what he is saying too, Taika replied. He is speaking common. The two listened and observed for a moment longer. Then Taika softly urged, let us go. We must inform the others. Shall we not listen a bit more? That is enough, Taika insisted, feeling her way back down the ventilation shaft. Thais lingered a moment longer, then followed her. You know, Taika, he said as they reached the catwalk, it is fortunate we arrived. I think so too, Taika agreed. Chapter 14. Bad news. Who wants to return? Raistlin, Carmon, Storn. There are draconian armies outside. The draconians intend to attack the people in our valley. Taika simultaneously announced. We overheard the commander issuing orders. The assault will commence from the direction of Pacticas. We know this because I can now understand the draconian tongue. Thess raised his voice, attempting to drown out Taika. I said, why is Storn wearing such a ridiculous helmet? Raistlin glared at them. I cannot hear a word you two are saying. Speak one at a time. Thess, Taika commanded, go to the corridor and keep watch. But Taika, she glared at him furiously, prompting Thess to depart. Taika reiterated the intelligence they had overheard. Those draconians are merely a part of a larger force. They came here to ascertain that our people have not taken this route. I and Thess arrived just in time, she said, casting a challenging glance at Raistlin. Otherwise, we would remain oblivious to the peril facing the refugees. Raistlin looked at Carmon, who shook his head with a sigh. This is grave trouble, Raistlin remarked. What's wrong? I don't understand, Taika said. She had not received the reaction she had anticipated. She had hoped Carmon would be pleased for her. Well, perhaps not pleased, given the dreadful news she brought. But at least he should be grateful that she and Thess had timely discovered the enemy's scheme, granting them time to react. Carmon simply stood there, looking sorrowful and despondent. Raistlin pressed his lips together. She could not discern Storn's expression, as the oddly shaped helmet obscured his face. In summary, Taika found everyone to be rather peculiar. What is wrong with you all? We should set off immediately. Right away. Why is Storn wearing such a comical helmet? She was right, little R.A., Carmon said. We must return at once. Even if we warn them, what can the refugees do? Raistlin questioned. Where is safe? He glanced at Storn. Only Sabadin. Of course, we must go to Sabadin, Storn said impatiently. We have dallied long enough. I must leave. If you humans wish to accompany me, then do so promptly. He turned to exit. Raistlin swiftly stepped in front of him, grasping the knight's arm. We intend to follow you, my lord, but there is an urgent matter that requires our attention. If you could wait just a moment longer, my lord. Taika stared at Storn, then whispered to Carmon. Has he bumped his head again? It's a long story, Caramon replied gloomily. Simply put, Raistlin said coldly, Storn is not himself at present. He turned to his brother. We must follow the knight to Sabaden. If we miss this opportunity, we may never find the dwarven kingdom again. No, we must return to the camp, Taika insisted. Riverwind knows the enemy may launch an attack, Raistlin said. He will be prepared. Why not do both? Caramon suggested. We will escort Prince Glarin back to the camp, and then he can lead the refugees to Sabaden. Problem solved. Prince Glarin? Who is Prince Glarin? Taika inquired, but no one answered her. A splendid idea, but utterly useless, Raistlin remarked. It is useful, Caramon countered. Give it a try. Raistlin shrugged, and speak to Prince Glarin. Caramon approached Storn, who stood at the door, visibly anxious, his steps somewhat unsteady. My lord, we plan to go to Sabaden. But first we wish to make a brief detour. We have some friends trapped in a northern valley. Storn stepped back, his eyes from the visor of the helmet fixed on Caramon. North. We are not going north. We shall cross the Daggeth Plain to the east. I appreciate your company. Humans, but if you wish to go north, you shall go alone. I warned you, Raistlin said. Caramon sighed deeply. What is wrong with Storn? Taika asked, frightened. Why does he speak like that? The helmet controls him, Caramon explained. He believes himself to be a dwarven prince from 300 years ago, determined to proceed to Sabaden. The helmet does not permit him to do anything else, Raistlin added. This has nothing to do with magic. What if we knock him out and drag him along? Taika suggested. Caramon was horrified. Taika, this is Storn we are talking about. Then, that is clearly out of the question, Taika said. What prince is this? She did not comprehend the current situation, but the outcome of this conversation was evidently unsatisfactory to her. Caramon Majir, our friends are in danger. We cannot abandon them. I know, he replied sadly. I know. I doubt we can overpower him, Raistlin stated. The helmet's protection makes him impervious to harm. If we attempt to attack him, he will fight back, and someone will get hurt. Just because Storn believes himself to be a dwarven prince does not mean he has lost his swordsmanship. Taika positioned herself between Raistlin and Caramon. She turned her back to Raistlin, facing Caramon, her hands on her hips, her red curls shaking, her green eyes sparkling. Whether it be Sabaden or the prince, someone must go warn Riverwind and the refugees. You and I should return, Caramon. Your brother and Storn can proceed to Sabaden. Precisely. Caramon, Raistlin said with delight. Go with your girlfriend. Let me traverse the accursed Daggeth Plain alone with a knight who thinks he is a dwarf. We will all perish. Of course, our mission will be utterly futile, but you two will undoubtedly enjoy yourselves. Taika was so angered she nearly turned to slap Raistlin's golden cheek. However, she recognized that such an action would only exacerbate matters. She dug her nails deep into her flesh to maintain her composure, then continued to face Caramon, forcing him to regard her as she spoke. Raistlin is exaggerating, Taika asserted. He is trying to make you feel guilty. He is a wizard. He possesses magic. And as he said, the helmet will protect Storn, and Storn can still wield a sword. You must come with me. Caramon was apprehensive. His complexion was ghastly, alternating between pale and flushed, with splotches of pallor. He glanced at his twin brother, then at Taika, before turning his face away, no longer looking at them. I don't know, he mumbled. Thess peeked through the door. You all are too loud, he said sternly. I can hear you clearly from the end of the corridor. Taika was rendered speechless with anger. Caramon remained silent, while Storn began to pace back and forth, impatient to set off. Choose as you will, my brother, Raistlin said. Taika looked at Caramon. Well? Caramon cast an uneasy glance at Taika. I have an idea, he said. We are all tired and hungry. It has been a long day. Let us return to the tunnels, find something to eat, and discuss this in the morning. You plan to go with your brother? Taika said coldly. I don't know. Caramon did not answer directly. I have not decided. I need to think. Taika glared at him fiercely, her gaze piercing like a spear into Caramon. In a fit of anger, she strode out of the room. Taika, wait. Caramon prepared to follow her. Where do you think you are going? Raistlin asked. You must help me persuade the prince to stay. We have wasted time. He is very displeased. Caramon watched as Taika strode down the corridor towards the library, her frustration palpable. Thess, trailing behind her, listened intently as Calamon's voice dropped to a whisper, ensuring his brother couldn't overhear. Thess, ever perceptive, quickly distanced himself. Calamon could hear their exchange. Taika, what troubles you? Thess called out as he pursued her. Calamon is an absolute fool, Taika retorted, her anger leaving her breathless. I despise him. Calamon. Raistlin's voice cut sharply through the air. I require your assistance. With a deep sigh, Calamon approached his brother. Raistlin had painstakingly persuaded Prince Glarin to spend the night at Skull Rock. He explained that both he and his brother needed rest before embarking on a long journey, and the prince reluctantly acquiesced. They returned to the library, then descended into the tunnel. Calamon expressed concern that the draconians might discover their presence and felt they should seal the stone door. Raistlin, however, believed the draconians would not find the tunnel and insisted they were safe remaining there. Closing the door would create a significant noise, and fortunately, the draconians had not heard it the first time, thanks to the roar of a dragon. Thus, the matter was settled, and the stone door remained ajar. They rationed their food, aware of the lengthy journey ahead, regardless of the direction they chose. After finishing his share of food, Stun promptly fell into an unshakable slumber. Calamon, saddened, could hardly eat. Taika did not speak to him, nor did she even glance his way. She leaned against the stone wall, sullenly chewing on jerky. Raistlin consumed only a meager portion, as was his custom, before beginning to memorize spells, commanding anyone not to disturb him. He sat on the ground, his robe tightly wrapped around him, bathed in the pale glow emanating from his staff, with a tome resting on his lap. Thess, fascinated by the transformed Stun, kept pestering the prince for conversation. Even after Stun fell asleep, Thess remained nearby, observing him. Even his snoring sounds different, he exclaimed as Calamon approached to check on the knight. Calamon cast a glance at his brother before bending down to grasp the helmet. Are you trying to pull it off? Hey, let me help. Thess chimed in excitedly. Can I wear it afterward? Will I become a prince? Calamon merely grunted in response. He tugged at the helmet with all his might, to no avail, and then struck it forcefully, hoping to loosen it. The helmet was stuck fast. The only way to remove it is to take Stun's head with it, Thess remarked. But I suppose that's not an option, right? Certainly not, Calamon replied. What a shame. Thess said, somewhat disappointed yet accepting. Oh well, if I can't be a dwarf, at least watching Stun become one is amusing. Amusing. Calamon scoffed. He retreated, leaning against the wall and sinking down to the ground with his arms crossed, comfortably seated. He volunteered for the first watch. Taika stood, wiped her hands, and approached him. Calamon's heart ached. How was dinner? He asked uneasily as he rose. Taika glanced back at Raistlin, who was deeply engrossed in reading, and then softly replied. You've already made your decision. You intend to follow your brother, don't you? Listen, Taika, I've thought it through, Calamon said. How about we set out for Sabaden tomorrow? We'll encounter Flint and Tanis, and then Raistlin can stay with them while you and I return to warn everyone. You mean we'll go back to collect the corpses? Taika responded, turning away to return to her previous spot. She did not comprehend, Calamon mused. She was unaware of how fragile Raistlin truly was. He requires my support. I cannot abandon him. The refugees will manage. Riverwind is clever. He knows what to do. Raistlin merely pretended to study spells, and upon seeing Taika leave, a satisfied smile crept across his face. He closed the spellbook and stowed it in the bag his brother always carried for him. Fatigue from the day suddenly overwhelmed him, and he extinguished the light from his staff, surrendering to slumber. As the night deepened, the tunnel was shrouded in darkness. Taika remained awake, listening intently to the cacophony of sounds, Stun's thunderous snoring, Calamon's footsteps, Thess's gentle movements, and other noises that might have been made by mice. Taika knew what she must do. She simply needed to muster the courage to act. Calamon yawned widely, fumbling in the dark to rouse Thess. I'm too tired, he murmured. You take the watch. All right, Calamon, Thess replied sleepily. Is it all right if I sit beside Stun? He might wake up. And then I can ask this prince if I can wear the helmet, just for a moment. Calamon muttered something dismissive, indicating that the prince and the helmet could vanish into the abyss for all he cared. Taika heard him approaching and quickly lay down, closing her eyes. Even though he was unlikely to see her in the dark. Taika, he called hesitantly. She remained silent. Taika, please understand, I must go with little Raist, he said sorrowfully. He needs me. She did not respond. Calamon let out a heavy sigh, only to trip over Stun's foot as he groped for his blanket and lay down. As he began to snore, Taika stood, retrieved her pack and a torch, and stealthily approached Thess, who was eagerly poking Stun with his staff in an attempt to wake him. Thess, Taika whispered barely above a breath. I need your help to light the torch. Thess, always eager to assist, rummaged through a pouch until he produced a flint and tinderbox, igniting the torch instantly, illuminating their surroundings. Taika held her breath, waiting for the light to rouse the sleeping figures. Raistlin muttered something, pulling up his hood to shield his eyes before turning over. Stun remained motionless. Calamon was deep in slumber. Even if an ogre attacked, he would continue to snore unabated. Taika sighed gently. She hesitated to wake him, but felt a twinge of disappointment. "Do you remember where I left my sword?" she asked Tess. The Kinder pondered for a moment before responding. "You took it off when we climbed the catwalk. I guess you were so excited that you forgot it. It's probably still resting on that stone in the fortress." Taika sighed inwardly. No true warrior would forget where they had placed their sword as she had. "Do you want me to help you retrieve it?" Tess inquired eagerly. "No, of course not," Taika replied. "Who knows what dreadful things lurk in the night? Just look at Stun's fate." Now it was Tess's turn to sigh inwardly. There was always someone so fortunate. It hardly seemed fair. "Then lend me your dagger," Taika requested. Tess produced the small knife, affectionately patted it, and handed it over. "Don't lose it." "Where are you going?" he asked. "Back to the camp, to warn the others." "I'll come with you," Tess exclaimed, springing to his feet. "No," Taika shook her red curls. "You are on watch. Remember? You cannot leave." "Oh, right. I suppose you are correct," Tess conceded, far more easily than Taika had anticipated. She had worried there might be an argument at this point. "If you truly need me, I will go," Tess assured her. "But if you don't require my company, I would prefer to stay. I don't want to leave Stone, transformed into a dwarf. You don't see such things every day. I'll wake Calamon." "No, don't call him," Taika said sternly. "He will prevent me." She tucked Thess's dagger into her belt and hoisted her pack onto her shoulder. "Are you truly going to return alone?" Thais inquired with gratitude. "Indeed," Taika affirmed. "Not a word to anyone else. Do you understand? Until dawn. Do you promise?" "I promise," Thais readily replied. Taika was well aware of Thais' character, and she understood that promises meant little to the Kinder, easily blown away like dust. She fixed her gaze upon him intently. "You must swear on every item in your bag," she insisted. "If you break your oath, they will all transform into cockroaches and scurry away without a trace." Upon hearing such a grave consequence, Thais' eyes widened in shock. "Is it truly necessary?" he asked, fidgeting uneasily. "I have already promised, sworn." Taika's voice was fearsome. "I swear." Thais gulped. Taika was certain that this dreadful curse would at least hold for several hours, ample time for her to make her escape. However, after taking only a few steps, she recalled something and turned back. "Thais, could you deliver a message to Caramon for me?" Thais nodded. "Tell him I understand. Truly understand. I shall convey your message. Farewell, Taika." Thais waved, sensing something was amiss as she departed alone. He felt compelled to awaken someone. But the thought of all the treasures in his bag turning into cockroaches left him at a loss. He returned to sit beside Stone, pondering over strategies. As Taika's light receded into the distance until it vanished entirely, Thais remained oblivious to how he could extricate himself from this predicament. He strained his mind, and time slipped away unnoticed. Meanwhile, Raceland believed that the draconian did not comprehend the true nature of the hidden passage. A Baz dragon had wandered into the library in search of spoils and stumbled upon the secret corridor. While the humans retraced their steps, he found himself ensnared within. The others soon approached, and he was cornered. The Baz dragon contemplated launching an attack, noting that there were only 5 adversaries, including a stunted dwarf and a woman. Upon seeing the woman, a more devious plan formed in his mind. He would eliminate the others, capture the woman alive for his amusement, and then return to trade her for dwarven ale. The Baz dragon retreated into the shadows, observing the group. Among them were 2 warriors swaggering with swords and an insufferable mage, whose staff emitted a light that stung the Baz dragon's eyes. He held a deep disdain for all spellcasters, and feeling disheartened, he resolved to bide his time and not engage them just yet. Perhaps someone would doze off during the watch, allowing him to stealthily approach and slay them in their slumber. The Baz dragon's disappointment deepened as the tall warrior stood the first watch, ever vigilant. He dared not even move his claws, fearing the sound would betray him. After the warrior roused the Kinder, the Baz dragon's hopes flickered again. Even the newly arrived draconian knew that the delectable Kinder were untrustworthy. He was also acutely aware of the Kinder's sharp senses, and this particular one was more alert than the average. The Kinder was fully awake, just as the draconian prepared to endure the long, tedious night. Fortune unexpectedly smiled upon him. The human female ignited a torch, conversed briefly with the Kinder, and then ventured alone into the passageway. She passed just before the Baz dragon, who lay concealed in the shadows, striving to remain silent. Had she turned at that moment, the torchlight would have illuminated the draconian's brass scales and the flames of desire burning in his eyes. She kept her gaze lowered, fixated on her feet, oblivious to the draconian's presence. The Baz dragon anxiously awaited the Kinder or others to follow her, but none appeared. Slowly, he shifted his claws, making every effort not to create noise upon the stone floor, stealthily advancing into the passage to follow the woman. He intended to allow her to distance herself further from the others before approaching, ensuring that no one would hear her cries. Chapter 15. The Choice of Caramon. What has become of Taika and the Iron Pot? What of Raceland's spells? Caramon's massive form loomed over Ty's. The burly man glared, his face flushed with anger. The Kinder had never witnessed him in such a rage. Why did you not wake me? She forced him to swear. Ty's wailed. When have you ever kept a vow in your life? Caramon bellowed. Light the torch, quickly. She said if I told you, everything in my pack would turn into cockroaches. Ty's replied. The flame flared. Raceland sat up, rubbing his eyes. What is the matter with you two? Stop your shouting. Even the dead would wake from your noise. Taika is gone, Caramon said, fastening his sword belt. She left in the middle of the night. She must have returned to the camp to warn the others. Well, she did well, Raceland remarked. He gazed at his brother, paused for a moment, and then asked, Where are you going? To catch up with her. Don't be foolish. Raceland retorted coldly. She departed hours ago. You won't catch her. She may stop to rest. Caramon seized the torch. You wait here. Get some sleep. I won't be long. He suddenly fell silent, and when he spoke again, his voice had shifted. What of Sturm? Oh, my Raceland! He exclaimed, standing hastily. Schlacht, he declared, as his staff began to glow. This is what happens when a Kinder takes the night watch. He went that way. Ty's pointed towards the library. I think he went to relieve himself. Did he say anything? Raceland's eyes sparkled with a frenzied light. I asked him if I could wear that helmet, and he said no. Ty's replied discontentedly. Raceland began to gather his belongings. We must catch up with Sturm. He does not know what he is doing. He may walk straight into the dragonman's army. It's not fair, Ty said while packing his bag. Sturm has worn it all night. I told him it was my turn. What about Taika? Caramon inquired. She is alone. She is returning to the camp and will be safe. But Sturm is in trouble. Caramon lamented. I don't know. Raceland picked up his bundle. Do as you will. I am going after Sturm. He strode off. I will go too, Ty said. Perhaps tonight it will be my turn to wear the helmet. I gave the killing knife to Taika, Caramon, he added, feeling regret for his friend. She left her sword in the corridor. Oh, she asked me to send you a message. I almost forgot. She told you she understands. Caramon sighed deeply and shook his head. I would love to stay and chat longer, but I must go, Ty said. Raceland may need my help. Ty's waited a moment to see if Caramon would follow, but the giant remained still. Concerned about keeping pace with the two, he turned and ran away. Caramon heard the Kinder's voice echoing from the library. I can help you with your pack, Raceland. He heard his brother's response, try it, and I will sever your hand. Caramon was resolute. Taika understood. She had said so. He caught up with his brother at the fortress's entrance. Let me take that. It is too heavy for you, Caramon said, hoisting Raceland's pack onto his back. Taika had been walking for hours, both angry and frustrated. Her love long turned to ashes. Initially bursting with affection, it had vanished, leaving only a seething rage. This fury fueled her strength. She walked swiftly, or at least that was her perception. It was difficult to gauge how far she had traveled. The tunnel seemed interminable. As she walked, she spoke to herself, imagining a conversation with Caramon and candidly expressing her opinions about Raceland. When she heard sounds behind her, she halted, her heart racing, not from fear, but from hope. Caramon, she called eagerly. You came for me. I am so glad. She waited but heard no response. Silence reigned, confirming that it was merely an illusion. Foolish delusion, she muttered, kicking a loose stone across the floor. He did not follow. In that moment, she accepted the truth. The flame within her heart was extinguished. Caramon had not come. She issued an ultimatum. It was either her or his brother. He had chosen Raceland. He will always choose Raceland, Taika whispered to herself. I know he loves me, but he will always choose Raceland. She did not understand why this was so. She only knew things would not change unless some external force separated them, which perhaps was impossible. The sound echoed again. This time, Taika knew it was no mere illusion. Tys, is that you? Perhaps the Kinder had left his post to pursue her. He might intend to stealthily follow her, suddenly leaping from the shadows to laugh at her terror. If it were Tys, he would certainly not respond to her call. She heard the noise again. A harsh breathing and shuffling footsteps. It could hardly contain itself as it continued to hide. Tys, Taika stammered. This is not amusing. As she spoke, she realized the figure behind her was not Tys. Fear twisted in her gut like a cold knot. Her throat tightened, making it difficult to breathe or swallow. She switched the torch to her left hand, nearly dropping it. Her right hand stiffened as she reached for the short sword at her belt. She did not want to die. not alone in the darkness. With that thought, her fear lessened slightly. Though she could not see, she could hear the sound of claws scraping against the stone floor. She immediately recognized that a dragon man was following her. Instinctively, Taika wanted to flee, but her mind screamed for her to escape while her legs refused to move. Moreover, there was nowhere to go. No escape. No hiding place. The harsh wheezing and growling grew closer. The draconian no longer concealed itself. In the torchlight, it emerged before Taika, charging directly at her. Upon seeing Taika, its repulsively scaled face twisted into a lewd grin. It chuckled softly, salivating. Armed with a curved sword, it had yet to draw it. It did not wish to kill its prey immediately, but to savor the moment first. Taika's submission to the creature's approach was not a battle strategy, but rather a result of her paralyzing fear. The draconian blinked its red eyes, extending its claws. It unfurled its wings and leapt towards her, intending to strike from above and knock Taika to the ground. In an instant, Taika made her decision. Fear transformed into strength. Steadying her trembling hands, wielding the torch, she swung it in a wide arc, striking the dragon man across its lewd face. The blow landed perfectly as the creature flew towards her. The strike connected with the dragonman's head, flipping it upside down, and it crashed heavily to the stone floor. Crushing its wings, Taika discarded the torch and seized the sword's hilt, immediately plunging it towards the fallen dragon man. She screamed fiercely, wildly stabbing and slashing. The dragon man roared, attempting to grasp her. Taika was oblivious to which part of the creature she struck. She could not see through the crimson fog of rage clouding her vision. Wherever it moved, she attacked. She kicked, punched, stabbed, and slashed, fixated on the goal of rendering it motionless. At that moment, her sword collided with the rock, sending a jolt up her arm. The short sword slipped from her bloodied hands. Taika frantically searched for her weapon. She grasped the short sword, picked it up, and quickly turned around, only to find her enemy lifeless at her feet. The rock she struck was the dragon man, now turned to stone. Taika wept and gasped, her entire body trembling, a bitter taste lingering in her mouth. After vomiting, she felt somewhat better. Her rapid heartbeat gradually subsided, and her breath became slightly easier. Only then did she notice the burning abrasions on her arms and legs. She picked up the torch and held it over the corpse of the draconian, waiting for it to turn to ashes. Only when it finally shattered did she believe it was truly dead. Taika trembled all over, about to collapse to the ground when she suddenly remembered that there might still be monsters nearby. She hurriedly wiped the blood from her hands, grasped her dagger tightly, and waited. The wounds on her arms and hands throbbed with pain, causing her to wince. Her thoughts began to clear. If there were other monsters, they would likely attack her soon. This creature had acted alone, hoping to claim the spoils for itself. Taika inspected her wounds. Both her arms and legs bore a series of varying length scratches, but that was all. Her fierce assault had taken the draconian completely by surprise. The abrasions burned intensely and continued to bleed, yet this was beneficial. The bleeding would prevent the wounds from festering. Taika used the water from her pouch to clean her wounds, washing away the blood from her face and hands, then rinsed her mouth to rid herself of the bitter taste, spitting out the water. She dared not swallow it for fear of vomiting again. Her back ached, and she felt weak, trembling all over. She longed to curl up and cry, yet she was unwilling to linger even a second longer in this dreadful tunnel. Moreover, she had to find Riverwind. There was no time to waste. Taika gritted her teeth, touched the rabbit-slaying knife at her belt, and resolutely moved forward. Tasselhoff led Caramon, Raceland, and Prince Sturm, now referred to as Kinder, up to the ventilation shaft. Upon reaching the top, they cautiously peered outside, hoping not to see any draconians. Having heard no sounds from them throughout the night, they hoped that those creatures had dispatched the dragon and moved on after plundering the spoils. However, they discovered the draconians' camp just below the exit. The draconians lay curled up on the ground, their tails wrapped around their feet, wings folded close to their bodies. Most rested their heads on bulging sacks filled with valuables they had looted from the fortress. One draconian kept watch, leaning against a rock, his head nodding forward intermittently before jolting awake. "I thought you mentioned a troop," Caramon said in a low voice. "I counted 15. That's nearly a troop," Tasselhoff replied. "Far from it," Caramon corrected. "Whether it's 15 or 1,500 makes no difference," Raceland interjected. "We must proceed. Unless there is another way out." Caramon looked to Sturm, who shook his helmeted head. "Sabaton is down this path." He pointed southward, across the Dargoth plains. "Yes, I know," Caramon replied. "You've mentioned it 3 times within 5 minutes. Are there other routes out of the fortress? Perhaps a secret passage? Our army stormed the fortress gates." We charged in from the front, clearing all the guards. This is the only way, Raceland stated. You can't be certain. We could scout ahead, Caramon suggested. Trust me. Raceland said weakly. I know. Caramon shook his head, reluctant to continue the argument. We simply need to wait for the draconians to leave, Raceland asserted. They won't be here all day. They will likely return to the fortress to continue plundering. Once they go inside, we can depart. We should kill them now, Sturm insisted. They are merely goblins. The four of us could easily handle these pests. Caramon stared at Sturm in disbelief. Goblins? They are not goblins. He looked quizzically at Raceland, baffled by how he could mistake them for goblins. Interesting, Raceland mused. I can only speculate that since the prince had not encountered draconians while alive, he naturally does not recognize these creatures. Thus, he mistakenly believes them to be goblins. Wonderful, Caramon muttered. Just bloody wonderful. He gazed down from the cliff's edge, where the darkness and smoothness of the rock loomed about 30 feet high, the bottom littered with a heap of shattered fortress bricks mixed with stones of various sizes. At the base of the stone pile lay a vast expanse of dry ground where the draconians had set up camp. Further away was a bog shrouded in poison and mist. I suppose we must descend the cliff, Caramon said uncertainly. But it looks a bit slick. Caramon waited for the heads of the draconians to droop, then propped himself up for a better view. He touched the slick, dark rock, cursing as he quickly withdrew his hand. Damn it. He rubbed his reddened palm. The rock is as cold as ice. It's like plunging your hand into frozen lake water. He sucked on his fingers. Let me try. Tasselhoff eagerly offered. The sentinel's head shot up. He yawned and looked around. Caramon grabbed Kinder and pulled him back. At least you can float down with magic, Caramon complained to his brother. The rest of us have to climb down using ropes. Not only is it slow, but we'll also become targets midway. Raceland glanced at his twin brother. Your mood is quite foul today, my brother. Yes, well, Caramon scratched his stubbled chin. He hadn't shaved in days, and his beard was beginning to itch. I'm worried about Taika, that's all. You blame me for letting that girl go alone. No, little Raced, I do not blame you, Caramon sighed heavily. If you must know, I only blame myself. You can blame me too, Tasselhoff lamented. I should have gone with her. Kinder grabbed his ponytail and yanked it as a form of punishment. If anyone should be blamed, it is Taika herself. She foolishly chose to leave, Raceland remarked. This clearly indicates that returning to camp is far safer than staying with us. Caramon grew agitated, as if he wanted to say something, but Raceland interrupted him. We best prepare to depart. Caramon, you and Tasselhoff return for more rope. Take whatever you need. I will stay here with His Highness. As Caramon and Tasselhoff moved, Sturm assumed they were about to leave. Raceland had to exert considerable effort to prevent the knight from rushing out. I hope those draconians come in soon, Caramon said. Then we won't have to keep Sturm pinned here. After Caramon and Tasselhoff returned with the rope, they began preparing to descend. Once Sturm understood what they were doing, he joined in to help. Sturm knew nothing about climbing, but Prince Glarin had spent his entire life in the palace of the Dwarven Kingdom at the mountain's base and was quite familiar with it. His suggestions proved to be quite useful as he demonstrated to Caramon how to tie secure knots and how to throw down the rope. As they busied themselves, the draconians below awakened. Raceland had been observing and noted that the leader of the draconians was the bronze-scaled Bozak, significantly larger and seemingly more agile than the Bazak draconians. He appeared far too crude to be a commander, resembling more of a taskmaster. Upon waking, he began kicking the Bazak draconians awake one by one until they sluggishly rose amidst their grumbling. The Bozak begrudgingly distributed a meager portion of rotting flesh to the Bazak draconians, keeping a larger share for himself and 5 others, who were evidently his guards. Raceland discerned from the cacophony of common tongue, military codes, and draconic utterances that the draconian commander, Pozak, was instructing his subordinates to return to the fortress and continue their search for valuables. He warned his followers that he would keep his dagger at the ready. Should anyone dare to secrete away their spoils, he would sever their wings. Under Pozak's command, the draconian army advanced into the fortress. Soon, the echoes of Pozak's roars resounded through the tunnels beneath the ventilation shafts. Caramon anxiously gripped the rope, waiting until the draconians' cries and footsteps had completely faded. He then nodded to his brother, signaling their readiness. Raceland ascended to the edge of the opening. Grasping the Magi's staff tightly, he surveyed the distance below, estimating the ground to be approximately 80 feet beneath him, and then raised his arms. Wait, little Raced, Caramon suddenly interjected. I can carry you down. Raceland cast a sweeping glance around. You have witnessed me cast this spell numerous times, my brother. Yes, I know, Caramon replied. It's just that. Your spells do not always succeed. My spells fail only because I am a human, an error-prone human, Raistlin retorted impatiently, unwilling to confront this truth. However, the magic of the staff never falters. Despite his outward confidence, Raistlin felt an inner turmoil. Whenever his life depended on the spell he cast, he experienced a similar trepidation. He reminded himself, as he always had, to regard himself as a fool. Raistlin spread his arms, uttered the incantation, and then leapt. The Magi's staff did not fail him. The magic enveloped him, guiding his descent. Raistlin floated gracefully on the currents of magic, feeling as light as a feather. "I wish I could do that too," Tysock said enviously, gazing downwards. "Do you think I could give it a try, Caramon? Perhaps there is still some magic left." "Don't you want to enjoy the thrill of climbing?" Caramon murmured. "The stone is frigid. A mere touch will cause it to flake. Why must you jump?" he added. Peering down, Raistlin waved reassuringly, indicating he was unharmed, before slipping into the entrance of the fortress. Raistlin lingered there for an extended period, observing and listening intently, and then waved once more, signaling that all was well. Caramon set down their burdens, including the hoopak staff of the Kinder and the armor of Ston. Raistlin wished to discard the armor, but Caramon insisted on keeping it. Raistlin relinquished the package, placing it aside, and then approached the entrance, concealing himself behind a large rock, ready to launch a surprise attack should a draconian emerge. Caramon, Tysock, and Ston began their descent. Ston skillfully alternated his hands as he descended, while Tysock discovered the joy of climbing. He kicked off the rock wall, propelling himself into the air, then swinging back down. He reveled in the experience, bouncing around the rocky surface until Caramon sternly commanded him to cease his antics and descend to the ground. Caramon's feet moved clumsily. He was anxious that the rope would not bear his weight, so he proceeded slowly. He was the last to arrive on the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief upon landing. In contrast, descending the pile of debris was considerably easier. As they gathered their belongings, Raistlin emerged from his hiding place to warn everyone to remain silent. "Someone is coming." Caramon looked up at the 3 ropes swaying in the air. From this vantage point, he understood the origin of the fortress's name. It bore a striking resemblance to a skull. The ventilation shaft was an eye, while the opposing shaft served as another. The entrance to the fortress was the mouth of the skull, and the jagged stalagmites and stalactites were its teeth. The ropes dangled down from one eye socket, exposing their position. Caramon contemplated hiding in the misty marsh, but he knew the draconians would pursue them. If that were the case, he preferred to fight on dry ground. Caramon drew his sword. Tysock sadly discovered that he had left his dagger behind, raising the hoopak staff instead. Ston also unsheathed his sword. Caramon hoped Prince Glarin was as skilled a warrior as Ston Blightblade. Raistlin hid behind the rock, preparing to cast a spell. Pozak and his 5 Baz draconian guards exited the fortress entrance, intending to discreetly search for the spoils left behind by the Baz draconians to see if any had been hidden. Pozak was solely focused on stealth, utterly unprepared for battle. Thus, when they encountered a fully armed group of enemies, their shock was palpable. However, draconians were born for combat. Pozak swiftly regained his composure. He immediately cast a spell, launching an attack at the warrior he perceived as the greatest threat. Pozak's claws emitted a dazzling beam of light, striking Ston directly. Ston cried out, clutching his chest as he collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Upon witnessing the night fall, Pozak turned his attention to Caramon. The creature unfurled its robust wings, appearing even more formidable as it howled menacingly while swinging its sword with great force. Caramon blocked the initial strike with his sword, the tremendous force causing his hands to tingle. Before Caramon could recover, Pozak leaped forward, swinging his powerful tail, which struck Caramon's feet, causing him to kneel. As he hastily attempted to rise, he looked up to see Pozak swinging his great sword down. Caramon raised his sword to parry, the 2 blades clashing with a resounding clang. Raistlin curled up in his hiding place near the entrance. He scattered rose petals and cast a sleep spell on the 3 nearest draconians. He was uncertain of its efficacy, as he had previously cast other spells on draconians, and they possessed magical resistance. 2 Baz draconians began to sway, and one yawned and dropped his sword, but only for a moment. He shook his head and roused himself, howling and rejoining the fray. The other 2 remained standing, realizing that a mage was casting spells against them. They turned with their swords drawn, spotting Raistlin. Raistlin was about to cast Fiery Death, but was horrified to find that the incantation was not within his grasp. He frantically rifled through his memory, but to no avail. He cursed his own foolishness. Last night, while studying spells, he had been preoccupied with Taika and his brother. At that moment, a draconian stood before him, raising its sword to deliver a vicious blow. Raistlin, disregarding everything, raised his staff, hoping it would not shatter into pieces. The sword collided with the staff, producing a crackling sound, a flash of light, followed by a wail. The draconian abruptly dropped his sword, howling in pain as he shook his hand. Observing the fate of his comrade, another draconian took note of the staff, slowly advancing towards Raistlin without retreat. Raistlin pressed against the rock, holding the staff in front of him. The draconians paid no mind to the Kinder, viewing them as no threat, intending to deal with them last. One draconian rushed towards Stan, likely to finish him off, search for valuables, or perhaps do both. "Hey, lizard lips!" Tysock shouted as he rushed forward, striking the draconian on the back of the head with the hoopak staff. Such a feeble attack had no effect on the draconian's thick skull. It merely distracted him. The draconian turned to confront the Kinder, but he seemed unable to catch this little wretch. Tysock hopped about, incessantly taunting the draconian, goading him to come closer. The draconian swung his sword in wild arcs, but no matter how he struck, he could not land a blow on the Kinder. Tysock berated him while striking with the hoopak staff. As he leaped up and down, an array of insults flowed forth, likening the draconian to a large, scaly buffoon and other such slurs, driving the draconian into a frenzy as he pursued Tysock relentlessly. Tasohov successfully diverted the draconian from Storn, but unfortunately, in his excitement, he lost awareness of his surroundings and found himself at the edge of the swamp. To avoid being cleaved in two by the enraged draconian, Tasohov leaped and slipped on a rock, flailing his arms before crying out as he plunged into the murky waters. Draconian intended to deliver another thrust to the Kandian, but a sharp command from Pozak restored his reason. After a moment's hesitation, Bez abandoned the Kandian, now swallowed by darkness, to assist his commander in dealing with the spellcaster. Kalamon and Pozak engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, the clash of swords ringing out in the air. The two were evenly matched, yet Kalamon seemed poised for victory, as Pozak was still suffering from the revelry of the previous night. Driven by concern for his brother, Kalamon relentlessly pressed his attack, eager to conclude the battle swiftly. Spotting an opening in his opponent's defense, Kalamon struck out, only to realize too late that it was a ruse. His feeble sword flew from his grasp, splashing into the water behind him. In anguish, he glanced at his brother before vaulting sideways to evade Pozak, who followed in pursuit. Kalamon landed a kick to Pozak's knee, causing the draconian to grunt in pain and retaliate with a kick to Kalamon's abdomen, leaving him breathless and unable to resist. As Pozak raised his sword, ready to deliver a lethal blow, a blood-curdling scream erupted from behind. The draconian turned, scanning the surroundings. Kalamon lifted his head, mirroring the draconian's expression of terror. Amidst the shadows, pale, cold eyes flickered near Raistlin. One draconian lay on the ground, reduced to ashes, while another screamed in fear, as if ghostly hands were twisting his arms. Under the specter's touch, Baz's vitality waned swiftly, ultimately succumbing to a petrifying agony. Kalamon struggled to rise, convinced his brother was the next intended victim of the apparition. Contrary to his expectations, the specter paid no heed to Raistlin, who leaned against the rock, his staff raised defensively. Lifeless eyes and shadowy darkness enveloped Pozak like a terrifying storm cloud. He screamed in torment, struggling in the grip of death. Attempting to flee, he found himself ensnared. As Pozak's body began to stiffen, Kalamon recalled the consequences of a draconian's death and frantically crawled backward, distancing himself from the corpse. In an explosive eruption, Pozak's remains detonated, sending a wave of rancid heat and a violent shockwave crashing into Kalamon, knocking him to the ground, momentarily disorienting him. Shaking off the dust, he hurriedly stood, only to find the battle had concluded. The surviving draconians fled into the fortress, believing they had secured their lives. The specter floated closely behind, and Kalamon heard their dying screams. He exhaled in relief, yet was soon frozen in place. A pair of pale eyes drifted near Raistlin. Kalamon dashed toward his brother, though he knew he could offer no salvation. Then he observed the eyes lower, as if the undead being were bowing to his brother. The eyes vanished, leaving behind a chilling void and the dust of the deceased. "Are you unscathed?" Kalamon gasped. "No. And you?" Raistlin queried tersely. After a quick glance at his brother, he shifted his attention to Storn. "What of him?" "I do not know. He appears to have been struck by some form of magic." "Little Raistlin, those specters, do not concern yourself with the specters." "Is he gravely injured?" Raistlin pressed, pushing past his brother. "I cannot say," Kalamon replied, limping after him. "Let us not dwell on him." He grasped his brother's arm, bringing Raistlin to a halt. "That entity bowed to you. Did you summon it?" Raceland fixed a cold stare upon his brother, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. You overestimate my abilities, brother, believing I can summon the undead. Such magics lie far beyond my capabilities, I assure you. But little Raceland, I saw it, bah? You always conjure fanciful notions. Raceland retorted, how many times must I tell you I despise being touched? Calamon released his twin brother, who hurried to assess Storn. Calamon could not recall a time when his brother had shown such concern for Storn. A sense of unease washed over him. His brother seemed more invested in Prince Glarin than Storn. Following closely, Tesohav emerged from the water, sputtering. Ah, the Candian exclaimed, brushing the soaked hair from his face. What a foolish place to leave a swamp. What happened to Storn? What did I miss? Raceland checked the knight's pulse with his hand. His armor was scorched. Yet it had shielded him from the most lethal of the explosion's effects. Under Raceland's touch, Storn stirred, moving his fingers before opening his eyes. I wish to stand. He murmured. Little Raceland, Calamon assisted Storn, saying, if you did not summon it, why did the spectre not attack us? Why only the draconians? I do not know, Calamon. Raceland replied, vexed. I am not adept at necromantic spells. Observing his brother's insistence for answers, he sighed. Perhaps it is this. We know that undead creatures often serve as guardians. Perhaps the draconians took some sacred object, as knights often claim, and evil turned upon itself. Calamon appeared skeptical. Indeed, perhaps. He gazed at his brother, then abruptly stated, we should depart before those bad draconians return. Raceland regarded the cave's entrance, which resembled a skull's gaping maw, feeling as though the ruins were laughing at him. I do not believe others will return, but you are correct. We must leave. He glanced at the large bundles of spoils on the ground, shaking his head. It is regrettable we lack the time to inspect these treasures. Who knows what valuable items they might contain? I would not touch them for all the gold in the world. Calamon replied gloomily, eyeing the packages. Very well, my lord. Lead the way. Storn stumbled forward, unsteady yet uninjured, aside from some minor burns on his hands and arms. He waded into the swamp, struggling through the ankle-deep water. Shrouded in mist. I just came from there, Tesohav protested. It is not as entertaining as you might think. He shrugged, picking up his hoopak staff. Oh, well, I'm already wet. He jumped into the swamp, laboriously trailing behind Storn. Raceland frowned. Lifting the hem of his robe to his knees and testing the swamp's depth with his staff before cautiously stepping into the inky waters. Calamon moved closer, ever ready to assist his brother. However, I believe I heard the spectre say something to you, little Raceland. I think I heard it call you master. Your imagination runs wild. My brother, Raceland retorted wryly. Perhaps, when all is said and done, you should pen a book. Chapter 16, Tyka's Warning, The Riverwind's Dilemma. The refugee's decision. Lorana lay upon her bed, a humble dwelling she shared with Tyka. She had spent an entire day and night searching for her missing friend and the Kinder. Utterly exhausted. Yet, sleep eluded her. She reflected on every word Tyka had spoken, every action they had shared. The clues were painfully clear. Lorana should have anticipated Tyka's intention to pursue Caramon, accompanied by Ties. She ought to have intervened to prevent their reckless journey. If only I hadn't been so preoccupied with other matters, such as Tanis. Just as Lorana's eyelids fluttered closed, on the brink of slumber, the voice of Gold Moon roused her. Lorana! They have found her. Two plainsmen approached, carrying Tyka on a makeshift stretcher into the medical tent. A crowd gathered, women murmuring sympathetically while men shook their heads in dismay. They laid the stretcher down, and Riverwind kindled a fire as his wife fetched cold water. Lorana paced anxiously near Tyka. Where did they find her? By the stream. Gold Moon replied. Was Ties with her? She was alone. There was no sign of the Kinder. Tyka moaned in agony, her body writhing restlessly. Her eyes were wide, her face flushed with fever, and her mind seemed unmoored. When Gold Moon bent closer, Tyka shrieked, flailing her fists in wild abandon. It took Riverwind and the two plainsmen to restrain her, yet she continued to struggle. What is wrong with her? Lorana asked, her voice tinged with terror. Look at those wounds. Some beast attacked her, Gold Moon replied, gently dabbing Tyka's forehead with cool water. Perhaps a bear or a lion. No, Riverwind interjected. It was a draconian. His wife gazed up at him in shock. How do you know? Riverwind pointed to several gray smudges on Tyka's leather armor. The claw marks were confined to her arms and legs. Had it been a beast, they would have marred her entire body. The draconians intended to capture her, to violate her. Lorana trembled at the thought. Riverwind was dead serious, his wife deeply troubled. What does this mean? Lorana asked. She will recover. Will she not? You can heal her. Yes, Lorana, I will, Gold Moon said softly. Let us have a moment alone. You all must step outside. She tenderly stroked Taika's damp, red curls, placing her hand upon the Misha K talisman. You should summon a council, my husband. I need to speak with Taika first. Goldmoon hesitated, then conceded, very well. I shall call you when she awakens, but only for a brief moment. She requires nourishment and rest. Please, allow me to stay. Lorana implored. This is my fault. Goldmoon shook her head. You must find Elistan. Lorana did not comprehend, but she sensed a shared concern among them. She exited the tent alongside the chieftain. What is it? What has happened? Taika was attacked by draconians, Riverwind replied. This indicates that they must be nearby. Or perhaps even here. Lorana instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. May the gods protect us. This means the enemy has discovered a route into the valley. Goldmoon was right. She had to inform Elistan. Quietly, Riverwind cautioned, bring him here. Keep this from the others for now. It is not the time to incite panic. Of course, Lorana assented, hurrying away. People congregated at a distance from the cave, awaiting news. Taika's sincere smile and buoyant spirit had endeared her to all in the camp, save for the high priest. As Lorana exited the cave, Marita intercepted her, inquiring with genuine concern about Taika's condition. Lorana discerned that a brief response would suffice. She is very weak now, but Goldmoon is with her. She will recover, Lorana reassured the crowd. She needs rest. What is wrong with her? Marita pressed. We will not know until she awakens, Lorana replied vaguely, then pushed through the throng in search of Elistan. He was on his way to find Goldmoon when he encountered Lorana. I heard about Taika, he said. How is she? She will be well, thank the gods, Lorana replied. Riverwind wishes to speak with you. Elistan's keen gaze scrutinized her, discerning the anxiety and fear etched upon her face. He was about to inquire further, but deemed it prudent to remain silent. I shall go at once. Upon their return, they discovered a group lingering outside the cave. Lorana reiterated her assurance that Taika would recover, urging them that their prayers would aid her most. Riverwind stood at the cave's entrance. When Lorana and Elistan approached him, Goldmoon withdrew the blanket, allowing them entry. Taika's fever had subsided. Her wounds were healing, yet she trembled from the pain. However, she insists on speaking with you, Goldmoon said. Taika lay on a blanket near the fire, her pallor evident, the freckles on her face stark against her skin. As they entered, she struggled to sit up. Riverwind, I must tell you, she exclaimed, extending a trembling hand in urgency. Please, listen to me. I shall, but first you must drink some broth and then rest. Or my wife will throw us both out into the cold, Riverwind replied, kneeling beside her. Taika sipped the broth, color returning slightly to her cheeks. Lorana knelt beside her. I am deeply concerned for you. I am so sorry, Taika lamented. Goldmoon informed me that everyone went out searching for ties and me. I did not. I did not intend to. She sighed heavily, setting the bowl aside, her expression resolute. Nonetheless, it was prudent that we went. Wait. Riverwind interjected. Before you continue, what of the Kinder? Is Ties safe? Very safe, I believe, Taika replied despondently. He is with Raistlin, Caramon, and Stan. If one can still call him Stan. Observing their concerned expressions, Taika sighed again. I shall recount the entire tale. She recounted her journey. How she resolved to chase after Caramon in an attempt to reason with him. It was foolish. I know that now, she spoke mournfully. She described how she and Ties entered the tunnel beneath the mountains, emerging to find themselves in Skull Rock, alongside a deceased dragon and a throng of draconians, as well as Prince Glarin of the Sabadin, once known as Stan Brightblade. The helmet he wore was cursed, or enchanted in some way. I do not comprehend it. Raistlin did not explain, Taika admitted. Elistan's expression grew grave, while Riverwind remained skeptical, and Goldmoon appeared anxious. She placed a damp cloth upon Taika's forehead, urging her to rest. Taika removed the cloth. I know you do not believe me. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would not either. I spoke directly with this Prince Glarin. Caramon said the helmet has been waiting for someone to don it, so that it might compel that person to go to Sabadin and inform the king of the battle's failure. 300 years may be too late, Lorana murmured gently. Just now, you heard, they have discovered the path into Sabadin, Taika continued. Prince Glarin will lead them there. The gathered exchanged glances. Riverwind shook his head. The plainsmen were inherently distrustful of magic. This tale sounded too bizarre to be credible. He was more concerned about the immediate threat. Did you hear the draconians speak of an army advancing? Coming here. To this valley. Yes, that is why I returned. A warning was issued. Where is Caramon? Riverwind inquired reproachfully. How could he allow you to return alone? Caramon was meant to come, Taika asserted resolutely. I told him he should stay with Stan, his brother, and Thess, for Stan believes himself to be a dwarf. I assured him I could manage on my own, and I did. Her gaze was fierce, her fist clenched. I killed the creature that attacked me. I vanquished it. She noticed their expressions were complex and suddenly burst into tears. Carmon had no idea there was a draconian lurking in the passage. No one knew. She collapsed onto the ground, weeping. You must rest now, Golmoon said firmly. I believe you have shared all that is necessary, my dear. After guiding everyone outside, she returned to embrace Taika, allowing her to cry freely. What shall we do? Child of the gods? Riverwind asked. The decision rests with you, Illiston replied. Tanis has entrusted you with the leadership. Riverwind sighed deeply, gazing glumly towards the south. If you believe Taika's tale. Of course, we all believe her. Laurana interjected angrily. She risked her life to warn us. Hendrik and the others do not share that belief, Riverwind stated. Laurana fell silent. He was right. The high priest and his cronies were unwilling to leave. They would find any excuse to remain. She could almost hear Hendrik telling people how untrustworthy Taika was, a petty thief, now a barmaid, God knows what else he would say. Running off to chase a lover, and then concocting such a tale to mask her sins. Nobody likes Hendrik, Laurana remarked, but they all like Taika. More importantly, Illiston continued. They like and admire you, Riverwind. If you tell them danger is imminent and they must leave, they will heed your words. Do you believe we should depart? Laurana inquired. Yes, Riverwind replied swiftly. I have believed so since the day the dragon flew overhead. We should head south before the heavy snows block the mountain passes. This valley is no longer a safe haven. Taika's experience merely confirms my long-held fears. He paused for a moment, then calmly stated, but what if I am wrong? This journey is fraught with unknown peril. What if we reach Sabaton only to find the gates barred? Worse yet, what if we cannot find Sabaton at all? We would wander the mountains until we perish from hunger and cold. I would lead people away from safety into danger. That would be utterly senseless. You just stated that this place is no longer safe, Illiston replied. Since the dragon's arrival, people have grown anxious and fearful. They know the dragons have been watching us. Even if we cannot see them. The burden weighs heavily, Riverwind said. I bear the lives of hundreds. You do not carry that burden alone, my friend. Illiston gently reassured him. Paladine is with you. Cast your tears and worries upon the divine. Are you suggesting something to me, child of the gods? Has the deity instructed you on what to do? The gods will never dictate your actions, Illiston replied. They will grant you the wisdom to make the right decisions and the strength to persevere. Wisdom? Riverwind chuckled, shaking his head. I am no sage. I am merely a shepherd. Even a shepherd must employ skill and talent to protect his flock from wolves. That is the wisdom bestowed upon you by Paladine. The wisdom you must rely upon. Riverwind fell into contemplation. Gather the people for a meeting at noon, he finally said. I will announce my decision then. As they departed, Laurana cast a glance back at Riverwind. He walked towards a cave, which served as their makeshift altar of worship. He is a good man. His faith is strong and unwavering, she said. Tanis made a wise choice. I hope he. She closed her mouth, unwilling to voice her thoughts. What do you hope for, dear? Illiston asked. I hope Tanis finds the same faith, Laurana finally admitted. He does not believe in the gods. Tanis will not find faith. Illiston smiled. I believe it is more likely that faith will find him, just as it found me. I do not understand. I am not entirely certain myself, Illiston confessed. I worry for Tanis, yet Paladine has assured me to rest easy, placing those concerns in his hands. I hope his hands are very large, Laurana sighed softly. As large as the sky, Illiston replied. If Riverwind had conversed with Paladine, it seemed he had not received additional solace from the deity. As he stood before the crowd, his countenance was somber, his demeanor grave. His words did not inspire comfort. He recounted Taika's journey to the people. He spoke of the night Stan Brightblade discovering the path to Sabaton, omitting certain details. Taika overhearing draconians discussing an army preparing to assault the valley, and how she was attacked by draconians on her way back to warn them. Hendrik scoffed, rolling his eyes before letting out a huff. Taika Vylern is a pretty girl. But some of you may recall she was once a barmaid. I believe her, Riverwind asserted, his resolute tone silencing Hendrik, at least temporarily. I believe this valley was once a peaceful haven, but it will soon become a battlefield. If we are attacked here, we will have nowhere to flee, no shelter. We will be slaughtered like trapped mice. The gods have sent us this warning. We must not mistakenly disregard it. I propose that in the coming days we leave this place and head south to Sabaton, where we can reunite with our allies. So far, so reasonable, Hendrik remarked. He turned to the crowd, raising his hand for silence. Do you not find it peculiar that the gods chose to deliver a warning through a barmaid rather than a more esteemed and respected individual, such as yourself? Riverwind asked. What I mean is, perhaps the child of the gods Illiston, Hendrik replied humbly. But yes, I suppose the gods would also consider me as their spokesperson. If they were seeking a spokesperson for Ale, they might choose him, Gulsenas whispered to Laurana. Hush, brother, she scolded. This is serious. Of course it is serious. But they do not heed Riverwind. He is an outsider, just like us. He cast a glance at Laurana. You must understand, for the first time in my life, I am beginning to comprehend how lonely Tanis must feel among us. I do not feel lonely among these people, Laurana countered. Of course not, Gulsenas frowned. You have Illiston. Oh, Gil, you cannot think that way. Laurana was about to speak when he walked away, joining the plainsmen. They did not converse with the elves, but silently made room for him. The outsiders grouped together. Laurana had intended to follow him, but she was filled with anger towards Tanis, towards Taika, and towards anyone who stubbornly misconstrued her relationship with Illiston. She assisted Illiston in his endeavors, much like she once helped her father, acting as a diplomat and mediator. She possessed the talent of communication, the ability to soothe hearts, helping others see the necessity of alleviating anger and fear, confronting the truth. She and Illiston made a fine pair. There was nothing romantic about it. If anything, Illiston was like a father to her, or perhaps a brother. She gazed at Gulsenas, her anger gradually transforming into sympathy. They had once shared an intimate bond, but since she began working for Illiston, their conversations had become infrequent. No, even before that. Since Tanis re-entered her life. Perhaps it was not even Tanis, she pondered. Gulsenas's dissatisfaction with her relationship with Tanis was no greater than it had been in the past. However, her connections with all humanity made Gulsenas recoil in disgust. She should distance herself from them, draw clear boundaries. Like their father, Gulsenas harbored immense fury that the gods chose humans as their harbingers of return. The gods should descend upon the elves. They were the rightful choice. It was humanity's transgressions that provoked the gods to unleash their wrath upon Kryn. We are good children, Laurana murmured to herself. We should not be punished. But were they truly good? Or had they never been aware? The elves held steadfast belief in their superiority in the world. Conversely, humanity perpetually questioned and sought understanding. Laurana appreciated this aspect of humanity. It made her feel less isolated. Suddenly, she realized she had never wished to explain any of this to Gulsenas. Resolute, she decided to help him grasp these matters. She turned to her brother, smiling to convey her lack of anger. He noticed her, but deliberately averted his gaze. Sighing, Laurana shifted her focus back to the assembly. The debate continued. Illiston supported Riverwind, as did Marita. We all witnessed the dragon, Marita informed them. And that devil, Mornin, was right on its back. One of us is either under attack in the valley or nearby. It makes no difference. If this does not illustrate our perilous situation, I have nothing more to say. Yet, Hendrik's perspective was equally compelling. He argued that people remained safe, provided they did not venture from the cave into the wilderness. For what befell Taika could become their fate. Riverwind found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. The burden was heavy, yet he accepted it calmly. If we leave, perhaps someone will perish, or we all may die, he said. But I believe if we remain idle, neglecting Taika's warning, we will become victims of a brutal and savage army. He was confident that at least his people would heed his words. The plainsmen, convinced of their dire circumstances, united in agreement, including Quitch, to accept Riverwind as their chieftain. Their silent support during Riverwind's communion with the divine bolstered his confidence. In prayer, Riverwind heard no promises from the gods, felt no comforting touch, yet when he departed the altar, his heart brimmed with tranquility, simply because he was not alone. He intended to speak further when commotion at the entrance interrupted him. Goldmoon appeared, supporting the staggering Taika. She insisted on coming, Goldmoon explained. I urged her to rest, but she wished to speak for herself. The crowd murmured sympathetically. Taika's arm bore visible scars from her injuries, still fresh, but healing. Feverish, she appeared pale and weak. Brushing off Goldmoon's support to address the assembly. I merely wish to remind you all who liberated you from Paktakas, Taika declared, who saved you from enslavement and death. It was not he, the high priest. She shot a stern glance at Hendrik, but the half-elf Tanis and Flint Fireforge, who sought Sabadin. It was Sturm Brightblade, Karamon Majir, and Raistlin Majir, who also ventured into peril towards Skull Rock, where they discovered the path to Sabadin. It was Riverwind and Gold Moon who taught you how to survive and healed your wounds. They had no obligation to do so. They could have returned home long ago. Yet they remained here, risking their lives to aid you. I understand leaving is difficult, but I only wish for you to consider. Many began to contemplate and discuss, expressing their inclination to leave, while others remained uncertain. Riverwind permitted free discussion, but when the same sentiments arose repeatedly, he interjected. I am resolute. You must all come together. My wife and I, along with all who wish to accompany us, are prepared to depart at dawn the day after tomorrow. He paused before continuing. The journey will be arduous and fraught with danger. I cannot guarantee you will find sanctuary in Sabaden or anywhere in this world. The only assurance I can offer is this. I vow to protect you with my life. I will do everything within my power to shield you from the evils that lie ahead. As long as I draw breath, I will fight for you. He silently exited the assembly hall, his people and Gilcena's following closely. Taika insisted on returning to her cave, claiming she slept better in her own bed. The crowd gathered around Illiston, seeking his counsel and reassurance. Many wished for his assistance in deciding whether to leave or stay. He emphasized that each individual must make their own choice. He repeatedly urged them to introspect and trust the gods. Illiston was satisfied to see some approach the altar. However, others stormed away, muttering their disdain for the gods and questioning who could guide them in their decisions. Lorana remained by his side, patiently assisting, offering comfort and advice to those in need. When all had departed, she felt utterly drained. I could never comprehend why anyone would stubbornly adhere to the worship of malevolent deities, she confided to Illiston. Now I understand. Were you a priest of Takesis? You would promise them everything they desire. The promises you make would be innumerable and unfulfillable, yet that would matter little. People are often reluctant to accept responsibility for themselves. They crave direction, and when calamity strikes, they seek to blame others. We are in the early days of the god's return, Lorana, Illiston replied. Our people resemble blind individuals who have suddenly regained their sight. Both light and darkness can blind them, perhaps even more so. Give them time. Time is precisely what we lack, Lorana sighed. Ultimately, the majority resolved to follow Riverwind. The fear instilled by the dragon's flight overhead was as palpable as Riverwind's assertions. However, Hendrik and his followers declared their intent to remain. We will wait here for those who return, Hendrik announced ominously. Those who survive. Riverwind was preoccupied until nightfall, answering inquiries and assisting people in deciding what to bring, helping them pack. The refugees had previously struggled from Paktakas to the valley, and they understood well what was necessary for the journey. Even the children managed to prepare small bundles. On the eve of departure, Riverwind found it impossible to sleep. He lay awake in the dark, questioning himself, doubting this decision, until Goldmoon's arm enveloped him. Riverwind embraced her, kissing her and attuning himself to the rhythm of her breath, gradually succumbing to slumber. Before dawn, Riverwind arose. In the dim light, people exited their caves, greeting friends, scolding children, who viewed the departure as a celebration, their energy boundless. Hendrik also made an appearance, continuously sighing, attempting to cultivate an atmosphere of sorrow as he bid farewell to each individual, as if he foresaw their demise. Riverwind sensed the resolve of some wavering and resolved to set off immediately before they could change their minds. His scouts discovered the markers Tanis had left in the trees, reporting that the first leg of the journey was relatively easy, which helped bolster the spirits of the people. The horizon brightened with dawn. Just before their departure, the scouts returned with news that the footprints of dwarves had been discovered on a concealed path in the mountains. Yifeng examined the rudimentary map sketched by Flint, and the scouts confirmed that the markings on the map corresponded to what they had found. Gazing at the map, Yifeng recalled the peculiar command from the dwarves to bring along a pickaxe. Although this would add to their burden, he complied with the dwarves' directive. The discovery of a path incited cheers among the people, who regarded it as an auspicious omen for the future. The refugees set off quietly, devoid of excessive commotion or disturbance. Their arduous existence had accustomed them to endure suffering. They harbored no fear of the long journey ahead, having already traversed several miles. They were prepared to venture even further. Their physical condition was robust, thanks to Misha's healing of their ailments. Even Taika had nearly recovered. Lorana observed her friend's unusual gloom and silence as she pressed on alone, avoiding the companions who wished to assist her. While her physical wounds healed, the scars upon her heart deepened, leaving even the deity powerless. The sun shone brilliantly and warmly. The air still possessed a refreshing coolness, alleviating the heat of their trek. Marita began to sing a marching song, soon joined by all. The refugees strode energetically along the path. Yifeng felt the burden on his shoulders lighten. That night, after the refugees had departed, The high priest Hendrik sat alone in the cave. Throughout the day, he had delivered impassioned speeches to those who followed him. The number of those who remained was far less than he had anticipated. They had grown weary of Hendrik's lengthy discourses. As darkness fell, they each made excuses to leave, some returning to sleep, others gathering by the fire to play a gambling game known as blackda, which involved white tiles marked with various arrangements of black dots. Since Hendrik had issued a strict prohibition on gambling, they resorted to playing in secret. Hendrik realized that he had no audience left. The night was eerily quiet, an incredible stillness. He had grown accustomed to the hustle and bustle of the camp, to striding confidently through its midst. Now, all of that was gone, though he had previously been indifferent. The fact that so few chose to believe in him and remained, opting instead to abandon a course, ignorant barbarian leading them to ruin, filled him with rage. Hendrik scolded himself for their pitiable state. Yet, he was truly the one in a pitiful position, isolated and alone. In the darkness, he sat uneasily, contemplating what his fate might be if that foolish waitress had spoken the truth. Chapter 17. The shadow fades, smoke billows. The dream of the dwarves. The sun warmed the hearts of the refugees and illuminated the hurried steps of Caramon, Raceland, Sturm, and Taz. Yet, the sun failed to instill joy in the hearts of these four companions. They traversed a barren landscape, desolate and devoid of life, known as the Daggeth Plain. Once, they believed they could not encounter a worse fate than wading through the marshes near Skull Rock, where the stench of putrid waters lingered. They could hardly fathom any creature surviving in such viscous depths, yet somehow, life persisted. The ripples on the water's surface and the sudden sensation of something brushing against their legs indicated that they had disturbed some denizen of the swamp. Amidst the thick fog, they were compelled to huddle close together, for otherwise they would be rendered invisible to one another. Progress was slow as they navigated the submerged remnants of trees and branches hidden beneath the murky waters. Fortunately, the marsh was not extensive, and they soon emerged onto dry, flat, and solid ground. The fog, like delicate fingers, entwined around them, only to be swiftly dispersed by a chilling breeze. They beheld the sun once more, feeling revitalized. Convinced they had survived the harshest of conditions, Sturm pointed towards a distant mountain range. Sabaden lay beneath the peak known as Cloudview Mountain, as Prince Galarin had informed them, prompting Raceland to cast a proud glance at Caramon. After a brief respite, they pressed on into the Daggeth Plain. Soon, each of them yearned to escape this desolation, even contemplating a return to the rancid marsh they had just traversed. At least there, life thrived. It was green, sticky, adorned with scales, and pulsating with movement, alive. Despite its grotesque nature, death, however, enveloped the Daggeth Plain. No living creature remained. Once, this land had been home to meadows, forests, and a plethora of birds and animals. 3 centuries prior, it had become a battlefield, a brutal clash between dwarves and dwarves. Blood soaked the earth, the deer vanished, and the birds fled. The grass was flattened. The trees felled, repurposed as fuel for the pyres of the dead. Yet, life still existed. Trees would surely regrow, the grass would flourish once more, and the birds and animals would return. However, a horrific explosion obliterated the mighty fortress, resulting in the annihilation of both combatants. Every living being perished in that dreadful blast, reduced to ashes, leaving naught but desolation behind. Trees, grass, animals, and insects disappeared. Not a trace of shrubs or moss remained. All that was left was death. The scarred land was dotted with grotesque mounds, remnants of charred armor, and heaps of ash from 2 vast armies that had once clashed, consumed by flames that devoured their flesh and boiled their blood, extinguishing their very lives. The Daggeth Plain, nestled between Skull Rock and Sabaden, had become a realm of despair. The sun shone brightly in the blue sky, but its light was cold, akin to distant stars, offering no warmth to those traversing this terrifying expanse, even sapping the courage of the Kinder. Taz, as he walked, fixated on his gray boots, finding it preferable to gaze at them rather than the barren void before him. Suddenly, he realized something peculiar. He looked up at the sky, then down to the ground, and anxiously exclaimed, "Caramon, I have no shadow." Caramon heard Taz's words, but feigned ignorance, preoccupied with his concern for his brother. Raceland was in dire straits. The strange power that had propelled him toward Skull Rock had abandoned him upon their departure. The journey through the marsh had drained him completely. Leaning heavily on his staff, he moved slowly, each step appearing to require tremendous effort. Nevertheless, he refused to halt for rest, insisting that Prince Galarin would not permit them to linger. Perhaps this was true. Caramon tirelessly followed Sturm, who strode ahead with determination, leaving the slow-moving mage far behind. Look, Caramon, yours is gone too. Tez breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. What has gone? Caramon inquired, having barely caught the words. Your shadow, Taz replied. It must be nearing noon. Caramon said impatiently. When the sun is directly overhead, you can't see your shadow. That was my thought as well, Taz said, but look at the sun. It's still on the horizon. Dawn was only 2 hours ago. That's not the reason. He sighed. Our shadows have vanished. Caramon felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he turned to look for his shadow. Taz was correct, although the sun shone ahead. There was no elongated shadow trailing behind him. He couldn't even discern his footprints on the fine gray sand, which should have been clearly visible. A dreadful sensation surged within him, as if he were no longer truly alive. We walk upon the land of death, Raceland murmured, his voice scarcely louder than a whisper. Life does not belong here. We cast no shadows, we leave no marks. Caramon trembled. I loathe this place. He cast a resentful glance at Sturm, who had paused, anxiously tapping his foot as he awaited them. What if that accursed helmet he wears leads us into peril? Perhaps we should turn back. Raceland longed to return to Skull Rock, unable to articulate the source of this desire. There, he had possessed strength and vitality, nearly experiencing rebirth. Here, each step was agonizing. He yearned to collapse upon the gray earth, to sleep amidst the dust of death. He coughed, shook his head, and feebly gestured toward the night. Caramon understood. The influence of the helmet had driven Sturm towards Sabadin. Should they retreat, Sturm would undoubtedly venture forth alone. Raceland tugged at Caramon's sleeve. We must move forward, he urged, his voice strained. We must leave this dreadful place before nightfall. Gods protect you, brother, Caramon replied, his heart swelling with emotion. He supported his brother with his strong arms, helping him to stagger onward in pursuit of Stur. I hope the shadow returns, Tez remarked from behind. I miss it. It follows me wherever I go. They continued their arduous journey. Tanis watched as his shadow gradually elongated along the path. Only a few hours remained of daylight. They had just crested a hill and were hastening down an ancient dwarven trail through the pine forest. A few more miles, and they would reach the woods. Last night, they had lain upon a massive rock, using stone for a pillow, and the thought of a bed of thick pine needles was most appealing. I smell smoke. Flint suddenly halted. Tanis sniffed the air. He too detected it, but paid it little mind. Smoke from cooking always wafted through the camp. The fatigue from a day's travel dulled his curiosity about the source of the scent. He steeled himself and gazed up at the sky. There, he said, pointing to a few tendrils of black smoke drifting from the pines not far away. Could be a forest fire. Flint shook his head. It smells like roasting meat. His brows knitted together, a dark look settling in his eyes as he focused on the black smoke. No, it isn't a forest fire. He plunged his pickaxe into the ground, standing still with a worried expression. It's the valley dwarfs. That's the village I told you about. He glanced around. I should know where we are, but I haven't been this way. I'm curious. Is this the village that imprisoned you? Flint scoffed, his face reddening. I wouldn't go near that place for 100,000 years. No, of course not. Tanis stifled a laugh, shifting the topic. We often encountered the valley dwarves back in town. It's quite odd that they live out here. They're waiting for the gates to open, Flint remarked. Tanis gazed at the dwarf in confusion. How long have they been here? 300 years, Flint replied, waving his hand dismissively. This place is riddled with their burrows. During the era when the gates were closed, they were left outside, waiting in the valleys, convinced that the gates would one day reopen. They have been waiting ever since. At least it proves that the valley dwarves are optimists, Tanis remarked, turning to take a path leading toward the smoke. Where are you headed? Flint inquired, still rooted in place. To speak with them, Tanis answered. Flint scoffed. Kinder would never do such a thing. You must have forgotten to take your medicine for foolishness this week. The valley dwarves possess a knack for discovering hidden places, Tanis stated. Just like when we encountered them in Shack Sharrows, they gradually unearthed secret passages. Who knows? They might have found a way into the mountains. If that were the case, why would they still be living outside? Flint approached his friend and asked. Perhaps they are unaware of what they have discovered. Flint shook his head. Even if they did find a route into Sabadin, do not expect them to share it with you. And for heaven's sake, do not invite these poor souls to dinner. He wrinkled his nose. Ugh, the stench is unbearable. It's as if roasted rats could not smell this foul. The air was thick with smoke, and the odor was particularly pungent. Tanis could scarcely imagine what the valley dwarves were cooking. Do not fret, he said, covering his mouth and nose with his hand. Inhaling as little as possible, they proceeded along the path into the woods. Suddenly, Flint and Tanis halted, staring in horror at the scene before them. All the houses were ablaze, and every valley dwarf had been mercilessly slaughtered, their bodies burned. What remained were charred skeletons and blackened chunks of flesh. Not roasted rats. Flint grumbled, but roasted valley dwarfs. They covered their mouths and noses, the acrid smoke stinging their eyes. Tanis and Flint traversed the devastated village in search of a survivor. Yet hope dwindled. Anyone who arrived here would be struck with shock. The notoriously timid valley dwarves had evidently been caught off guard, given no time to flee. They had been felled where they stood. Some corpses bore numerous wounds, others were cleaved into pieces. A few had arrows embedded in their charred rib cages. Some bore no wounds yet were equally lifeless. It is the work of dark magic, Tanis said coldly. And not merely magic, Flint replied, cautiously picking up a broken sword beside a corpse, where a valley dwarf wore a battered pot as a helmet. The makeshift headgear had temporarily saved his life, allowing him to reach the edge of the camp before the attackers caught him, blocking a blow with his sword. The valley dwarf, still adorned with the pot, lay twisted, his neck broken. Dragonman, Flint observed, regarding the sword. Despite being fractured in half, he quickly recognized the peculiar serrated blade used by the servants of the Dark One. Then they are beyond the mountains, Tanis said coldly. Perhaps they have emerged now, watching us, Flint mused, discarding the broken sword and drawing his battle axe. Tanis unsheathed his sword, both men tense as they focused on the shadows. The last vestiges of twilight vanished behind the mountains. The pine forest had succumbed to darkness. The night and thick smoke obscured the light, rendering everything indistinguishable. We can do nothing for these poor souls, Tanis said. Let us leave this place. I concur, Flint replied. But the two suddenly halted. Did you hear that? Tanis whispered. In the dimness, he could barely make out Flint. The dwarf approached, standing back to back with Tanis, whispering. It sounds like armor. Something large is stealthily making its way through the woods. Tanis recalled the imposing figures of dragonmen, their massive wings and heavy limbs shielded by plate and chain armor. He could envision these creatures quietly traversing the pine forest, their feet crunching on the dry leaves and broken branches, the very sound they had heard. Suddenly, the noise ceased. They see us, Flint whispered. Tanis felt exposed in the clearing, eager to urge Flint to retreat into the woods. However, he restrained himself. Under the cover of night and smoke, the figures on the other side might hear them. But they certainly could not see them. If they ran, they would undoubtedly draw the enemy's attention and reveal their location. Do not move, Tanis cautioned. Wait. The enemies in the forest evidently shared the same thought. They could not hear each other moving, but knew the other remained in place, silently waiting. Those brutes, Flint muttered. We cannot stand here all night. Before Tanis could stop him, the dwarf raised his voice. Mud lizards. Stop hiding and come out to fight. A short shout echoed in response. Then, a voice cautiously inquired, Flint, is that you? Flint lowered his sword. Cameroon? He called out. And me? Another voice exclaimed. Tasselhoff. Flint groaned, shaking his head. The forest erupted with crackling sounds. Torches ignited, and Cameroon emerged, supporting Raceland, who could barely walk. Tasselhoff rushed towards them, hand in hand with Sturm. Look who we've found, Tanis exclaimed. Tanis and Flint stared at the knight, Sturm, who wore an oddly oversized helmet. Tanis approached and embraced Sturm. The knight stepped back, bowing slightly before standing stiffly, his expression cold. His gaze fell on Flint, but it was not friendly. He does not recognize you, Tanis, Tasselhoff exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. He does not recognize any of us. He bumped his head again, hasn't he? Tanis turned to Cameroon. No, Cameroon replied. He was struck by magic. Tanis looked at Raceland. Not me, the mage said, wearily sitting upon a tree stump that had escaped the flame's grasp. It was the knight's doing. It's a long story, Tanis. What happened here? Cameroon asked, solemnly gazing at the devastated village. Dragonmen, Tanis replied. The monsters have evidently crossed the mountains. Indeed, we encountered a few, Cameroon said, at Skull Rock. Do you think they are still nearby? We have not seen a single one. Then, you reached the fortress? Tanis asked. Yes. We are relieved to have left that dreadful place and to have escaped that accursed plane. He gestured towards their direction of travel. How did you find us? Raceland coughed, casting a sidelong glance at his brother. Cameroon's face flushed red, his feet shifting anxiously. He thought he smelled food, Raceland quipped sarcastically. Cameroon shrugged, shyly laughing. Flint scrutinized Sturm and Tasselhoff, who was bursting with excitement. What is wrong with Sturm? Flint asked. Why is he staring at me like that? Where did he find that helmet? Why is he wearing it? It doesn't even fit. That helmet, Flint stepped closer, glaring at it, is a dwarf's. He is not Sturm, Tasselhoff shouted. He is Prince Glarin from the mountain's base. Isn't it amusing, Flint? Sturm believes he is a dwarf. Ask him. Flint's mouth fell open, then snapped shut abruptly. I cannot believe it. He approached the knight. All right, Sturm. I am not here to make fun of you. Sturm grasped the hilt of his sword. The blue eyes beneath the helmet were cold and unyielding. He spoke something in Dwarvish, stammering as if his tongue was not quite nimble, yet it was indeed Dwarvish. Flint stared intently, frozen in place. What did he say? Asked Tanis. Stay away from me. Hill dwarf scum, Flint translated. That's roughly the gist. The dwarf glared at Caramon, his gaze eventually settling on Raistlin. Someone better tell me what is happening. It's the knight's fault, Raistlin reiterated, casting a cold glance at Flint. I did nothing. I warned him that the helmet was enchanted and that he should not touch it. He ignored my warning. He donned the helmet, and this is the consequence. He fancied himself Prince Glarin. Prince Sabaden, Flint interjected. One of King Duncan's 3 sons. Glarin was a figure from 3 centuries ago. Flint was not entirely convinced by Raistlin's words, so he approached to examine the helmet. Indeed, it is a royal helmet. He admitted. I have never seen one like this. He reached out. If I could, Easton drew his sword, pointing it at Flint's chest. Don't come any closer, Raistlin warned. You must understand, Flint, you are a hill dwarf. Prince Glarin regards you as his sworn enemy. I understand, Flint retorted angrily, watching Easton's movements, raising his hands to retreat. I don't comprehend any of this. He glared at Raistlin. I concur with Tanis. This seems like the work of a mage. Indeed, Raistlin said coolly. But it was not my doing. He explained how he had inadvertently discovered the helmet, while Easton believed he was seeking to hide it, ultimately falling under its spell. The magic of the helmet undoubtedly sought a warrior. When Easton grasped it, the spell ensnared him. This magic was not malevolent and would not harm him. It merely temporarily borrowed his body. When we reach Sabaden, the prince's soul will return home. The magic may release the knight, restoring him to the familiar. Somber Easton bright blade we know, akin to the prince. Tanis turned to look at Easton, who still held his sword, glaring fiercely at Flint. You say the magic might release him. He said to Raistlin. The spell is not one I cast, Tanis. I cannot be certain. He coughed, pausing for a moment, then continued. It seems you have yet to grasp my meaning. Prince Glarin knows the location of Sabaden's gate. Great Paladine's beard. Flint exclaimed. The mage speaks true. I told you all that the key to Sabaden lies at Skull Rock. I never doubted you, Tanis replied. Though I must admit I had considered following the route on the map. He stroked his beard. What concerns me is how to ensure Flint is not slain by the prince before we arrive. The prince thinks we are mercenaries. We could tell him Flint is our captive, Caramon suggested. You cannot do that. Flint shouted. What about an envoy to negotiate a truce? Raistlin proposed. Tanis looked at Flint, who wished to dispute that no sane mind would believe it. Yet, ultimately, he reluctantly nodded. Tell him I am also a prince, Prince Nidal of the Dwarfs. Tanis suppressed a laugh and stepped forward to explain to Prince Glarin, who evidently accepted this notion. Easton sheathed his sword and then stiffly bowed to Flint. Now that is settled, Caramon said, do you two have anything to eat? We've finished all we brought. I do not understand how you still wish to eat. Raistlin said, covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve. It reeks horrendously. We should not linger here. Tanis glanced back at the devastated village, at the pitiful, charred, curled bodies. Why did the draconians do this? Why go to such lengths to slaughter the valley dwarfs? To silence them, of course, Raistlin replied. They stumbled upon something they should not have known, some secret of the draconians, or something they wished to keep hidden. Thus, they must die. I wonder what that secret is, Tanis pondered, perplexed. I suspect we shall never know, Raistlin shrugged. They departed the village, returning to the path leading to Sabaden. I pray for the unfortunate valley dwarves, Tysa said solemnly, walking beside Tanis. It is a prayer taught to me by Alistri. I beseech Paladine to shelter their souls. It is shelter, Tanis corrected. To shelter their souls. It is the same, Tysa sighed. I am glad you thought to do so, Tanis remarked. None of us did. You are busy considering grand matters, Tysa said. I take care of the small details. However, Tanis suddenly recalled something. I need you to stay at the camp. How can you follow Raistlin, Easton, and Caramon? I remember asking you to look after Tyka. Oh, I did as you asked. Tysa insisted. Listen to me. He recounted the events, and Tanis's expression grew increasingly grave. Where's Tyka? Why isn't she with you? She went back to warn Riverwind, Tysa said cheerfully. Alone? Tanis turned to look at Caramon, who was futilely attempting to conceal his massive frame behind his brother. She left in the dead of night, Tanis, Caramon explained. Right. Little raced? We had no idea she had gone. You must pursue her, Tanis commanded sharply. Yes, we can, Raistlin replied softly. And where would you be, half-elf? Wandering the mountains, seeking a way into Sabadin. Taika is not in danger. The path we took is unknown to outsiders. I hope so, Tanis said coldly. He walked ahead, swallowing his futile words. He had known Raistlin and Caramon for many years and understood the inseparable bond between them. It was an unhealthy relationship, he had always believed. Yet he had no right to question it. Tanis had hoped the budding romance between Taika and Caramon would empower Caramon to break free from his brother-esque shackles. It was now apparent that this would not be the case. Tanis knew nothing of the happenings within Skull Rock, but he surmised from Caramon's despondent expression that Taika had attempted to persuade Caramon to leave with her, but Raistlin had intervened. If anything happens to her, I will take it out on Raistlin, Tanis muttered to himself. At least Taika had thought to return to warn Riverwind. He hoped she would arrive in time to alert the refugees so they could flee. He could not return now, though he longed to do so. The urgency of reaching Sabadin was paramount. Flint followed closely behind Easton, his gaze fixed intently on the knight and the extraordinary helmet. According to Raistlin, the helmet controlled him. Dwarves did not believe in such magic, especially when it pertained to Raistlin, and no one could convince him that it was not Raistlin's doing. Flint had to concede that Easton had indeed changed. The knight had previously learned a smattering of Dwarvish from Flint, but not much. He certainly could not speak the language of Sabadin, which differed slightly from the speech of hill dwarves. After setting camp, Tanis requested the prince to elaborate on the route to Sabadin. Prince Glarin willingly obliged, explaining they would need to traverse along a ridge and detailing the distance they needed to cover and the location of the secret gate. However, he did not specify what they should do once they found and opened the gate. Tanis looked to Flint for confirmation. Flint was uncertain about which ridge the prince referred to, but it sounded plausible enough, so he said nothing more. The dwarf uttered a few words of complaint, estimating that they would reach their destination by the morrow, and thus hoped that Tanis would grant them a moment's respite. Flint reclined, gazing at the heavens. His gaze fixated upon a crimson star, the forge of the world as creator, Reorx. Flint found himself quite taken with the notion of being a messenger. Of course, when Raistlin first proposed it, he had voiced his objections solely because it was Raistlin who suggested it, yet the dwarf did not vehemently protest. He simply acquiesced without further remark. Suddenly, a thought surged through Flint's mind. What if I truly were a messenger? What if I could ultimately bring about a cessation of hostilities and a handshake of reconciliation? He lay awake for a long while, his eyes tracing the dance of the fiery planet in the sky, a symbol of the divine tirelessly at work in the forge. In that moment, he envisioned himself as one of those celestial bodies, his light shimmering eternally. Chapter 18. Departure from the Valley Perilous Path. Wedgestone. The first day of travel for the refugees was relatively easy. However, on the second day, their journey became significantly more arduous. The path ascended continuously, becoming steeper and narrower until it was as slim as a ribbon, with sheer rock walls on one side and a precipice dropping hundreds of feet on the other. The route was fraught with danger, yet they had no choice but to traverse this narrow path. It could accommodate only one person at a time, and the river wind compelled everyone to halt. Many became weak-kneed at the mere sight of the cliff, and Jinyu was no exception. This was as Tanis had anticipated, having grown up on the Ashen Plains, where the land stretched for miles in an unbroken expanse. Jinyu found this mountainous world particularly alien and unsettling. The river wind darted about, encouraging everyone, when suddenly, a plainsman approached him. Jinyu, the man said, you should come quickly. When the plainsman found his wife, Jinyu was pressed tightly against the rock wall, her face ashen, trembling with fear. The river wind approached, and her icy hands clutched him desperately. Jinyu was at the forefront of the group. The river wind, aware of her acrophobia, urged her to move to the back, but she refused. I can manage, she insisted, stepping forward with apparent resolve. However, just as she was about to succeed, she made the grave error of glancing down. She envisioned herself leaping into the void, crashing onto the stony ground below. Her body shattered, blood pooling beneath her, staining the rocks. I'm so sorry, but I truly cannot do this, my husband, she murmured. The river wind gently coaxed her to keep moving, noting her palpable anxiety. Just give me a moment. Jinyu, he said softly, turning to survey the path behind them, where the line of refugees stood waiting. Everyone is watching you. Muster your courage. Jinyu gazed at him earnestly. I wish to proceed. I know I must move forward, but I cannot take a single step. She looked at the steep cliff, the pile of stones beneath her feet, the trees and valleys appearing exceedingly distant. trembling. She closed her eyes again. Do not look down, he instructed. Look up. Focus ahead. See that V-shaped gap? That is the passage through the mountains. Once we cross, we shall reach the other side. Jinyu looked, but shook her head, leaning back against the rock wall. Have you prayed to the gods for courage? The river wind inquired. Jinyu smiled shyly. The courage of Misha Kai resides within my heart, my husband, but it has yet to translate into action for my feet. At that moment, the river wind was overwhelmed by affection and began to kiss her cheek. Jinyu embraced him tightly, nearly suffocating him. He guided her back to solid ground, contemplating what to do next. It was likely that others shared the same fear as his wife regarding this path. He needed to find a way to assist them. The river wind called for a halt, allowing everyone to rest while he pondered. Just then, a plainsman who had gone to scout returned hastily. He approached the river wind. We have discovered something peculiar, the plainsman reported. Up ahead at the pass, there lies a dwarf's iron pickaxe. Perhaps it was too heavy for them to carry, he speculated. The scout chuckled and shook his head. You know, I have little fondness for dwarves, chief, but I have never seen a dwarf who could not bear this minimal weight while climbing. It was improbable that he would abandon the pickaxe. Unless there is another reason, the river wind mused. Is there anything else there? Any signs that he and Tanis were attacked or unfortunate enough to encounter someone? If there was a struggle, we would see evidence of it. But there are no bloodstains on the rocks, no pits in the soil, nor remnants of armor or packages. To me, it appears the pickaxe was intentionally left behind as some sort of marker, but what it signifies remains a mystery. Do not touch it, the river wind commanded. No one is to lay a hand on it. I shall investigate shortly. Perhaps I can uncover its meaning. The plainsman nodded and returned to his companions. The scout, known as Eagle Talon, moved with the steady gait of a mountain lion along the path. The river wind watched him depart, then turned his gaze back to the narrow way ahead. A few sections were wide enough for 2 or 3 individuals to walk side by side. He could position those untroubled by heights, like Eagle Talon, at those spots to assist others. The river wind outlined his plan and sought volunteers, selecting several sturdy individuals unafraid of heights to stand at various points along the path. He approached Jinyu, explaining what to do while pointing to the person ahead, who stood at the edge of the cliff, arms extended. You need only take a few steps, he said. Do not look down. Keep your back against the rock wall and focus on Nighthawk. Jinyu nodded, trembling. She had to do this. Her husband urged her to lead the way. Calling upon the goddess's name softly, she cautiously moved forward, taking tiny steps. Her heart raced in her chest, her lips parched as if made of stone. She reached out and grasped Nighthawk's hand, who steadied her balance and whispered encouragement. The next person waited further ahead, and Jinyu turned back to the river wind, offering a victorious smile, though tinged with anxiety, before carefully proceeding onward. The river wind felt a swell of pride for her. His plan was indeed effective, though the progress was painfully slow. Naturally, a few individuals were not afraid. Marita followed closely behind Jinyu, confidently traversing the path, rejecting Nighthawk's assistance. Others, however, clung to life with utmost trepidation. Some could not rise and instead crawled along on hands and knees. At the current pace, it would take a full day or more for the entire group to pass through. The river wind appointed Iris Tan to oversee the situation while he ventured ahead to investigate the mysterious pickaxe left by the dwarf. The river wind concurred with Eagle Talon's assessment. The pickaxe had been deliberately placed, but for what purpose? It certainly did not indicate the passage, as that was evident. He noticed a rock marked with patterns, distinct from the surrounding stones, and the pickaxe's tip pointed directly at it. He discovered that the pickaxe was not merely aimed at the rock and bent down to examine it closely. The tip was gently wedged beneath the rock. He stood, crossing his arms and scrutinizing the surroundings intently, inspecting every inch. The scouts he had sent had passed through the fissure and reported that it was indeed possible to cross the mountains. They had found Tanis's markings on the other side. So what did this marker signify? He understood its importance keenly. He watched the line of refugees slowly advancing along the path, contemplating that at least he still had time to unravel the mystery. Yet, time proved to be far shorter than he had anticipated. As evening approached, the sun began its descent, casting shadows over the path. The river wind called for a halt to allow everyone to rest. He felt quite satisfied with the progress. Only a little over 100 remained to navigate the most perilous section of the path. Not a single soul had fallen behind, despite the occasional slips that elicited gasps of alarm. One boy froze in place on the path, unable to move, prompting someone to descend along the cliff's edge to assist him. Those who had already crossed finally felt a sense of relief, preparing to camp at the pass. sincerely hoping that the worst of their journey had come to an end. The Riverwind scouts reported the discovery of an ancient dwarven road, promising a much easier trek ahead. He estimated that they could all pass through the pass by morning. Those still hesitant to traverse the narrow path required more time. Among them were some who lacked even the courage to attempt it. However, their spirits were somewhat lifted, as their companions had predictably moved on, assuring them that after a night's rest, all would be well. Everyone was filled with enthusiasm, preparing to set up camp for the night. Lorana and Illiston proposed to remain among the group, to which Riverwind consented, recognizing the value of having reliable individuals to manage the team. The night was frigid, and the campsite among the rocky outcrops was exceedingly uncomfortable. Riverwind forbade the refugees from lighting a fire, as the flames on the mountains would betray their position in the darkness. People huddled together within the rock piles, wrapping themselves in cloaks and blankets to keep warm, bracing for an uncomfortable night. Riverwind patrolled the area, conversing with the night watchmen to ensure they remained vigilant. Throughout it all, he pondered the matter of the pickaxe. Before succumbing to sleep, he ventured to the spot where the pickaxe lay, contemplating its significance beneath the cold light of the stars, uncertain of its true meaning. Riverwind was jolted awake by the panicked cries of his wife. As he opened his eyes, he found Jinyu clutching his shoulders tightly. "Something's out there," she exclaimed. He sensed it too, as the surrounding people began to shout and stir anxiously. Rising to his feet, a guard rushed toward him. "A dragon," he whispered urgently. "It's circling above." "What is it?" people asked fearfully. Following the guard, Riverwind stepped into an open area conducive to observation. He gazed northward, a tremor coursing through him. Black wings obscured the stars. Across the valley loomed a group of dragons, flying slowly, their wings spread wide, flapping heavily as if burdened by a great weight, on the verge of plummeting. This sight reminded Riverwind of the way hawks carried hares across the plains. The dragon's presence instilled a sense of dread within him. Yet he refused to yield. He intended to rally his warriors when footsteps approached from behind. Turning, he found his kin gathered around him, silently awaiting orders. This was the attack that Taika had warned about, and he was surprised by the calmness in his own voice. "I believe the dragons are unaware of our departure. Inform everyone to remain silent and hidden. Only this way can we survive. Even the cry of an infant could spell our doom." Jinyu hurried away with some of the plain folk to explain the current perilous situation. As the dragon's presence spread, the air was filled with groans and muffled cries. Jinyu and others continuously reassured the people and prayed to the gods. Soon, the crowd fell silent, as if a heavy and suffocating blanket had descended upon the camp. People curled up in the shadows of the rock piles, tightly clutching their children, awaiting the unknown. The dragon soared overhead, above the scorched thickets. Tonight's Nulantari was a half-moon, its light casting a glow upon the red scales, illuminating the figure atop the leading dragon. Riverwind recognized the horned helmet worn by the dragon knight Mengmin. Behind him flew 4 red dragons. Riverwind noted that the dragons flew slowly. They began to awkwardly turn in midair, hovering over the caves that the refugees had once called home. Their forms lacked the grace and lightness he had witnessed in the red dragons over Pakatakas. These dragons flew clumsily, clearly weighed down. Gulsinas appeared beside him. "What of Lorana and those by the path?" he inquired. Riverwind, still preoccupied with Hendrik and those who remained behind, could only shake his head, indicating that the group had little hope of survival. Then he realized that Gulsinas was referring to those still on the path. They were camping in the open, completely exposed on the mountainside, with no place to hide. "We must help them come over," Gulsinas urged. "To traverse in the dark? That is far too perilous," Riverwind replied, shaking his head. "We can only hope that the dragon's assault ends here and does not venture this way." He stood tall, preparing to observe the dragons as they unleashed fire upon the cave, but nothing transpired. The dragons continued to circle the valley, descending ever lower. The dragon mounted by Mingmin remained at the forefront, looking down from above. Riverwind found this perplexing, only to witness an even more bewildering sight. Many bundles began to fall from the dragon's back. At least, they appeared to be such. Riverwind could hardly fathom what the dragons were discarding when he suddenly gasped. Those were not bundles. What leaped from the dragon's back were dragofolk. He watched as the monstrous beings spread their wings while descending, moonlight glimmering upon their scaled skin, accompanied by the faint glint of sword tips. The wings of the dragonfolk slowed their descent, allowing them to glide before landing. However, they appeared unpracticed in this maneuver. Some dragonfolk plummeted headfirst into the dense thickets, while most flailed wildly in the air, ultimately landing in the stream. Their furious howls pierced the frosty sky. He heard the dragonfolk on the ground shouting commands, likely a commander attempting to restore order amidst the chaos, searching for stragglers to form ranks. Time was of the essence. The dragonfolk would soon surge into the cave and discover that their prey had fled. They would come searching for us. You were right, he said to Gilcinus. We must hasten the remaining people over here. He slowly shook his head. By the gods, traversing this steep and narrow path by day is already challenging. The difficulty of doing so at night is unimaginable. They must act in the dark and without a sound. Riverwind navigated the treacherous path and found Illiston and Lorana waiting for him. Illiston spoke first. We have awoken everyone. They are prepared. Poor Hendrik, Lorana said calmly, gazing at the approaching dragonfolk in the valley. Riverwind struggled to muster any sympathy for that man and those who had foolishly chosen to remain. Yet, he could not afford to waste time on such thoughts. He surveyed the ready group. Their pale faces were visible in the darkness, but all remained silent, poised for action. Riverwind loathed the task that lay ahead, but he had no alternative. We must cover their mouths with cloth. Illiston and Lorana stared at him, perhaps questioning his sanity. I do not comprehend, Lorana said. Silence is our hope for survival, Riverwind explained. If someone falls, the dragonfolk will hear their scream. Lorana's face paled, and she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. Of course, Illiston replied calmly before hastily departing. Are you all right? He asked Lorana. I am, she replied, struggling to maintain her composure. Very well, Riverwind encouraged, rallying himself. They needed to act immediately. There was no time to lose. The dragonfolk would soon invade the cave, and before long, they would realize that they had departed. They would come searching for us. Is it safe for us to remain here? Lorana asked. I hope so. Riverwind replied, striving to reassure her. We have resided here for several months without realizing the presence of a pass. With luck and the gods' favor, the dragonfolk will not find us. Even if they do, we can withstand the assault. He abruptly fell silent, inhaling sharply. Amidst his tumultuous thoughts, a lightning bolt of realization struck him. The pickaxe lay beneath the patterned rock, which evidently did not belong to this place. Quickly, he urged Lorana. Tell them to keep moving. Do not allow anyone to stop. He turned away, then turned back again. If anyone impedes progress, let them be left behind. We have no time for distractions. Everyone must get moving. He traversed the perilous path alone, lost in contemplation. In truth, navigating this route in darkness would prove far easier. He could not perceive the depth below, nor would he consider the sharp rocks that might soon rend his body asunder. Those who had previously undertaken such tasks during the day returned to their posts, standing at intervals, prepared to assist those who had begun to pass through. Illiston stood at the forefront, uttering words of comfort and bestowing Paladin's blessings upon each individual. The mouths of the people were wrapped in cloth, cautiously navigating the precipice. The Riverwind cast a glance back towards the camp. Some dragonfolk were rushing towards the cave. Upon reaching the habitation zone, chaos would ensue upon discovering the absence of their prey. They might assume that the people had retreated deep into the cave and would search the tunnels. Ultimately, the dragonfolk would unearth the truth. The cave would hold no one. Mengmina understood that the refugees would not venture northward. The most reasonable path lay to the south. He would first inspect this direction. The Riverwind glanced eastward, pondering how many hours remained until dawn. He knew that time was of the essence. Follow me, he instructed the warriors. No need for weapons. Bring only your iron picks. Call upon a few who have worked in the mines. The dragonfolk launched their initial wave of assault, charging towards the rocky walls that had once housed the refugees. Their howls, intended to frighten their quarry, transformed into curses as they stormed into the cave. Inside, only crude furniture, toys, clothing, and stored food and water remained, items the refugees had been unable to carry away. The Riverwind guided the miners to the spot where Florent had left the iron picks. He gestured towards the picks and the mottled stone, elucidating the intentions of the dwarfs. Under the luminescence of the stars and moon, the miners carefully examined the stone, determining that it indeed was a wedge stone. Yet, whether it would prove effective remained uncertain. The procession continued, albeit at a pace that induced anxiety. The Riverwind gazed at the sky. No significant light was visible yet, but the stars were fading. The last few individuals were still climbing forward. Among them was a young woman, trembling as she approached, only to collapse upon the ground. Tears streamed down her face as she shivered, yet remained silent. Goldamoon swiftly pulled her away. Rolana was nearly at the end of the line. Gilcinus, standing steadfast, assisted her in crossing over while whispering something in Elvish. Rolana grasped his hand and kissed him. Illiston was the last to arrive, carrying a boy whose small hands clung tightly to his neck. The priest's steps were steady, unwavering. The boy's mother waited on the other side, her hands covering her face. Unable to look, How amusing, I listen, the boy exclaimed once they reached safety, pulling out the morsel he had stuffed in his mouth. Can we do it again? Laughter erupted among the people, though it was feeble. They departed from the path and entered the narrow passage. Beyond the camp, the dragonfolk appeared at the cave's mouth. With the dawn now brightening the sky, the river wind could clearly discern the situation beyond. Minmina's dragon descended to the ground. The dragonfolk surged around their dragon rider, who leaned down to exchange thoughts with the commanders. Under his command, 3 red dragons soared across the valley, one eastward, one westward, and another southward, directly approaching them. However, the mighty dragon paid no heed to the front, only fixating on the ground below, searching the valley's floor. Quickly, quickly, the river wind urged in a hushed tone, directing the people as if herding sheep. Hide within the passage. The farther you go, the better. The people hurried inside, their demeanor not one of panic. The river wind mused. They likely believed they had escaped peril. Suddenly, a cry shattered the tranquility. Wait. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. The dragon heard the voice, lifting its head and shifting its gaze. The river wind turned back, cursing. Hendrik was racing along the path, his relaxed belly jostling as he ran. His face was filthy, mouth agape in terror. His confidants followed closely, frantic, pushing against one another in their haste. Hendrik arrived at the precipice, glancing at the river wind and then down below, his visage pale. I can't get across. We all made it, the river wind retorted coldly, gesturing towards the dragon, which had altered its course and was now flying toward them. Hendrik's friends shoved him aside, scrambling up the path in a rush. Trembling, Hendrik followed with all his might. He safely traversed the path, and as he reached the other side, he roared at the river wind, likely demanding something. The river wind seized him, thrusting him into the arms of several plainsmen, who hurried him into the passage. The dragon raised its head, unleashing a deafening roar. The river wind dashed towards the place where the dwarves had left the iron picks. He glanced back, witnessing the dragon's roar rousing the dragon rider Minota. His steed leapt off the ground, soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, the dragonfolk began charging towards them. Their speed on the ground surpassed that of humans, aided by the propulsion of their wings. They surged up the path like a shimmering river of scales. Mingmina's dragon rushed toward the narrow passage. The approach of the dragonfolk was swifter than the river wind had anticipated. Seizing the iron pick, he watched the last few lagging individuals safely enter the passage. Paladin, be with us. The river wind prayed, seemingly nodding towards Florent, before adding, Leokas, guide my hand. With the iron pick, he struck the mottled stone, precisely at the indicated point. Suddenly, the rock tumbled down the mountain, prompting the river wind to hastily retreat. Initially, nothing transpired, and his heart sank as the dragon came barreling toward him. Minota extended his arm, pointing towards the passage. Then, the ground trembled, emitting a colossal sound of tearing and grinding. Before the river wind's astonished gaze, an entire side of the mountain began to shift, cascading down from above. He turned to flee towards the safety of the passage as enormous rocks soared past his head. With a thunderous roar, a landslide enveloped the path the refugees had just traversed, filling the passage with debris. The river wind lay flat on the ground, shielding his head with his arms. He could not see the dragon, but he could hear its frustrated roar. The landslide persisted for a considerable duration before suddenly falling silent, save for a few rocks clattering to the ground. Cautiously, the river wind rose to survey his surroundings. The terrain had been entirely altered. Massive boulders obstructed the passage. He heard the sound of dragon wings flapping outside the newly formed rock wall. They could not land. The landslide had caused the flat ground to descend to the mountainside. He heard the beasts on the opposite side stirring, attempting to breach the passage. Surely, it would prove futile, as the dragons quickly ceased their movements. The river wind gazed skyward. The towering peak across was blanketed in white snow. He wondered whether the dragons would fly directly over the passage. The mountain's crevice was steep and narrow. He doubted the dragons could pass through without injuring their wings. Yet, it remained possible that the dragons might deal with them from the heights. The river wind anxiously awaited the heavy shadow of the red bodies and wings to eclipse the dawn, but the dragons remained absent. It wasn't until the dragons' menace had dissipated that the river wind realized they had flown away. They were momentarily safe, only temporarily, navigating through the rubble. The river wind stepped into the crowd. People embraced one another, their faces alight with gratitude, tears flowing as they prayed. The river wind did not wish to join in their celebration. He understood why Minota refrained from an assault. There was no need for the dragons to risk entering the passage. They merely had to wait for the refugees to emerge on the other side. As Taika had informed them, dragon folk awaited beyond the mountain as well. The refugees could not remain hidden here indefinitely. Eventually, they would have to step out, and the army of the Dragon Rider would undoubtedly be waiting. Their only hope lay with Tanis and Florent's party finding the entrance to Sabaden. Otherwise, the refugees were destined for doom. Chapter 19. The Return of Prince Glarin. The Gates of Sabaden. What comes next? Under the enchantment of the helmet, Storn led his companions towards Cloudview Mountain, ascending a rugged path carved into the rock face. This path was numerous, and without the prince's guidance, they might never have found it, though they could have stumbled upon it by chance. Tanis continued to mark the way for the refugees, often doubting the utility of his efforts. Frequently, he glanced back along the trail, wishing for any sign of their safety, but the path was either shrouded in thick fog or concealed beneath clouds, rendering visibility non-existent. Climbing the mountain proved relatively manageable. Whenever they encountered steep and treacherous sections, rough-hewn stone steps were present in the rock face, allowing them safe passage. Even Raceland found the journey to be without hardship. After a night's rest, he was invigorated, remarking that the pure, crisp mountain air had significantly cleared his lungs. He seldom coughed and appeared to be in good condition. The sun shone brightly, unblemished by clouds. Below them lay an expansive desolate plain, and further in the distance stood a forsaken fortress, resembling a skull resting upon a plate, just as Caramon had described. They moved swiftly, or at least that was Tanis's impression, though he remained ignorant of their destination. He repeatedly urged Storn to indicate where they were headed. Yet the knight merely shook his helmeted head in refusal, silently continuing the ascent. Tanis glanced at Flint, who shrugged, clearly skeptical of the entire endeavor. Is there truly a door beside this mountain? I see none, he grumbled. As they climbed higher, the air grew colder and thinner, causing humans, half-elves, and Kinder to feel lightheaded. Their breathing became labored. I hope it isn't far, Tanis said, catching up to Storn. If we have much farther to go, some of us may not endure. He turned back to see Raceland sitting on the ground. The so-called pure mountain air was not as invigorating as claimed. Caramon leaned against a rock, and Tasselhoff could barely stand. Even Flint struggled with his breath, though he would not admit to being out of sorts. Storn lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the visor of his helmet. It is right there. He pointed to a stone slope approximately 5 feet wide, extending from the mountain's side. The path ends here. Tanis turned back to Flint, who, to Tanis's astonishment, had a glimmer in his eyes and a flush in his cheeks as he stroked his beard. I believe this is it, lad, he whispered. We are close. Really? Do you see something? Tanis inquired. Just a feeling, Flint replied. My instincts are seldom mistaken. Tanis surveyed the surroundings. I feel nothing. I see nothing. No door. Of course not, Flint retorted proudly. With those half-elf, half-human eyes of yours, you wouldn't. Just admit it. Old friend, you will never find the way. I am willing to concede, Tanis smiled. But what about you? I could find it, Flint insisted. If I had any interest in searching, but until now, I have had none. Tanis scrutinized the vast expanse of gray rock before them. If we truly have discovered the door, will the mountain dwarves allow us entry? That is not my concern, Flint replied. Tanis shot him a disbelieving glance. My concern is whether there are any dwarves at the mountain's base to answer yes or no. Perhaps the door has remained closed for 3 centuries because there is no one alive within to open it. Storn had already set off, and Flint hurried to keep pace. Tanis turned to check on the others. We have arrived, Caramon announced. Raceland nodded, leaning on his staff and his brother as he began to climb. Tasselhoff followed sluggishly behind. They departed the mountain path and approached the edge of the rock. This was built by the dwarves, Flint said, pointing his foot at the stone. We have arrived, half-elf. We have arrived. The edge of the stone was smooth and flat. It had once been broader than it was now, but over the long years, some sections had crumbled or eroded. They had not walked far along the edge. Perhaps 30 feet, when Storn halted and turned to face the rock wall. Flint eagerly examined the stone, his eyes glistening. He sighed deeply, his voice slightly hoarse as he spoke. We have found it, Tanis. The gates of Sabaden. Is that so? Tanis looked up and down, seeing nothing but the smooth rock. Storn approached the wall and extended his hand. Look, Flint urged softly. Raceland elbowed Tanis aside, eager to see what would transpire. Tasselhoff rushed to Storn's side, eyes wide with anticipation, staring at the empty rock face. If I were you, I wouldn't stand there, Storn warned. I do not wish to miss a thing, Tasselhoff declared. Storn shrugged and then raised his hand toward the mountain, shouting in Dwarven. I am Glarin, son of King Duncan of the mountain's bottom. My spirit returns to the halls of my ancestors. In the name of Lyorcus, I summon the gates to open. At the mention of the deity's name, Flint removed his helmet and held it against his chest, bowing in reverence. A beam of light shot forth from the ruby atop Storn's helmet, a blazing crimson glow akin to the fires of Lyorcus, illuminating the mountainside. The ground rumbled, sending tingles through Tanis's limbs. The entire mountain trembled. Raistlin clutched his staff to maintain his balance. Caramon lost his footing and slipped backward. A massive door, approximately 60 feet high and 30 feet wide, manifested in the mountainside. A shrill, piercing sound emanated from within. "Get back!" Flint bellowed, seizing Tasselhoff by the neck and pulling him aside. A stone resembling a barrel cork suddenly burst forth, thundering past the spot where the Kinder had just stood. The door swung wide, revealing immense granite stones sliding forward, propelled by a mechanical apparatus. The door advanced beyond the edge, the enormous mechanism creaking as it pushed the heavy stone further and further until it reached the precipice. The axle driving the door was crafted from oak, sturdy yet ultimately unable to withstand the strain, snapping suddenly. The stone broke free from the mechanism and tumbled down the mountain, followed by a resounding crash. They stood, wide-eyed and speechless at the unfolding scene. Raistlin finally broke the silence. "The gates of Sabadin have opened," he said, "and they cannot be closed again." Tanis glanced at those around him. Caramon retreated to the mountain path. Flint brushed aside Tasselhoff's attempt to embrace him, as the Kinder sought to express his gratitude for the rescue. "What of Storn?" Tanis asked anxiously, fearing the knight had been crushed. "He entered," Raistlin replied, the moment the door opened. "Blast it," Tanis muttered. They peered inside, but saw and heard nothing. Warm air, thick with the scent of earth, wafted from the cavern. "It feels ominous," Caramon murmured. Tanis drew his sword, and Caramon followed suit. Raistlin reached into his bag, while Flint raised his battle axe with a serious expression. They cautiously ventured inside, save for Tasselhoff. "I bet I'm the first Kinder to enter Sabadin in 300 years, he shouted, brandishing his hoopak as he dashed inside. "Hello, dwarves. Here I come." 3,000 years would not be an exaggeration, Flint yelled. Kinders are not permitted in the kingdom of the mountain dwarves. I must say, this rule is quite reasonable. The dwarves clumsily pursued Tanis, who hurriedly followed. As the chilling voice of Tasloy echoed through the darkness, a sound renowned among the Kinders for its terrifying nature. "Ah, Tanis," he shouted, yet received no reply. Dim sunlight filtered through the doorway, illuminating a small stretch of the path. However, they soon departed from this bright spot, plunging into impenetrable darkness. "I can't see a thing," Caramon complained. "Little Raistlin, shed some light." "No," Tanis cautioned. "It is not yet time. We should remain concealed. Keep your voices down. The dwarves already know we are here," Caramon insisted impatiently, "unless they are deaf." "Perhaps so," Tanis replied, "but it is prudent to exercise caution." "The dwarves can see us in the dark," Caramon murmured to his twin brother. "Tanis can see in the dark as well. It is we who cannot." Footsteps echoed through the darkness, accompanied by the clanking of armor. Caramon drew his sword, but Tanis shook his head. "It is Flint," he informed the twins. "Have you found Tas?" he inquired of the approaching Flint. "And Sturm," Flint replied gravely. "Look, over there. You can see for yourselves. Those foolish Kinders have brought this upon themselves. They have been captured by the Thywar." "I can't see anything," Caramon muttered. "Shoo, brother," Raistlin whispered. Tanis, possessing elven sight, discerned Sturm lying on the ground, either dead or in shock. Tasloy curled up beside the knight, clutching Prince Galen's helmet. It appeared that he had intended to don the helmet before the situation took a turn for the worse. 6 dwarfs surrounded the Kinders, clad in knee-length chainmail and wielding sharp swords. Tanis could only infer that they were dwarfs. He was uncertain, as he had never encountered such a breed before. They were thin, seemingly malnourished, with long, unkempt black hair and disheveled beards. Their skin was not the deep brown typical of most dwarves, but rather a sickly, pallid hue. Tanis caught a whiff of their unwashed bodies, reeking from prolonged neglect. 3 of the dwarves pointed their swords at Tasloy, while the others gathered around Sturm, clearly coveting his armor. "What is happening?" Caramon's voice rose slightly. "What is going on?" "I can't see." "Shut up," Raistlin replied. And suddenly the crystal atop his staff emitted a brilliant white light. Tanis turned angrily. "I told you," a piercing scream interrupted him. Tanis turned back, astonished to see the dwarves thrusting their swords into the ground, freeing their hands to shield their eyes. They howled in pain and cursed in fury. Flint glanced back at Raistlin. The dwarves squinted against the brightness. What are you staring at? The mage demanded. You said they were Thywar. It is well known that Thywar are extremely sensitive to light. Only among dwarves, Flint retorted, glaring at him. I have never seen a human aware of Thywar. Well, now you have, Raceland replied coldly. Flint shot a sidelong glance at Tanis, who shook his head. The half-elf had never heard of the Thywar, and he had been Flint's friend for many years. Raceland had been acting strangely throughout, despite their belief that he was always eccentric. Get away, Thywar scum! Flint shouted in their tongue, advancing while raising his axe in a threatening manner. Hildung! One of the Thywar roared before beginning to chant and wave his fingers. Stop him, Raceland warned. He is casting a spell. Flint suddenly halted. You are the mage. He yelled at Raceland. You stop him. Then get out of the way. Flint hastily threw himself to the ground as lightning crackled above his head, striking the Thywar in the chest with a shockwave that rattled the room. The charred body of the Thywar collapsed with a thud. His companions abandoned Sturm and fled down the tunnel. The sounds of clanging chainmail and boots striking the ground faded abruptly. They haven't gone far, Tanis cautioned. Dirty Thywar, Flint said indignantly, glaring at Tanis. I said returning was a mistake. I will go down to keep watch. You check on the night. He walked away, suddenly shouting. Don't let the kinders touch the helmet. Raceland stood beside Sturm, illuminating the knight's body for Caramon to inspect. He was alive, his heartbeat strong. I don't know what has happened to him. I can't find a single wound. Tanis glared sternly at Taz. I didn't do anything. Taz immediately explained. I found him lying on the ground, unconscious. The helmet was off to the side. I thought he no longer needed it. It should be said that the helmet no longer needed him, Raceland remarked. Once Prince Galen returned to his forebears' halls, the magic released the knight. When Sturm awakens, he will regain his true self, quite regrettable. Tanis extended his hand toward the kinder. I think it would be best if you handed me the helmet. Taz clutched the helmet tightly to his chest. Those ugly dwarves will steal it. I protected it. Can't I wear it just once? I would love to be a dwarf. Not a chance. Flint shouted from the darkness. Sturm. Caramon shook his friend's shoulder. Sturm, wake up. The knight groaned, opening his eyes in a daze. He stared at Caramon for a while before recognizing his friend. Why did you let me sleep so long? You should have woken me. I must have missed my watch. Sturm stood up, his head spinning. I just had the strangest dream. Tanis pulled Raceland aside. Will he remember everything that happened? I doubt it, Raceland replied. In fact, he will find it hard to believe what we tell him. Sturm, I swear everything I say is true. Caramon insisted. You put on the helmet, and suddenly, you were not yourself. You became a dwarf, Prince Galen. We are no longer in Skullcap. You brought us to Sabaden. No, really. Sturm, I'm not lying. It is all true, I swear. If you don't believe me, ask Tanis. Sturm saw Tanis and took a step back in shock. What are you doing in Skullcap? You were with Flint. He closed his mouth, looking around in confusion. Could it be true what Caramon said? Am I under some kind of spell? Are we in Sabaden? Or did I bring you here? He looked utterly bewildered. I don't know what is happening. I have no idea where this is, or how we got here. Perhaps next time I warn you not to touch something. You will heed my advice, Raceland remarked. Sturm glared at Raceland, his face flushed with anger. Upon seeing the helmet that Tasloy reluctantly relinquished, Sturm fell silent for a long moment. His anger dissipated. He glanced at Raceland again, gruffly stating, perhaps I will. He shook his head and turned to walk into the darkness. He needs some time alone, Raceland said, stopping Tanis, who intended to speak with Sturm. Sturm will sort himself out. You have other matters to consider, half-elf. Indeed, Caramon said. We have arrived. This is Sabaden. He looked at Tanis. What comes next? Good question. The corridor ahead was strewn with shattered armor and broken weapons, remnants of some long-past battle. Tanis surveyed his surroundings, deducing from the accumulated dust and the thick cobwebs that no one had ventured here since the war concluded 3 centuries ago. The matter of the helmet left Tasoha feeling disheartened. In an attempt to console himself, he rummaged through the debris. Meanwhile, Raceland prodded a few items with his staff. When suddenly, Flint rushed over. Someone approaches. He exclaimed. It appears to be the hill dwarfs, he continued. They are arguing with the Sverfneblin. A glimmer of light flickered in the distance. Although the dwarves remained out of sight, the sound of heavy boots striking the stone ground echoed, accompanied by the clanking of armor and weapons. A low voice issued commands, met with grumbled responses. It sounded as if they were in haste. The footsteps resonated, drawing nearer to their position. Everyone, remain still, Flint instructed. Let me speak with them. As he spoke, he shot a fierce glare at Tasohoff. What are the hill dwarfs? Caramon whispered. How do they differ from the Sverfneblin? The Sverfneblin are the dark dwarves, for they harbor a hatred for the light. They are untrustworthy. They have long sought dominion over the subterranean realm, and to my knowledge, they have likely achieved it by now. The Sverfneblin are also the only dwarven clan proficient in the arcane arts, Raceland interjected. Flint cast a cold glance at the mage. As I said, the Sverfneblin are untrustworthy. The hill dwarves once ruled over Thorberden, Flint continued. It was their king, Duncan, who ordered the gates closed, leaving us to starve outside. That was long ago, my friend. Tanis said calmly. The past is behind us. Flint remained silent as the footsteps drew closer. Sturm unsheathed his sword and donned his helmet, which Caramon had carried for him. Raceland prepared another spell, while Tesohav twirled his staff. Tanis regarded them all. We have come here to request a favor from the dwarfs, he reminded them. Let us not forget the responsibility we bear. You would do well to hand me Glaren's helmet, Flint stated. Tanis obliged, passing it to him. Flint accepted it, wiping away some grime, polishing the ruby with his sleeve before tucking it under his arm. Are the hill dwarves afraid of light? Caramon inquired. Not at all, Flint replied. The hill dwarves fear neither heaven nor earth. Chapter 20. The Hero's Rebirth and Unexpected Dispute. 12 hill dwarves marched down the corridor. Aside from one. All were clad in chainmail and thick plate armor. The lone exception was grimy and haggard, with shackles adorning his wrists. As the dwarves approached the strangers, this particular one appeared utterly exhausted and suddenly collapsed to the ground. One dwarf halted, placing a hand on his shoulder, murmuring something. The fallen dwarf weakly nodded, seemingly indicating he was all right. Some of the hill dwarves wielded swords, others brandished spears, while a few carried hammers on their backs. Several held lanterns, casting an eerie green light that illuminated the expansive area. The dwarves advanced steadily. As they drew near, one dwarf stepped out from the ranks. He donned armor like the others, but over it he wore a coarse cloak. He bore a hammer on his back, and in his other hand, he clutched an enormous warhammer, far larger than those typically wielded by dwarfs. The head and handle were inscribed with runes praising the god of forge and fire, the world's smith, Lyoxus. Stone gazed intently at the hammer, moving closer to Tanis. That is the hammer of Karis, he whispered. I have seen it in ancient paintings. Good eye, human, the dwarf replied in the common tongue. He lifted the hammer, gazing at it with affection. This is not the true god hammer, merely a replica. It came into my possession when I earned my title, for I am Karis, he proclaimed with pride, Armin Karis. Karis II, the reborn Karis. One day, I shall learn how to find the true god hammer. Until then, I shall carry this hammer to proclaim my illustrious identity to all. My gods, Stone muttered, averting his gaze from Tanis. Armin Karis stood taller than the other dwarfs. He was the tallest dwarf Tanis had ever encountered, with a physique and stature rivaling that of Caramon. His broad shoulders, muscular chest, and robust legs were complemented by long black hair cascading over his shoulders and a waist-length beard styled into braids. His helmet was adorned with jewels, engraved with the symbol of the god hammer. Armin and his companions halted about 20 paces from Tanis and the others. The other hill dwarves cast curious glances at them, but Armin remained notably composed. He gestured to a few nearby. Go investigate the source of that sound. Several dwarves, wide-eyed with confusion, darted past them. That is the sound of the north gate opening, Flint remarked in Dwarven. Armin shot him a glance, then turned away, awaiting the return of his subordinates. A few dwarves soon returned, reporting that the north gate had indeed opened and could not be closed. It had shattered at the base of the mountain. Did you do this? Armin furrowed his brow, inquiring. It was not our doing, if that is what you are insinuating, Flint replied. Tesohav had been intently staring at the lanterns held by the dwarves, and he suddenly exclaimed, there are bugs in there. Bugs that glow. Carmon, look. For humans. One Nidar dwarf, and one Kinder, Armin grimaced at the last word, as if he had bitten into something unpleasant. Tesohav Barfoot. Tesohav introduced himself, extending a small hand forward. Carmon seized the Kinder and pulled him back. He firmly gripped Tesohav's shoulder, while Raceland positioned his staff in front of the Kinder. I was merely being polite. Tesohav protested. How did 4 humans, 1 Nidar dwarf, and 1 Kinder find the gate? Armin queried. Flint was about to respond when Armin haughtily raised his hand. Where did you acquire that helmet? It resembles an ancient hill dwarf style and must be worth a fortune. How does a Nidar possess such a helmet? We found it. Tesohav instinctively replied, leaning into Kinder's nature. I suppose you must have lost it. Carmon sighed, covering the Kinder's mouth with a large hand. Flint's agitation had been steadily rising since Armin Karas began speaking. His temper flared, and he could no longer contain himself. In my view, The dwarves underground for 300 years have forgotten even basic courtesy. Flint exclaimed angrily, "Young man, before you begin accusing us, you ought to at least inquire about our names and the reason for our presence here." Armin's face flushed crimson. "I am a prince of the hill dwarfs. It is I who gives commands, and I who poses the questions." He paused momentarily, as if lacking confidence, then continued, "If you have anything to say, go ahead. State your names first." "I am Flint, son of Durgar, descendant of Riga the Smith." Flint nearly roared, "They are my father and grandfather." "Who is your father?" Armin Karis. "Claiming to be a prince?" "Indeed, I am Armin Karis, son of Hornfell, lord of the hill dwarfs. I am the hero of the dwarven renaissance. When I received this name, a divine light enveloped me, and the spirit of Karas entered my being. I am, in essence, his incarnation. I shall find the god hammer, unite the dwarven clans, and elevate my father, Hornfell, to kingship." While Armin boasted of his noble lineage, Tanis noticed some dwarves appeared disinterested. A few exhibited signs of discomfort. One murmured something under his breath, prompting laughter from his companions. Armin cast a casual glance, and they immediately ceased their mirth. Flint stroked his beard, uncertain of what to say, ultimately deciding to return to the subject of the gate. "As I mentioned, Armin Karis, the gate was open for us. However, its destruction is not our doing. The stone it once rested upon has eroded. The mechanical device pushed the gate to the edge of the cliff. The bearings could not withstand the stone's weight and broke, causing the gate to tumble into the gorge." "How did you discover a gate hidden for 300 years? Flint of the Smiths?" Armin Karas asked with a furrowed brow, continuing in common tongue for all to comprehend. "And how did you and your human companions gain entry?" "And the Kinder," Tesohav whispered from behind Karaman. "He cannot forget me." "Dream on," Karaman muttered. "We were brought here by Flint." He raised the helmet of Glaren. "My friend discovered this helmet at Skull Rock." "I found this helmet at Skull Rock," Raistlin corrected him, bowing slightly to Armin Karas. "I am Raistlin Majir, and this is my brother, Karaman." Karaman clumsily bowed. "I knew the helmet possessed magic," Raistlin continued. "It bore the soul of its last master, who perished in battle. His name was Glaren, son of Duncan." Armin shouted, his hand resting on his sword, stepping forward. His followers surrounded him, their deep voices buzzing in agitation. Karaman placed his hand on his sword, and Stone followed suit. They looked to Flint, who wore a similarly bewildered expression. Their reaction was unexpected. They had assumed returning the helmet of the deceased prince would earn them accolades as heroes. Instead, it seemed they were preparing for a confrontation. Armin gestured, and the dwarves fell silent. His face darkened as he scrutinized the helmet, then turned his gaze to Raistlin. "A human mage. I should have suspected. Did you bring the helmet here?" he inquired. "I found it," Raistlin replied. "This noble knight," he pointed at Stone, volunteered to wear the helmet, permitting the spirit of the dwarven prince to control his body. Under the enchantment of the helmet, Prince Glaren beckoned us to accompany him to the hall of his ancestors. The prince's spirit opened the door. We were delighted to fulfill his long-held wish, were we not, Easton? Raistlin inquired with deliberate intent. "I am Easton, son of Angaf Brightblade." Easton replied, his grip on the sword hilt unwavering. "It is my honor to serve the fallen prince." Amon regarded them, his black pupils glimmering beneath his furrowed brow. "It is your turn, Tanis," Raistlin gently urged. Tanis glanced at Flint, who shrugged, equally perplexed. "Your Highness," Tanis addressed Amon Karis. Raistlin merely suggested that we volunteered to bring the helmet, but that was mere diplomatic nicety. In truth, we had no choice. The helmet has ensnared our friend, Easton Brightblade, holding him as a hostage, compelling him to come to Sabaden. He is unaware of his own actions. The prince, who perished 3 centuries ago, has enslaved his body. We remain uncertain of this prince's identity. None of us have heard of him, save for Flint, who possesses knowledge of your history. I am well aware. I know how King Duncan confined us beyond the mountains, leaving us to starve. Do not make matters worse, Tanis murmured in discontent. Flint muttered under his breath. Karas shook his head. If I were to believe your account, that you returned with the helmet in ignorance, it would be even more troubling. He glared at the helmet, his expression darkening further. The helmet of Prince Glaren is cursed, and if indeed this is the prince's helmet, then you have brought a curse upon us, bringing misfortune to the dwarves here. Tanis sighed. I am truly sorry. We were entirely unaware. His apology seemed feeble, and he was at a loss for words. Perhaps you know, or perhaps you do not, Amon Karis stated. I must report the damage to the gate to the Lord's Council. You will have the opportunity to present your case before them. Should they believe, what do you mean, Bishop? Flint interjected angrily. Why do you not directly accuse us of lying? I have only heard your side of the story, how this helmet is of such significance. Yet, it could be false. Fabricated. Flint fumed, his anger palpable. Before he could speak again, Raceland coldly interjected, "There is a straightforward method to ascertain the truth of our claims, Your Highness." "How so?" Karaz inquired skeptically. "You should don it yourself," Raceland replied. Karaz shot a horrified glance at the helmet. No dwarf would dare to wear it. "Let the council decide how to proceed. I would wear it," Tezohav proposed, but no one paid him any heed. "I owe no proof of honesty to any council or others," Flint exclaimed, seething. He then turned to his companions. "I warned you that coming here was a mistake. I do not know what you intend to do, but I shall take my leave. Since this helmet is unwelcome, I shall take it with me." Flint shoved the helmet under his arm, striding defiantly towards the door. "Stop him," Amon Karas commanded. He gestured. "Seize them." His subordinates sprang into action. Easton lowered his head and noticed a dwarf's spear pressed against his throat. Tanis felt something sharp at his back. Caramon raised his fist. Raceland uttered something, and Caramon glared at the dwarf, lowering his hand. Tezohav flailed the Hupak staff, while a dwarf kicked the weapon from the kinder's grasp, seizing his hair and placing a dagger against Taz's throat. Hearing the commotion behind him, Flint turned around, his face flushed with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. He placed Glaren's helmet at his feet, stepped upon it, and raised his battle axe. "I swear, if anyone dares to approach me, I shall be the first to send them back home. Let Leokas bear witness." Amon Karas immediately ordered, as 4 dwarves behind Flint armed themselves. "He will bring about our demise, Tanis," Raceland warned. Tanis shouted to halt Flint, but the enraged hill dwarf, cursing, swung his axe mightily. Perhaps not hearing or choosing to ignore Tanis's command, the dwarf soldiers lunged at him with their spears. Flint retaliated with his axe. After several exchanges, one soldier fell behind him, tripping Flint. Flint stumbled several paces. The other soldiers pounced upon him. A dwarf swiftly seized the axe, while others restrained Flint's limbs. "Sabadin has revolted. I anticipated this. I warned you, Tanis." Flint bellowed, struggling in vain. "I told you they would treat us thus." Once they bound Flint's hands, they lifted him, and he continued to curse. All the dwarves, including Karas, gazed at the helmet of Glaren lying on the ground. No one dared approach, let alone touch it. "I will retrieve it," Raceland proposed. Karas seemed inclined to agree, but shook his head. "No," he said, "since the curse has arrived in Sabadin, let it befall me." He reached for the helmet. The other dwarves watched in horror, stepping back, believing something terrible was about to occur. As Karas grasped the helmet, his hand instinctively recoiled. Nothing transpired. He picked up the helmet, tucking it under his arm, wiping the sweat from his brow. He gestured towards Tanis and the others. "Disarm them and bind them." The dwarves bound their hands, except for Raceland. He forbade the dwarves from touching him. The dwarves exchanged doubtful glances, finally deciding to leave him be. Amon paused, kindly assisting the ailing dwarf, leading the way into the dark passage. Tanis followed closely, a spear pressed against his back. "Now is not the time to propose shelter for 800 humans," Raceland whispered behind him. Tanis shot him a cold glance. The dwarf behind prodded Tanis's back again. "Keep moving, scum," he commanded in Dwarven. They continued deeper into the mountain, burdened by the calamity that had befallen the Dwarven kingdom. Chapter 21. Faith, Hope. Hendrik the refugees trudged along the narrow path, their journey slow and tedious, constrained to traverse between rocks and cliffs while remaining ever vigilant of the ominous, cloud-laden sky above. Though they did not behold the dragons, they could feel the presence of those formidable beasts lurking nearby. The dragon's menace was not overt, as they soared high in the heavens, concealed behind the clouds. Yet, the weight of fear bore heavily upon their hearts, amplifying their mental burdens and hindering their pace. For the dragons, breaching the pass was a perilous endeavor. What, then, did they have to fear? Riverwind remarked to Elistan that the armies of Mingmina could only await their emergence from the pass. It was an inevitable eventuality, for they lacked provisions and could not linger here for long. Once they reached the open ground, an assault would surely follow. Elistan expressed his uncertainty regarding the distance to Sabadin, and even upon arrival, he was unsure if any sanctuary would be available to them. "I sense the fear," Elistan replied. "As if a shadow envelopes my heart, my friend, it obscures the sunlight, and thus the darkness arises. Many eyes watch us from above. These signs serve as constant warnings." "You would do well to alert me beforehand," Riverwind said. "My faith in the gods is undergoing a severe trial." "That is the truth," Elistan replied calmly. Much to Riverwind's astonishment, Elistan chuckled. "You seem taken aback by my words. Faith is not easily attained, my friend. We cannot perceive the visage of the gods, nor hear their voices. They do not hover beside us like caring parents, guiding our every step for fear we might stumble. If they did, I suspect we would soon grow irate and shake off their hands. Can we truly doubt the gods? Doubt is but a natural inclination. We are but mortals. Our mind's a mere shadow of divine thought. The gods are aware that we cannot grasp their intentions. They are exceedingly tolerant and patient. When they punish us by hurling a burning mountain upon Klein, Riverwind interjected. Thousands perish, and countless others endure suffering. How do we explain that? It is beyond explanation. Eliston simply stated, we can only feel sorrow and rage. It is only natural. Each time I reflect on it, anger rises within me. I do not comprehend why the gods would act thus. I have constantly questioned it. And yet you persist in your faith in them, Riverwind said, incredulously. You hold them dear. If you had children, would they never express anger towards you? Would they never question or resist you? Would you wish for your children to be meekly obedient, following your every command without question? Certainly not, Riverwind replied. Such fragile children would struggle to survive in this world. If your children defied you, would you still love them? I would be angry with them, yet I would still love them, Riverwind answered quietly, his gaze falling upon Jinhua. She was moving through the crowd, gently conversing with the people, alleviating their worries and distress. For they are my children. The love of the light god towards us is akin. A hesitant plainsman approached, seemingly reluctant to interrupt their discourse, yet it was evident he bore significant news. Riverwind turned to face him, motioning for Elistan to remain. Nightwing, what is it? The path marked by half-elves and dwarves descended into a pine grove before transforming into a narrow mountain trail that delved deep into the mountains. The elf Julsanus, possessing keen eagle-like vision, discerned an opening on the other side of the mountain. He believed it to be the legendary gate of Sabaton, or perhaps a cave, such as a dragon's lair, Riverwind remarked, casting a wry smile at Elistan. Nightwing shook his head. According to Julsanus, the opening is rectangular. It could not have formed naturally, nor could it have been crafted by a dragon. If that truly is the gate, what is the terrain between us and it? Riverwind inquired. An open expanse, fully exposed. Nightwing replied. In other words, right beneath the dragon's noses, Riverwind stated, and the Dragonkin Legion as well. Indeed, Chief, Nightwing confirmed. The enemy is mobilizing in that direction. We have seen a Dragonkin army departing from the hills, advancing towards the mountains. They know we are here. The dragons have informed them. We could resist at the pass. Nightwing proposed. But we cannot remain here indefinitely. Our supplies will last but a few days, and snow will soon fall. What is the state of the road ahead? Well maintained. Wide enough for two to walk side by side. But there is no cover before reaching the tree line below, and the ascent is completely exposed. It is barren all around. Riverwind shook his head in despair. Return to continue monitoring the enemy in the opening on the other side of the mountain. I must know whether anyone is entering or leaving. This may help us discern whether we have indeed found the gate. Riverwind turned to Elistan. What now? Child of the gods? We appear to have discovered the gate of Sabaton, yet we cannot approach it. One hand of the gods blesses us, while the other strikes us. Elistan was about to respond when Jinhua stepped forward. I have something to say, Jinhua declared, her expression one of palpable anger. Her lips were pressed tightly together, and her blue eyes sparkled with intensity. Riverwind sighed. What old tidings do you bring me, my lady? An old issue, Hendrik. Why did Mishikai not pull his feet from the ledge when he fell? Jinhua noticed Elistan standing there and blushed. I apologize, child of the gods. I know such thoughts are immoral. Hendrik has fully tested the gods' patience. Elistan remarked flatly. I am certain Mishikai has considered such an action. Is he causing trouble again? He spreads rumors among the crowd that Riverwind is leading us to our doom, claiming that Riverwind caused the rock slide. And now we cannot return to the caves. We are trapped in the pass, and soon the cold and hunger will claim our lives. Is there more? Riverwind pressed, noting Jinua's hesitation. Tell me everything. Hendrik incites us to surrender, to yield to Mingmina. It was Hendrik who drew the dragons here. Riverwind exclaimed in fury. It is because of him that we found ourselves in danger, forcing me to initiate the rock slide. I should have left him to his own devices. Do people listen to him? Elistan inquired, his expression grave. I fear so, child of the gods, Jinhua said, sympathetically placing her hand on her husband's arm. It is not your fault. They know the truth, yet they are cold and weary, tormented by the dragon's menace. They cannot go back and dare not move forward. They know what Mingmina intends. They will all be sent back to the mines. I have my doubts, Elistan replied. Mingmina's purpose in going to the caves is slaughter, not capture. People will not believe that. When one is lost, wandering in the wilderness, Even if faced with a prison, it may still be viewed as a sanctuary. Jinwei asserted. You must speak with them, my husband. Alleviate their doubts. Nightwing informed me that scouts may have found the gate. Such good fortune is unlikely, Riverwind muttered. Between us and the gate lies a dragonkin army, and we cannot even ascertain if the opening in the mountains is indeed the gate. It may merely be a cave. Even if it is the gate, a dwarven army may lie in wait to destroy us. The river wind despondently settled upon a large rock, his countenance worn and haggard. Tanis has chosen the wrong people. I am at a loss for what to do, he lamented. At least you know what not to do, Jinyu encouraged him. Forget about that, Hendrik. The river wind chuckled, though the sound was dark and fleeting. He took Jinyu's arm, drawing her closer. Do you have any suggestions, my lady? Speak the truth to the people, Jinyu replied, her hand caressing his face as she gazed deeply into his eyes. What they need is honesty. We shall pray to the gods, beseeching their aid to navigate through the long, dark night. Dawn will herald a new day and renewed hope. The river wind kissed her. You are my joy and salvation. Without you, I truly do not know what I would do. And a small comfort, Jinyu said, nestling within her husband's embrace. Since the great dragon is aware of our presence here, we need no longer hide. We can kindle a fire for warmth. Indeed, we can do just that. The river wind replied. We shall light a fire, not merely for warmth, but as a provocation. We no longer seek the gods' salvation, but extend our heartfelt gratitude to them. We shall not even contemplate surrender. The refugees ignited a bonfire. The flames blazed brightly, bestowing warmth and joy as they gratefully prayed to the heavens. The dragon's menace seemed to dissipate, and the spirits of the refugees soared. Each person spoke with hope that dawn would mark the beginning of a new day. Seeing he had lost his audience, Hendrik ceased his talk of surrender and joined the others in grateful prayer. He did not believe in the new gods, but feigned piety as a matter of convenience. Nevertheless, he was filled with confidence, believing that if he surrendered to the dragon rider as he suggested, he would win their favor. On this premise, he dismissed the notion that the refugees had even the slightest chance of escape. He considered the river wind a stubborn fool who would rather see everyone perish than kneel to the enemy. Hendrik was not disheartened. As a politician, he understood that the will of the masses is capricious. All he could do was bide his time, for they would eventually support him, before sleep claimed him. He reveled in thoughts of the river wind, Alistan, and their companions having to concede defeat the following day. As dawn broke, circumstances shifted. Unfortunately, the change was not for the better. The dragons flew ever closer, their menace intensifying, the temperature plummeting, and the sky darkening. Hendrik approached the river wind, raising his voice to ensure more could hear. What are we to do now, Chief? Our people cannot endure much longer. They will soon perish. We all know we cannot remain here. Your gods have failed you. It is time to acknowledge the folly of this endeavor. Our only hope lies in surrendering to the dragon rider, a distasteful and perilous task, but one I am willing to undertake. You will also receive your reward for handing us over, the river wind retorted. Unlike you, I prioritize the safety of our people, Hendrik countered. You would rather see us all die than admit a mistake. The river wind welcomed the prospect of Hendrik's self-destruction, but remained silent. Perhaps you were still waiting for the gods to perform miracles? Hendrik mocked. Perhaps, the river wind murmured, turning away. People will not follow you. Hendrik warned. You will see soon enough. The river wind found this quite plausible. As he moved among the refugees, he observed them huddled together for warmth. Their faces pale and expressions pained. The fire that had brought warmth to their souls the previous night had now turned to cold ashes. Their food and water would last but a few days, and the distance to the gate was still great, if indeed that was a gate. And if the dwarves would permit them entry. If. Too many ifs. We need a miracle, the river wind said grimly, gazing skyward. I do not ask for much. I do not require a mountain to be moved, just a small sign. Something cold and damp pricked the river wind's skin. He touched his cheek, feeling a snowflake gradually melt away. Another snowflake landed in his eye, yet another settled upon his nose. He stared at the low-hanging clouds, where countless white snowflakes cascaded from the heavens. Not only were there no miracles, but the gods seemed to impose further trials. The heavy snowfall would block their passage. They must leave, or they would be eternally trapped here. Just as despair began to grip the river wind, his heart suddenly felt much lighter. At first, he did not comprehend why, but then he realized the dragon's menace had vanished. The skies were devoid of dragons. He looked at the accumulating snowflakes around him, longing to kneel in gratitude, but time was too precious to waste. The river wind had received a miracle. Its efficacy rested solely within him. Chapter 22. The fate of Amon echoes of the anvil, the murder of Kong, and Bug Meat Flint had often related to Tanis the extraordinary and magnificent tales of the kingdom of Sabaden. Yet his words were tinged with a hint of bitterness. This was due to the fact that not a single hill dwarf wished to relocate their homes from the hills to the mountains, and they were deeply unsettled by the loss of their freedom to migrate. Tanis had privately felt that Flint exaggerated the grandeur of the kingdom beneath the mountain. In truth, Flint had never laid eyes upon it. He merely recounted stories his father had told him, which in turn were relayed from his grandfather, tracing back through generations. Flint was convinced that Sabaden concealed an inexhaustible treasure from him and his kin. Whenever he spoke of a city entirely constructed within a colossal stalactite, Tanis could scarcely suppress his laughter. Now, as they traversed the pathway at the mountain's base, Tanis finally realized he had misjudged his old friend. Humans built their homes by stacking stones, while dwarves meticulously sculpted within the mountain, extracting stone rather than accumulating it, resulting in structures that seamlessly intertwined in elegant and flowing forms. Upon exiting the Grand Gate, they entered a spacious hall adorned with intricate carvings. The eerie green glow of the insects and the faint light from the crystal atop Raceland's staff illuminated the exquisite stone sculptures depicting the daily lives of the dwarfs. Despite the hall's long abandonment, it was evident that it had once served as a bustling trade gateway. Carts with iron wheels had traversed the ground tracks, delivering goods and visitors deep into the mountains. Tanis gazed around in awe, envisioning the throngs of dwarves and other races that once filled the hall. Elves had visited here, as had humans, and the demand for dwarven goods and craftsmanship was immense. Gleaming gold and silver flowed into Sabaden, while iron, steel, rare metals, and precious jewels were extracted and sent forth. Now, the tracks lay rusted, carts stood still, their wheels long ceased to turn. Shops that once sold clay pots, cartwheels, wooden toys, swords, armor, and sparkling jewels were now filled only with the hollow dreams and sorrows of phantoms. Houses had once graced this place, but windows had long fallen away, and wooden doors swayed on rusted hinges. Tanis, Caramon whispered, "Look at Flint. He seems unwell." Tanis turned back, concerned for the dwarf. Caramon was correct. Flint appeared in a poor state. He no longer cursed the nearby dwarves nor struggled against his burdens, which was a foreboding sign. His complexion was mottled, alternating between red and pale, and his breaths were labored. The guards were urging them to quicken their pace, while the dwarf soldiers held their weapons at the ready. Ever watchful. "Your Highness," Tanis called, "might we pause for a moment or slow our pace?" "Not here," Amon replied. "We are still on foreign soil. We have come to rescue my brother. Pick." He gestured toward the frail dwarf walking alone. "We heard movement at the gate, and we must investigate before more Seevil dwarves arrive." "This area is controlled by the Seevil dwarves?" Tanis inquired, glancing at Flint, who seemed oblivious to their conversation. "Are the Seevil dwarves at war with the Hera dwarves?" "Not yet," Almon replied soberly, "but it is merely a matter of time." "Look at our luck," Ston muttered. "Both underground and above ground are in turmoil." Tanis pondered the implications, uncertain whether the brewing conflict among the dwarves would affect their mission. Suddenly startled, he noticed Raceland had approached quietly. A disconcerting scent wafted toward him, a blend of rose petals and decay, prompting him to step back slightly. "There is something you should note, half-elf," Raceland remarked. "Did you observe that the Seevil dwarves do not seem surprised to see us?" In contrast to Amon Karas and his soldiers. "Honestly, I cannot recall the Seevil dwarves' reactions," Tanis admitted, "except for the swords they bore." "This matter is significant," Raceland rebuked, departing in a huff to rejoin his brother before Tanis could respond. Tanis sighed, understanding Raceland's point, but deeming it unnecessary to dwell on it further. He glanced at Flint, who pressed his lips tightly together, possibly in anger or perhaps in enduring pain, an all too common plight for stubborn old dwarves. Caramon inquired whether Flint was injured or ill, but Flint paid him no heed, trudging along, indifferent to his friend's concern. To Tanis's surprise, Amon Kara stepped down from his leading position to approach the prisoners. Amon seemed intrigued by them, fixating particularly on Tanis. "You are not human," he finally stated. "I possess elven blood," Tanis acknowledged. Amon nodded, seemingly having anticipated this revelation. "This place must have been incredibly beautiful once," Tanis mused. "Perhaps once the gate opens, the abandoned parts of Sabaden will be rebuilt, restoring its former glory. This land now belongs to the Seevil dwarves, who harbor no interest in architecture, only in their insidious plots," Amon replied darkly. "This place is not abandoned. The Seevil dwarves are secretly watching us, ensuring we do not linger in their realm." "Why do they not attack us?" Tanis asked, pleased that the dwarf prince was willing to converse. The evil dwarves prefer to ambush solitary travelers, those unarmed, like my brother here. He gestured to the frail dwarf. He inadvertently trespassed into evil territory and was subsequently captured. They demanded a ransom, but my father wisely refused to pay these brigands and murderers. Our scouts located Pick's prison, and my father commanded me to lead a rescue mission. They departed the hall and entered what appeared to be an ancient temple adorned with carvings of various deities. Many must have visited Sabaton in the past, Tanis remarked. People from all corners of Ansalon came here, Amon said proudly, even from as far as Ister. They came to purchase or trade goods, to hire our smiths and stoneworkers. They brought wealth, enriching this land. His voice grew hoarse, laced with bitterness. They brought calamity, and after that, war ended our era of prosperity. It would not have ended had the gates of the mountains not been closed, keeping us rightful kin from entering, Flint interjected, deliberately elongating his words. Tanis felt relieved to see Flint's color improving. This ancient debate seemed to invigorate the dwarf. We need not delve deeper into this now, Tanis advised, though he knew it was a futile endeavor. King Duncan, whom Unatarans refer to as Dejin, had no choice in this matter, Amon asserted. We too were affected by the calamity. Many pastures were destroyed, and food is exceedingly scarce. Even if we allowed you entry, we could not save you. We would all perish. One-sided, Flint scoffed, yet he did not exhibit his usual indignation. He cast a quick glance at the ruins of the city. And despite his efforts to mask his feelings, the sight before him clearly left him shocked and disheartened. The once grand Sabaton lay in ruins, with only broken carts and rusted doors remaining. Tanis resolved to shift the topic before Flint could launch into a lengthy discourse. If the northern gate were to open wide, the evil dwarves would seize control. What would that mean for the Hira dwarves? The gate will not remain open indefinitely, Karaz replied blandly, unless events unfold otherwise. The Lord's Council shall dispatch troops to guard the gate, thwarting all invaders until it closes, vanishing once more from the world. You believe the gate ought to remain ajar, do you not? Tanis inquired, hoping to forge an alliance. I am convinced this is my destiny. Once I acquire the Hammer of Karaz, I shall reign over the entire Dwarven kingdom, Amon declared. In that case, the gate must be opened. Why are you so certain that the one who will find the hammer is you? Flint questioned. Amon raised his head, his voice resonating in the vast cavern. Karaz proclaimed, only when a virtuous and glorious dwarf unites the clans shall the Hammer of Karaz return, a testament of justice. He placed his hand upon his chest. I am that dwarf. In the darkness, a wave of disrespectful laughter echoed. Some soldiers snickered discreetly. Even if Karaz heard, he feigned ignorance. Ask more about the Hammer of Karaz. Stone shook his head, earnestly advising Tanis. Flint fell silent once more. The old dwarf would never admit fatigue. Yet Tanis noted the strain in his gait. How much farther must we traverse to exit the realm of Seva? Tanis inquired. We must cross the bridge, Amon pointed ahead, responding. Once we reach the other side and enter the West Warrens, we shall be safe. Then we can pause to rest. Ahead lay a vast cavern, spanned by a peculiar stone bridge. Small dwarven statues adorned either side of the bridge. The stone figures stood about 3 feet tall, forming a railing to prevent travelers from plummeting. Iron tracks were laid down the center, with pathways for foot traffic flanking either side. This bridge bore the same neglected appearance as the other structures in Sabaton. Several dwarven statues were headless or armless, while others lay in complete ruin, rendering the railing incomplete. This place is known as Anvil's Echo, Amon Karaz informed them, where it is said that striking an anvil with a dwarven hammer produces echoes that resonate endlessly. A fine defensive structure indeed. Stone admired the bridge. He looked up, but saw nothing in the darkness. I suppose there must be murder holes above? Amon Karaz felt gratified by the knight's praise. Enemies shall never pass this bridge. The guards at the north gate will rain down rocks, molten lead, and boiling oil upon any intruders. Some have tried. Their remains still lie at the bottom of the cavern. Flint's temper flared at this. He halted, furrowing his brow. I will not cross, he declared. Amon misunderstood. There is no one above now. You need not fear, he spoke with a tone of pity. Fear? Flint reddened. It is not fear. It is respect. Our kin perished on this bridge. You say they lie below, their souls wandering aimlessly. My kin lie there too, Amon replied. When that glorious day arrives, and I have unified the kingdom, I shall decree that the dead from both sides receive the respect they deserve. Flint was taken aback, rendered speechless by this revelation. He muttered something about being willing to cross, yet his expression remained grim. Amon sent several soldiers ahead to ensure the bridge was safe. He and the prisoners followed, with the remaining soldiers trailing behind. and thus they commenced their arduous journey across Anvil's echo. These madmen are like a swarm of gophers. Flint grumbled. This bridge is indeed quite long. Tasohov suddenly sighed. Karaman grunted in agreement. Tasohov did not attribute the delay to the dwarves binding him too securely. He simply could not break free. Whenever Tai saw something of interest and strayed from the group, soldiers would prod him with the haft of their spears. Karaman surmised it would not be long before either the kinder escaped or the impatient dwarves turned him into a shish kebab. I thought passing under the murder holes would be thrilling, but alas, it is utterly dull. Why is no one mentioning food? Karaman complained. I am so hungry I could gnaw my own arm off. What did the dwarves of Sabadan eat? Bugs, Tasohov replied, referring to those in the lanterns. Good heavens! Karaman exclaimed, astonished. Oh, indeed, Tais confirmed. The dwarves raise these large insects on vast farms, then butcher them into insect steaks, stew, and bug ribs in the slaughterhouses. Karaman was horrified. Little Raistlin, Tais remarked, dwarves eat bugs. Is that true? Raistlin was eavesdropping on Tanis and Amon's conversation and shot Karaman a glare, signaling him not to trouble him with such foolish inquiries. Suddenly, Karaman felt less hungry. The kinder leaned over the railing, peering down at the bridge's depths. If I fall, will I tumble all the way to the other side of the world? Tais asked. If you fall, you will plummet to the bottom and be shattered into pieces, Karaman replied. I suppose you are right, Tais agreed. He looked up at Flint, Tanis, and Amon Karas, who were walking alongside him. Can you hear what they are saying? No, Karaman replied. Besides the huffing and clanging, there is nothing else to hear. The noise those dwarves make rivals that of an ogre's carnival. Not to mention the thunder, Tais added. Karaman looked at him in confusion. What thunder? Just now. I heard thunder, the kinder stated. Surely a storm is approaching. Even if there is one outside, you cannot hear it here, Karaman frowned. You must be imagining things. No. Karaman, Tais insisted. How could I be imagining it? I heard thunder, and my feet felt as if lightning were striking down. Karaman heard it too. He stared into the darkness. That is not thunder. Raistlin, watch out. Karaman lunged forward, tackling his brother and shielding him. Just as a massive rock crashed onto the spot where Raistlin had been standing, the boulder crushed two dwarven statues, smashing a large hole in the railing before plummeting into the abyss. Another boulder followed, and the dwarves quickly scattered. This one went awry, missing the bridge. They heard the sound of the first boulder shattering upon impact below. Raistlin, extinguish the light, Tanis shouted. Everyone, get down. Durak. Raistlin gasped, extinguishing the glow from his staff. The dwarves extinguished their lanterns, vanishing into the shadows. This will not bode well, Flint roared. The Seva dwarves see better in the dark. It is merely a matter of whether they can aim. You previously mentioned that the path to the murder holes was impassable, Tanis directed at Amon. It was impassable before. The dwarven leader stood firm, astonished and enraged, gazing upwards. It must have been the Seva dwarves who repaired it, but this is quite strange. Before he could finish his thought, another boulder rolled down, crashing a short distance ahead, shaking the stone bridge. Karaman, Raistlin snapped, move your bulk off me. I can hardly breathe. My apologies, little Raist, Karaman said, shifting his weight. Are you all right? I am lying here in darkness on the bridge while boulders are being hurled at us. No, I am not all right, Raistlin replied. Another boulder wobbled toward the railing, shattering several dwarven statues, causing everyone to huddle closer together. That one nearly crushed me, Sherdong coldly remarked. We cannot remain here and be crushed. How far is it to a sheltered place? Tanis quietly inquired of Amon. Not far, only about 40 feet. We can run there, Tanis responded eagerly. Some of us are not visible in the dark. Half-elf, Karaman pointed out. I would rather be crushed by a massive boulder than fall off the bridge. A great stone crashed nearby, causing them to flinch. Amon gestured to his men. Light the lanterns. The soldiers complied, and everyone immediately dashed forward. This bridge is not as dull as I imagined, Taisakov cheerfully remarked. Do you think they will pour boiling oil on us next? Run, for heaven's sake, Tanis shouted. Taisakov nimbly forged ahead, accustomed to escaping from various dangers, from irate constables to furious housewives. The kinder quickly left everyone behind. Karaman clumsily ran alongside his brother. Raistlin lifted the hem of his robe, clutching his staff, and sprinted ahead. Sherdong followed closely behind. Running with bound hands was typically a challenge. Yet the thundering rocks served as an excellent stimulant. Suddenly, a cry erupted from behind. The ailing dwarf, Pick, had fallen to the ground. Amon rushed back, swiftly handing Glaren's helmet to a nearby soldier. The soldiers, terrified, shook their heads and turned to flee. I'll get it, Flint proposed, but you must untie me first. Another massive stone whistled past, and they instinctively crouched down. The boulder struck perilously close to Pick, showering him with debris and prompting a loud scream. Karas hesitated for a moment before drawing a knife to sever Flint's bindings and tossed him the helmet. Amon dashed forward, narrowly avoiding a falling stone, and grasped his brother's hand, pulling him along. They continued their sprint. As the lanterns swung back and forth, the green glow emitted by the insects flickered all around. The swaying light made the dwarf statues seem to dance wildly, intensifying the terror of their escape route. Tanis remained by Flint's side, for Flint still held the helmet, and Tanis believed he might require assistance. The old dwarf buried his head, propelling himself forward with determination. He tightly clutched Glaren's helmet, and despite the urgency of their flight, a satisfied smile adorned Flint's face, as if no one could wrest the helmet from him. Increasingly, boulders roared through the flickering green darkness, their rush creating a palpable wind against their faces. Tanis spotted the end of the bridge, leading to a grand entrance. A sharply pointed drawbridge appeared before them, and fortunately, it was raised. This sight invigorated the weary group. Tysakov was the first to dash inside, followed by the thudding-footed dwarf soldiers, and then Tanis and his companions. Raistlin collapsed before reaching the entrance, and his brother dragged him inside. Amon Karas, carrying Pick, was the last to arrive. As they left the bridge, the falling stones ceased. The Savar dwarves are targeting us, Sherdong gasped. Their target is Raistlin, Tanis pointed out. Flint snorted. I said the Savar dwarves are wicked, but I never claimed they lack judgment. Chapter 23, the Tipple of Leokas, the Hammer of Karas, and the enigmatic meeting all present, including the typically robust dwarves, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Tanis found himself besieged by a multitude of inquiries, yet words eluded him. Raistlin leaned against the tower's wall, his golden skin, under the lantern's glow, took on an eerie green hue. His eyes were tightly shut, occasionally emitting sharp gasps. He bore no injury, merely exhaustion. As Karamon informed the group, we are all fatigued, not just your brother, Sturm grumbled, continually rubbing his sore legs after hours of climbing. I am parched. We all require water and rest, food as well, Karamon quickly added, though even without meat, we could manage. We remain within the territory of the Sylvanesti dwarfs. It is not safe here, Amon cautioned. Not far ahead lies the Temple of Leokas. We can rest there without fear. Little Raistlin, can you endure? Karamon queried doubtfully, glancing at his brother. Raistlin remained with his eyes closed, his face contorted in pain. It appears I must entrust you with the helm, Amon said to Flint. I shall assist the unfortunate Pick in walking. My men are reluctant to touch it. If they truly deem the helm so terrifying, why not simply cast it into the chasm below? Karamon posed to Flint. Would you discard your father's remains into the abyss? Flint retorted, glaring at Karamon. Regardless of the curse, the prince's spirit must find peace now that it has returned to its homeland. Amon insisted they proceed, and amidst a chorus of groans and complaints, they set off. As they traversed a suspension bridge, it appeared to have not been raised in many years. Sturm, anxious about potential pursuers, suggested they hoist the bridge, but Amon asserted that the mechanism was rusted and inoperable. The Sylvanesti dwarves will not pursue us, he added. You previously claimed they would not attack us, Flint reminded him. This assault may provoke my father, Amon replied, and war is likely to ensue. Leaving the watchtower, they ventured onto a broad road, revealing more abandoned buildings and shops. The streets branched out in all directions, devoid of light and sound, eerily desolate. Raistlin stumbled along, supported by his brother, while Flint kept his gaze fixed downward. Clutching the helm tightly, Tasselhoff grew increasingly disinterested. Amon deviated from the main road, turning left and leading the group down a side path. Before them loomed a vast edifice. A copper door, emblazoned with the symbol of the hammer, stood ajar. The Temple of Leokas, Amon announced. As they entered, the soldiers of the healer dwarves removed their helmets, though their actions seemed habitual rather than a display of genuine respect. Once within the copper door, the dwarves sighed in relief, showing no restraint as they sprawled on the ground where the altar once stood, lazily stretching their limbs and rummaging through their packs for sustenance. After a brief consultation with his men, Amon dispatched a soldier to deliver a message to his father. He stationed another soldier at the entrance to keep watch, along with 2 others to guard Tanis and his companions. Tanis could have pointed out that they had no intention of fleeing, as they were utterly disinclined to traverse the echoing anvils again. However, his exhaustion quelled his desire to argue. We shall rest here for the night, Amon declared. Pick can go no further. I deem this place safe. The Sylvanesti dwarves typically do not venture this far, but just to be cautious, I have summoned reinforcements from Cywilin. Tanis found this quite agreeable. Could we be unbound? He inquired of Amon. You have taken our weapons. We had no intention of attacking you. We deserve appropriate treatment until the council reaches a verdict. Amon regarded him with skepticism before nodding. Release them, he commanded his men. The healer dwarves appeared displeased but complied nonetheless. Amon busied himself tending to his brother, ensuring he was well fed and comfortably settled for rest. Tanis curiously surveyed the temple, pondering how Leokas was known among the dwarves and how other deities were perceived. Judging by the temple's dilapidated state and the dwarves' casual demeanor, he surmised that the god had yet to announce his return to them. According to the sages, this world was birthed by Leokas, a friend of the neutral god Dray-yan, who forged time on the anvil of creation, delaying the cycle of chaos and destruction. Sparks from the hammer transformed into stars, and the twinkling lights of the cosmos became souls, bestowed by the gods upon mortal bodies in a world called Kryn, where they could dwell. Although the dwarven creation myth has always been contentious, dwarves believing they were fashioned in Leokas' image, while others contended they were products of the chaotic Giga's greystone, the dwarves steadfastly believed themselves to be the progeny of Leokas. After the great cataclysm, Leokas departed with the other deities, leaving the dwarves abandoned. Most refused to accept this, clinging to their faith in the divine, even when their prayers went unanswered. Thus, as the majority of Kryn forgot the old gods, the dwarves continued to remember and honor Leokas, recounting his ancient tales through generations, firmly believing he would one day return. The Subadan dwarves still swore by the name of Leokas. Tanis had grown weary of hearing such oaths on the bridge. He was well aware that Flint had remained steadfast in this belief for many years, despite Leokas' absence for centuries. According to Flint, Leokas' priests vanished mysteriously before the great cataclysm, disappearing alongside the priests of other true gods. Yet now, was there not a single priest left in the depths of the mountains? His companions also scanned their surroundings, and Tanis surmised that others shared his questions. As Amon approached with provisions, Karaman's eyes widened in astonishment. The dwarves were devouring some type of cured meat. Karaman, his stomach growling, gazed longingly at the food and then glanced at Tasselhoff, recalling the tales of worms, only to exhale deeply and shake his head. Amon shrugged and handed some to Flint. Flint expressed vague gratitude before taking a hefty portion. Raceland had no appetite and simply fell asleep. Tasselhoff sat cross-legged before a lantern, chewing heartily on the meat while observing the wriggling worms inside. Flint had previously informed him that these were larvae, which would grow into colossal forms capable of boring through solid rock. Tasselhoff found this intriguing and persistently tapped the glass, watching the larvae squirm within. Should we not broach the subject of the god's return? Sturm inquired, taking a seat beside Tanis. Tanis vigorously shook his head. We are already mired in enough trouble. We cannot avoid discussing the gods, Sturm insisted, especially if the matter of the Hammer of Cares arises. Let us refrain from mentioning the hammer, Tanis replied tersely. We should avoid the dwarves' dungeons as much as possible. Sturm contemplated this. You are correct. If we mention the gods, it could complicate matters, particularly if Leokas has not returned among them. Yet, I do not fathom why we should not inquire of Amon regarding the hammer. It would demonstrate our understanding of their history. Do not pursue that line of questioning, Sturm, Tanis admonished sharply, before moving to converse with Flint. He sat beside the dwarf and took a portion of food. What has become of Karaman? Is he not eating? The Kinder informed him that it was worm meat. Tanis promptly spat out the morsel in his mouth. This is jerky, Flint chuckled softly. Did you inform Karaman? I did not, the dwarf replied with a sly grin. Losing a bit of weight would benefit him. Tanis approached to comfort Karaman. In a short while, the hulking figure began to voraciously chew on the tough beef, swearing to tear off the pointed ears of the Kinder and stuff them into his boots. The half-elf returned to continue his conversation with Flint. Have you heard the dwarves mention Leoxis, aside from swearing by him? Tanis inquired. No, Flint replied, cradling the Glaren helmet resting on his lap, and you haven't either. So, do you think Leoxis has not returned among them? Perhaps he did. Flint scoffed. When the mountain dwarves initially barred us, they also kept Leoxis outside. Stan just asked me, do you think we should inform the dwarves about the god's return? I wouldn't waste my breath on them. Flint retorted disdainfully, resting his hand atop the helmet, leaning against the wall and closing his eyes. Stay vigilant, my friend, Tanis whispered. Flint mumbled an indistinct acknowledgement. Tanis surveyed the surroundings. Stan lay on the ground, his eyes wide open in the darkness. Teso was asleep beside the lantern. All those Kinder should perish, Karaman muttered, draping a blanket over Teso. I nearly starved. He glanced around cautiously. I don't trust those dwarves, Tanis, he murmured. Should we keep watch? Tanis shook his head. We are all utterly exhausted. And we must attend the council tomorrow. We need to remain alert. He lay on the cold stone slab of the abandoned temple, reflecting on how he had never felt so fatigued in his life, yet sleep eluded him. He envisioned them being tossed into the dwarven dungeons, never to see the light of day again. A sense of confinement enveloped him. It felt as though the walls were closing in. The temple, vast as it was, felt stifling to Tanis. He felt suffocated, panic arising from the oppressive darkness, tormenting him. His body ached from fatigue, and just as he began to relax, preparing to succumb to slumber, Stan's voice struck him like a bucket of cold water. Your hero, Karas, participated in the final battle, correct? Tanis cursed softly and sat up. Stan and Amon sat across the room. The snoring of the dwarven soldier reverberated through the walls, yet Tanis could distinctly hear their conversation. The Solarian knights referred to him as Karas, Stan stated. Karas means knight in our tongue. Amon nodded repeatedly, proudly stroking his beard, as though Stan spoke of him rather than the illustrious ancestor. That is true, Amon replied. The Solarian knights greatly admired his courage and achievements. Did he wield the legendary god hammer during the final battle? Stan asked. Tanis inwardly groaned. He should intervene, for he did not wish the dwarves to suspect they had come here to steal the god hammer, but it was too late. Any attempt would be counterproductive. He remained silent. Karas fought valiantly, Amon recounted with deep emotion, but he was pained by this war. He said that brothers should not slay one another. The tale of Karas shaving his beard to protest against the war became legendary. It is said that a clean-shaven chin is the mark of a coward. Some referred to Karas in such a manner, for when he witnessed the two factions of dwarves, with no grievances against one another, ruthlessly slaughtering each other, he abandoned the battlefield, carrying the bodies of King Duncan's two sons who had fallen side by side in battle. Thus, Karas evaded the horrific explosion that claimed thousands of lives. When King Duncan saw the bodies of his sons, the news of the explosion reached him, and he realized countless dwarves perished on the Dagoth plains. He ordered the gates of Sabadin to be closed, vowing in grief that no more lives would be sacrificed for this dreadful war. You mentioned Duncan had two sons who perished on the battlefield, and Karas brought back their bodies. What of Prince Glarin? Stan's pallid complexion reflected his confusion. I do not know from where I heard this, but the prince did not die on the battlefield. His body was never found. Amon cast a gloomy glance at the helmet. Flint had fallen asleep, still tightly clutching the relic. It is for the council to decide whether this matter can be made public, Amon said solemnly. For now, let us not discuss it. Then let us speak of lighter topics, Stan suggested, his voice tinged with respect and a hint of hoarseness. Throughout my life, I have heard many tales of the legendary Karas god hammer, the sacred hammer wielded by Shuma Dragonbane. I would be most honored to behold the god hammer with mine own eyes. We share your sentiment, Amon replied. Stan furrowed his brow, seemingly believing the dwarves were mocking him. I do not understand, he said brusquely. The Karas god hammer is lost. We have searched for it for 300 years. Without this hammer, no one can ascend to the throne, and without a king, the dwarves shall never unite. Lost? Stan repeated, astonished. How could the dwarves misplace such a precious artifact? Not misplaced, Amon retorted angrily. After the gates were shut, the tribes conspired to overthrow King Duncan, believing him weak and incompetent. Each lord sought Karas' support, hoping to ascend the throne. Karas wished to have no part in their schemes, so he secretly left Sabadin, wandering for many years. Eventually, weary of travel and longing for home and his people, Karas returned to Sabadin, only to find matters had worsened. The kingdom was embroiled in civil war. Karas only met with Duncan shortly before his death. Grief-stricken, he bore the king's body to the opulent tomb built by Duncan in his lifetime, carrying the renowned god hammer with him. As for what he said, I have already conveyed that to you, Amon stated. I shall fulfill the prophecy. Stan nodded politely, though he showed no interest in prophecies. So the hammer lies within King Duncan's tomb? That is our speculation. Karas has not returned, and his fate is unknown. Where's the tomb? In the final resting place of all dwarves, the Valley of Lords. Stan stroked his long beard, letting out a sigh. Tanis could guess the reason. A true knight would not disturb the long slumber of the dead, yet his yearning for the god hammer was profound. Perhaps, he said after a moment, I may be permitted to enter the tomb. Certainly, I would do so with the utmost reverence. Why do you shake your head? Is that not possible? Perhaps it was once, Amon replied. After Karas departed, the lords and their retinues swarmed the tomb, each hoping to possess the god hammer. War erupted in this sacred valley, and amidst the fierce battling, a great force cleaved the tomb, lifting it into the air. The tomb vanished? Stan said, disheartened. It did not vanish. We can see it, yet cannot reach it. Duncan's tomb floats hundreds of feet above the Valley of Lords. Stan's expression darkened. Do not be so despondent, Sir Knight. Amon said with a hint of pride. You still have the chance to behold the great god hammer. What do you mean? Stan asked. As I said, I am the dwarf foretold in prophecy. I am destined to find the Kara's god hammer. When the time is right, Kara's will personally guide me to it. I believe that time is upon us. How do you know? Amon did not respond. He indicated his fatigue, walked over to check on his brother, and then fell asleep. Stan, utterly disheartened, sat in silence, lost in dejection. Tanis gazed into the profound darkness. The mythical hammer used to forge the dragon-slaying spear had vanished, and even if it were still around, it would be unattainable. Fortune seemed to elude him. Florent recalled Tanis's advice to keep one eye open and the other shut while sleeping. With the open eye, he beheld an odd dwarf swaggering into the temple, as if this sacred space belonged to him. Florent had never encountered such a dwarf in his lifetime. The creature sported a fluffy, lustrous beard, cascading curls draped over his back, a blue coat adorned with golden buttons, thigh-high boots, a shirt with frilled edges, and a wide-brimmed hat embellished with a red feather. Florent was taken aback, sitting upright in surprise. He was about to rouse the others when the dwarf's haughty demeanor seemed to possess a certain power that stifled his voice. The dwarf approached Florent, staring at him impudently. Speak. Florent furrowed his brow and demanded. Who are you? You know my name. The dwarf continued to regard him with condescension. And I know yours, Florent Fireforge. I am an old friend of yours. Florent immediately retorted, That cannot be. I have never had a friend who dressed so flamboyantly. Feathers and frills. You would make even the dandy offspring of Palancis feel shame. Nonetheless, you do know me. You often call my name. You swear by my beard that if you lie, I may claim your soul. The dwarf produced a flask from the shadows, uncorked it, inhaled deeply, smiled slightly, and handed it to Florent. The aroma of fine spirits wafted forth, unmistakably the scent of dwarven ale. Care for a sip? The stranger inquired. A terrifying thought flashed through Florent's mind. Feeling the need for courage, he took the flask and brought it to his lips, swallowing a mouthful. The fiery liquid seared his tongue, coursed down his throat, and ignited his stomach with an explosion of warmth. A satisfied sigh escaped Florent's lips as he wiped away the tears from his eyes. Is it not splendid? The dwarf boasted proudly. I brewed it myself. I wager you have never tasted such fine wine. Florent coughed and nodded in acknowledgement. The dwarf took back the flask, downed a hearty gulp, then tossed it aside, causing it to vanish. He sat cross-legged before Florent, his black eyes gleaming intensely, making Florent feel somewhat uneasy. Still pondering my name? The dwarf asked. Florent knew the name as well as he knew his own, yet confusion clouded his mind, and he was reluctant to accept it, so he shook his head. I do not wish to dwell on this, the dwarf shrugged, smiling gently. Let us say this. I know you, Florent Fireforge. I am well acquainted with you. I knew your father and grandfather. They knew me, and you know me too. You are simply too stubborn to admit it. I am satisfied. I am quite satisfied. Thus, the dwarf leaned forward, rudely poking Florent's chest. I intend to do something for you. I shall offer you the chance to become a hero. I will help you find the hammer of Kara's to forge the dragon-slaying spear and save the world. Your name, Florent Fireforge, will resonate throughout all the halls of Ansalon. Florent was filled with skepticism. What sort of trap was this? The dwarf erupted into a booming laugh, startlingly loud. Strangely, the others in the temple seemed oblivious, remaining frozen in place. You do not have much time left, Florent Fireforge. You know this, do you not? Sometimes you struggle to breathe, and you feel pain in your jaw and left arm, symptoms akin to those your father displayed before he passed. I do not, Florent asserted angrily. I am as healthy as you and the other dwarfs here. If anything, I am healthier than you. The stranger shrugged. What I say is that you need to consider the matters behind you. Will you depart with honor, allowing bards to sing your name, or will you die in disgrace? Alone and self-pitying? I still ask, what sort of trap is this? Florent pressed, frowning. All you need do is don the helmet of Glarin, the dwarf replied. Ha! Florent exclaimed loudly, striking the helmet with his knuckles. I knew it. It is a trap. This is no trap, the dwarf said, stroking his beard with pride. Prince Glarin knows where the hammer lies. He knows how to obtain it. And the curse? Florent questioned. The dwarf shrugged. There is danger, I do not deny it. However, life itself is a gamble, Florent Fireforge. You must wager everything to gain a fortune. As Florent pondered the dwarf's words, he absent-mindedly rubbed his left arm. Suddenly, he noticed the dwarf smirking at him, prompting him to cease his actions immediately. I will consider it, Florence said. You must, the dwarf insisted, standing up, stretching and yawning. Florent also stood, rather rudely. You, have you said such things to others? The dwarf winked slyly. That is for me to know. Florent scoffed. So those dwarfs, are they aware of your presence here? The dwarf glared angrily at the temple. Do they appear to know? Spoiled brats. Do this, do that. Give me this, give me that. Pamper me, not him. Heed my prayers, not his. I am fine, he is not. Bah! The dwarf bellowed, shaking his fist at the sky, his voice echoing like thunder. Florent fell to the ground, shrinking in fear, kneeling. The dwarf lowered his arms, smoothing out his coat, adjusting the frills, and retrieving his feathered hat. I might return to Sabadin, he said, winking mischievously. Or perhaps not. It depends on the situation. He donned his hat, cast a sharp glance at Florent, and sauntered out of the temple, whistling a triumphant tune. Florent remained kneeling. Amon Karas awoke, observing him curled on the ground. Oh, you felt the tremor, he said. Do not fear. It is a minor quake. We call this tremor the symphony of pots and pans. It is nothing. Return to sleep. Amon lay down, turned over, and soon began to snore again. Florent trembled as he stood, wiping the sweat from his brow. He gazed at the helmet of Glarin, contemplating what it truly meant to be a hero. He thought of the pain in his arm, of death, and of solitude, feeling self-pity. He also recalled the symphony of pots and pans. Florent lay back down, though sleep eluded him. He set the helmet aside, hesitant to touch it. Chapter 24. Frozen Ambitions. Thawed plans. Dray-yan paced restlessly within the confines of his chamber, awaiting Glagger's report. This habit of pacing, akin to shrugging, was a quirk the Overclonians had adopted from humanity. When he first witnessed the dragon knight Mengmina engage in such restless contemplation, Dray-yan had scorned the practice, deeming it a futile expenditure of energy. At that time, he had not yet encountered problems that demanded contemplation. Now, however, the Overclonian found himself pacing. A knock resounded at the door, and Dray-yan recognized Glagger's presence outside. He commanded him to enter, mimicking Mengmina's authoritative tone. Upon Glagger's swift entrance, he promptly shut the door behind him. What news? Dray-yan inquired, noting Glagger's somber demeanor. Any updates? The gates of Sabadin have opened, and snow is falling in the mountains. We must abandon our pursuit of the slaves. Such a pity, Dray-yan lamented. The snow falls heavily and accumulates thickly. Glagger elaborated. The red and blue dragons refuse to fly in such conditions, claiming their wings would become unwieldy and visibility would be compromised. If we require dragons accustomed to flying in snow, we ought to summon the white dragons from the south. They are currently engaged in the campaign of the Ice Wall. Even if they were willing to come, it would take weeks to negotiate with Dragon Knight Felthus. I do not have that kind of time. You seem to have lost interest in the slaves, Glagger observed, regarding Dray-yan's expression, ever since we encountered such troubles. Indeed, Dray-yan replied with ire. The slaves can plunge into the abyss for all I care. He gestured towards a scroll bound with black ribbon upon the table. Iron production has doubled, and Ariakos has sent word of commendation. You ought to feel pleased, Dray-yan, Glagger remarked, puzzled by the Overclonian's reaction. Let me rephrase that. It is Lord Mengmina who is to be commended. Dray-yan spat, his teeth gritting as he uttered the name. Ah, Glagger acknowledged, understanding the sentiment. The advancement into Sabadin is attributed to my efforts. Dray-yan bellowed. It was my idea. How much time have I spent training those scruffy, cross-eyed Savar rats? And who reaps the rewards? Mengmina. He has received an invitation from the Emperor and is about to journey to Naraka to receive Ariakos' accolades and promotion. What am I to do, Glagger? I cannot enter the Emperor's temple with such illusions, not that I wish to. I am Dray-yan. Those praises, that gratitude, those accolades ought to be mine. You could certainly send Ariakos a message stating that Mengmina has perished, Glagger suggested. Ariakos would swiftly send another human dragon knight, faster than I could even shed my scales. This woman is known as the Dark Daughter. She is solely interested in commanding the Red Dragon Legion, and I have heard she holds disdain for Dragonin. If she takes over, we shall toil in the mines until death. Dray-yan resumed his pacing. His claws had already gouged several deep marks into the carpet, and now they marred the exposed stone floor with scratches. The Emperor is once again inquiring about the runaway slaves and that dwarfess hammer. He seems perpetually entangled in this matter. He expects me, rather, Mengmina, to locate it and bring it to Naraka. How can he expect me to unearth the moldy hammer? The Emperor also desires assurance that the slaves are all dead. There are dangerous individuals among them, elven assassins and the like. Glagger observed the draconian as he continued to pace in silence. He was indifferent to Dray-yan's personal ambitions of becoming a dragon knight, but the mention of the Dark Daughter piqued his interest. Glagger was aware of the rumors surrounding her. Having lived here comfortably, he was well informed. What shall we do about those slaves? Glagger inquired. They are likely utilizing the snowfall to evade our pursuit and enter Sabadin. Dray-yan turned to face him. Do we have troops in that region? Yes, but most are stationed at the southern border of Sabadin. They cannot reach the north in time. Lord Minmina's assault on the valley has complicated matters. Dray-yan cursed inwardly. His strategy of deploying Dragonkin on Dragonback was brilliant. At the time, he had personally overseen the operation as Dragon Knight Minmina. Now, he was loath to mention the failed endeavor and felt displeasure at Glagger's words. Humans know we are coming, he roared. This is the only explanation. I am curious as to how they discovered it. Do you not comprehend, Dray-yan? Glagger emphasized Minmina's name deliberately. The issue lies with Lord Minmina. The Dragon Knight cannot keep his mouth shut. He revealed the clever plan of sending Dragonkin on Dragonback to pursue the humans. The enemy's spies overheard and alerted the humans, granting them time to flee. At the very least, you ought to inform the Emperor of this, should he inquire. Dray-yan noted the glint of cunning in Glagger's eyes. You are correct, Glagger. Dray-yan expressed enthusiasm. It is indeed Lord Minmina's fault. Let us proceed. You mentioned our troop situation in that region. What of the forces at Skull Rock? They did not appear at the designated location. They have either fled or perished. Then, Dray-yan declared, due to Lord Minmina's command blunder, we lack sufficient manpower to prevent the humans from reaching Sabadin. Lord Minmina has indeed performed poorly. It is disgraceful. Glagger continued. The Emperor knows that sending Dragonkin on Dragonback was your idea. The Emperor appreciates you. Does he? Dray-yan questioned skeptically. Then why does he make my situation so difficult? Why does he not disperse the clouds of snow above so that his dragons may fly? Those lesser deities exhaust all means to oppose her, Glagger said disdainfully. The Emperor holds them in contempt. She grants you the opportunity to prove yourself, Dray-yan. Know this. I do not harbor fondness for you. You have continually stated that, Dray-yan scoffed. Your success is the success of all Dragonkin. Should you become a Dragon Knight, we shall all benefit. Indeed, continue, Dray-yan encouraged. The first trouble Minmina encountered was allowing the refugees to escape. Now he faces another dilemma, failing to recapture them. Yet Minmina has garnered the Emperor's favor due to his negotiations with the dwarves. He entrusted the negotiations to you, as he is currently preoccupied with pursuing the slaves. Clever Dray-yan muttered. If Minmina fails again and subsequently meets an ignoble end, and you emerge to turn the tide, the Emperor would find it difficult not to reward you. The Emperor would take notice as well. Dray-yan fell silent, lost in thought. The more he contemplated the scheme, the more he relished it. All his faults could be pinned on Minmina. Victory would ultimately be his. He grinned widely, patting Glagger's scaly shoulder. Very well, let us proceed, Glagger. May our collaboration be fruitful. I hope you maintain this sentiment once you become a Dragon Knight, Glagger replied stiffly, his scales rattling in irritation. He disliked being touched. I shall. What reward do you desire, Glagger? Dray-yan inquired magnanimously. Command of the army, Glagger stated immediately, a human army. Dray-yan laughed. I believe that can be arranged. Now, regarding those slaves we can dispatch troops to launch an assault, Glagger proposed. The army of the Valley Dwarves is still stationed in that location. The Valley Dwarves? Dray-yan had nearly forgotten them. Some among them have discovered our secret tunnels. Oh, those fellows. No, Dray-yan mused for a moment before speaking. Lord Minmina has once again botched the situation. He watched helplessly as the humans entered Sabadin. The Ovacron shook his head sadly. It was the gravest error of his tenure. Do you not agree, Grego? Fatal, Grego responded through clenched teeth. After the darkness. His Majesty is fortunate, Dray-yan continued, as he retrieved ink and parchment. The astute Ovacron, Minmina's deputy commander, is about to take measures to turn the tide of battle. Chapter 25. Disturbing dreams, enormous mushrooms, and personal concerns. When Flint woke, he discovered his hand resting upon Glaren's helmet. He withdrew it, casting a troubled glance at the helm. The vividness of his dream from the previous night lingered in his mind, strikingly real, yet absurd. How ridiculous it was. For Goldmoon and Elistan, meeting the deities was undoubtedly a boon. After all, they were mere mortals who casually discussed their gods as if they were intimate friends, spreading their devout beliefs to everyone they encountered. Flint Fireforge was not of such a mind. Faith, for dwarves, was an intensely private matter. He might occasionally swear by the beard of Lyask, Yet that was not an act of disrespect. Furthermore, Flint would never boast about the merits of the gods to complete strangers. For if he did, even the Kinder might be tempted to worship Laisk. Laisk had no interest in prying into the private affairs of dwarves. Likewise, dwarves ought not to meddle in the will of the gods. That was Flint's conviction. Recently, he had heard that some of his dwarf brethren did not share this perspective. They were always beseeching Laisk for one thing or another. He was uncertain whether to trust that flamboyantly dressed stranger who had disturbed his sleep. Flint gazed at the helmet. He had taken it from Amon, who had acquired it from him, which irked him considerably. Yet, Flint had to admit he had no desire to touch this cursed object. He was firmly convinced the helm was indeed bewitched. The helmet bore magical properties, which meant it must have been crafted by the Savon dwarves, the only ones adept in the arcane arts. In truth, the helmet was an ancient artifact, said to have belonged to a time when the Savon dwarves were not as malevolent and dark as they had become. It was the helmet that had brought him and his companions here and allowed them entranced through the gates of Sabadin, though that now seemed dubious. After all, the helm had not harmed Stan. Flint considered that transforming humans into dwarves might be a step forward. However, the helmet was undoubtedly enchanted, and in Flint's mind, there was no such thing as benevolent magic. He had no intention of donning it. Flint turned his gaze to Tanis, who was still asleep, murmuring and sighing, likely not resting well. He pondered whether to share his dream with him. Among all his friends, Tanis was the only dwarf willing to confide in. If the others learned that Laisk had granted him a chance to find the Hammer of Karas, Flint knew exactly how they would react. Once they heard that all he had to do was wear the helmet, Raistlin and Stan would undoubtedly force it upon him. He could not divulge this to Caramon. He would immediately inform his brother. Flint would not even consider Taz. No, Flint decided. I cannot tell Tanis. He has responsibilities toward those refugees. He would never intentionally harm me, but it is all too likely that he would be compelled to make a choice and insist I wear the helmet. Flint sighed and sternly reminded himself that it was merely a dream. A foolish dream. How could I ever be a hero? Such thoughts should not even cross my mind. The following morning, this was their deduction. As it was impossible to ascertain the precise time when Amon roused them for an early departure, they continued their journey through the vast expanse of the Dwarven Kingdom, the sheer magnitude of which astonished them, as if the path would never end. As Taz had mentioned, it was a constant up and down, left and right. Sabadin sprawled beneath the mountains, covering 300 square miles, Amon boasted. We have constructed residences, shops, and businesses at every level, all neatly stacked. You could venture into any city within Sabadin and easily discern your location. Tanis could not validate this claim. He was utterly lost. All the streets, shops, and dwellings appeared strikingly similar until they arrived at a place Amon referred to as the transference axis, where a rock riddled with large holes connected all the levels. Enormous buckets, bound by heavy iron chains, moved up and down between the layers. Those wishing to reach other levels, and who were too lazy to climb the chain ladders between adjacent tiers, could simply enter a bucket and be carried to their destination. Tanis stood by, gazing in awe at the countless levels. Amon Karas believed these buckets to be a marvel of dwarven engineering, expecting them to be profoundly impressed. He was disappointed. Tanis and the others had seen similar contraptions in the desolate Shaksharos, and merely remarked that this contraption was undoubtedly designed by dwarven engineers. They did not ride the buckets, and Caramon breathed a sigh of relief. He was eager to forget his last experience aboard such a mode of transport. They ascended what Amon referred to as the Lord's Path. Moving away from the abandoned city excavated by the Savon dwarfs, they entered a peculiar forest located within the vast natural cavern known as Cyverland. Here, Amon Karas was pleased, and Tanis and the others were greatly astonished. These trees are mushrooms, Taz exclaimed. The Kinder clapped his hands excitedly, inadvertently dropping a small knife, which Tanis recognized as Amon Karas's. He quickly retrieved the knife and stealthily returned it to the dwarf's boot while he was busy boasting about the mushroom forest. Raistlin, who had long studied herbs and plants, was eager to examine those towering mushrooms. Various fungi, along with other bizarre, unheard-of plants thriving in the darkness, filled the otherwise barren land, saturating the air with a pungent earthy aroma. The scent was not unpleasant, yet it served as a harsh reminder to Tanis that he was underground, buried alive. A sudden dread gripped him. If he did not leave this place, he felt he might suffocate. His chest constricted with anxiety, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He longed to escape back to the entrance. Even if countless boulders were to crush him, he could not quell this yearning. He licked his dry lips. scanning for an escape route. Then he spotted Flint, the old dwarf, walking steadily beside him. Old habits? Flint inquired gently. Yes. Tanis loosened his coat collar. Yet it still felt constricting. Flint offered him a water skin, filled from a communal well near the temple. Here, drink a bit. Focus on something else. Except not on the fact that I am tightly confined in a tomb. Tanis replied, swallowing a mouthful of cool water and splashing some on his forehead and neck. Last night, I had a dream, Flint gruffly stated. Lyask appeared before me and said he would grant me the hammer of Karis. All I had to do was wear this helmet. Then wear it, Stan said. What is there to hesitate about? Flint furrowed his brow and glanced back to see the knight close behind. I am not speaking to you, Stan Blightbread. I am speaking to Tanis. The dwarf's god manifested. And you were to don the helmet to guide you to the hammer of Karis, and yet you do not intend to share this with me. It was merely a dream. Flint exclaimed loudly. What is merely a dream? Caramon stepped forward to inquire. Stan explained the situation. Hey, little raced, Caramon called out. You'd better come over and listen. Come over to listen to what? Tess shouted as he rushed over. Reluctantly, Raistlin paused his examination of the mushrooms and approached. Stan recounted the tale, while Flint once again irritably emphasized that it was just a dream, regretting the disturbance it caused. Are you certain it was merely a dream? Tanis asked. After all, we are in the temple of Lyask. So you mean to say you now have faith in the gods? Flint questioned. Not at all, Tanis replied. Stan shot him a disapproving glance. However, I have considered. Tanis halted. Do you think I should don the helmet? Flint inquired. Absolutely. Both Storn and Raistlin replied in unison. Tanis remained silent. The helmet did not reveal the location of the god hammer to Storn, Flint pointed out. Storn is not a dwarf, Caramon stated. Flint glared at him. Would you be willing to wear the helmet, you great fool? I would. Taysock exclaimed. Caramon shook his head. I know you wouldn't, Flint muttered. Then what about you, half-elf? If you were to find the god hammer and bring it back to the dwarves, you would become a hero, Tanis proposed. The Lord would grant you any request you make, even opening the gates of their kingdom to refugees. Humph. Nonsense, Flint retorted, rising in anger. You must make him wear the helmet, Tanis, Storn insisted. There is a soldier who speaks the common tongue. I asked him about the god hammer. He told me plainly that it has never appeared. It is merely a myth. According to him, Amon Karas has roamed the Lord-S Valley for years without finding a way into the tomb. But if Flint knows how to find the hammer, he speaks the truth. Tanis, Raistlin interjected. You must persuade Flint to wear the helmet. It would not harm him. Storn was unharmed. Just control him, possess his body. Tanis remarked, transform him into another person, forcing him to come here. Yet ultimately you must release him. Raistlin spread his hands, as if deeming it unremarkable. You know Flint. You know how stubborn he is. If he refuses and does not even wish to consider it, how can we compel him to wear the helmet? Shall we bind him and press the helmet onto his head? I have rope in my pack. Taysop kindly offered. It must be his choice, Tanis asserted. You all understand. The more you pressure him, the more he will resist. In the end, he will refuse to do anything. I suggest you two leave him be. Let him decide for himself. Raistlin and Storn exchanged glances. They both understood Flint and recognized the validity of Tanis's words. Raistlin turned to continue studying mushrooms. Storn stroked his beard and strode away. Tanis wished the dwarf would silence himself. Damn it, go to the abyss. Flint muttered incessantly. Amon stepped forward. We have lingered here long enough. I have received a response from the Lord's Council. They are willing to see you. They are quite efficient, Caramon remarked. I will fetch Raistlin. Caramon went in search of his brother, discovering him hunched over, examining a peculiar plant with black leaves, purple stems, and a scent reminiscent of dung. After much persuasion, they finally promised to return for further study, thus coaxing Raistlin away. Raistlin began to expound on the marvel he had just encountered, raising numerous questions about mushroom cultivation, soil quality, and how dwarven farmers maintain soil moisture, which greatly pleased Amon. They conversed as they walked along the Lord's Road. For Tanis, Flint's astonishing behavior had dispelled his deeply buried fears. He felt compelled to express his gratitude. Beyond the mushroom grove lay orderly mushroom fields, cultivated with various fungal species and many bizarre plants. Amon continually urged them to press on, allowing not a moment's pause. The dwarves in the fields ceased their labors to watch them. Even the diminutive draft horses turned their heads in curiosity. Some dwarves abandoned their rakes and hoes, hastily running from the fields, presumably to spread the news that for the first time in 300 years, a tall one had found the path to the mountain's base. In many of Sabadin's residential areas, carts and tracks were still in use. Amon's soldiers requisitioned several carts, ordering the occupants to vacate and await other vehicles. The dwarves, having never seen humans before, likely regarded them as myths akin to the god Hammer. They stared wide-eyed, motionless. Children cried in fear. Essentially, no one spoke, they merely gaped. However, here and there, a few dwarves whispered among themselves, evidently commenting on Flint. Judging by Flint's attire and the style of his beard, it was clear he was a hill dwarf. He was evidently not from the kingdom at the base of the mountain. And soon rumors spread that he was a needed dwarf, a member of the enemy. Tanis was acutely aware that Flint and his kin had harbored hatred towards Sabaden for 300 years. He had once hoped that the Sabaden dwarves would possess broader hearts. After all, they had emerged from that war, if it could even be called a victory, with thousands of casualties on both sides. Yet, judging by their sullen expressions and hushed tones, neither side had forgotten history, let alone forgiven it. The conflict was not solely aimed at outsiders. A stone struck a soldier's shoulder. The stone was not large, merely ricocheting off the soldier's breastplate without causing harm. However, the healer dwarf soldier became enraged, ready to pursue the assailant, who had already vanished into the crowd. Amon sternly reminded his subordinates that the council would convene in the afternoon, and they absolutely could not be late. Though the soldiers complained, they complied with the orders. Tanis sensed this was merely an excuse. Surrounded by unfriendly dwarves, Amon Karas recognized his isolation and the unfavorable mood of those around him. Strangely and perplexingly, these dwarves were not Seva dwarves. The internal discord at the mountain's base seemed to amuse Flint slightly. Let us see what transpires next, Tanis suggested. It may influence the council's decision regarding us. Flint was utterly disinterested in conversing with Amon Karas, but he conceded that Tanis was correct. They needed to comprehend Sabaden's political landscape before facing the council. Once they were all seated in the cart, he would find a moment to discuss matters with Amon. The carts progressed along the tracks, delving deeper into the mountains. Flint was unaccustomed to soliciting information and did not know how to initiate the conversation. Fortunately, Amon began to speak with Flint. The war is not yet fully concluded, he stated, Flint uncertain whether the dwarves were apologizing or condemning. It will never end. Flint replied grimly. You live comfortably at the mountain's base, while we still battle to drive away the goblins and ogres. Amon scoffed. Do you think we reside here in comfort? Do you not? Flint retorted, gesturing at the fields, homes, and shops that passed before their eyes. Merely a fade of prosperity, Amon replied, yet you cannot see that hundreds of miners are left idle because the iron mines have closed. However, he added, you have seen them. They are the ones who throw stones at us. The mines have closed. Flint exclaimed in astonishment. Why? Have the ores been exhausted? Oh. There are plenty of ores, Amon replied, but no one is buying. If every dwarf in Sabaden needed 10 swords, or 14 water jugs, or 36 stew pots, our metal merchants could thrive, but there is no demand. The mine owners have no money to pay the miners. The unemployed dwarves have no money to pay the butchers. The butchers have no money to pay the landowners, and the landowners have no money to pay the farmers. Dragons, goblins, and lizard folk are slaughtering our children. Flint exclaimed passionately. The war continues to escalate, and you still lament about your inability to pay the butcher's bills. Yet, I should not say so much. The half-elf will tell our tale at the council. Amon blinked. Speak more of the happenings on the surface. Flint shook his head. War will also erupt at the foot of the mountain, Amon remarked, aware that Flint did not intend to elaborate further. Have you seen those dwarves earlier? You have heard their shouts directed at us. The council still governs Sabaden, yet discontent among the populace is growing. A year ago, not a single Savar dwarf dared to challenge the healer dwarfs. Now, the situation becomes increasingly tumultuous, and our foes, the Savar and Dergar dwarves, perceive us as vulnerable. After a moment of silence, Amon suddenly declared, You once asked me how I knew fate was about to shift. I shall tell you now, for the northern gate has been opened. What is the origin of Glaren's helm? Flint inquired. Amon's expression darkened. I do not know. I am not well versed in this matter. He shrugged, his demeanor calming. However, I have faith in Karas. He will guide me. My time is nigh. Flint fidgeted restlessly, inexplicably feeling a twinge of guilt over the dream of the previous night, as though he and Leoxis were conspiring behind Omon's back. Do not be a fool. Flint chastised himself. Amon Karas fell into silence, appearing utterly absorbed in envisioning the blueprint of the future. Tanis and the others continued along the Lord S road, each lost in their own thoughts and dreams. Calamon perched precariously on the edge of the cart, swaying dangerously back and forth. He missed Taika. Feeling remorse for having allowed her to depart alone, incessantly praying for her safety. He understood that should anything befall Taika, he would find no peace. Calamon wished for her forgiveness, hoping she genuinely comprehended him as she professed. Reslin silently recited, "Taika needs me," gripping the edge of the cart tightly. "I cannot abandon him." Reslin reflected on the strange occurrences that had transpired at Skull Rock. Why did he know the way to an unfamiliar place? Why did he refer to Calamon by an unusual name? Why did the spirit seek to protect him? He could not fathom the answers. Yet a peculiar sensation deep within suggested he understood the reason. This feeling was far from comfortable. It was rather infuriating, akin to knowing something, yet being unable to recall it despite one's efforts. The spirit commanded us, it had said so. What master? Not my master, Reslin asserted resolutely. Whatever that individual has done to me, he shall never be my master. Storn pondered the legendary hammer of Karas and its long and illustrious history. Initially known as the Hammer of Glory, it was forged centuries ago in honor of Leoxis and later entrusted to the Agath humans as a testament to peace. Once, the great elven ruler Kiskanen claimed the hammer as his own. It has always symbolized peace and honor, never representing bloodshed or strife. Then, Shuma Dragonbane discovered the hammer and entrusted it to a renowned dwarven blacksmith to forge the original dragon-slaying lance. It was through the lance, blessed by the gods, that Shuma was able to drive the Dark One and her malevolent dragon back into the abyss. Eventually, the hammer vanished, only to reappear in the hands of a great hero, Karas. He aspired for the hammer to bring peace, yet he failed, and now, the hammer has disappeared once more. If only I could reclaim it for the Order of Knights. Storn mused. I would stand before the Rose Knights and declare, "Here, my lord. Forge the sacred dragon-slaying lance with it." The hammer could aid the knights in resisting evil. It could absolve my transgressions and atone for my sins. Thessoff's thoughts were more chaotic, akin to a drunken bee buzzing erratically. Something like this. Calamon need not hold me so tightly. Angrily, I shall not fall. Oh, look at that. Excitedly, I want to get a closer look. No, perhaps not. Longingly, over there. Look. So many dwarfs. Greetings, dwarfs. I am Thessoff Bowfoot. Is that a turnip? Trembling. Oman, did a turnip fall on you? That color is indeed quite peculiar for a turnip. Curiously, I have never seen a black turnip. Would you mind showing it to me? Well, no need to be so angry. Hurt. It didn't even hurt you. Oh, lad. Are you looking at that? Excitedly, Tanis's thoughts lingered on the river winds and the refugees, pondering whether they had escaped the draconians' assault and if they were en route to Sabadin. If so, they would surely be counting on him to find sanctuary within the Dwarven Kingdom. Tanis recalled that autumn day when he encountered Flint atop a small hill near Salas. He had repeatedly wondered why he found himself in this predicament, seated in a dwarven-crafted cart, traversing rusty tracks into the depths of the mountains, burdened with the weight of 800 lives. Why had he become embroiled in a war he had no intention of joining? And why was he aiding the return of a deity he did not believe in? I merely stepped into the tavern to share a drink with old friends, he chuckled. Sighing, Flint sat in the cart, cradling Glaren's helm, listening to the wheels clattering against the tracks, the sound echoing a foreboding message. Time is short. Time is short. Time is short. Chapter 26. The dwarven path and footprints in the snow. The refugees trudged forward through the heavy snowfall, while Riverwind perceived this wintry deluge as a blessing from the gods. Flakes of snow cascaded from the overcast sky, enveloping the world in a hushed stillness. For the snow muffled all sound. He felt a twinge of anxiety. Although this might signify divine favor, it could also herald misfortune, as the accumulation of snow rendered paths treacherous and perilous. Hendrik began to spout his usual rhetoric, claiming that the cunning deities might cause them to suffer fractures or even fatal falls, reasoning that this ancient path must surely be in disrepair after years of neglect. Hendrik failed to grasp the nature of dwarfs. Once they resolved to mend a road, they would not abandon the task halfway. Even if the path was narrow, it would be meticulously constructed, secure, and navigable. Dwarves took into account the road's usability across various weather conditions, be it winter or summer, rain or snow, hail or dense fog. On steep sections, they would carve grooves into the stone to prevent slips, and they built walls to guard against falls into the abyss. The snow obscured the enemy's sight, rendering it difficult for them to see one another. The group huddled closely, fearful of losing sight of the person ahead, lest they wander astray and perish. At times, the snowfall intensified, reducing visibility to nothing but woolly flakes. They had no choice but to halt until the blizzard subsided before continuing their arduous journey. However, their progress was swift, and Riverwind hoped that all would escape the mountains before twilight. Thus far, they had not encountered any attacks, and Riverwind was curious about the reason behind this. He worried that the enemy lay in wait within the woods, yet scouts had failed to detect any signs of draconians. Their monstrous tracks would have been evident in the snow. Perhaps, he mused to Gilsanus, like lizards, the blood of draconians flowed sluggishly in the cold. The two walked at the forefront of the group, with a pine forest looming ahead. Through the swirling snow, they glimpsed trees that appeared almost blue in their verdant hue. Some refugees had already reached the woods and begun to set up camp. Riverwind's plan was to remain concealed within the forest's embrace, then venture up the mountain to ascertain whether this indeed was the gateway to the kingdom of Sabadin. Or perhaps the enemy is waiting for nightfall, Gilsanus suggested. You have a knack for consolation, Riverwind replied. And your mouth is always in search of miracles, Gilsanus retorted. That requires no effort, Riverwind murmured. At that moment, Gilsanus slipped in the icy, muddy mix. Had Riverwind not caught him in time, he would have fallen into the muck. You say it requires no effort. Yet your furrowed brow speaks otherwise, plainsman, Gilsanus complained. My clothes are soaked, and my feet have gone numb. I would welcome a dragon to breathe fire upon us. Suddenly, Riverwind trembled, not from the cold, but from an unshakable premonition. He turned to gaze at the mountains, brushing the snowflakes from his lashes. The snowfall paused momentarily, and he observed the people laboriously making their way along the path. The snow will cease soon, Gilsanus proclaimed. Riverwind concurred, sensing the shift in weather. The wind picked up, swirling the snowflakes around them, and the temperature was rising. Once the snowfall ended, the dragons would be able to soar above. Upon reaching the pine forest, they found some refugees gathered around a roaring bonfire in a clearing. Riverwind was pleased with the scout's choice of campsite. The thick, interwoven branches of the pines formed a natural canopy, making it difficult for even the keenest dragon's eyesight to penetrate. Women hung their damp blankets and garments on nearby branches, while a group led by Taika deliberated on what to prepare for dinner. Gilsanus forgot his earlier complaints about the cold and suggested forming a hunting party. He sought out volunteers. Taika had recovered, yet Riverwind remained concerned for her. She conversed with the other women about stews, soups, and roasting game. Normally, her infectious laughter could dislodge snow from the branches, spreading joy to those around her. She spoke as she always did, offering her thoughts, yet in a softer, quieter manner. Jinyu approached, standing beside her husband. She clasped Riverwind's arm, resting her head on his shoulder. They both gazed at Taika. She has changed, he remarked. Perhaps her body has not fully healed. You should speak to Karaman, Jinyu suggested, shaking her head. The gods may heal physical wounds, but they cannot mend the wounds of the heart, she continued. She loves Karaman deeply. He loves her too, or rather, if he were free to do so. He is free, Riverwind replied coldly. All he must do is tell his brother to change this situation and allow him to live his own life. Karaman cannot do that. He can do anything he desires. Raceland is formidable in magic, far beyond what he reveals, she asserted. He is both clever and resourceful. He could carve out a place for himself in this world. He does not need his brother. You do not understand. Karaman is acutely aware of this. Jinyu said softly. What he fears most is the day when his brother no longer needs him. Riverwind scoffed. His wife was right. He did not comprehend. He turned to the patient figure of Eagle Claw, standing nearby. We have discovered something you should see, the scout said calmly, glancing at Jinyu before adding, just you. Riverwind followed him. In this area, the snow was minimal, little more than a dusting of white powder. They ventured about 2 miles deep into the woods, arriving at a village reduced to ruins, strewn with the charred remains of valley dwarfs. Poor souls, Riverwind lamented, his anger knitting his brow. They intended to flee. They never meant to fight. They did not resist, Eagle Claw affirmed. Yes, Riverwind nodded. They were cut down in their flight. He pointed to a body with an arrow embedded in its back, head severed. A child was shredded. He gestured to the frozen ground, indicating claw prints. These were made by draconians. Any fresh signs? None. This occurred several days ago, Eagle Claw replied. The ashes have long since cooled. The perpetrators have moved on. However, we have made other discoveries. Here, he pointed to the footprints. And over here, look at this. He indicated a bent white silver spoon, found next to the corpse of a valley dwarf child, adorned with some pine branches and a white feather. A gift for the deceased, he stated calmly. These tracks were left by the kender. Riverwind's gaze shifted from the spoon to the body. Then he shook his head. I have seen this spoon before. It belongs to Hendrik. He must have lost it, Eagle Claw said, and they all chuckled. This area was rife with the footprints of Tasohoff, and there were more pairs of tracks close together, one large and one small. Marks from a staff striking the ground were evident, Caramon and Raceland. So they have come this way as well, Riverwind said. There are road markers typically used by half-elves, and the footprints of dwarves in flat-headed boots. And those belong to Knight Storm Brightblade. As you can see, they paused here to converse for a time. The prints are quite deep. Then they proceeded together up that path towards the mountains. Our friends are alive and have regrouped, unless, Riverwind's expression darkened, they encountered the draconians during their arrival. I do not think so. They likely came after, Eagle Claw replied. You can see the ashes in their footprints. Whatever the reason behind the massacre, it has nothing to do with our friends. They are inherently bloodthirsty. Perhaps, Riverwind was skeptical, yet reluctant to voice his thoughts. Although he was not entirely certain, his thoughts aligned with Raceland's. The dwarves of the valley did not perish without reason. It was imperative to focus on their own concerns, rather than meddle in matters beyond their control. As you mentioned, the perpetrator had long since departed. Eagle Claw concurred, and he, along with the other scouts, returned to the camp to dine and rest. They would need to rise early the following day to ascend the mountain. During the night, the snowfall ceased. The temperature began to rise, and a wind from the eastern ocean blew in. The accumulated snow started to melt, and Riverwind, before succumbing to slumber, fretted that if the morrow brought forth brilliant sunshine, the dragon might very well return. The gods had not forgotten them. Dawn arrived, yet the sun remained hidden. A thick fog enveloped the snow, shrouding the pine forest in a hazy embrace. Gulthanas and Riverwind, along with the other refugees, cocooned themselves in this gray blanket, while two scouts ascended the cliff, making their way toward what could potentially be the entrance to Sabadin. Chapter 27. The Tree of Life. The Lord's Council. Deteriorating conditions. The wheels of the carriage clattered upon the metallic tracks, transporting them toward the heart of Sabadin. A vast cavern. As a monumental underground lake materialized before them, a breathtaking spectacle began to rise slowly from the water's surface. They were so awestruck by the scene that silence enveloped them for an extended period. Caramon swallowed hard. Raceland exhaled softly. Tasslehoff was left speechless, an unprecedented occurrence. Tanis was rendered dumbfounded. Flint's spirit was profoundly shaken. He had heard many tales, yet he was the first among his kin in 3 centuries to witness this legendary place. A deep sense of pride surged within him. Amon Kolara stepped out of the carriage, pointing grandly toward the life tree of the Hella dwarves. Impressive, isn't it? Unprecedented, Tanis remarked in reverence. Truly unique, Flint rasped, his chest swelling with emotion. Only the dwarves could construct such wonders. The life tree of the Hella dwarves was a colossal stalagmite rising from the waters of the Urkin Sea. Its base was narrow, widening as it ascended, compelling them to tilt their heads back to glimpse the zenith. An edifice resembling luminous coral adorned the stalagmite, with countless branches emitting a warm glow that illuminated the cavern as brightly as day. Every segment of the life tree shimmered, showcasing the dwarves' remarkable integration of the stalagmite into their vast city, a home that had flourished for millennia. Vessels traversed the web-like cables, ferrying dwarves from various clans back and forth. The life tree, as its name suggests, was the very heart of Sabadin. While the Hella dwarves claimed ownership of this city, other clans also gathered here to trade, establishing inns, taverns, and bars that dotted the landscape. The docks bustled with activity, dockworkers unloading cargo from the ships while passengers lined up patiently. News of the gates opening and the capture of a group of tall intruders destined for the Lord's Council spread throughout Sawarren. Numerous dwarves congregated at the docks, observing the outsiders. Unlike other regions, no unrest unfolded here. A few dwarves glared at them, their hostility primarily directed toward Flint, the Kinder, and the mages. However, Flint noticed many dwarves fixated on the item he carried, Glaren's helmet. Rumors about the helmet had circulated, and the onlookers wore grim expressions, visibly displeased. Several dwarves gestured ancient protective symbols. Flint felt as though he was clutching a hot potato. The curse affixed to the helmet was undoubtedly potent. These dwarves were neither the superstitious and ignorant Seva dwarves nor the extreme radicals of the Klar clan. Most were Hella dwarves, well-mannered and practical in their views. Flint was tempted to curse loudly, shattering the discomforting silence. When Amon Kolara summoned a fairy, Caramon cast an anxious glance at Tanis. "What about the dwarves?" he inquired. "What's wrong with them?" Tanis did not comprehend his concern. Caramon pointed at the vessel, declaring he would never board it again. Tanis recalled Flint's reluctance to set foot on a ship, attributing it to an incident where Caramon nearly drowned while fishing. Tanis looked at his friend apprehensively, anticipating a refusal. To his astonishment, Flint appeared calm and composed. betraying no anxiety. Tanis soon understood the reason. Dwarves, by nature, did not swim. In water, they sank like stones, rather. Like a bag full of stones. No dwarf felt comfortable upon the water, a sentiment reflected in their ship designs. Their vessels boasted flat bottoms, long and wide, sturdy in construction, ensuring stability upon the waves. The wooden sides were high, devoid of windows, while the low seats concealed the flowing water beneath. Amon urged them to board, explaining that they had a considerable journey ahead before reaching the uppermost chamber of the Lord's Council. As they departed, the dwarves at the docks continued to stare at them. Then, a voice rang out. "Throw that cursed helmet and Marman Amon into the lake." Marman, a term meaning madman in dwarven slang. Flint glanced at Amon, uncertain how he would react, but all he saw was Amon's back. Amon stood at the bow of the ship, staring ahead, his chest puffed out, chin raised. Feigning ignorance to the derogatory pun, Flint turned his head slightly, catching a glimpse of Amon's face. The young dwarf was flushed, teeth clenched, fists tightly balled, nails digging into his palms. "I will find them," he vowed, blinking away tears that glistened on his lashes. "I will." Flint awkwardly turned away, regretting his momentary glimpse. He had never liked Amon, always perceiving him as boastful and arrogant. Yet now he felt a surge of sympathy akin to the compassion he once felt for the half-elf who could find no place among humans and elves, or for the orphan twin brothers who clung to one another since childhood, or for the young Solamnic boy who wandered far from his father's side. Flint did not naturally equate Amon with others. He had no intention of aiding the young dwarf who had captured them, yet, in a similar vein, Flint had never intended to assist Tanis, Sturm, Raistlin, or Caramon. If anyone questioned him, he would vehemently deny any intent to help. The twins merely happened to be neighbors. Tanis happened to need a business partner. That was all. Yet, in that moment, Flint felt a deep sympathy for Amon Kolera. Had the elder dwarves known who had shouted, they would assuredly have taught that individual a lesson. The ferry docked at the Life Tree's port, teeming with even more people, nearly all clans of dwarves present. Soldiers cordoned off a secure area, continuously pushing back the onlookers. They encountered the same sorrowful expressions, the same grim demeanor, and the same dreadful silence. Only the Kinder cheered loudly, eager to introduce himself while waving incessantly, only to be repeatedly dragged away by the stern-faced Caramon. Soon, a low rumble emanated from the crowd, akin to a colossal beast roaring. The noise intensified, startling all, and suddenly the crowd surged forward, shoving against the soldiers. The steadfast soldiers linked arms, holding their ground. "You had better let them out, Your Highness," a soldier shouted to Amon in Dwarven. "Some are dockworkers from the Clark clan. You know how the Clark dwarves are, mad as bats. I cannot hold them off much longer." Amon gestured toward the transport apparatus on the various levels of the Life Tree. Tanis and the others hurried over, while the Hella dwarven soldiers immediately fell back, prodding those who got too close with the tips of their spears. They climbed into the enormous barrel-like contraption, and Caramon gratefully noted that it was far steadier than the large cauldron they had encountered in Shaksharos. Amon Kolera squeezed in beside them as they stared at the thrashing mob outside. The carriage tilted slightly and began its ascent. They listened to the clanking and clattering sounds, descending into an anxious silence. In this unfamiliar world, the oppressive darkness, the looming dangers, and the hostility began to wear on them. "I truly wish you had not found that helmet," Flint glared at Raistlin, suddenly declaring. "It should not have come to your attention." "Do not blame me," Raistlin retorted. "If the foolish knight had heeded my warning and kept his nose away from that helmet, we would not be in Sabadin now." Sturm's tone was cold as he countered. "Indeed," Flint sarcastically remarked, "we shall seek refuge elsewhere. At least no one will attempt to slit our throats." "Please don't drag Raistlin down with you, Flint," Caramon implored, his voice laced with agitation. "He has done nothing wrong." "I do not require your defense, Caramon," Raistlin retorted, his discontent palpable. "You may all plunge into the abyss." "It is of no concern to me. I've always wished to venture into the abyss," Tasselhoff mused. "Do you not yearn for it, Raistlin? It must be terrifying. I mean, a splendidly terrifying experience." "Oh, be quiet, you great oaf," Flint bellowed in frustration. "A splendid suggestion. We ought to heed it," Tanis calmly interjected. His arms crossed as he lowered his head, leaning against the swaying carriage for balance. In that moment, everyone discerned his thoughts. They bore the weight of the refugees' lives, who placed their hopes of finding sanctuary upon them. Perhaps the refugees had managed to escape, fleeing from the clutches of their adversaries, entrusting their survival to these companions, only to be met by a furious mob armed with weapons and stones raining from the shadows. Sturm despondently stroked his beard, while Karaman's face flushed with guilt. Tasselhoff opened his mouth to speak, but Raceland gently placed a hand on his shoulder, silencing him with a soft gesture. Flint averted his furious gaze, reluctant to meet the eyes of the others, for he was certain they were all scrutinizing him. And then there was the cursed helmet of Glarin. The barrel continued its ascent, rising ever higher. Ultimately, when it shuddered to a halt, they discovered they had reached the pinnacle of the stalactites. According to Ammon, this was the Lord's Council chamber, where the council would convene to deliberate upon the destruction of the gates and the return of the specters. Chapter 28. The Lords of Sabbath the Dark Alliance. Unbeknownst to Tanis and his companions, their entrance into the Lord's Council was, in fact, a descent into a carefully laid trap. Not only they, but even the other lords were oblivious to the fact that the sinister Takisis had already ensnared one among them to serve her malevolent purposes. For centuries, the Lord's Council had governed Sabbath, with each of the 8 dwarven clans holding a seat: the Helder, the Savar, the Nadar, the Clara, the Daewar, the Daga, and the Agar. The Helder, due to their educational prowess and innate diplomatic and leadership abilities, had long been a dominant clan within Sabbath, though they currently lacked a king. The Helder, under the nominal leadership of Lord Hanfer, endeavored to maintain order and avert civil war within the mountain's depths. As the mines fell silent, Hanfer understood that the dwarves' only salvation lay in reopening the gates to the outside world. Unfortunately, the Helder were divided in opinion. Some wished to risk a return to the world, while others insisted that it remained perilous, advocating for the gates to remain shut. The Nadar clan had long been the sole challengers to Helder authority, yet they were inherently restless, finding the confines of the subterranean cavern stifling. Even before the Great Cataclysm, the Nadar had departed from Sabbath to seek their fortune above ground, relying on craftsmanship and agricultural techniques to survive, even tending to livestock unseen in the underground realm. They maintained amicable relations with other clans until the calamity struck, irrevocably altering their world. When famine and plague swept across the mountain kingdom, King Duncan believed the Nadar could fend for themselves, leading him to make the agonizing decision to seal the gates. The Nadar were incensed. Facing hunger and disease compounded by relentless assaults from goblins, ogres, and desperate humans, a brutal war erupted between them and the subterranean dwarfs. The Nadar still demanded a seat at the council, despite it having been vacant for centuries. The Clara clan, meanwhile, was a tragic lineage, whispered to be cursed by Leokas, stemming from a Clara's attempt to purloin divine relics during a game of bone throwing, resulting in his immediate capture. The entire clan succumbed to madness, with at least one member of each Clara household teetering between sanity and insanity. Thus, the Clara were invariably self-centered, adept at training tunneling Yukon worms and managing farms and herding livestock. The Helder historically protected the Clara, who, in turn, remained staunch supporters of the Helder. If the Clara were indeed cursed by Leokas, then the Daewar considered themselves favored by the deity, or so they proclaimed. Their fervent devotion led many within the clan to become priests of Leokas, constructing opulent temples. The priests demanded exorbitant fees for their services, using these funds to erect even grander edifices. When the gods abandoned the world, the Daewar were devastated and lost, with some, the true priests, vanishing entirely. These individuals were no longer able to heal the plague ravaging the subterranean kingdom or cast nourishing spells upon crops. Other dwarves blamed their misfortunes on the Daewar, leading to assaults on their temples, in a desperate attempt to safeguard their beautiful sanctuaries. The Daewar clung to the belief that Leokas and the other deities had not truly departed, yet this was merely self-deception. The Daewar priests continued their daily rituals, ensuring the incense within the temple of Leokas burned perpetually, praying for a response from the deity and fabricating miracles to prove divine intervention. The fervor of the Daewar warriors on the battlefield mirrored that of their priests in faith, staunchly defending the borders against other clans. As time passed, nearly all but the most zealous believers abandoned faith in the gods. Some began to worship indiscriminately, targeting everything from a sacred albino rat to a peculiarly shaped rock. Many Daewar were eager to enlist in the military, renowned for their rigorous training, boundless energy, and fierce combat prowess. Despite their commendable martial skills, the Daewar were notably lacking in intellect and creativity. As the adage goes, their beards had grown into their brains. The Daga clan, a branch of the Savar, were derisively referred to as the Shadow Dwarfs. During the Dwarven Gate War, the Daga were accused of conspiring against the Helder, resulting in King Duncan exiling them to the deepest recesses of the mountain. This punishment was not overly severe for the Daga, whose long-standing profession was mining. excelling at locating and extracting precious ores such as iron, gold, or silver. The decline in mining revenues struck the Daga hard, plunging them into poverty and diminishing their status. Their region was rife with thugs and gangs, and the destitute dwarves resorted to unscrupulous means for survival. The Daga blamed their plight on the Helder, convinced that the closure of the mines was a conspiracy to obliterate them. Lord Honfer of the Helder, fearing an alliance between the Daga and the Savar aimed at toppling the council and seizing control of Sabaden, endeavored to placate the Daga, but to no avail. Honfer's efforts came too late. The Savar and Daga were not merely plotting an alliance, they had already formed one and had found a formidable ally. The Agar, commonly known as the Valley Dwarves, also held a seat in the council, much to the bewilderment of all. The Valley Dwarves endured discrimination, their ignorance lamentable, and their cowardice well known. Many dwarves even claimed they were not true dwarves at all. It was said that the Valley Dwarves possessed gnome blood, a claim vehemently denied by the gnomes. The reason for the Agar's presence in the council traced back to the inception of Sabaden. At that time, the Savar dwarves were the leaders among the mountain dwarfs. However, they soon recognized the rapid ascent of the Helder's power. The Savar sought to dominate the majority of council seats, employing intimidation and coercion against the Valley Dwarves, believing they could force them into unwavering support for any proposal. Thus, the Savar insisted that the Agar should hold a seat and corresponding voting rights within the council. The Helder discerned the Savar's scheme and sought to thwart it, yet the Savar cunningly threatened that if the Agar were excluded, then the other clans would also be deemed unworthy to remain. This statement incensed the impulsive Daga and terrified the insecure Clara. With no alternative, the Helder were compelled to concede. Although the Valley Dwarves had no cities within the subterranean realm, they proliferated like their food, the rats, eventually securing a seat at the council. The Savar's misfortune lay in the fact that the Valley Dwarves favored the Helder over their proposals, simply because the Helder showed them compassion and treated them well, at least by the Valley Dwarf standards. The 8th seat belonged to the deceased. Dwarves hold their ancestors in high esteem, and although this seat has remained vacant, they steadfastly believe that death is an integral aspect of dwarven existence and should not be forgotten. The 9th seat is reserved for the king elected by the council, which has also remained empty for 300 years. According to Amon Karas, a king shall not arise until Karas himself returns. This may simply be an excuse. There were kings even before the divine hammer fell. In the current tumultuous climate, no clan possesses the strength to seize the throne. At present, one lord is intent on filling this void. Realgar of the Seva clan is an exceedingly perilous individual, far more dangerous than one might anticipate. This can be discerned from his appearance, as he is diminutive and emaciated. His family once lived in dire poverty, envying even the lives of the Valley Dwarfs. Hunger stunted his growth and sharpened his intellect. To survive, he sold himself to a Seva sorcerer, engaging in many nefarious deeds, including theft and murder. Seizing any opportunity, Realgar amassed fragments of the sorcerer's arcane knowledge. He proved clever, quickly surpassing his master in the dark arts. Realgar eliminated the sorcerer, claimed his dwelling, and aspired to become the most formidable dwarf within the Seva clan. He ascended to lordship yet remained unsatisfied. Realgar resolved to become king. The Seva dwarves would once again reign over the kingdom beneath the mountains. However, this ambition was too lofty. The Seva dwarves were not seasoned warriors. They lacked discipline and never united to form cohesive fighting units. The selfish Seva dwarves also failed to grasp the concept of great sacrifice. Their inability to tolerate brightness was a critical flaw. When light was kindled before them, they would be blinded. The Seva dwarves excelled at ambushes, adeptly wielding dark magic against their foes, favoring deceit and theft. While these skills allowed them to survive and maintain their society, they could not conquer the powerful healer dwarves or the valiant Daga dwarfs. It seemed the Seva dwarves were destined to perpetually dwell in the shadow of the despised Hongfir. For many years, Realgar, whose ambitions lay shattered, felt a deep-seated resentment. At last, the ears of dark souls, ever in search of such grievances, heard his lamentations. From the abyss, the goddess Taxis manifested before Realgar, and he knelt at her feet. Taxis offered to assist him in achieving his goals, provided he returned a favor. This request was not difficult to fulfill and, in fact, would benefit the Seva dwarfs. Realgar readily honored the pact, and Taxis began to fulfill her promise. He contacted the lord of the Daga dwarfs, a dwarf named Rance, and proposed a deal. Realgar had found a buyer for the long-closed Daga iron mine. He hoped that some of the mines hidden deep within Daga territory could be reopened. Miners would return to work, but everything had to remain a secret. In return, Realgar promised to share power with Rance once he became king, while Rance pledged to construct a secret tunnel from the kingdom below to Pacticars, currently overseen by the dragon knight Minota. All of this was concealed from the other lords. Rance, a robust figure lacking any special talents, had become a lord due to the strength of his gang. He cared not for who became king, as long as he received his share. Thus, he built the secret passage to Pacticars. Together, Realgar and Rance, keeping Hongfear in the dark, were the first to open the gates of Sabaden. With the first to enter being the dragon knight Minota, the deal was struck. The other party agreed to send a dragonborn army to confront the healer dwarves, while the Seva and Daga dwarves consented to sell iron to Pacticars, along with swords, maces, war hammers, battle axes, steel arrowheads, and spear tips. This arrangement greatly pleased General Minota, though he would not live to savor it. In truth, it was Dray-yan who ensured the iron mines remained operational, supplying the dragon army with fine weaponry. The dragonborn army had already entered the secret passage. Realgar was preparing to launch an attack when the northern gate suddenly swung open, disrupting his plans. He had intended to personally slay the tall intruders, eliminating the threat before anyone else noticed. The dragonborn engineers had repaired and rebuilt the murder holes above the echo of anvils. Their actions were exceedingly clandestine, as the dragonborn commander had intended to utilize the murder holes when the healer forces invaded. Realgar had no time for secrecy. He dispatched the Seva dwarves to roll down boulders. This task proved far more challenging than Realgar had imagined. The Seva dwarves were not robust, struggling to push the heavy stones into position. They could not see the target, for when they peered out from the murder holes, their eyes were blinded by the magical light emitted from the sorcerer's staff. Without proper aim, the boulders fell haphazardly. The tall intruders fled, and Realgar clashed with the dragonborn commander, a vile lizard named Glago, who berated him for compromising their strategic advantage. "You may have caused us a heavy price," Glago coldly remarked. "Why did you not inform me or my subordinates? We could have dealt with those nuisances swiftly. You would have been rewarded. Those individuals are the instigators of the human slave rebellion, and their heads carry a bounty. Because you botched the operation, they are now deep within Sabaden, beyond our reach. Who knows what troubles they might incite?" Realgar cursed himself for not seeking the dragonborn's assistance in eliminating the tall intruders. He was unaware of the bounty. Otherwise, he would have certainly done so. "The slaves are approaching Sabaden," Glago fumed. "They are searching for a way in. Outside, there are 800 human slaves, nearly at your doorstep. Not 800 warriors, I hope?" Realgar asked in terror. "Not exactly. Half are children and the elderly, but the men and some women are formidable. And there are 1 or 2 gods on their side. Of course, their divine powers are weak, but they have caused us trouble before. You cannot be suggesting that you fear a mere 100 human slaves and their inconsequential gods." Realgar scoffed. "I can handle them," Glago asserted, "but that would split my forces. Fighting on 2 fronts increases the likelihood of being flanked." "They have not yet entered the mountains," Realgar replied. "They will require the council's consent, which will not be easily granted. I have heard they possess a cursed item, a helmet named Glarin. Even Hongfear would not be foolish enough to permit 800 humans to roam within Sabaden, especially with a curse upon them. Do not worry, Glago. I shall take responsibility for the council. I will ensure the plan proceeds smoothly." Realgar had already dispatched his minions to spread rumors that the group of strangers bore the cursed helmet of a deceased prince. Everyone was familiar with that dark legend, despite the fact that discussing it publicly had been illegal for 300 years. As Realgar stirred the pot of animosity, he set off for the council. This Seva dwarf sorcerer did not wear robes. Realgar was a rebellious mage, as were most dwarven sorcerers. He was utterly ignorant of the Mage Council's workings. He did not even realize that his magic was a gift from the god Natari of the Black Moon, who delighted in such bestowals. Realgar possessed no spellbook, as he neither read nor wrote. The spells he cast were those demonstrated by his master, who had learned them from his own master. Thus the magic was passed down. Clad in armor, Realgar made his way to the council. His armor was expertly crafted, for the Seva dwarves were naturally skilled blacksmiths. His helmet was made of leather, with smoky glass over the eye openings to protect his light-sensitive eyes. The mask also concealed his weasel-like features, with a long, narrow nose, small, beady eyes, and a chin adorned with uneven whiskers. Before Realgar even entered the Lord's Council, Rance approached him. "What do you know about those tall intruders?" Rance inquired. "Lower your voice," Realgar whispered softly, pulling Lance aside. "I have heard that those tall figures breached the northern gate and traversed your territory. They bore cursed helmets. Among them is a sorcerer and a native dwarf. How did you allow them entry? How did you permit them to journey so far? Is this part of our plan? If you remain silent for a moment, I shall enlighten you, Rielger replied. I did not allow them in. They obliterated the northern gate, thus sealing their fate. As for the helmets, perhaps they are a curse to the Hellor dwarfs, yet a blessing to us. Be silent and heed my commands. Lance felt uneasy, for his trust in the Sua brother was tenuous at best. Were it just the two of them, he would have devised every means to extract answers from Rielger's lips. However, Hong Fei had arrived, casting a skeptical gaze in their direction. They could not afford to appear overly familiar. With a troubled mind, Lance stepped into the council chamber and proceeded to take his seat at the dais of Lord Daga, the dwarf chieftain. Rielger took his seat as well. The Lord's Council was about to convene. Chapter 29. The speech of the Glaren helm at Flint's bet the Lord's Council chamber stands as the most magnificent edifice upon the Tree of Life. Fully armored soldiers of Hellor escort Tanis and his companions through two bronze doors into a resplendently adorned hall, adorned with intricately carved beams and pillars. At the end of the hall lies a curved dais, upon which rest 9 thrones. These thrones are exquisitely sculpted from finely veined marble, varying in hues from white to gray and red-brown to verdant green. The throne for the deceased is crafted from obsidian. The 9th throne, situated at the center, is grander in stature, made of pure white marble and embellished with gold and silver jewels. The soldiers form 2 rows along the pillars. Amon Karas leads Tanis and his party forward, standing beneath the circular area before the thrones. If one were to stand upon the circular dais, the speaker would address only the king facing forward, while the other lords would observe from the sides. Since the king's position has been vacated, the speaker must now position themselves in the center of the hall, ensuring all lords can see simultaneously. Otherwise, they would be forced to turn in circles, addressing each lord individually, a task most arduous for any speaker. Flint strides ahead of his companions, clutching the Glaren helm. Earlier, outside the hall, he and Amon had a brief argument regarding who should bear the helm. In truth, Flint wished to avoid touching anything cursed. He would rather not have it at all. Yet he deemed it beneath his dignity to allow the Hellor dwarf to claim it. Moreover, the promise of Leox echoed persistently in Flint's mind. Amon Karas, too, was averse to the helm. His suggestion to take it was merely a matter of pride, and he did not insist further, citing concerns over potential bloodshed. Behind Flint are Tanis and Stone, followed by Raistlin and Caramon, who sandwich Taishran between them. Raistlin threatens that if the Kender speaks, he shall immediately cast a sleep spell upon him. Typically, Taishran would find being enchanted an amusing experience, but he does not wish to miss a single moment of the unfolding events, leaving him in a state of conflict. Ultimately, he concludes that there will be ample opportunities for enchantment in the future, while attending the Lord's Council is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Thus, he resolves to silence himself in the spirit of self-sacrifice. The lords sit upon their respective thrones, appearing calm on the surface. Yet the opening of the doors and the return of the cursed helm have genuinely shocked them. The only one truly composed is the Lord of the Eaga Dwarves, Bluff of the Bluff clan, who remains asleep throughout the proceedings, roused only once by an exceptionally loud snore. He blinks awake, yawns, stretches, and promptly returns to slumber. As Amon Karas introduces each lord, Flint attentively observes, discerning which lords are amicable and which pose a threat. Homful of the Hellor clan carries an air of noble composure, his wise gaze scrutinizing the uninvited guests. Upon seeing Flint, his expression grows complex, darkening upon sighting the helm. Rielga of the Savar clan sits in the dimmest corner, frowning in disdain at them, echoing the sentiments of Lance, lord of the Daga clan. Flint is not surprised by the Savar dwarf's hatred for all. What unsettles him is Rielga's self-important demeanor. Through the smoky glass, Flint cannot see Rielga's eyes, yet his lips curl in a contemptuous sneer, deeply unsettling Flint. As if Rielga knows some obscure secret, Flint resolves to keep a close watch on this Savar dwarf. Nice, leader of the Deva clan, is imposing in stature, clad in armor, though little else of note can be said. Tufa of the Clara clan bears the typical ferocious visage of his kin, even when they are of sound mind. Tufa's gaze flits restlessly towards Homful, seemingly awaiting direction on what to think. The enmity between Lance of the Daga clan and the Nida clan is long-standing, a feud that persists. The pressing question is whether the Daga and Savar clans have allied, and to what nefarious ends. Once all the lords have been introduced, Flint bows politely towards the vacant throne of the realm of the deceased, then defiantly bows toward another empty throne, that of the Nida clan. Homful regards him with a grave expression. Rielga emits a loud grunt, rousing Bluff from his slumber. The latter mutters discontentedly before retreating back to sleep. Flint begins his self-introduction. I am Flint Fireforge. He turns to Tanis. This is when Rielga rudely interrupts. Why are these criminals not shackled? They have destroyed the northern gate. They're assassins, spies. Why are they not imprisoned? We are not spies, Flint retorts angrily. The situation beyond the mountains is dire. We have come to warn you. Queen Takisis, whom we dwarves refer to as false metal, has returned with her wicked dragons from the abyss. She has created draconians. These dreadful warriors have launched a war under the leadership of dragon riders. Many regions have already succumbed to darkness, including Qualinesti. Soon, it may be the turn of Solamnia. Before his words can fully resonate, all the lords erupt into loud shouts, pointing and gesturing at Flint, who responds in kind. If false metal has truly returned, our priest would surely be aware of it. Nice sneers. We have seen no signs. As for the so-called dragons and draconians, do you take us for children to believe such rumors? Lance bellows. High Bluff groggily awakens, bewildered by the commotion around him. What happens next? Stone inquires of Tanis, the only one among Flint's companions who comprehends the dwarven tongue. The knight, accustomed to solamnic decorum, appears shocked by the chaos unfolding before him. This is a drunken brawl, not a council of kings. Dwarves do not engage in pleasantries, Tanis replies. Flint has delivered news of Takisis's return. They are highly skeptical. I can prove they are spies. Rielga's voice pierces the air, shrill and filled with grievance, as though he feels personally affronted. My men sought to apprehend this group. Yet Amon Karas and his accomplices drove them away. They have no authority on our territory. I possess absolute authority to extradite my brother from your dungeons, Amon vehemently counters. He has violated our laws, Rielga says darkly. He has committed no crime. You abducted him for ransom. You lie. Rielga stands, indignant. And is it a lie that we had to flee from the echo of the anvil? Amon Karas retorts loudly. Your kin attempted to murder us by hurling massive stones. What? Homful rises, glaring fiercely at the Savar lord. Such a thing occurred. Tanis translates the dwarven discourse for his companions. Flint's attention remains fixed upon the Savar dwarf. He had previously attempted to redirect the conversation, seeking to explain the reasons for his and his friend's presence, yet to no avail. Suddenly, Flint comprehends what the Savar dwarf intends to convey, and he is disheartened to realize that Amon is equally astute. I admit we attacked the Hellerkin, Rielga states. We sought to prevent these criminals from entering our lands. These tall ones are spies. They intend to stealthily infiltrate Solamnia. And bearing the cursed helm is part of their scheme to destroy us. They nearly succeeded, but we thwarted their nefarious plot. Spies? Criminals? Honkfea furiously repeated. You have been saying this, Rielga, but what evidence do you possess? He exclaimed, his voice hoarse. Furthermore, it does not explain why you would murder my son and the soldiers of the Heller clan. Flint anticipated the ensuing chaos. He recognized the trap laid before him. Yet he was already ensnared. Indeed, we shall slay them, for we strive to protect Sabaden. These tall ones, Rielga pointed at Tanis and the others, are the ones who opened the gates with the Nida dwarves today, allowing a human army to invade us, and they are now concealed in the hills. The lords gaped in astonishment. All present, including Honkfeir, cast dubious glances at Tanis and his entourage. Rielga returned to his throne. I did not wish to disclose this, Honkfeir. But your son is complicit in this conspiracy. My men were to apprehend those tall ones, yet your son freed them. He has compromised our defenses. Rielga paused momentarily, then spoke deliberately. Perhaps you are already aware of all this, Honkfeir. Maybe you are an accomplice as well. You speak nonsense. Amon shouted in anger, rushing toward Rielga. The soldiers immediately brandished their weapons, surrounding him and Tanis's group. Honkfeir conspires for the throne. Rielga cried, betraying Sabaden to humans. King Brawlus stood upon the throne, shrieking that the tall ones would annihilate them all, and the assembly descended into further chaos. Lord Nyes of the Deva clan rose, reciting the conference rules loudly. But no one heeded him. The Lord of the Clara clan also stood, brandishing a small dagger. Tanis ceased translating, succinctly summarizing the dire situation. It is dire, Easton declared gravely. They will certainly not allow the refugees entry. The question is, how does he know about the refugees? Raceland hissed. Let Flynn inquire. I failed to understand what relevance this holds. Easton replied impatiently. Of course, you do not understand, Raceland retorted sarcastically. Ask him, Flint. The dwarf shook his head. They will not listen, he said coldly. We have fallen into Rielga's trap. I can do nothing now. Honkfeir was compelled to defend himself, vehemently denying Rielga's accusations. Karas also protested, claiming he merely encountered the group by chance and had them arrested, escorting them to the council. Roll away with the cursed Glaren, Rielga shouted. Silence descended as Hongfei roared, and the lords gradually ceased their bickering. He glared until they returned to their seats. The soldiers released Amon, who stroked his beard while glaring at Rielga, who returned the hostile gaze. Hongfei turned to Flint, his tone icy. Answer me, Flint of the Nida clan. Do these accusations hold any merit? No, they are utterly baseless, esteemed lord. Let them explain the presence of humans concealed in the valley. Rielga bellowed. Our purpose here indeed involves a group of humans, Flint admitted. He has confessed. Rielga exclaimed triumphantly. But they are not warriors. They are refugees. Flint retorted angrily. There are men, women, and children. Absolutely not an army. We do not intend to infiltrate Sabadan. The north gate was opened for us. Really? Hongfei inquired. Then how did you discover the gate that vanished 3 centuries ago? Flint reluctantly answered, fully aware that mentioning this would play into the hands of the Seven Dwarfs. Yet lacking alternative explanations. The helmet of Glaren led us here and opened the gate for us. Raistlin approached Tanis, placing a hand on his arm. Let Flint ask the Seven Dwarves how they know about the refugees, he urged. What relevance does that hold? Tanis shrugged. Once the gate was opened, his men could have ventured out to investigate. Impossible, Raistlin countered. The Seven Dwarves cannot see sunlight. Tanis stared at him. That is true silence. You too. Easton warned. Hongfei stepped forward, raising his hand for quiet. The accusations against you and your companions are grave, Flint of the Forge, he stated. You entered our territory without permission. You also vandalized the gate. That is not our fault. Taesohoff shouted, only to be nearly suffocated by Karamon's large hand. You brought the cursed helmet among us. The helmet of Glaren is not cursed, Flint asserted angrily. I can prove it. He lifted the helmet and placed it upon his head. All the lords leapt up, including the Aga dwarf, who thought the assembly was adjourning. Raistlin's nails dug into Tanis's arm. This is disastrous, my friend. Did you not wish for him to don that accursed item? Tanis remarked. This is neither the time nor the place I desire, Raistlin replied. Easton instinctively reached for his sword sheath, forgetting that the dwarves had already confiscated their weapons. The dwarves had piled the seized arms at the entrance. Easton calculated the distance, estimating whether he could retrieve his sword before the soldiers approached him. Tanis, noticing the knight's expression, understood his thoughts. He gestured subtly to Easton, who reluctantly nodded but moved a few steps toward the door. Flint stood in the center of the council chamber, wearing the helmet, as everyone anxiously awaited something to occur. Yet nothing happened. Tanis breathed a slight sigh of relief. But then, suddenly, the gems on the helmet glowed red, a brilliant orange light flooding the entire chamber, with a divine flame igniting within. The helmet obscured Flint's visage, leaving only his eyes and beard exposed. Through those eyes, Tanis could not recognize Flint. Nor could Flint seem to recognize him or the others present. He scanned his surroundings, as if he had entered a room filled with strangers after a long journey home. I have returned home, Flint spoke in a voice that was not his own. Hongfei's anger morphed into doubt and confusion. He glanced at his son, who merely shrugged. Rielga feigned a smile, as if all this was anticipated. He is acting, he muttered. Flint ascended the dais, climbed the steps, and took a vacant throne, a black throne. The throne of the realm of the dead. He cast a disdainful glance at the lords, exhibiting an air of superiority. The lords stared at him in horror, utterly motionless. No one is to sit upon the throne of the dead, Nye shouted, grasping Flint's arm in an attempt to pull him down. Flint did not retaliate. Yet the lord of the Deva clan stumbled back as if struck by an invisible hammer. He fell from the dais, collapsing to the ground, trembling in fear. Flint, adorned with the helmet of the deceased, sat firmly on the throne of the realm of the dead and began to speak. I am Prince Glaren, he declared, his tone chillingly cold, utterly unlike Flint's voice. I have returned to the halls of my forefathers. Is this how you welcome me? The other lords turned to the David dwarf, who remained on the ground, unassisted and unmocked. Lance turned, nervously addressing Hongfei. You are his descendant. It is your family that brought forth the curse. You must speak with him. Hongfei politely removed his helmet and strode toward the throne. Amon intended to follow, but Hongfei gestured for his son to remain behind. Welcome back to the hall of your forefathers, Prince Glaren, he pronounced, embodying the dignified demeanor befitting a lord of the Heller clan. We beseech your forgiveness for our previous indiscretion. We of the Daga clan have done nothing wrong, Prince Glaren. Lance interjected loudly. You know this. We should not be cursed, Nyes added, rising to his feet. Our ancestors were oblivious to the schemes devised against you. Your curse should be directed solely at the Heller clan, Lance asserted. How absurd, Rielga exclaimed. Silence. Hongfeir glared at them. Let us hear what the prince has to say. Tanis understood. Hongfeir was astute. He was testing Flint, attempting to discern whether Flint was merely acting or if the soul of Prince Glarin had truly taken possession of his body. I could easily curse you all, Flint declared, his tone both fierce and terrifying. I could unleash my wrath upon this mountain. He was filled with rage. Dare you contest me, Hongfeir of Heller? Do you dare to insult the soul that was wrongfully slain? My life was taken by my own kin. Flint's fist slammed heavily onto the armrest of the throne. The mountain trembled. The tree of life quivered incessantly. The floor shook violently, and the throne creaked ominously upon its dais. A fissure suddenly appeared in the ceiling. The columns groaned painfully. King Blada of the Iga clan screamed and fainted. Hongfeir knelt down. Fear gripped him. They were all afraid. Soldiers in the council chamber dropped to their knees one after another. The lords followed suit, with only Rielga remaining standing, though he too soon knelt, albeit with evident reluctance. The tremor ceased. The mountain returned to tranquility. Tanis swiftly glanced around to ensure everyone was unharmed. Stone knelt on one knee and raised his hand in salute, a gesture of chivalry towards royalty. Raistlin remained standing, leaning on his staff, the shadows of his hood concealing his expression and thoughts. Caramon had removed his helmet, mindful of Tasohov's well-being, who mournfully remarked, I wish Fizban were here to witness this with me. Tanis' attention returned to Flint, uncertain of what would transpire next. Nothing good, he thought. Silence enveloped the room, so profound that even the sound of dust settling was sharply perceptible. Hongfeir spoke again, his voice trembling. Your brothers confessed before their demise, Prince Glarin. Though they did not take your life, they acknowledged their responsibility for your death. Of course, the prince bitterly replied. I am the youngest son, favored by my father. They feared he would overlook them and grant the dominion of Sabadin to me. They did not kill me directly. Yet I perished at their hands. I was young, participating in my first battle. My brothers swore to protect me, yet instead drove me to my doom. They commanded me to lead a small band of soldiers to the stronghold of the evil sorcerer, Saman. I complied without hesitation. Why wouldn't I? I loved them. I trusted them. I always obeyed their wishes. My men warned me, telling me that undertaking this mission would lead to my demise, but I disregarded their counsel. I believed my brothers when they claimed my men were lying. That victory was nearly assured. I marched forth to capture the sorcerer and bring him back in glory. They gifted me this helmet, claiming it would render me invincible. They knew the truth, the helmet would ensnare my soul, preventing me from returning to reveal the facts. Your brothers deeply regretted this, noble prince, Hongfeir continued. They confessed their sins to Karas and soon perished on the battlefield. Upon receiving the grim news, your father was heartbroken. He sought to amend this tragedy as best as he could. He erected a statue and a burial site for you, while your brothers were laid to rest in nameless graves. Yet, my father never spoke of my name again, Prince Glarin replied. Your noble father is consumed by guilt. Your Highness, Hongfeir said. He cannot bear to recall that tragic moment. I lost 3 sons, he lamented, one on the battlefield, and the other 2 succumbed to darkness. Truly. You need not curse us, great prince, Hongfeir sorrowfully expressed. Since your father's passing, the throne has remained vacant. We have lost the hammer of Karas. We cannot even pay tribute at your father's grave, for some dreadful force has wrenched it from the earth, and it now looms above the Lord's Valley. We cannot reach the royal mausoleum. This is our eternal punishment and reproach. Our nation is divided, and I fear we shall soon perish in a civil war. I am uncertain how else you might torment us, Prince Glarin, Hongfeir lamented, unless you collapse this mountain upon us? Good heavens. Tasohov whistled. Could Flint truly do that? Collapse the mountain? Shush. Tanis commanded Tasohov, his fierce expression intimidating the Kinder. I once sought vengeance, but centuries have taught my soul much. Flint's tone softened. He sighed and unclenched his fist. I have learned to forgive. Flint slowly rose to his feet. The souls of my brothers have embarked on their next journey of life. So has my father's soul, traveling alongside the noble soul of Karas. Soon, I shall join them, for I have now been liberated from the cruel enchantment that bound me. Before I depart, I bestow upon you a gift, a warning. Inferior metals have returned, but so too have Lyokos and the other gods. The gates of Sabadin have once again swung open. The sun's light penetrates the realm beneath the mountain. Should the gates close once more, blocking the light, darkness shall consume you. This is a charade, Rielga muttered. Can't you fools see? Be quiet. Shall I assist you? Tufa retorted, clutching a dagger in his hand. We are grateful to you, Prince Glarin, Hongfeir humbly acknowledged. We shall remember your words. Amon Karas stood up. Is that all you have to tell us, Prince Glarin? Do you have nothing to say to me? Son, be silent. Hongfei rebuked. The prince just declared that the gods are once again among us. The moment Kara spoke had arrived. When the power of the gods returns, the hammer of the gods shall once again forge the era of freedom for Klein. Amon Kara stepped forth, standing before the throne of the deceased. Tell me how to enter Duncan's tomb. Tell me where the hammer of Kara's lies, noble prince. For that is my destiny. The brilliance of the gem gradually dimmed, finally flickering before extinguishing completely. Wait, Prince Glarin, Amon cried out. You cannot leave without telling me. Flint slowly raised his hand, gently removing the helmet. He did not appear triumphant. He looked utterly exhausted, pale, and aged like the deceased prince. You know, Amon suddenly shouted, pointing at Flint with fury in his voice. He told you. Flint departed from the throne of the dead, clutching Glarin's helmet under his arm. Rielga laughed. This is a ruse. He is lying. He has always been lying. He has no idea how to find the hammer. He is well aware of every detail regarding Prince Glarin, Hongfei stated. When we doubted him, the mountain trembled. Perhaps Lyoxis and the other deities have returned. I concur with Rielger, Lance remarked. The cloud-seeing mountain has trembled before, and we all deemed it quite ordinary. What distinguishes this occasion? Flint strode past the lords to stand before Amon. Tell me where to find the god hammer. I am a prince. This is my destiny. Is it not possible? Flint erupted. Once you acquire the god hammer, will you then cast me and my friends into the dungeon? Use his friends as hostages until the god hammer is returned, suggested the dwarf Deva. That would ensure the god hammer remains lost for another 3 centuries. Flint retorted angrily. Rielger squinted, scrutinizing Flint intently. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. I propose a wager. The other lords grew intrigued. Like their deities, dwarves had a penchant for gambling. What wager? Halfair inquired. If this Nidar locates the Kara's god hammer and returns it to us, we shall permit humans to enter our domain. Of course, they cannot be an army. Should he fail, he and his friends will remain captives, and we shall shut the gates. Hongfair stroked his beard, eyeing Flint with curiosity. Deva the dwarf nodded with pride, while Clara the dwarf chuckled softly, scraping his chin with the blade. You cannot be certain they will honor their word. Stone interjected after Tanis translated. I cannot believe they would gamble over such a grave matter. Certainly, Flint would not partake. The knight speaks truth, Raceland remarked. Something feels amiss. Perhaps, Flint muttered, but sometimes, one must gamble everything to win immensely. He proclaimed loudly, I have a condition. If I fail, you may do as you wish with me, but release my friends. He cannot do this, Tanis. Stone exclaimed, both astonished and furious. Flint cannot wager the sacred Karasgah hammer. Calm yourself, Stone. Tanis admonished. No one has yet dared to act against the god hammer. I am opposed. Stone insisted. If you remain passive, I must intervene. This is blasphemy. Let Flint handle this, Stone, Tanis warned. As Stone was about to depart, he seized the knight's arm. This is not Salamnia. We are in the dwarves' territory. We are unfamiliar with their rules, laws, and customs. Flint understood the gravity of his risk. He had donned that helmet. We should trust him. Stone hesitated. He seemed ready to shake off Tanis, but after a moment, he found the argument compelling and reluctantly nodded. We accept this wager. Hongfair spoke on behalf of all the lords, with the following conditions. Regarding your friends, we make no promises, Nidar Flint Fireforge. Their fate rests with you. If you genuinely find the Karasgah hammer and return it to us, we shall allow the humans you mentioned to enter Sabadan, of course, subject to our assessment. If they are indeed civilians rather than warriors, we shall welcome them. Do we have an accord? By the gods. Stone murmured. Flint spat into his palm and extended his hand, which Hongfair mirrored. Their hands met with a clap, and the wager was sealed. Hongfair turned to Tanis. During your friend's absence, you shall be our guests. We shall arrange for you to reside in the guest quarters of the Tree of Life, and the guards will ensure your safety. Thank you, Tanis replied, but we must accompany our friend. He cannot face the unknown dangers alone. Your friend will not be alone. Hongfair smiled faintly. My son Almon will accompany him. This is madness, Flint. Raceland murmured. Even if you find the god hammer. If that dwarf intends to kill you and seize it, who can prevent it? I will prevent it, Flint glared at him. You are no longer young, Raceland continued, nor strong, while Almon possesses both. My son would not act in such a manner, Hongfair said angrily. Certainly, I would never. Almon exclaimed, feeling insulted. I swear by my father's name and in the name of the Heller clan to serve. I shall absolutely respect the life of your friend. In that case, Flint may kill Karas and seize the god hammer, Taysok jested. Will he, Flint? Flint reddened. Carmon sighed heavily, grasping the shoulder of the kinder and pushing him toward the door. Flint, do not agree, Stone urged. There is no agreeing or disagreeing, Hong Fair stated conclusively. Neither humans nor half-humans, including kinder, may desecrate the sacred tomb of our king. The Lord Council is adjourned. My son will escort you to your quarters. Hong Fair turned and departed. The soldiers surrounded Tanis and his companions. They had no choice but to follow. Flint walked beside Tanis. The old dwarf's head hung low, shoulders slumped, clutching Glaren's helmet tightly. Do you truly know where to find the Godhammer? Tanis whispered. Perhaps, Flint murmured. Tanis scratched his beard. Do you know you wagered 800 lives on that perhaps? Flint raised an eyebrow at his friend. Do you have a better idea? Tanis shook his head. I thought not, Flint muttered. Chapter 30. The Tall Inn. Sturm loses his temper. Flint carves with the lodging provided for Tanis and his companions by the dwarves is situated on the first level of the Tree of Life, a place that bears the mark of age and wear. The structures here appear dilapidated and forlorn. Flint inquires about the reason for this condition. The doors and windows are of human dimensions, as this portion of the tree was specifically designed for human habitation. This locale was once referred to as Tall City. As Amon informs them, it was a place where humans and elven merchants lived and worked, built for their convenience. The destination they are to visit shortly is an inn constructed specifically for their kind. Caramon felt reassured. He had endured enough discomfort in the dwarven carts and barrels and had been anxious about spending the night in a bed suited for short-legged dwarves. This inn, however, is better maintained than most of the houses, thanks to a resourceful dwarf who uses it as a storage facility. It boasts 2 levels, with lead-framed windows and solid oak doors. Before the cataclysm, this inn was fully booked every night, Amon remarked, leading the guests inside. Merchants from all corners of Ansalon frequented here, Ishtar, Salamnia, Urgith. The lounge once overflowed with gold and silver, bustling with activity. Now it lies in silence. Apart from the scurrying of mice, Raistlin, with a look of distaste, lifted his robe as the sudden light from a lantern illuminated the room, startling a few rodents that darted across the floor. At least the bed seemed adequate, Caramon gratefully noted, and the tables and chairs too. If only we had something to eat and drink. My men will bring wine and meat, along with clean bedding, Amon replied, then turned to Flint. We all need a good night's rest. Tomorrow morning, we set off for the Lord's Valley. Amon hesitated, adding, that is where we are headed, right? Flint merely mumbled in response. He approached a chair and sat down heavily, retrieving wood and a carving knife. Amon Karas lingered at the doorway, fixating on Flint, evidently hoping for further conversation. Yet Flint seemed at a loss for words. Tanis and his companions remained standing, surveying the dark and somber inn, unsure of what to do. Amon frowned. He wished to command Flint to speak, yet he felt unable to do so. Finally, he stated, I have arranged for guards outside. You can rest well. Raistlin let out a cold laugh. Tanis shot him a quick glance, prompting Raistlin to turn away. Sturm strode toward a corner, attempting to pull out a bed frame tangled with barrels and wicker boxes. Caramon stepped in to assist, while Tasselhoff also joined. Though the first thing the kinder did was peer through a lock hole of one of the boxes, curious about its contents. Flint continued his wood carving. Eventually, Amon tugged at his beard, inquiring if there was anything else they needed. Yes, Caramon replied, hoisting a heavy bed frame, preparing to set it down. When do we eat? Their meal was quite simple, accompanied only by beer poured from a barrel. Amon Karas eventually managed to depart. Tanis felt sympathy for the young dwarf, though he found himself somewhat irritated with Flint, believing he should exhibit more kindness towards Amon, especially given the shattering of the latter's lifelong dream. However, Flint was in a foul mood as well. Tanis surmised that saying anything at this moment would only exacerbate the situation, thus he remained silent. Flint remained taciturn, hastily shoving food into his mouth before leaving the table to resume his carving. Throughout the meal, Sturm sat upright, chin raised, his gaze intense, clearly dissatisfied. Raistlin took only a small portion of food, eating it slowly, his mind drifting elsewhere. Caramon, having overindulged, slumped over the table in slumber. The only one still conversing was Tasselhoff, who cheerfully rambled about the day's events, oblivious to whether anyone was listening. Suddenly, Raistlin pushed his plate aside and stood up. I must study spells. Do not disturb me. He dragged the only comfortable chair to the massive stone fireplace, where Tanis had previously struggled to kindle a fire. Raistlin cast a disdainful glance at his brother, who lay sprawled over the table, reeking of alcohol. I hope someone moves this great oaf to bed, Raistlin muttered, retrieving his spellbook and focusing intently on his reading. Sturm and Tanis struggled to lift the drunken Caramon onto the sturdiest bed available. Then, Sturm approached Flint. looking down at him. Flint, you cannot proceed in this manner, Sturm cautioned. Flint remained absorbed in his carving, a large piece of wood flying from his knife, nearly striking Tasselhoff, who was attempting to pick the lock on a large chest. You cannot undertake such an important task without Amon Karis. First, I am unsure of his mental state. Secondly, it is far too perilous. Unless someone accompanies you, you should refuse them. Wood shavings flew from Flint's knife, accumulating at his feet. Sturm's face flushed red. The lords will not deny you, Flint. Just tell them that without protection, you cannot acquire the hammer of the gods. I would gladly take on the task of safeguarding you. Flint lifted his head. Bah! He spat, then lowered it again. Another splinter flew off. You are to protect the hammer from being transported from Sabadin to Salamnia. Sturm slammed his fist onto the table, causing the candle holders to rattle, startling Tasselhoff, whose lockpicking tool clattered to the floor. Hey, the Kinder admonished. Quiet down. Raceland and I are trying to concentrate here. The hammer of the gods is crucial to our mission. Sturm insisted, his voice rising in anger. Lower your voice, Sturm, Tanis warned him. The walls may be thick, but the door transmits sound, and the guards are just outside. They only understand Dwarven, Sturm replied, but still lowered his voice. He paced the room twice, striving to calm himself, then returned to Flint. I apologize for raising my voice earlier, but I believe you do not grasp the weight of the responsibility you bear. The dragon lance is the only weapon known to combat evil dragons, and the hammer of Karas is the sole tool capable of forging the dragon lance. If you deliver the hammer to the knights, you will be hailed as a hero, Flint. Your deeds will be immortalized in history, sung by generations. Most importantly, you will save countless lives. Flint still did not raise his gaze, though the knight's words seemed to resonate with him. His carving slowed, and the fragments falling away became smaller. Tanis felt uneasy about the direction this conversation was taking. Have you forgotten our purpose for being here, Sturm? Tanis asked. We are seeking a safe refuge for 800 souls. Flint promised to hand the hammer over to the dwarves. In return, Hafel would permit the refugees into Sabadin. If we attempt to seize the dwarves' hammer, he will not do so. Moreover, we may very well lose our lives. Let us face reality, Sturm. The dragon lance is but a dream, a legend, a myth. We do not even know if such a weapon truly exists. I am aware, Sturm replied. The 800 refugees are real, and the dangers they face are real, Tanis asserted. I concur with Sturm. You cannot go alone tomorrow, Flint. But the one who should accompany you is me. You do not trust me, half-elf, do you? Sturm's face went pale, his eyes wide with disbelief. I trust you, Sturm. Tanis sighed. I know you would make sacrifices for me, for Flint, for any of us. I have never doubted your courage, honor, and friendship. It is merely, I worry you are not being realistic. The dream of saving humanity has clouded your judgment. Storn shook his head. I hold you in high regard, Tanis. Much like the respect I have for my father whom I have never met. However, in this matter, I cannot yield. If we save 800 lives now, yet sacrifice thousands, allowing the malevolent queen to dominate and enslave all of Ansalon, what do you propose then? The Dragonlance may currently be but a dream. Yet we possess the power to turn dreams into reality. The gods have brought me here to seek the hammer of Karas, Tanis. I have unwavering faith in this. The gods have revealed to me where to search, Storn Brightblade. Flint sheathed his dagger and tossed the freshly carved piece of wood into the fire. I shall retire for the night. Storn has a point, Flint, Tanis remarked. You ought to inform the lords that you require one of us to accompany you. I have no preference as to whom. Storn, Caramon, at least take someone with you. Is that agreeable? No. Flint strode towards a dwarven bed he had discovered in a secluded corner. Use reason, my friend. The dwarven stubbornness provoked Tanis. You cannot venture alone with Amon Karas. He is not to be trusted. To be frank, Flint, if you seek a truly helpful companion, you ought to choose me, Raceland by the hearth interjected. As if anyone actually trusts you. Storn glared at the mage. The one who should go is me. Flint halted, turning to face them, his expression dark with anger. Take you along? I would sooner bring a kinder. That is final. He stomped away. Tasohoff sprang to his feet. Me? You want to take me with you, Flint? He exclaimed with excitement. I'm taking no one, Flint shouted. He approached the bed, climbed onto it, pulled the blanket over his head, and turned his back to everyone. But Flint, Tasohoff lamented, you just said you would. Ties, do not pester him, Tanis advised. He said he would take me. Ties argued. Flint is exhausted. We are all weary. I believe we should retire for the night. Perhaps the situation will change by morning. Flint mentioned he would take me, Tasohoff muttered. I ought to sharpen my sword. He opened his satchel and began searching for his dagger. After rifling through his various blades, Taso began to look for a whetstone. Although he found nothing, several intriguing items captured his attention, and he entirely forgot about the knife. Raistlin snapped his book shut. Are you both satisfied now? The mage remarked as he passed Storn and Tanis. He will seriously contemplate this matter by morning, Storn said. I'm not so certain. Tanis glanced at the dwarf. You know how obstinate he is. We shall reason with him, Storn asserted. As one who has attempted to reason with this irascible old dwarf before, Tanis held little hope. Flint stared into the darkness. Storn is correct. Tanis is correct. Even Raistlin is correct. Reason dictated that he ought to take one of them along in the morning. If he remained steadfast, the lords would have no choice but to acquiesce. However, as Flint continued to ponder, he felt confident in his decision. His motivation may have been flawed, but that did not diminish the correctness of the outcome. The Hammer of Honor does not belong to knights and their noble aspirations. Flint mused. It does not belong to elves, nor to humans, regardless of their tribulations. The hammer was forged by dwarves. It belongs to the dwarves. Dwarves have the right to determine its use, and only if we are permitted to wield it to save the world can we do so. This reasoning sounded compelling. Yet it was not Flint's sole justification for venturing alone. This time, I shall become a hero. Of course, a hero might also be Amonkaris. But Flint deemed that improbable. Leokos had promised that if he donned the helm, the hammer would be his reward. Flint Fireforge, the savior of Clant. The hero unifying the dwarven race. Perhaps even Flint Fireforge, king. Flint chuckled. The latter might be an unattainable dream, but even an old dwarf is entitled to dreams. Is he not? Chapter 31. Forgeries, temporary allies, and Flint as promised when Amon knocked on the door to awaken Tanis and his companions. They felt as though they had only just succumbed to slumber. Deep within the mountain's abyss, where the sun's rays did not penetrate, the passage of time eluded them. Yet Amon proclaimed that daylight had arrived outside, the sun's first beams gilding the snow upon the mountain's summit. How do you know? Karaman grumbled, his displeasure evident. Especially given the inebriation of the previous night. There are places within Sabaton where the sun can be seen, and we use them to calibrate our water clocks. Today, you shall witness such a place, he solemnly informed Flint. Sunlight forever graces the valley of Lord Khalil Srith. Sturm cast a cold glance at Tanis, who merely shook his head before turning to Flint, who was studiously avoiding eye contact with anyone. Flint strode out of the room, busily donning his armor. Affixing his helmet adorned with griffin mane, and securing Glaren's helmet to his belt, Tanis noted a change in Sturm's demeanor. He sensed the knight had something to say, but it was too late to interject. Flint, Sturm said sharply, let us speak rationally. Take one of us with you. Flint turned to Amon. I require a weapon. Without my battle axe, I shall be ill-equipped to confront whatever has drawn the graveyard into the sky. Amon retrieved the exquisite hammer from his back, gazing at it wistfully for a moment before handing it to Flint. This is yours, Flint stated. I want my battle axe. Amon's brow furrowed. You are the one who knows how to seek the true hammer of the gods. Thus, you should wield this replica. I forged it for this very day as my homage to Karis. You shall carry forth the glory of Karis to the king's tomb. Flint was at a loss for words. While the battle axe would have suited him far better, he did not wish to inflict further pain upon the young dwarf. He reached out to accept the hammer, nearly dropping it in the process. Doubt crept into his mind regarding Amon's motives in bestowing this hammer upon him. It was both heavy and impractical, despite its intricate craftsmanship. He attempted a few swings, nearly twisting his wrist in the process. Flint cast a skeptical glance at Amon, searching for a trace of amusement. Yet Amon's countenance remained serious, and Flint realized the young dwarf was earnest. By the bonds of friendship, I accept this hammer, Flint declared. Amon hesitated briefly, then stiffly shook his hand. Perhaps we misjudged Amon, Tanis remarked. Sturm snorted. He parades about with a counterfeit divine hammer. I can only conclude he has lost his wits. Raistlin seemed poised to speak, but held his tongue, contemplating Flint and the hammer. What is it? Tanis inquired of the mage. You ought to speak with Flint again, Raistlin suggested. Tanis had intended to dismiss it as a waste of time, yet he approached Flint, who was packing his belongings. Tysa had just inadvertently caused Flint's favorite knife to go missing. The old dwarf immediately seized the kender, rummaging through his pockets. Ignoring Tysa's protests, Sturm, I need to speak with you, Raistlin said. Raistlin's hourglass pupil shimmered with an unsettling light, causing Sturm great discomfort. Yet he followed Raistlin to the window. Is the counterfeit hammer identical to the original? Raistlin inquired softly. I have only seen the divine hammer in illustrations, Sturm replied. But from my assessment, it truly resembles it. How can one distinguish the genuine from the forgery? It is said that the divine hammer is remarkably light yet releases divine power upon impact. If one were to strike Sabaton's anvil with the authentic hammer, the sound would resonate through the heavens. Raistlin quickly glanced at the counterfeit hammer. He clasped his hands within his sleeves, leaning in to whisper. Flint could substitute the divine hammer. Sturm stared at him, either failing to comprehend or unwilling to understand. Flint possesses the counterfeit hammer, Raistlin explained. He merely needs to switch the genuine one for the forgery. Leave the true divine hammer behind and give the dwarf the replica. They will notice the difference, Sturm argued. Raistlin chuckled. I doubt it. I could cast a spell upon the replica to mimic the effects you describe, making it indistinguishable for the dwarves for a time. Once Amon possesses the divine hammer he has sought all his life, he will not scrutinize it too closely. I can accomplish this, but I require your assistance. Sturm shook his head. I will not partake in such deceit. But this could resolve all our issues. Raistlin insisted, placing a hand upon Sturm's arm with urgency. The knight recoiled slightly but did not withdraw. We have provided what the dwarves desire, and in turn, we secure our own needs. Once the dragon-slaying lance is forged, you can return the divine hammer to them. Everything will proceed smoothly. This contradicts honor, Sturm retorted. Oh, if it is merely honor you desire, then pray for the children before the dragon armies roast them in the aftermath of darkness. Raistlin tightened his grip on the knight. You may have the privilege of choosing honor in your life, but consider those who lack such a choice, those who suffer and perish under the dominion of darkness. She is about to descend upon this world, Sturm. Surely you recognize how feeble the forces of the righteous are, utterly incapable of halting her. Sturm fell silent. Raistlin could sense the knight's inner turmoil raging fiercely. Sturm clenched his jaw and fists, a glimmer of light igniting in his eyes. He was not only contemplating the plight of the innocent, but also his own future. Should he deliver the divine hammer to the knighthood, he could become one of the forgers of the dragon-slaying lance. He would ascend as the savior of the Solamnic people and indeed the entire world. Raistlin surmised much of the knight's thoughts, his deductions largely accurate. He perceived Sturm's intense yearning to fulfill a glorious dream, coupled with the profound impact of the innocent civilians soon to be embroiled in war. He might once again witness the charred ruins and the slaughtered kindred children. What do you wish me to do? Sturm reluctantly uttered. He had never imagined he would one day partake in Raistlin's schemes. He reminded himself that this was for the sake of the innocent. You must speak to Flint, Raistlin instructed, and lay out the plan before him. He will not heed my words, Sturm replied, uncertain of Flint's willingness to listen. At the very least, we must make the attempt. Implant the scheme in his mind. Raistlin paused, then whispered, do not let Tanis learn of this. Sturm understood. Tanis would oppose this plan. Not only because it was deceitful, but also due to the significant risks involved. If the dwarves discovered the truth, they would all perish. The dragon-slaying lance represented their hope for victory in the war, a fact the half-elf had persistently refused to accept. Reluctantly, Sturm nodded, with his hood concealing his expression. Raistlin smiled gently. He had secured a victory over this noble knight, dragging him down from his so-called moral pedestal. Henceforth, whenever Sturm's moral lectures became excessively lengthy, Raistlin would need only murmur the name of the Hammer of Karis to suffice. I will draw Tanis away. You converse with Flint. Tanis reclaimed Flint's carving knife under the pretense of investigating a peculiar sound, claiming it emanated from behind. At this moment, he was engaged in dialogue with Flint regarding their journey. To be precise, only Tanis was speaking, while Flint remained silent. Then, Raistlin requested a moment of Tanis's time. I am deeply concerned for Karamin's well-being, Raistlin stated gravely. This morning, he did not appear well, Tanis remarked. He merely drank too much, just a hangover. This was not the first time. I assumed you had grown accustomed to it. I believe the situation is far more serious, Raistlin continued. He may be ill. Please come and take a look at him. You know more about ailments than I do, half-elf, Raistlin said. I would like to hear your opinion. You know I hold you in high regard. Tanis remained oblivious. But what if Karaman truly is unwell? Tanis followed Raistlin to the bedside. Karaman lay there, a cloth soaked in cold water covering his eyes. As Tanis peered at Karaman, Raistlin turned eagerly, his gaze shifting towards Sturm and Flint. Though Raistlin could not hear their conversation, it was unnecessary to listen. He was well aware that Sturm was telling Flint to replace the hammer. As Flint's jaw nearly dropped in shock, he gaped at Sturm in astonishment, then furrowed his brow and shook his head vehemently. Sturm's words grew increasingly urgent. The knight spoke gravely of innocent civilians. Flint shook his head again, though less decisively than before. Sturm continued, and Flint began to listen intently. He pondered deeply. glancing at Amon and then at the replica hammer, his brow furrowing even further. His gaze shifted to Raistlin, who was also focused intently on him. Flint averted his eyes. He exchanged a few words with Sturm, who feigned calmness as he turned to Raistlin. "What has become of poor Caramon?" Sturm asked in a melancholy tone, as though visiting a dying man. Raistlin shook his head and sighed. "He merely drank too much," Tanis said impatiently. "Perhaps he ate some bug meat," Raistlin suggested. "Oh heavens!" Caramon groaned, clutching his stomach as he leaped from the bed and rushed to the corner, vomiting into a slop bucket. "See, Tanis," Raistlin admonished. "My brother is gravely ill. You look after him. I have a few words to discuss with Flint." "I have something to say to you as well, Raistlin," Sturm stated. "If you have time." The two moved away, leaving Tanis staring in bewilderment, grasping his beard. What are these two up to? I suspect they are uniting against Flint. Well, I wish them luck. He recalled that Caramon had indeed not eaten bug meat. Flint agreed to consider the matter, Sturm said. Then he must decide swiftly, Raistlin replied. I need time to cast my spell, and our young friend is impatient to leave. Amon stood at the door, arms crossed, occasionally furrowing his brow and audibly sighing, tapping his boot against the floor. Once we have it, we will take the divine hammer to the Temple of the Stars, Amon declared. I told my father we would arrive by sunset at the latest. Flint stared at him. What are you thinking? Are we merely going for a stroll in the graveyard? Then leisurely meandering out after obtaining the hammer? I am unclear, Amon coldly replied. Only you know how to find it. Flint muttered and shook his head. He secured his pack and slung it over his shoulder. He met Raistlin's gaze and nodded slightly. He did it. Raistlin exclaimed to Sturm with excitement. There is only one issue. The spell I intend to cast is a transmutation spell originally designed to shrink objects. Shrink? Sturm gasped. We cannot shrink the hammer. I am quite aware of that, Raistlin snapped irritably. I plan to modify the spell so that it reduces the weight of the hammer without altering its size. The probability of error is minimal. Should something go awry, our plan will be compromised. Sturm stared at him. Then we should not proceed. I said the probability is quite low, Raistlin insisted. Very low. He approached Flint, who cast a gloomy glance in his direction. This replica is masterfully crafted, Raistlin remarked. May I examine it closely? Flint looked around. Amon had quietly departed, opting for a leisurely stroll to alleviate his worries. Tanis was conversing with Caramon across the room. Flint slowly extended his hand toward the hammer, awkwardly removing it and handing it over. It is heavy, he cautioned. Raistlin took the hammer, weighed it in his hands, and pretended to study the runes inscribed upon it. If it were lighter, Flint said anxiously, it would be easier to carry. Is anyone watching? Raistlin whispered. No, Sturm replied, stroking his beard. Amon is outside. Tanis is with your brother. Raistlin closed his eyes. He gripped the hammer tightly with one hand while his other hand brushed over the runic etchings. He inhaled gently and murmured a few strange words that made Flint feel as though insects were crawling on his legs. He regretted it and reached for the hammer, intending to reclaim it. At that moment, Raistlin sighed and opened his eyes. Indeed, it is heavy, he said as he handed back the hammer. Remember to use it with caution. Clearly, the spell had failed. Flint felt a sense of relief. He grasped the hammer, nearly stumbling backward. The hammer felt as light as a feather. Raistlin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He clasped his hands together and tucked them into his sleeves. Flint scrutinized the hammer closely but saw no signs of alteration. He returned it to its place and, upon catching Raistlin's eye, remembered that the hammer was supposed to be heavy. Flint was not skilled in deception. Regretting his agreement to proceed with the plan, he realized it was too late. Well, I shall take my leave, he announced, hunching his back as though burdened by the weight of the hammer. In truth, the pressure he bore was indeed substantial. I hope you reconsider, Tanis approached to bid farewell. You still have time to change your mind. Yes, I know, Flint rubbed his nose. He paused for a moment, cleared his throat, and then gruffly stated, do an old dwarf a favor, would you, Tanis? Allow him at least one chance in this dreary life to pursue glory. I know this sounds foolish, no, Tanis placed a hand on Flint's shoulder. This is hardly foolish. May Lycus accompany you. Do not pray to deities you do not believe in, half-elf. Flint glared at him. It will bring misfortune. Flint straightened his shoulders and went outside to find Amon. The young dwarf insisted in an irrefutable tone that it was time to depart. The two set off under the escort of the Helle soldiers. 2 Helle guards remained behind, standing watch at the inn's entrance. I hope they haven't forgotten breakfast, Caramon said as he sat up in bed. I thought you were still unwell, Raistlin retorted sharply. I felt much better after I vomited. Caramon walked over to the door and peeked out. When are we eating? The salon stared out the window until Flint disappeared around the corner of a building. Then, the Kinder leaped from his chair. Flint promised I could go with him to the floating tomb, Thus said, kicking the chair's rung. Tanis knew it would be difficult to convince the Kinder that Flint had made no such promise, so he ignored him. Confident that he would find something else amusing within 5 minutes and completely forget the matter. Sturm also gazed out the window. We could take care of the guards at the entrance, Tanis. There are only 2 of them. And then what? Raceland scoffed. How do we pass through Sabaton without drawing attention? Disguised as dwarves? The Kinder might manage it, but the others must don false beards and crawl on their knees. Stone's face flushed. At least we can converse with Hromfer, expressing our concerns for our friend. He may consider our plight. I believe we can find an audience, Tanis remarked. Yet I harbor doubts about our success. He made it abundantly clear that only dwarves may enter the sacred tomb. Stone continued to gaze morosely out the window. Flint is journeying to the Lord's Valley, Tanis stated, the realm of the deceased. Accompanied by a madman who watches from behind and the spirit of a fallen prince guiding him. Worrying for him is futile. Praying for him is always beneficial, Stone replied. Kneeling down, Raceland shrugged. I shall return to slumber. At least wait until breakfast, Caramon suggested. There is naught to be done now. Tanis reclined back onto the bed. Staring at the ceiling, Stone commenced a silent prayer. I recognize my transgressions, yet it is for a greater good, he confided to Paladine. He clasped his hands tightly, just as he had done before. Tasselhoff ceased kicking the chair's rungs. He waited until Stone was lost in divine communion, until Tanis closed his eyes and breathed steadily, until Caramon's loud snoring and Raceland's harsh cough subsided. Flint mentioned that I could go, Tass whispered. I would prefer to take the Kinder with me, he said. Tanis worried for him. If I were with Flint, he would not have to worry so much. Tasselhoff removed the bags from his person. He felt a pang of sorrow at leaving them behind. Without them, his sense of security vanished. Yet he was willing to sacrifice for his friends. Tass slipped off the chair, moving with the stealth only a Kinder could muster, quietly opening the door and slipping outside. 2 soldiers stood with their backs to him. They were engaged in conversation, oblivious to the Kinder's presence. Greetings, Tass called out loudly. The guards drew their swords and advanced, their speed far surpassing what Tass had anticipated. He had not realized dwarves could move so nimbly, especially while clad in armor. What do you want? One soldier bellowed. Return inside. His friend pointed towards the inn. Tass spoke a phrase in Dwarven. He could utter a few words in many languages, such as admonishing strangers he encountered along the road. I wish to retrieve my hoopak staff, Tass politely stated. The dwarves glared at him, and one man menacingly brandished his sword. Not sword. Tass misunderstood their meaning. Hoopak staff. It is a compound word made of huan pak, meaning hoopak staff in Kinder tongue. The soldiers remained perplexed. Their irritation grew, and so did Tasselhoff's. Hoopak staff, he shouted. There, right behind you. He pointed at Stone's sword. The soldiers turned to look. Alas, I was jesting, Tasselhoff said. That was my intent. With a leap, a bound, and a grasp, he reclaimed the hoopak staff. Tass sprang up and swung, striking one guard in the face with the flat end, then jabbing another in the stomach with the forked end. Tass tapped their heads to ensure they would not rise immediately to cause trouble. He focused on the slightly smaller guard and removed his helmet. Raceland proposed a brilliant idea. I could disguise myself as a dwarf. The helmet was too large, his head bobbing inside it. The dwarf's chainmail nearly concealed the Kinder, and it felt as heavy as a mountain. He discarded the chainmail and donned the dwarf's leather tunic. He deemed the false beard a splendid idea, studying the dwarf's beard closely, but lacked the tools to sever it. Tass removed the helmet, loosened his ponytail, and pulled his hair forward before donning the helmet again. His long locks protruded from beneath the helmet. Unfortunately, the hair tangled and obstructed his vision, presenting a slight inconvenience, as he found it challenging to see outside. And the strands constantly brushed against his nose, causing him to sneeze frequently. Nevertheless, for the sake of friendship, every sacrifice was worthwhile. Tasselhoff admired himself before a shattered window. He was quite pleased with the result. He felt confident that no one would discern him as anything other than a dwarf. He set off swiftly. Flint and Ammon Karas had traveled for some time, yet Tass was confident he could catch up with them. After all, Flint had made a promise. Chapter 32. 300 Years of Hatred. The Lord's Valley. Flint hoped to reach Lord's Valley, Calisons, quietly and swiftly, without inciting chaos or drawing attention. Yet, the Lords failed to keep their tongues in check. News of a native dwarf seeking the divine hammer of Karas spread throughout the dwarf kingdom. Flint, Amon, and their guards departed from Tall Stone, entering a throng of hostile faces. Flint witnessed dwarves shaking their fists and hurling insults, demanding he return to the hills or anywhere else but that sacred burial ground. Amon was not spared either. He was branded a traitor, with the crowd chanting his old moniker, Mad Amon. Flint's ears burned with rage, and his temper flared. He suddenly found himself drawn to Raceland's suggestion of a ruse. If he were to abscond with the true divine hammer, he could imprison those detestable cousins within the mountains forever. The mob's fervor was palpable. Flint and Amon risked becoming permanent residents of Lord's Valley. However, MacPhail learned of the disturbance and dispatched his soldiers to quell it. The dwarf soldiers, armed with spears and swords, dispersed the crowd, blocking the 8th Avenue to the valley. This delay necessitated patience as Flint and Amon awaited the soldiers to clear the thoroughfare and arrange transportation for travelers. Had Flint been observant, he might have noticed an oddly shaped dwarf anxiously pushing through the crowd, an emaciated figure, some might say anemic, with a helmet precariously bobbing atop his head and a beard protruding from the helmet's eye slits. However, Flint was too enraged to notice much at all. He gripped his hammer, eager to shatter a few Highland dwarf skulls, just as the peculiar dwarf was about to catch up with them. The soldiers declared that the 8th Avenue had been cleared. Amon Karras and Flint climbed into the foremost of the 6-wagon convoy. As Flint settled into his seat, he thought he heard a familiar voice calling out, "Hey, Flint, wait for me." Flint's head snapped up. He turned around, but before he could discern who it was, the wagon hastily departed. Thisohav pushed, shoved, and fought his way through the angry dwarfs. Just as he was about to reach Flint with a shout, the wagon carrying his friend set off. Thess was on the verge of conceding defeat. Suddenly, he remembered his mission. His friends were worried about Flint venturing alone. Stam was praying. They would surely be disappointed in Thisohav if he failed to resolve even this minor obstacle posed by the spear-wielding dwarven soldiers. Amon and Flint occupied the first wagon of the convoy. Amon's guards had initially intended to accompany them. However, Amon ordered them to remain behind, leaving the remaining 5 wagons empty. The wagon accelerated. Dwarven soldiers formed a human chain, establishing a barrier to prevent the mob from breaching and obstructing their passage. Thess spotted a gap. He dropped to the ground and crawled through the legs of a soldier who, engrossed in fending off the mob, was oblivious to the Kandaren. Thess sprinted along the track, catching up with the last wagon. He tossed his hoppic staff inside, then leaped onto the rear of the wagon, clinging precariously. Almost losing his grip, he managed to hook a leg, hoisting himself up and tumbling inside, landing alongside his hoppic staff. Upside down, Thess admired the passing stalactites, pondering how delighted Flint would be to see him. The 7th, 8th, and 9th Avenues led to Lord's Valley, Calisance. At the end of each road stood a gate known as the Hall of Guardians. Though it remained unguarded, there was no need. Respect and reverence served as the valley sentinels. Those who entered came to lay their dead to rest, and the mourning did not require extensive time. It had not always been this way, at least according to Flint's recollections. Before the cataclysm, the priests of Leokos managed the valley, overseeing all that transpired within. Dwarves would gather to celebrate with their ancestors, and pilgrims would visit the resting places of ancient lords. After the priests departed, people continued to come to the valley, but without their guardianship, it fell into disrepair, overgrown with weeds, and soon, the visitors dwindled. Although dwarves revered their ancestors, often invoking their names in daily life and gatherings, they were now reluctant to disturb the dead slumber. Once a dwarf was buried, their kin seldom returned to the valley, unless to inter another. The Lord's Valley was a sacred place, blessed by Leokos centuries ago. Once a realm of tranquility and peace, it had now transformed into a place of sorrow. The valley basked in sunlight, caressed by winds, adorned with clouds and stars, the only spot in Sabaton that welcomed sunlight. This was also why dwarves seldom visited. Like infants in the womb, they cried upon encountering light. Having dwelled in the darkness of the mountain for their entire lives, each venture into the bright open valley left them feeling exposed and anxious. The colossal bronze doors of the Hall of Guardians bore the emblem of the 8th Kingdom, a hammer laid to rest, the warrior's hand having relinquished it. As Flint and Amon walked along the 8th Avenue, they exchanged no words. Upon reaching the bronze doors, silence enveloped them. The clamor behind them had faded into insignificance. Each bore their own thoughts, hopes, dreams, desires, and anxieties. They approached the grand doors, unspoken understanding passing between them. Together, they placed their hands on either side, Flint on the left, Amon on the right. They removed their helmets, bowed their heads, and pushed open the magnificent gates of Calisance. Sunlight bright, radiant, and blinding washed over their faces. Amon squinted, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the dazzling brilliance. Flint blinked, inhaling the crisp mountain air and tilting his face to bask in the warm sunlight. Leokos above. Flint whispered, I cannot express how much I have missed this feeling. It is as if I have been reborn. How ironic, he mused, in a valley of the dead. Amon shielded his eyes, unable to bear the sight of the vast blue sky. To me, it feels akin to death, he coldly remarked. No walls, boundless, without beginning or end. I see the infinite cosmos above, and within it, I am nothing less than nothing. I find it unsettling. At that moment, Flint truly grasped the profound chasm separating his kin from the dwarves who dwelled in the depths. Long ago, light and darkness were equally acceptable to all dwarfs. Now, however, the distinction felt as stark as that between life and death. Flint pondered whether his kin could ever return, as Amon Karas envisioned, to once more hear the curses, insults, and words of hatred sharper than swords ignited a fire within him, and Flint believed this had nothing to do with the divine hammer. Despite his simmering rage, he felt a profound sorrow, as if he had lost a treasured possession. The two dwarves did not advance immediately, waiting for their eyes to adjust to the brilliant light. They could hardly see, thus failing to notice Thesohav emerging from the wagon. He discarded his oversized helmet, shed his itchy, foul-smelling leather vest, and hurried toward the bronze doors, eager to surprise Flint, envisioning the amusing sight of the old dwarf jumping with excitement. Thes rushed inside, sunlight striking his face. The brightness was blinding and utterly unexpected. The Kandarian was momentarily dazed, hastily raising a hand to shield his eyes as he stumbled back outside. The dazzling radiance pierced his mind, leaving him with nothing but a large red dot rimmed in blue before his vision. As this remarkably amusing phenomenon faded, Thes opened his eyes only to find, with dismay, that the bronze doors had closed. He found himself in a quandary, helpless and unsure of what to do. My troubles have multiplied, muttered Thais, rubbing his eyes. I hope Flint can discover it. The Lord's Valley was once a cave that collapsed thousands of years ago, now laid bare to the elements. The graves of the deceased are marked by small mounds covered in wild grass or adorned with stone tablets. For the exceptionally wealthy and powerful dwarfs, the departed are interred in grand tombs. Each burial site bears a stone engraved with the family name, listing the names of its members in succession. Some families possess several such stones due to the passage of many generations. As Flint walked, he paid careful attention to the names of the Nida clan as well as his own name, Forge. A contentious topic arose when Duncan closed the great door at the mountain's base. The Nida dwarves returning to Sabadin were forbidden from being buried in their original places. The mounds were devoid of paths and seldom visited. Flint and Amon traversed the burial mounds, and just as their eyes adjusted to the light, they beheld Duncan's tomb. This magnificent and intricate structure resembled a small palace rather than a burial site, majestically floating hundreds of feet above the blue lake at the valley center. As the tomb elevated from the ground, the snow from the mountain cascaded into the void, forming this lake. Staring at this extraordinary sight, Flint found himself unable to look away, filled with reverence for the tomb. He had seen many dwarven burial sites, yet none compared to this one. The tomb weighed over 1,000 pounds, yet appeared to float among the clouds, light as a feather. The tower was constructed from white marble, adorned with sunlit red tiles. The balcony was open, graced with stained glass windows. A steep staircase wound around the tower, interlacing upwards in layers. A distant chime echoed from the tomb, reverberating through the valley. That sound resonated only once before fading away. What was that? Flint asked in astonishment. Amon Karas gazed at the wondrous floating tomb. Some claimed it was Karas wielding the divine hammer, though no one truly knew. The sound rang out again, and Flint had to concede it indeed resembled the sound of a hammer striking metal. He pondered what awaited them within the tomb, if only they could ascend. He even regretted not heeding Storn's advice to insist on bringing his friends along. Duncan had begun constructing the tomb while he was still alive, Amon remarked. The tomb was vast enough to accommodate his descendants for generations. Alas, he lacked the foresight of the highlord dynasty. His two sons were laid to rest simply, without even a stone tablet, while the grave of his third son would remain forever vacant. After the king's death, Karas, weary of clan infighting, took the body to the tomb alone, fearing that the discordant lords might commit some disgraceful act that would mar the king's funeral. He forbade their attendance. It is said they came, but the immense bronze doors barred them out. Karas did not return either. The lords pounded on the great door, attempting to force it open. The ground began to quake violently. Houses crumbled, the tree of life splintered, and the lake overflowed, flooding the surrounding land. When the mountains ceased to tremble, the bronze doors swung open. The lords rushed in, eager to seize the divine hammer, only to find the king's tomb pulled from the ground by some dreadful power. Floating high above, For many years, countless individuals sought a way to enter the tomb, yet to this day, none have succeeded. Now, Amon's gaze fell upon Flint. You, Anida, claimed to know this secret. Amon stroked his long black beard, clearly skeptical. Flint paused for a moment. Where is Prince Glaren's tomb? He suddenly inquired. Not far. Amon replied. Over there, beyond the lake, you can see the stone tower made of black marble. It was originally in front of Duncan's tomb. There stands the statue of the prince, along with a marble arch that shattered during the earthquake. Amon glanced at Flint. What do we seek at the prince's tomb? If you do not wish to tell me, then forget it, he said tersely. Flint felt a sense of obligation towards the young dwarf. After all, Amon had given him the hammer. I wish to bring the helmet to his tomb, Flint stated. Amon's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that all? It has nothing to do with the divine hammer? Not entirely, Flint replied ambiguously. He possessed only a feeling, an impression, yet lacked anything more concrete. This was the primary reason he had not shared much with his friends, but he decided to set off alone for another reason. But you promised to wager with Rilger. Ah, then, Flint said as he navigated the burial grounds. Can a dwarf who refuses to gamble still be considered a dwarf? Thais stared at the bronze door before approaching it, kicking one of the doors with great force, not because he believed he could break it open, but rather out of sheer frustration. Pain shot from his toes to his shoulders, only adding to his ire. He tossed aside his hewpack staff, pressing both hands against one door, pushing with all his might. Thais pushed again and again, but to no avail. He paused to wipe the sweat from his brow, contemplating that aside from Flint, no one else would have put him in such a predicament. He had felt the door move slightly moments ago, so he pushed again, this time exerting all his strength. Who could possibly help at a time like this? Thais muttered to himself as he strained against the door. If only Fisipital were here. With just one fireball, he could have blasted the door wide open. At that moment, the door indeed swung open with a bang. Thais stumbled forward into the sunlight, landing face down on the ground. This position reminded him of the other things that the foolish old mage might have done, whose spells usually lacked flames and instead wreaked havoc with smoke, indiscriminately destroying everything. Thais lay in the grass for a moment, reflecting on his departed friend. Then, recalling the purpose of his journey, he quickly sprang to his feet, scanning his surroundings. He soon realized the bronze door was slowly closing behind him. Thais dashed over to retrieve his hewpack staff just before the door shut. He turned around and looked up at the sky, spotting the floating tomb and hearing a sound akin to a hammer striking a gong. The Candons were taken aback. For a brief moment, Thais stood in stunned silence, bewildered. The divine hammer lay within the floating tomb, and Flint was ascending to claim it. Thais sighed deeply. I hope my next words do not offend you, Queen Taxis, he said solemnly. I assure you, I still intend to visit the abyss, but at this moment, the place I most desire to be is the Duncan tomb above. Thais began searching for his friends. Around the lake in the valley's center, numerous tombs and burial mounds were constructed, among them the tomb of Prince Glaren. Here, the lords and their kin had rested for centuries. Yet, only Glaren's tomb remained empty, perpetually open, awaiting a body that would never be found. A black obelisk and a life-sized statue of the prince marked the burial site. The statue, clad in full armor, bore no weapon. Its hands were empty, and its head uncovered. Kara stood before the prince's statue, removed his helmet, and bowed respectfully. Flint licked his dry lips, and, holding Glaren's helmet, slowly approached. He was uncertain of what to do. Should he place the helmet in the vacant grave? Just as he was about to turn away, he felt a chill. The stone hand of the statue grasped him. Flint was taken aback, his hand trembling, nearly dropping the helmet. He tried to break free, but the stone grip was unyielding. He gazed into the statue's face, into its eyes, and discovered they were no longer hollow stone. They have come to life. The statue's lips began to move. My head has been exposed to the elements for many years. Flint trembled all over, regretting his presence in this place. He hesitated for a moment, then summoned his courage. Trembling as he placed the helmet upon the statue's head, the metal scraped against the stone. The helmet slid down the cold visage, obscuring its eyes. The ruby glimmered to life. I shall seek my brothers. They have awaited my return for a long time, and we are poised to embark on the next leg of our journey. A serene feeling coursed through Flint's chest. He was no longer afraid. He felt an overwhelming wave of love, one that forgave all. Reluctantly, he released the helmet, stepped back, and bowed his head. The tranquil sensation gradually faded. He heard Amon's labored breathing, and as the mist before him dissipated, Flint beheld the prince adorned with a stone helmet. His throat tightened, and his eyes moistened as he looked around. He circled the stone tower and soon discovered what he sought. What shall we do now? Amon inquired, following closely behind. Where are you headed? Flint pointed towards the archway. That archway was erected in memory of Karis, Amon remarked. It collapsed when the tomb ascended from the ground. It has lain in ruin for many years. My father reconstructed the archway, filled with hope that it would guide us to the divine hammer, yet it yielded nothing. Flint nodded. We must pass through the archway. Amon expressed his doubts. Nonsense. I have traversed it countless times, achieving nothing. Flint refrained from responding, conserving his energy for the journey ahead. As Raceland had cruelly reminded him, he was no longer young. The clamor of the mob, the arduous trek through the valley, and the events surrounding the statue had drained his strength. He knew well that the path to the divine hammer remained long. The archway, like the obelisk, was constructed from black marble. Its surface was remarkably smooth, inscribed with a solitary line. I await with bated breath. He shall not return. Alas, I mourn for Karis. Flint halted, hesitating briefly before steeling himself, inhaling deeply, closing his eyes, and then running through the archway. In that moment, he shouted, I mourn for Karis. Flint was meant to land on the brown grass on the other side of the archway. However, his boots clacked against a wooden floor. He opened his eyes in shock, finding himself in a dimly lit room, with a single beam of sunlight streaming through a narrow arrow slit in the stone wall. Flint inhaled sharply and then exhaled cautiously. Turning around, he saw the archway far behind him. He heard a distant voice proclaiming, I mourn for Karis, and then Amon appeared in the archway. He curiously surveyed his surroundings. We have arrived, he exclaimed. Inside the tomb, he knelt down. My mission is nearing completion. He approached the arrow slit and gazed out. He overlooked the brown grass, the sun-drenched lake, and the diminutive obelisk. Suddenly, his eyes widened in alarm, and he stumbled back a step. Quickly, close the entrance, he shouted. But it was too late. I mourn for Karis, a shrill voice echoed. Tysof Purvit burst through the archway, wielding the Hupak staff. You promised to bring me along, Flint, he said, but I believe you forgot, and I did not wish to upset you, so I came myself. Candor, Amon exclaimed in disgust. How dare he appear in the king's tomb? This is intolerable. He must return. He lunged at Tysof. Tys, taken aback, forgot to flee. Amon seized the Candor, preparing to throw him out of the archway, but suddenly released him. The archway has vanished. Amon exclaimed in astonishment. Speak. Tys rose. If the archway has disappeared, how shall we return to the surface? Perhaps we cannot return, Flint replied gravely. Chapter 33. Lizard, flee. Pest, let us speak of the hammer, said Dray-yan. That is a relic of a rather moldy old dwarf, replied Rielger, casting a skeptical glance at the lizard folk. You would not find it intriguing. According to the information acquired by my lord, the dwarf who finds the hammer can determine the next king, Dray-yan stated. As it stands, we are aware that 2 dwarves have embarked on this quest. You did not report this situation to Lord Mindmina, Rielger frowned. I presumed my lord would have little interest in it. Quite the contrary, Dray-yan's long tongue suddenly flicked out, then retracted. My lord is interested in anything that transpires in Sabadin. The Dragonborn, Commander Greyjour, is currently meeting with the lord of the Seva dwarves deep within Sabadin. One of Dray-yan's informants conveyed the news of the divine hammer to the Dragonborn scout, believing it to be of great significance, and thus he traversed the secret passage to rouse Greyjour in the dead of night. Greyjour, too, deemed this information vital and subsequently awakened Dray-yan. The scout also brought news of escaped slaves and their leader. Dray-yan and Greyjour swiftly arrived in Sabadin to discuss these matters with Rielger. Dray-yan had previously encountered the leader of the Seva dwarfs, but at that time, he had assumed the guise of General Mindmina. Today, he resolved to reveal his true form before Rielger. Lord Mindmina is still on his way, Dray-yan informed Rielger. He wishes to arrive only when the hammer is found. Rielger remained noncommittal. Deciding who shall be king is a matter to be resolved with battle axes, swords, and spears, not with a mere rusted hunk of iron. The lord scratched his neck and pinched a flea. He crushed it and tossed it aside. Dray-yan, patient, pressed on. Emperor Ariaches is very eager to possess this hammer. Dray-yan found it hard to believe that the emperor would care about who became king of the dwarves, yet he had heard tales of the hammer's miraculous powers. Rielger cast a quick glance at the Dragonborn. He finally grasped the underlying significance. The Dragon Slayer spear. Is that what you mean? He chuckled lightly. Now I understand Lord Mindmina's interest. Dray-yan and Greyjour exchanged glances. Greyjour shook his head. My lord knows nothing of this Dragon Slayer spear, Dray-yan remarked. It is a long spear designed specifically for slaying dragons and other lizard-like creatures. Rielger's smile was more akin to a grimace. Dray-yan regarded the seventh dwarf coldly. His desire to silence this loathsome wretch was palpable. Yet, he must endure, for this plan could not proceed without the seventh dwarf's involvement. I shall convey the matter of the dragon's spear to my lord, Dray-yan stated. So, it is said that the hammer is located in. He momentarily forgot the name of the place, his gaze drifting to Greyjour. The Lord's Valley, Greyjour interjected. 2 dwarves have ventured to seek it. Sending 200 would be futile. They will find nothing, and even if they do, what does it matter? Rielger mocked Dray-yan. Do you aspire to be the king of the valley, lizard? Aurak replied in the dragonborn tongue. Trust me, you filthy little sneak. I have no desire to rule over a bunch of hair-covered, flea-ridden rodents. I have endured enough as your master. Yet for our goals, sacrifices must be made. Greyjour nodded in agreement, his tail swaying. Rielger, unable to comprehend the dragonborn language, could only glare at them in irritation. What did you tell him? I informed Greyjour that I dared not dream of ascending to such a lofty position, my lord, Dray-yan replied. I merely wished to serve Lord Mingmina. He paused, however. I cannot speak such to Lord Mingmina. Rielger's thick brows furrowed, almost obscuring his eyes. What do you mean? Dray-yan turned to Greyjour. Shall we inform him? Greyjour nodded solemnly. The Lord has aided us greatly. He has the right to know. Know what? Rielger inquired. Let us consider. If Lord Mingmina were to acquire the Kara's divine hammer and ascend as king of Sabadin, he would control the production of iron ore and reap the profits. Humans cannot become kings. Rielger exploded. The hammer is merely a lump of iron, nothing remarkable. After the darkness. Her Majesty does not regard the hammer as just a lump of iron, Dray-yan retorted. She may also have an interest in those spears. It is a long spear, Greyjour corrected. The Dragon Slayer spear. Dray-yan shrugged. If, as you claim, the hammer is merely a lump of iron, then what do you fear? If the hammer truly possesses miraculous powers, then Emperor Ariaches will reward whoever delivers the divine hammer to him in the name of Her Majesty, appointing them as King of Sabadin. That individual would be Lord Mingmina. Mingmina has no right to rule us. Rielger protested, visibly displeased. Dray-yan sighed deeply. My lord's ambitions are vast, commensurate with his appetite. He quickly added, this does not diminish his greatness. Let him assist me in becoming king, Rielger declared. Had I known he sought the throne, I would never have made this deal with him. I wish to be king. No one else shall, especially not a human. He pondered for a moment, then looked at Dray-yan with newfound interest. You seem quite clever for a mere lizard. Dray-yan dared not meet Greyjour's eyes, fearing they might burst into laughter. I appreciate your kind suggestion, my lord, Dray-yan said with a sigh. I hope my lord will acquiesce. You speak as if you would be willing to shift your allegiance. Rielger scoffed, to serve a new master. Greyjour and I may consider it, Dray-yan replied, depending on what we stand to gain. You may partake in the spoils. Dray-yan and Greyjour deliberated over the proposal. The rat is caught, Aurak said in the dragonborn tongue. As we discussed earlier, once the hammer is found, I shall divert the lord's attention. Rather, my lord will divert his attention. You will lead the army into Sabadin, seize and occupy the strategic points. Greyjour nodded. The army has already gathered in the tunnels, awaiting my command. If the hammer is found, the dwarves will take it to that so-called Temple of the Stars. Once the Lord arrives, we shall seal the exits and capture them along with the hammer. When the tragedy befalls my lord, Dray-yan continued, and I have secured the hammer, I shall speak a few words to the lords. I will make it known who shall govern the kingdom of the valley from this day forth. He cast a fierce glare at Rielger. After the darkness, our dragonborn were the first to conquer a race on the Ancelon continent, Greyjour proclaimed. Emperor Ariaches has no choice but to acknowledge the honors we rightfully deserve. Perhaps one day, Dragonborn shall wear the crown of kings. Dray-yan felt as though the crown were already resting upon his scaly head. Reluctantly, he returned to the pressing matters at hand. Greyjour and I have conferred. Dray-yan told the seventh dwarf. We accept your terms. I suspect you lizards are quite adept at scheming, Rielger remarked with a sneer. We have a plan to address my lord's issues, Dray-yan continued. But first, Greyjour and I are quite concerned about the 6 assassins who entered your realm. Under the elves' instruction, they attempted to slay my lord in Paktakas. My lord escaped unharmed, yet they fled. You seem rather fearful of those criminals, Rielger commented. Dray-yan shifted his claws. Once he ascends to power, Rielger shall have reason to be concerned. I do not fear them, Dray-yan declared. On the contrary, I hold them in high regard. And you should too. They are intelligent and capable, blessed by divine favor. They are dead, Rielger declared triumphantly. You need not concern yourself with them. Dray-yan's tongue flickered out and retreated. He was skeptical of Rielger's assertion. Dead? How did they die? He questioned sharply. A dwarf interrupted their conversation. Rushing into the Lord's filthy chamber, he began chattering in dwarven tongue, and Rielger listened with keen interest, his disheveled beard framing a rugged chin. Almost simultaneously, a Baslong entered. Saluting, the Baslong reported to Dray-yan that a small contingent of humans was approaching the northern gate, resembling a scouting party. Are fleeing slaves? It is highly probable. Among them is a tall plainsman who had attacked Mingmen, leading a group of 6, all clad in animal hides, accompanied by an elven noble who had also appeared in Paktakas. I presume we have received the same intelligence, Rielger remarked, stepping closer to the draconian. The human soldiers have indeed reached the northern gate. Yes, Dray-yan replied, recognizing them as the escaped criminals from Paktakas. Praise the darkness, your majesty, Rielger said, rubbing his filthy hands together in satisfaction. They cannot escape now. I will dispatch troops to eliminate them, Glago asserted. No, wait, Rielger interjected. They cannot all perish. At least 2 must be captured alive. Living foes are exceedingly perilous, Glago cautioned. Annihilation is the only surety. Under normal circumstances, I would concur, Rielger replied. But I require these scum as evidence to demonstrate to Hongfeyer and the other council members that a human army is planning an assault against us. I will present these individuals in council for their confessions. Hongfeyer will have no choice but to close the gates, ensuring the continuation of our clandestine dealings with the dragon army. The Seva tribe grows ever stronger, while the Heller tribe suffers hunger. I shall soon rule the kingdom at the mountain's base, with or without the divine hammer. You know there is no human army, Glago retorted. They are merely a group of desperate slaves. How can those humans confess anything? I shall handle these humans. They will not only confess to bringing an army against us, but will also believe it wholeheartedly, and the audience will be equally convinced. Meanwhile, you will lead the troops into the woods to capture the remaining humans and eliminate them. I will not take orders from you, Glago said, grasping the hilt of his sword. Exercise patience, Commander, Dray-yan advised in draconian tongue. Rielger is a cunning little rat. Let us proceed as he suggests, without killing the slaves. We must allow him to think he is in control for the time being. Simultaneously, you must ascertain the truth of his claims. Determine whether those assassins he mentioned have indeed been executed. If they have not, you shall deal with them personally. Cease your prattling. From now on, as long as I am present, you shall speak the common tongue. What were you discussing with him just now? Rielger inquired suspiciously. I merely conveyed your earlier directives. My lord, Dray-yan replied humbly. I informed Glago to capture the plainsmen alive. Rielger scoffed. Once you capture them, throw them into the dungeon. I will interrogate them there. Commander, you must heed the Lord's orders, Dray-yan said in the common tongue. He turned to Rielger. I believe it would be prudent for Commander Glago to see the corpses of those 6 assassins, if you have no objections. Quite simple, Rielger stated. I will send someone to escort him. He gestured towards several Seva dwarves lurking in the shadows. I trust that Glago can fulfill my command, Rielger said, casting a disdainful glance at the dragon man commander. He is quite clever, Dray-yan replied coldly, for a mere lizard. Chapter 34. The Tomb of Duncan, a Cursed Helmet, Amon declared, his voice quivering with both rage and fear. He circled Flint, exclaiming, You have led us down a path of no return. Flint's insides churned with dread as a horrifying thought crossed his mind. They might not escape until death claimed them. Then he recalled the prince's stone hands, which bestowed an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Did you truly expect to walk in and find the divine hammer lying on the ground? He inquired of Amon. We face a trial, and only by overcoming it shall we uncover its location. Death may be a likely outcome, but we did not come here to perish. Amon pondered for a moment. Perhaps you speak the truth. I should have considered that, he gradually calmed. A trial indeed, to ascertain who among us is more worthy. Sunlight filtered through the narrow arrow slit. Amon reached into a leather pouch tied at his waist and produced a folded piece of yellow parchment. He carefully unfolded it and stepped into the light to examine it. What are you doing over there? Flint asked curiously. Amon did not reply. It's a map, said Thess, squeezing beside the dwarf to glance over his arm. I do enjoy maps. Where does this one lead? Amon turned away from the kinder. To the tomb. He responded. It was drawn by the earliest architects. It has been in our family for many years. Then let us follow the map to find the divine hammer. Thess exclaimed eagerly. That is impossible, you great fool, Flint retorted. The divine hammer was placed here after Duncan's burial. It would not be depicted on the map. He looked at Amon. Right? Indeed, Amon affirmed, continuing to study the map before glancing around, his gaze returning to the parchment. May I have a look? Flint asked. The map is quite old and fragile, Amon replied. It cannot endure constant handling. He folded the map and tucked it back into the pouch. But at least the map must indicate a way out, Thess said. There must be a front door. We are suspended a mile in the air. What use is a front door, you great fool? Flint questioned. Oh, yes, you are correct, Thess conceded. They had just traversed the mystical archway, which had undoubtedly manifested after Duncan's interment, likely due to the force that elevated the tomb. This very power might still lurk within the tomb, awaiting their arrival. Amon traversed the chamber, examining the shadowy corners, then peered out through the arrow slit down at the ground below. He addressed Flint. The priority is to find the exit. I shall seek it, Flint stated solemnly, for I have come here for the divine hammer. The mention of the hammer seemed to invoke a spell, and a sharp sound echoed once more. This sound was not the muffled noise they had heard below, but rather a clear and melodious resonance. The sound persisted for a while, leaving a faint tremor in the air. I have been hearing that sound all along, ringing in my ears, Thess remarked, captivated. He looked up at the ceiling, pointing. It is coming from above. There are stairs over there, leading up, Amon noted from the far end of the room. He paused for a moment before adding, I apologize. I lost my courage for a moment. It shall not happen again, I assure you. Flint nodded ambiguously, feigning interest in the layout of the chamber. Where does the map indicate we are? This is the Hall of Enemies, Amon explained. These spoils were captured by King Duncan. All around lay an array of weapons, armor, and other implements of battle, their surfaces tarnished by time, chronicling King Duncan's feats, including a glorious victory against ogres. Yet, the final battle bore no honor, only the deep wounds of fraternal strife. Flint observed the Kinder attempting to lift a massive ogre battle axe. Put that down, he shouted in anger. What else have you stuffed into your bag? I have no bag, Thess lamented. To don a dwarf's armor, I had to leave everything behind. And your pockets? Flint fumed. If I discover you have stolen anything, I have never stolen anything in my life. Thess protested. Stealing is wrong. Flint inhaled deeply. Fine. Then if I find you have borrowed something, or picked up anything that belongs to another, stealing from the dead is especially wrong, Thess stated gravely. It is a crime deserving of death. Can I finish a sentence? Flint bellowed. Of course, Flint, Thess replied timidly. What were you going to say? Flint glared at him. I forgot. Follow me. He turned and approached Amon at the corner where the stairs were located. Thess stealthily moved to the display, discreetly dropping a small bone-handled knife that had somehow found its way into his sleeve. He patted the knife, sighed, and then returned to Flint's side. Flint was intently gazing at several hammers hanging on the wall. I think even if you stole something from the dead, you would be fine, Thess remarked. Me? Flint exclaimed, fuming. I would not. He closed his mouth, unsure of what to say. What about the divine hammer? Thess inquired. That is not stealing, Flint asserted. It is finding. There is a distinction. So, if I found something, I could keep it? Thess asked, having just found the bone-handled knife. I did not say that. No, you did. What about Amon? Flint suddenly realized that only he and Thess remained. I believe he has gone upstairs, Thess replied. When you weren't shouting earlier. I heard him talking to someone. Who could he be speaking to? Flint asked uneasily. He strained to listen and indeed heard two voices, one unmistakably Amon's. A ghost. Thess speculated, rushing towards the stairs. Flint seized the Kinder's tunic. Slow down. But if there truly is a ghost, I do not wish to miss it. Thess protested, struggling to break free. Shoo, I want to hear what they are saying. Flint crept up the narrow staircase, with Thess stealthily following behind. The stairs were steep, and they could not see the exit. Before long, Flint began to gasp for breath, his leg muscles protesting. He pressed on, suddenly halting. The stone staircase jutted at an odd angle, revealing an opening large enough for a human to pass through, faint light flickering within. Ah, Flint murmured. A secret passage. I adore secret passages. Thess prepared to crawl inside. Flint grasped his ankle and pulled Thess back. I shall go first. Flint climbed into the passage. On the other side stood a slightly ajar wooden door. Flint peered inside. The stout form of the dwarf obscured Thess's view, prompting him to shift, straining to see. The burial chamber, Flint whispered. The king rests here. He removed his helmet. In the center of the room stood an elaborately decorated marble sarcophagus, adorned with the king's likeness. In the distance loomed two tightly shut golden bronze doors. These enormous bronze doors would only open on special occasions, such as the king's feast day. Statues of stout soldiers surrounded the sarcophagus, standing silently, eternally guarding the king. Before the sarcophagus lay a suit of golden armor, its gilded surface glimmering faintly. Amon knelt on the ground, the helmet resting beside him. Over him loomed a bearded dwarf, aged and stooped, yet taller and more robust than Flint. Not a ghost. Ties whispered in disappointment. Just an old dwarf. How dull, Flint. Flint kicked the Candian. Shut up. It is an honor to have you appear, the great Karas, Amon said. His voice choked with emotion. Flint's eyes widened, and his eyebrows shot up. Karas? He exclaimed. Karas? Ties asked. We already know of 2 Karas, Amon, plus the deceased one. Is there another? How many are there in total? Flint kicked him again, and Ties fell silent, rubbing his sore ribs. Get up, young man, the old dwarf said. You need not bow to me. I am not a king. I merely guard the king's rest. You have been here for centuries, Amon said in awe. Why do you not return to your people, the great Karas? We desperately need your guidance. I have led our people, the old dwarf said bitterly. But no one sought it. Staying in this tomb was not my choice. You might say I was exiled here, a result of the folly and absurdity of my people. Flint narrowed his eyes, beginning to tug at his beard. What a peculiar way of speaking, he muttered. Amon lowered his head in shame. We were foolish in the past, Karas, but now everything will change. You will return to us. You will bring the god hammer to us. We will reunite under the king's rule. The old dwarf gazed at the young man. What brings you here, Amon Karas? 2. Pay respects to King Duncan, Amon stammered. Karas smiled sadly. I believe you came for the god hammer. Amon flushed. We need the god hammer. He protested. Our people suffer. Our nation is in disarray. The northern gate, closed for centuries, has been opened. It is said there is war on the surface, and I fear conflict may soon erupt beneath the mountains. If I could bring the god hammer back to Sabadin, my father could become king. He suddenly stopped. What would he do? Karas asked gently. He would unify the dwarven kingdoms, welcoming our kin from the depths back. He would open the gates to humanity and elves, restoring trade. Commendable, Karas nodded approvingly. Why do you need the god hammer to achieve this? Amon appeared perplexed. You said long ago. Just before you departed. Only when a good and honorable dwarf comes forth to unify the kingdom will the god hammer return, becoming his rightful emblem. Are you that person? Karas inquired. Amon lifted his chin and stood tall. I am Amon Karas, he declared proudly. No one has found the way here for 3 centuries, yet I have. Flint's expression darkened. He found the way. Now it was Ties' turn to kick him. Hush. Why do you call yourself Karas? The old dwarf asked. Of course. Because you are a great hero. He does not seek to be a hero, Karas said softly. He is merely a man devoted to his beliefs, steadfast in his ideals, with a clear sense of right and wrong. He scrutinized Amon before asking, What is your name? Amon Karas, the young man replied. No, that is what you call yourself. What was your name at birth? Karas inquired. Amon furrowed his brow. I do not understand your meaning. This is my name, the name you were given at birth. Karas stated. Amon's face reddened down to his neck. What does it matter? Whatever name I say is my name. I chose this name, and at that moment, a blessed red light shone. All right, Karas said impatiently. I understand. What is your name? Amon opened his mouth, then closed it, swallowing hard. His face grew even redder as he mumbled. What? Karas leaned closer. Pike, Amon said in a subdued tone. My name is Pike, but Pike is not a hero's name. Perhaps it is, Karas replied. Amon shook his head. Flint snorted. The old dwarf turned to glance toward the secret passage. Flint pulled the Candian back into the shadows. Karas smiled, stroking his white beard, then turned to face Amon. You did not come alone, did you? He asked. There are 2 others with me, Amon said casually. My attendants. Attendants. Ties gasped. Did you hear that, Flint? He anticipated Flint to either explode in fury, charge out to strike Amon with a hammer, or perhaps both. Flint merely sat there, tugging at his beard. Did you hear that, Flint? Ties whispered loudly. He said you are the attendant. I heard, Flint replied. He ceased tugging at his beard and instead smoothed it down. Attendants, huh? I suppose they will not need to be tested after all, Karas remarked. A gust of wind pushed against the wooden door, nearly catching Vitsandian's tail. How rude, Ties exclaimed, pulling his hair back just in time. Open the door, Flint said with a frown. Ties shook the doorknob, but it broke off. Oh, you have a lockpick, right? Flint shouted. This time it better be useful. Ties rummaged through his pockets. I must have left it in my bag. Oh, Lyoko's above, Flint complained. The only thing you were good for was picking locks in emergencies. And now you cannot even do that. He pressed his ear to the keyhole. Can you hear anything? Ties asked. No, we should leave quickly, Ties urged, pulling at Flint's sleeve. This very old Karas might lead our Karas to retrieve the god hammer. We must get there first. This is not a race, Flint said. But he suddenly turned and strode down the stairs, moving so swiftly that Ties barely had time to react. Ties hurried to follow. Amon's true name is Pike, and his brother is Pick. Pike and Pick. The Candian laughed heartily. How amusing. Flint remained silent. He entered the enemy hall, searching for hidden doors. Damn it. How do we get out of here? Ties reached into his pocket. Will this help? He pulled out a piece of parchment. Amon's map. I found it, he emphasized. He handed the map to Flint. The dwarf hesitated for a moment before accepting it. It must have fallen from Amon, Flint muttered. Chapter 35. Caramon missed breakfast. Grago skipped lunch listening to Sturm's prayer. Tanis suddenly felt a sense of tranquility and serenity. His worries temporarily slipped away, and he gradually drifted into slumber. However, he was abruptly awakened by Racelin's harsh coughing. Racelin had never coughed so violently before. He instructed Caramon to rise and prepare a special herbal tea, which meant Caramon had to kindle a fire, find a pot, and then boil water. Thank the heavens, this finally provided Caramon with something to occupy himself, at least diverting him from further discussions about food. The dwarves had yet to bring any provisions, which left Caramon feeling anxious. Racelin sipped his tea, and the coughing subsided. He sat in a chair, curled up, drawing as close to the hearth as possible. Sturm remained on his knees, seeking solace in prayer. Tanis envied his friend. He yearned for faith, truly yearned for it. To entrust Flint's fate to the hands of the gods, believing that the deities would shield him and guide him, was such a comforting notion. Likewise, it allowed the faithful to believe that Huma would discern the truth, change his heart, and open the doors to the refugees. It was precisely due to his lack of faith that Tanis found himself incessantly pondering Flint's every move, ever observant of the darkness and danger that loomed. He tossed and turned, and just as he was on the brink of sleep, Caramon's sudden question jolted him wide awake. Hey, has anyone seen Ties? Tanis leapt from his bed and began searching frantically, but to no avail. Damn it, he was just here. I don't know, Caramon replied, shaking his head. I lost sight of him after Flint left. But I was just adjusting Racelin's tea. Sturm. Tanis interrupted the knight's prayer. Have you seen Ties? Sturm stood rigidly, scanning the surroundings. No, I haven't noticed him. The last time I saw him was before Flint left. Go check upstairs, Tanis commanded. Is that necessary? Racelin whispered weakly. You know where he went. He followed Flint. Let us look for him first, Tanis replied coldly. They searched beneath the wicker box, inside the cupboard, and the rooms upstairs. But there was still no sign of the kender. While Tanis and Caramon wandered about on the second floor, Sturm seized the opportunity to speak with Racelin. Ties will ruin our plans. What should we do? We can do nothing at this moment, Racelin retorted mockingly. Upstairs, there are only rats. Caramon said as he and Tanis descended. We can ask the guards if they've seen him. Then the news of his disappearance will spread, Tanis warned. We have enough troubles without informing Huma that we allowed a kender to mingle with the dwarfs. But perhaps Ties will return on his own. Then I could walk through walls, Sturm scoffed. I seriously doubt that. Just then, a dwarf pushed the door open. They all froze, bracing themselves for bad news concerning Ties. Perhaps he had been found and tossed into the lake or thrown into the dungeon, or worse. Breakfast, the dwarf announced. He pulled the door wide, and two more dwarves entered, carrying platters laden with heavy ceramic bowls. Caramon inhaled the aroma and immediately took a seat at the table. Tanis and his companions exchanged glances, uncertain if the guards had noticed their missing member. However, the guards did not count heads. They removed the bowls from the tray, produced 2 large loaves of dark bread and 2 jugs of ale, then closed the door and departed. Everyone exhaled in relief. They've changed the guard, Tanis remarked. These weren't the same ones that were here when Flint left. They must have switched shifts. Clearly, no one has noticed Ties' absence. We must keep this as discreet as possible. Sturm sat at the table, as did Tanis. Caramon busied himself serving food. It smells delicious, he said, famished, handing a bowl to his brother. Here, Racelin. Rich mushroom soup. There are probably onions in it. Racelin turned his head. You should eat something. Raced, Caramon encouraged. Leave it there, Racelin instructed, gesturing to a table beside him. Caramon set down the bowl. Racelin glanced at it, then turned away, only to suddenly return and scrutinize it closely. The food did indeed smell appetizing. Although Tanis wasn't particularly hungry, he still picked up a spoon. Sturm was thanking Paladine for the sustenance. Caramon broke off a large piece of bread, dunking it into the meat broth, when suddenly, Racelin's staff struck his hand, causing the bread to plummet to the floor. Don't eat, Racelin exclaimed urgently. None of you eat. He waved his staff again, knocking over Sturm's bowl, then shattered Tanis' bowl just as he was about to take a sip. The ceramic splintered, sending broth splattering. Mushrooms rolled off the table and onto the floor. All eyes turned to Raceland. The mushrooms are poisonous. They can be deadly. Look, he pointed to the ground, as if drawn by the food. The rats began to emerge from their holes. One of them licked at the spilled broth. It had barely eaten a few bites when its tiny body twitched twice and then went still. It collapsed to the side, limbs convulsing, foam bubbling from its mouth. After struggling for a moment, it ceased to move. The other rats, perhaps warned by the tragic fate of their companion, or perhaps disliking the scent, hastily scurried back into their holes. Carmon, his face pale, jumped up and vomited into the slop bucket. Sturm stared blankly at the dead rat. "How did you know?" Tanis asked, his hands trembling uncontrollably. "You might recall that while passing through the woods, I studied those mushrooms," Raceland replied. "If memory serves. Someone among you found my pastime quite amusing. Amon and I were discussing dwarven ale at the time. You all know it is brewed from mushrooms. I discovered something intriguing. Ale made from fermented mushrooms is non-toxic, but the mushrooms themselves, whether raw or cooked, are highly poisonous. I have never encountered a plant or fungus with such properties, so it left a strong impression on me. I noticed the mushrooms used in the soup were those used for brewing dwarven ale. Those wishing to harm us assumed we would not discern the difference. We indeed could not discern it," Tanis conceded. "We are profoundly grateful to you, Raceland." "Gratitude beyond measure," Sturm murmured, still fixated on the dead rat. "Who exactly wishes to take our lives?" Tanis pondered aloud. "The dwarves who brought the food," Sturm shouted, leaping to his feet and flinging open the door, rushing outside. Upon returning, he held both his and Carmon's swords. "The VE left," he announced. "The guards are gone. At least we VE reclaimed our weapons. If they return, we can defend ourselves. Our primary concern should be Flint," Raceland asserted incisively. "Have you not considered that since we came seeking the god hammer, others will too? Such as Darklaw and her minions the Dragon Slayer is meant to drive Takesis back to the abyss," Sturm interjected. "One might say she will do everything in her power to prevent its forging. They intend to kill us. Flint may already be dead," Tanis stated calmly. "I do not believe that," Raceland countered. "They will strike after he finds the god hammer." "Perhaps all the dwarves are in league with the darkness," Sturm said coldly. "According to records, the dark dwarves once worshipped Takesis," Raceland noted. "You might recall, Tanis, when I inquired how the Savar dwarves knew the refugees were in the woods. You brushed it aside, but I believe we must be wary of that Savar dwarf lord. What was his name again, Rilger?" "I concur," Tanis replied. "Perhaps Hongfea harbors distrust towards us and holds no fondness for our company, yet it appears he does not intend to murder us. I am at a loss as to how to capture them for confirmation." "Simple." Caraman approached the table, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "They will undoubtedly return to check on how matters have progressed. When they do arrive, we shall surprise them." Raceland, Tanis, and Stone exchanged glances, then looked back at Caraman. "Very well, my brother," Raceland remarked. "You do have moments of brilliance." Caraman's face flushed with excitement. "Thank you, little Raceland. So we shall feign death and, upon the entrance of the murderers, seize them and compel a confession," he proposed. "That should work," Stone concurred. "We can deliver the murderer to Hongfeir and simultaneously prove that Flint is in peril." "And Theros," Caraman reminded them. "Wherever he may be," Tanis sighed, momentarily forgetting about the missing Kinder. "Hongfeir will set us upon Flint," Stone asserted. Tanis was less certain. But at least this plan might ensure their survival unless all the lords were complicit in the scheme. The murderers would certainly relish witnessing our corpses. If we were poisoned, how would we appear? "The bowls are shattered. That's not good," Stone commented. "It would raise suspicion." "Absolutely not," Raceland replied solemnly. "In our agony, we would discard the bowls. So, if you permit, I shall arrange for your corpses to create the most favorable impression." Rielgar's distaste for Graego's intention to visit the Tree of Life and inspect the corpses of those assassins grew more pronounced with each passing moment. Lord Seva argued vehemently, asserting that Graego, as Rielgar had indicated, was akin to a lizard, an incongruous presence among dwarves with his wings and tail. Those corpses would not vanish. Graego could easily wait until the Seva dwarves procured the god hammer before inspecting them. However, Dray-yan remained unmoved. He harbored no trust for those assassins, nor for the Seva dwarves. He needed to confirm that the assassins were indeed dead. Graego disguised himself, donning a cloak and wrapping his head in a scarf. The dwarves would notice the tall draconian figure, but that was of little consequence. News of human presence in Sabaton had long since spread. They would assume Graego was among them. Rielgar was compelled to concede. He detested lizards but required their army to subjugate and conquer other clans. Greygo's lizard warriors had performed admirably, successfully ambushing a band of barbarians that had breached the northern gate. The draconians not only captured the group of humans but also apprehended an elven noble. The prisoners were handed over to the 7 dwarves for interrogation. Greygo had wished to participate, but Dray-yan deemed it unnecessary. Everything worth knowing had already been uncovered, as long as Hrilgar could elicit a confession from 1 or 2 individuals. Forcing the humans to admit that their presence in Sabaton was intended for the invasion of the Dwarven Kingdom, their fate would be sealed. Greygo observed the dwarves' methods of interrogation for a while and had to concede that the 7 dwarves were indeed experts in torture. He believed the humans would soon confess. Greygo mused that Hrilgar's troublesome endeavors were in vain. Once Sabaton stabilized, he would care little for the details and would simply lead his forces to annihilate the slaves. Yet, as Dray-yan had pointed out, the mutual suspicion between humans and dwarves would only aid them in achieving their goals. Convincing the Hellar dwarves that humans intended to assault the underground kingdom would ensure they never trusted any human again. Greygo felt satisfied with the progress of the plan. Accompanied by 4 shadow dwarves, he made his way to the inn. Hrilgar himself did not accompany them. He convened a council of lords under the pretense of an emergency. He intended to bring along 2 captives to showcase to the other lords. This revelation would plunge the lords into chaos, Dray-yan said to Greygo, giving him ample time to muster the army. We shall ensnare all the lords. Even Hrilgar, Greygo said, clenching his claws. Even that hideous maggot. Our master will also secure the hammer of Karas. Mengmin had devised an exquisite scheme, Greygo remarked with a laugh. Alas, he botched it. Fortunately, he has 2 brilliant subordinates poised to turn the tide. To these 2 brilliant subordinates, Dray-yan raised a glass of dwarven spirit. Greygo mirrored the gesture. After clinking their cups, they drank deeply. The draconians had only recently discovered this dwarven brew, and they unanimously agreed that while dwarves may be a detestable, hairy race, they excelled in 2 endeavors, steel forging and brewing fine spirits. Greygo and the 7 dwarves sailed toward the Tree of Life in Hellar, the taste of dwarven liquor still lingering in his mouth, his stomach ablaze. Hrilgar was also aboard the vessel, accompanied by 2 battered captives. To maintain secrecy, he had concealed the captives in sacks, intending to display them triumphantly before the lords. The 2 humans lay unconscious at the bow of the ship, occasionally groaning, only to be silenced by a kick from a 7 dwarf. One captive was a towering barbarian, confirmed to be the leader of the refugees. The other was an elven noble. The stench of elven blood made Greygo's scales bristle. He hoped Hrilgar would not execute the elf. Greygo despised all races on Ansalon, yet he felt a peculiar sentiment toward elves. Greygo noticed blood seeping from the burlap sacks. He wondered how Hrilgar planned to present these captives to the council without attracting undue attention. Clearly, Hrilgar was unconcerned with such details. He gazed through the visor of his helmet at the Tree of Life, envisioning the splendid future of his kin moving from their damp caves to reside here. He believed the 7 dwarves had monopolized the primary trade routes. As for accommodations, Hrilgar would select Hongfair's current dwelling. Since Hongfair no longer required it, he would take residence in the Valley of the Lords. Greygo listened to the shadow dwarves boast, suppressing a laugh. Hardly any shadow dwarves ventured from the Seva territory to the Tree of Life, as trade between Seva and Hellar had been scarce over the years. The docks, typically reserved for the 7 dwarves, lay desolate. Without a word, Hrilgar commanded his men to drag the captives off the ship. However, upon stepping onto the street, they plunged into the chaotic crowd, where dwarves animatedly discussed the detestable Nidar dwarf search for their godhammer. Few noticed the 7 dwarves in the bloody burlap sacks. They told onlookers that it was merely pigs recently slaughtered by the 7 dwarves. Greygo and his guide parted ways with Hrilgar. The dwarves in the street cast him suspicious glances, and as a tall figure, he endured the jeers. Greygo, unfazed, continued on his way, his clawed feet encased in tattered rags, traversing the cobblestone path with a smile upon his face. The 7 dwarves led Greygo to the area where the taller folk resided. They had not gone far when 2 shadows emerged from a house, hastily conversing with the 7 dwarves. They spoke in Dwarven for some time, their laughter directed at the inn. They also pointed toward 2 Hellar dwarves, bound and masked, lying in an alleyway. Greygo impatiently awaited an explanation. Finally, one of the 7 dwarves addressed him. Very well. You may return to your commander and report that the tall folk are dead. My task is to see for myself. Greygo replied. Where are their bodies? The 7 dwarfs' expression darkened. At the end of the street, in an inn, but this is merely a waste of time. We could be discovered at any moment. The Heller dwarves could arrive at any time. I must take the risk to see, Grego insisted. He strode toward the inn, only to halt abruptly, pointing at the Sava dwarves and inquiring, "What has happened to them? Are they dead?" "Of course not," the Sava dwarf replied with disdain. "We will take them back. Killing them would be far simpler," Grego remarked. "Then they would possess no value," the Sava dwarf laughed. Grego's eyes narrowed. "Are you certain all the tall ones inside are dead?" he asked coldly. "Are you planning to use them as hostages?" "You can find out for yourself, lizard." The Sava dwarf taunted, gesturing toward a shattered window. Grego approached for a closer look. He recognized the group of humans belonging to Paktakas. The Solamnic knight lay beneath a table, his noble demeanor utterly absent. The half-elf sprawled beside him, while the mage slumped in a chair. Grego felt a surge of satisfaction at the sight of the mage's demise. In his mind, the mage had always been a troublesome figure. A tall, muscular warrior lay crumpled by the door, possibly having attempted to seek help, though the effects of his poison had likely acted slowly. "He appears to be dead," he conceded, "but I must examine the body to be certain." As he moved toward the entrance, he suddenly found the Sava dwarves lined up before him, several pairs of triangular eyes glaring. "What are you doing?" Grego demanded. One of the Sava dwarves poked him with a filthy finger. "No searching," he warned. "Anything of value belongs to us." The other Sava dwarves nodded vigorously in agreement. Grego surveyed them with disdain, preparing to force his way through. The Sava dwarves seemed intent on continuing their prattle, but Grego indicated through his actions that he had no time for idle chatter. He grasped the hilt of his sword, and the Sava dwarves muttered as they stepped aside. As Grego pushed open the door, two Sava dwarves immediately rushed inside. They crouched beside the tall warrior, beginning to remove his leather boots. Another pair of Sava dwarves followed suit, heading straight for the deceased mage. Grego stepped inside slowly, his gaze never leaving the knight. The damned Solamnic knight was proving to be quite a challenge. In truth, Grego thought, the knight appeared too healthy for a corpse. Drawing his sword, he prepared to lean down and check for a pulse, when a horrifying scream erupted from behind him, abruptly silenced by a sickening thud reminiscent of crushed fruit as two Sava dwarves collided heads. A blinding flash followed, accompanied by a shriek and a curse. The knight and half-elf sprang to their feet. Grego's vision blurred as he swung his sword. The half-elf overturned a table, blocking his strike. "It's a draconian," the knight shouted, charging forward with his sword raised. Grego swiftly dodged aside. "Do not kill him. Capture him alive," someone yelled. Grego assessed his solitary position. He glanced out the window, confirming his suspicion. Two surviving Sava dwarves were fleeing, their hair and beards singed. Grego muttered curses under his breath. Before him stood two trained warriors, yet the mage behind posed an even greater threat. Just as he prepared to retaliate against the half-elf, an incantation wafted through the air. Suddenly, he felt drowsy, his steps unsteady. Grego recognized the presence of magic and fought against it in vain, ultimately succumbing. He collapsed to the ground. His final memory, a shower of rose petals cascading around him. "This is how the dark dwarves learned of our dealings with the refugees," Raistlin remarked. Standing beside the unconscious draconian, observing Steel and Caramon as they bound the creature securely. "I told you during the council meeting, Tanis, this matter is of great significance." "I have apologized twice already," Tanis replied impatiently. "Next time, I will heed your words, I promise. The pressing question now is, what does this truly mean? What is the draconian doing in Sabaden?" "It signifies that Minjin and his army have allied with the dwarves," Steel proclaimed. Tanis shook his head, turning away as he suddenly kicked the table leg in frustration. "Damn it all. I desperately urged the refugees to leave the safety of the valley, only to lead them into a trap. How could I have been so foolish?" "Some dwarves may have allied with the dark forces," Raistlin slowly articulated. "But I do not believe Sabaden has fallen yet. If it had, we would not have attended the council. I suspect Horger and the other dwarf lords are still unaware of the situation. If you require further evidence, Tanis, this draconian is disguised. If the draconian had already taken control of Sabaden, there would be no need for him to conceal his identity. I suspect Minjin has enticed the dark dwarves, namely Rielger, and possibly that Lances." "That makes sense," Tanis, Steel acknowledged. "They probably remain oblivious to this development. This could explain why the Sava dwarves hurled boulders at us upon our arrival in Sabaden," Caramon added, "and why they sought to poison us. They fear we will inform Horger. Our foremost duty," Raistlin stated, "is to present this individual to him. This is precisely why I advised against killing the draconian." "I agree. We must inform Horger," Tanis concurred, "but how shall we proceed?" "That is quite simple," Steel replied coldly. We simply walk out the door. Once the dwarves capture you, they will take you to the lords. Unless they kill us first, Raceland interjected. I will go, Steel proposed. You do not speak the dwarf tongue, Tanis countered. I need time to find Horger. You all wait here a moment, then take the draconian to the Lord's Council. He glanced down at the motionless body of the draconian. I believe he is regaining consciousness. You should cast the sleep spell once more, Raceland suggested. I must conserve my energy, Raceland replied. A swift blow to the head would suffice. Caramon flexed his wrists. He will not cause any trouble, Tanis. Rest assured. Tanis nodded. Stepping over the wreckage of tables and the corpses of two dark dwarves, pausing at the entrance. What about Flint and Taz? We are powerless to assist them, Raceland stated calmly. We cannot aid them now, other than to pray, Steel added. Then I leave it to you, Tanis said as he exited the inn, walking willingly into the snare. Chapter 36. The discovery of Thesohoff Flint's wall. More stairs. Flint and Thess crouched on the floor of the enemy's hall. A map spread before them. The sunlight filtering through the arrow slits faded into a grotesque red mist. Flint felt an odd sensation, as if he were enveloped in the twilight. Wisps of fog seeped in, significantly reducing visibility within the room. If only I could comprehend the language of dwarves, Thess remarked, lifting the lantern Flint had brought from the inn to illuminate the map. What does this word mean? Flint swatted away Thess's hand. Don't touch. Don't shake it. The light wobbles with you. Thess tucked his hands into his pockets, hoping to remain stable and as still as possible. Why do you think Amon referred to you as a servant, Flint? That hardly seems fair, especially since you've aided him so much. Flint muttered something inaudible. I didn't catch that, Thess replied. Before Flint could repeat himself, a loud knock resonated in the chamber. Thess waited for the echo to fade and asked again. What do you think, Flint? I believe the hammer of God is right here, Flint asserted, pointing at the map with his stubby finger. Where? Thess leaned in eagerly. You shook again. Flint glared at him. Apologies. Where is it? At the very top. It's called the Ruby Hall. If I were to hide a hammer, that would be my chosen location. Flint struggled to rise, rubbing his aching knee. He carefully folded the map and tucked it into his belt. We'll head there after we find Amon. Amon, Thess exclaimed in surprise. Why should we look for him? Because he's a fool who needs someone to look after him, Flint gruffly replied. But he's with Karis, who is said to be a kind and respectable dwarf, Thess countered. Indeed, the Kinder is correct, a voice suddenly interjected. Why concern yourself with the hill dwarf? After all, he has always been your enemy. Flint withdrew his hammer from behind and, in his haste, forgot how heavy it should have felt. Step forward, Flint commanded. Don't hide. Of course, you need not bear arms, the dwarf said as he stepped into the light of the lantern. His hair and beard were white, his face lined with deep wrinkles, as if carved from stone. His eyes shone brightly, clear as those of a newborn. His voice was strong, deep, and resonant. Your hammer is intriguing. The old dwarf's gaze fell upon Flint's hand. It reminds me of a similar hammer. Get any closer, and I might just smash your head with it, Flint warned. Who are you? Another Karis. Just like the one speaking with Amon in the tomb. Thess exclaimed. How many are there? 3 or 4. The old dwarf stepped closer. Flint raised his hammer. Stay right there. I am unarmed, Karis said gently. Ghosts do not require weapons, Flint retorted. For a ghost, he seems too real, Thess whispered. The Kinder speaks the truth. Why don't you believe my introduction? Humph. Flint scoffed. What do you take me for? A valley dwarf? No, I regard you as Flint Fireforge, a needed dwarf. I know much about you. I have spoken with your friend. Amon is not my friend, Flint replied sharply. Mountain dwarves are not my friends. And I am not his servant. I never implied that, nor was I referring to Amon just now. Flint grunted. Let's not dwell on that, the Karis said, his smile deepening the lines on his face. I am intrigued by your intention to seek Amon. You came here to find the hammer of Karis. I intend to take the hammer of Karis along with young Amon, Flint declared resolutely. Now tell me, what exactly have you done to him? I have done nothing. Karis shrugged. I merely told him where to find the hammer. However, it may take him some time. It seems he has lost the map. He has indeed lost it. Thess lamented. Yes, I suspected as much. A smile flickered across Karis's face. What I wish to say, Flint Fireforge, is that I can now take you directly to the hammer, and then push us off a cliff or imprison us atop some tower. No, thank you, Flint replied, shaking the hammer at the dwarf. If you truly mean us no harm, then go about your business and pay us no mind. Nor Amon. He is not bad, merely lost. He requires a lesson, Karis remarked. All mountain dwarves need a lesson, do they not? That was your thought just now, was it not? My thoughts are none of your concern. Flint said sternly. You may leave and attend to your own affairs. I shall, but first, I must place a wager, your soul. That Amon will perish because of the hammer. A wager it is, Flint replied. Regardless, your words are nonsense. Time will tell, Karis grinned. Remember, I will reveal the location of the hammer to you. It is you who has declined. The old dwarf retreated into the billowing red mist, vanishing. Flint trembled. As he left, Fess approached the spot where the old dwarf had stood, waving away the surrounding fog. I can't see him. If he truly intends to claim your soul. Flint, may I watch from the sidelines? You are indeed a good friend. Flint lowered the hammer but did not release it, just in case. I hope he does not. Fess said politely. He seems sincere enough. Well, mostly sincere. But if he truly... Oh, be quiet. We have wasted too much time already. Let it go. We must find Amon. No, we must find the hammer, Fess argued. Otherwise, Karis will win, and he will take your soul. Flint shook his head and walked away. Heading toward the stairs once more. Are we returning to the secret passage? Fess inquired as they ascended. You know. We have yet to reach a consensus regarding what lies above the stairs. Where do you think it leads? Is there anything marked on the map? Flint paused on a step, turned, and raised his fist. If you ask one more question, I'll stuff your Hupac staff in your mouth. He groaned softly and continued his laborious ascent. The stairs were steep, just as Raceland had warned. Flint was no longer a young and vigorous dwarf. Fess followed closely behind. Perplexed and unsure how a Hupac staff could silence someone, he made a note to inquire later. Upon reaching the location of the secret passage, they found it had vanished. The ladder that concealed the passage had returned to its original position. Flint tried repeatedly, but found it would no longer open. He found it strange, wondering how Amon had discovered the passage. The old dwarf, who claimed to know Karis, was likely involved. Flint's expression darkened as he muttered to himself and continued to climb. Once at the top, he compared the map. They were on the second level of the tomb, which featured corridors, reception rooms, walking halls, and banquet halls. Lords were supposed to hold a grand funeral to mourn the king, Flint mumbled. At least Duncan hoped so, but his funeral has yet to take place. The lords are too busy vying for the crown. Cullis was the sole mourner for the king. Flint glanced into the shadows and coldly remarked that he did not know who had elevated the tomb to float among the clouds. If they hadn't hosted a banquet. There might still be food here, said Tice. I'm famished. Which way to the banquet hall? Is it this way? Before Flint could respond, the Kinder dashed off towards the hall. Wait, Tice, you great fool. You're still holding that lantern. Flint shouted into the misty darkness. But the Kinder had already run far ahead. Flint sighed heavily and trudged after him. By the gods, Tice said, gazing at the dusty, empty dining table. There is nothing here. I suspect the mice have eaten it all, or perhaps Cullis did. Oh well, after 300 years, I doubt the food would taste very good. Tice regretted not bringing a pouch. He usually managed to find a few meat pies, muffins, or some grapes inside, provided he could discard the moldy parts. However, the thought of food only intensified his hunger, so he quickly dismissed it from his mind. The table was completely bare. Tice wandered about, searching for crumbs on the floor. He heard Flint shouting in the distance. I'm in the banquet hall, Tice called out. There is no food here, so don't rush. The shouting grew more fervent. But Tice could not decipher Flint's words. It might have had something to do with Amon. I reckon he wants me to find Amon, Tice mused. And then he called out Amon's name a few times, lacking any real conviction. He rummaged under the table and in various corners. He did not find Amon. But he did discover something far more intriguing than that arrogant dwarf who always sounded like he was chewing rotten fruit when he uttered the word Kinder. In the corner of the room stood a chair beside a table. On the table lay a book, accompanied by a pen and ink and a pair of spectacles. Tice brought the lantern closer to the book and saw the ornate lettering on the cover. He suspected it was written in Dwarven. Then, he thought it might be magical writing. This book could very well be a tome of spells, akin to those possessed by Raceland, who never allowed Tice even a glance. No matter how cautiously Tice promised to be, vowing not to crease the pages or spill tea upon it. As for the spectacles, they appeared quite ordinary. If the lenses were as clear and colorless as those Tice had previously encountered, they would indeed be unremarkable. However, the lenses were a deep ruby red. The Kinder's eyes glistened. He hesitated between the magical book and the spectacles, unsure which to take first. Eventually, he realized he could take both and wear the glasses while reading the book. He picked up the spectacles and perched them upon his nose, feeling as though they had been custom-made for him. Most spectacles were too large, always sliding down his nose, but these sat snugly. He joyfully peered through the lenses. discovering that the ruby glass intensified the previously faint rose mist. Beyond that, the glasses were unremarkable. They did not obscure Ty's vision as other spectacles tended to do. While pondering the glass's inadequacy, he grasped the book. He scrutinized the title, The Biography of King Duncan of Sabadin, The Ogre Wars, The Dwarven Gate Battles, and the concurrent unrest factors such as civil unrest. Wow, Ty's exclaimed, his tongue getting tangled as he read aloud. Flint appeared, glancing about. Ty's, you fool, where are you? Ty's removed the spectacles and tucked them into his pocket. He deemed them a superfluous item, belonging to whoever claimed them. Yet he could not be sure Flint shared this sentiment. Ty's did not wish to squander time on a debate. I'm over here, he shouted. What are you doing? Flint inquired, following the light. Nothing much, Ty's replied, feeling somewhat hurt. Just looking at this old book. I can understand Dwarven now, Flint. I can't speak or comprehend it, but I can read it. Isn't that fascinating? Flint took the lantern and glanced at the book. That's not Dwarven. You dolt. I don't know what it is. Is there any sign of Amon? Who? Oh, him, no. Just look at this book. It's about King Duncan. That's what the title says, along with factors like civil unrest. Ty shut his mouth as he suddenly realized he could no longer comprehend the title. The words had reverted to a jumble of swirls and illegible cursive. When he had donned the spectacles, they had taken form, but now, with the spectacles in his pocket, they were mere scribbles. Ty's had an inkling of what to do. He glanced to see if Flint was paying attention. The dwarf had been shouting Amon's name. Receiving no response. I don't like this, Flint muttered. If the god hammer is elsewhere, he surely wouldn't tell us its location, right? Ty's remarked. He wants to get ahead of us. Flint snorted, rubbed his nose, and grumbled as he produced a map. Holding the map, he approached a wall and felt it. He examined the map, then the wall, furrowing his brow. There has to be a secret door here. He tapped the wall lightly with his hammer. According to the markings on the map, the banquet hall lay on the other side, but he did not know how to get there. Ty's donned the spectacles once more and peered down at the book. Indeed, the words had returned. Ty's looked over at Flint, curious if the dwarf would appear different. To Ty's disappointment, Flint remained unchanged. However, the wall had transformed entirely. In fact, it was not a wall at all. There is no wall here, Flint, Ty's told him. Just walk through. You'll enter a dark corridor lined with statues. What do you mean there is no wall? This is obviously a wall. Look. When Flint turned around to glare at him, Ty's concealed the spectacles behind his back. This was too amusing. The wall reappeared, a solid stone barrier. Wow. Ty's whispered in awe. Stop wasting time. Flint barked. Come help me find the hidden door. The other side of this wall leads to the hall. We'll pass through. Ascend the stairs, and reach the entrance to the ruby hall where the god hammer rests. He rubbed his hands together. We are close, very close. We just need to find a way through this damned wall. He approached and tapped the stone wall. Ty's took one last look through the spectacles before stowing them away. He closed his eyes, summoning courage as he stepped toward the wall, fearing that if the spectacles were wrong, he might smash his nose directly into the stone. He heard Flint's shout, then the sound abruptly ceased, caught in his throat. Flint yelled, Ty's. You fool. Where are you going? Ty's turned around. He could see Flint clearly, but it was evident the dwarf could not see him, for Flint was pacing back and forth before a wall that did not exist. I'm on the other side. Ty shouted. I told you there is no wall. It just looks like one. You can walk straight through. Flint hesitated for a moment, his body trembling slightly. Then he placed the hammer behind his back and set the lantern down. He covered his eyes with one hand and extended the other cautiously, moving forward slowly. Nothing happened. Flint lowered his hand from his eyes. Discovering Ty's had spoken the truth, he stood in a long, dark corridor flanked by dwarven statues and niches. You forgot to take the lantern, Ty's remarked, returning to fetch it. Flint stared at the Kinder in astonishment. How did you know the wall wasn't real? There are markings on the map, Ty's replied, handing the lantern to Flint. Where does the corridor lead? Flint examined the map closely. No, not at all. Bah, Thess exclaimed. How much do you know about maps? I am an expert. Are we actually going through this corridor? Flint scratched his head as he scrutinized the map. He glanced back at the non-existent wall and then glared at Thess. Thess smiled brightly. Flint furrowed his brow, muttering the precautions regarding Kinder as he stepped into the corridor, the light of his lantern illuminating the statues. Tysakov reached into his pocket, caressing his glasses, unable to suppress a sigh of delight. This is magic. Even Raceland does not possess such wondrous spectacles. Thess yearned to possess those incredible glasses forever, or at least for a fortnight, which was the same concept for a Kinder. As soon as Flint entered the promenade hall, he held his lantern aloft. casting his gaze in all directions, completely forgetting about Tysakov and the mysteriously vanished stone wall. The same applied to the warhammer. The shrines he passed were adorned with statues of fully armored dwarven warriors from the era of King Duncan. Flint walked past the long line, imagining a cadre of dwarven warriors surrounding him in awe, clad in their finest attire as a mark of respect. He could almost hear their cheers. Flint Fireforge, the discoverer of the warhammer. Flint Fireforge, the hero of the united race. Flint Fireforge, the champion who resurrected the dragon-slaying spear of Dray-yan. Flint Fireforge, our king. No. Flint decided. He did not wish to be a king. Being a king meant living at the mountain's base, but he adored the fresh air, the azure sky, and the radiant sunlight too much to accept such a life. However, other titles were quite appealing, especially that of the champion who resurrected the dragon-slaying spear of Dray-yan. Flint reached the end of the line, where he found Easton, resplendent in his ornate armor, bowing in homage. Beside him stood Caramon, his demeanor solemn, while before the great dwarf, Raistlin appeared meek and humble. Lorana was also present, smiling as she kissed him, and Tycho was there, along with Eutychus, who promised a lifetime supply of free ale, hoping he would grace the tavern with his presence. Suddenly, Tysakov leaped forward, grinning foolishly and waving, but Flint ignored him. This dream should not include Kinder. Humful bowed deeply, and Flint strode past him, his gaze meeting Tanis's proud countenance regarding his old friend. At the end of the line appeared the elegantly dressed dwarf from his dream. The dwarf blinked. "Time is running short," said Leokas. Flint felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He halted, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "I must focus. I daydreamed when vigilance was required." He turned and shouted at the Kinder, "What do you think you are doing? We are on a tight schedule, and you waste time." "I am not wasting time," Thes protested. "I am searching for Amon. I believe he is not here. We should be able to see footprints in the dust. He might not realize the wall is a fade." "Quite likely," Flint acknowledged, feeling a twinge of guilt. Amidst the glorious dream, he had completely forgotten about the young dwarf. "Should we turn back?" Thes inquired. The line of statues had come to an end. To the left of the hall was a short corridor. According to the map, this corridor led to a staircase ascending to the second floor. A hidden staircase. A secret staircase. Young Amon would never find it. He could take another route to reach the Ruby Tower without climbing these stairs. But it would be a long and treacherous path, unless Kara's guided him. "We must find the warhammer first," Flint resolved. After all, they had come so far. And according to the map, they were nearing the most probable location. Once they acquired the warhammer, they would seek out Amon. He hurried past the Kinder down the corridor, and the staircase emerged. Flint ascended the stairs, feeling the familiar aches in his back and legs, his knees weak and breath quickening. The thought of what he would do upon finding the warhammer troubled him. He knew what Easton and Raistlin expected of him. He understood what Tanis wished him to do, yet he did not know what Flint Fireforge himself desired. That old dwarf, claiming to be Kara's, had struck a chord. Teach them a lesson. Yes, that sounded appealing. Truly delightful. He wanted to teach everyone a lesson. Dwarves, Easton, Raistlin, and so on. He reached the top of the staircase and entered a small, dark, and empty room. Flint raised his lantern, casting light along the walls until he finally discovered a narrow archway marked on the map. He lifted the lantern high, peering inside. Tysakov peered in as well, then let out a sigh. "More stairs. I am weary of climbing stairs. What about you, Flint? When they construct my tomb, I hope it is only a single level so I do not have to keep ascending and descending." "Your tomb?" Flint scoffed. "As if anyone would build a tomb for you. You are more likely to end up in the belly of a great beast, and besides, if you die, you will not be climbing up and down." "I will," Thes insisted. "I do not intend to lie there motionless. That would be dreadfully boring. I plan to become a raven, a ghost, or something of that nature." "A lich," Flint corrected. He should have been using his aching legs to continue down the next flight of stairs, yet he squandered time on this wicked topic. According to the map, they still had to ascend 3 flights of stairs, each as long as the last. "Perhaps I will not die at all," Tysakov pondered aloud. "Maybe everyone thinks I will die, but I shall not truly perish. I will return and give everyone a grand surprise. You will be quite taken aback, will you not?" Flint? Without a doubt, the agony of climbing the stairs paled in comparison to listening to the Kinder ramble. Flint sighed, gritted his teeth, and commenced the next leg of his ascent. Chapter 37. The prisoner of Seva. Tanis warns the Lord. A splash of cold water upon his face revived Riverwind's senses. He expelled the water from his mouth, gasping for breath and letting out a groan of agony. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the enemy's camp and clenched his teeth to stifle further sounds of pain. unwilling to reveal his suffering to his captors. Blinding light pierced his vision, causing his head to throb painfully. He yearned to close his eyes, but the need to assess his surroundings compelled him to force them open. He lay in a spacious hall, surrounded by stone walls and columns, reminiscent of a gathering place, as 9 thrones arranged in a semicircle atop a dais loomed before him. Bound tightly, he lay beside the dais. Nearby, a group of dwarves engaged in a loud and heated argument, their voices deep and hoarse. Riverwind recognized one among them, a small, emaciated dwarf with a gray visor on his helmet, who spoke the most. He was also among those responsible for the interrogations, repeatedly asking the same questions, and issuing commands for further torture if he did not receive the desired answers. A groan drew Riverwind's attention, and he turned to see Julsanas lying beside him. Uncertain whether his condition was as dire as that of the elf, he feared he might be nearing death if it were so. Julsanas was covered in blood, wounds from his forehead and lips streaming crimson. One eye was swollen shut, his jaw was bruised, and large abrasions marred one cheek. His tattered clothing clung to skin that was charred and blistered, evidence of hot iron pressed against him. The dwarves' cruelty towards the elf surpassed their treatment of humans. Riverwind sensed that their torment of Julsanas was driven more by amusement than by the pursuit of information. A particularly arrogant dwarf approached, splashing cold water onto the elf's face and then striking his cheeks, yet Julsanas remained unconscious. Riverwind lay back, overwhelmed with guilt. He should have been more vigilant. Accompanied by 6 fully armed companions, he had infiltrated the gates, intending to investigate whether this was indeed the fabled Gate of Sabadin. They had been completely oblivious to the ambush that awaited them. A group of dragonfolk had suddenly appeared, swiftly disarming and subduing them. When Riverwind regained consciousness, he found himself in a pitch-black dungeon. A foul-smelling dwarf, covered in hair, bent down and inquired in the common tongue about the number of troops he commanded, their hiding places, and the timing of their attack on Sabadin. Riverwind insisted that there was no army and no plans for invasion. The dwarf demanded proof, insisting that Riverwind reveal the location of his people so he could verify it himself. Seeing through the dwarf's ruse, Riverwind threatened to toss the hairy little creature off a cliff. They beat and kicked him, trying to force him to yield until he lost consciousness, only to be revived and stuffed into a sack for transport. First, he found himself in a cart, then on a ship, and once more lost his senses. Awakening in the place he now occupied, he longed to know the fates of his companions. He had heard their cries and moans, and felt a sense of pride in the silence maintained by the other 4 plainsmen. As his consciousness gradually returned, he resolved not to remain like a prisoner beneath the feet of these dwarves. "Paladin, grant me strength," he prayed, gritting his teeth and struggling to sit up. A gaunt dwarf uttered something and kicked him. Riverwind suppressed the pain, refusing to lie back down. An older dwarf with a gray beard angrily said something to the helmeted dwarf. Riverwind scrutinized this noble-looking dwarf. Despite the unfriendly gaze he cast upon Riverwind, he seemed genuinely outraged by the human's plight. The noble dwarf summoned a guard, who soon returned with a cup containing a foul-smelling liquid. He held it to Riverwind's lips. Riverwind glanced up at the noble dwarf, who nodded affirmatively. "Drink it," he instructed. "It is not poisoned." To demonstrate the truth of his words, he took a sip himself. Riverwind swallowed a mouthful. The scorching liquid slid down his throat, causing him to cough. A wave of warmth surged through his body, alleviating some of the cramping pain, though he shook his head, refusing to drink more. The noble dwarf stated plainly, "I am Hanfiel, lord of the Hurtling clan. Rielger is the lord of the Seva clan. He is the one who brought you and several other prisoners here. He claims you lead a great army of humans and elves to invade us. Is that true?" "No, my lord, that is not true," Riverwind stammered through his swollen lips. "He lies," Rielger shouted. "Just an hour ago, he confessed to me." "He lies." Riverwind glared fiercely at the Seva dwarf. "I am the leader of a group of refugees, former slaves to an evil draconic rider named Pacticus. Our party includes women and children. We were hiding in a nearby valley when the dragons and dragonfolk attacked us, forcing us to flee." He observed the lord's expression. When he mentioned the dragons and dragofolk, he noted Hanfiel's countenance darken with skepticism. "We have heard such lies before," Hanfiel replied. "Rielger, others of the tall folk have said the same." Riverwind lifted his chin defiantly. Others of the tall folk. It could only be his companions. He yearned to know their whereabouts, their safety, and what had transpired. The questions lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he refrained from voicing them. To speak too much could be detrimental. He needed to extract answers from the dwarves. The dwarves resumed their heated debate, yet Riverwind understood not a word. He sensed that Hanfiel held neither trust nor affection for Rielger. Unfortunately, Hanfiel harbored doubts about Riverwind as well. One lord stood by Rielger, while another supported Hanfiel. The remaining lords appeared torn. Julsanas writhed in pain, groaning, but the dwarves paid him no heed. Riverwind could not assist the elf. He was powerless to aid anyone. He sat, observing, waiting. Tanis effortlessly became a captive, though he first had to free those who had apprehended him. As he traversed the streets near the inn, he encountered two Heller soldiers, bound and gagged. He cut their ropes and helped them to their feet, explaining that he had urgent business and needed to see Hanfiel. The dwarves raged, but it was of no concern to Tanis. They too wished to report to the Lord, and after a brief discussion, they decided to take Tanis along. The dwarven guards shoved him into a lift. The other dwarves glared at him with dark expressions, some even shouting, confused as to what was transpiring. The guards had neither the time nor the inclination to provide answers. They held Tanis firmly, despite his assurances that he would not flee. He was going to see Hanfiel. When the lift came to a stop, the guards inquired of the other dwarves as to Hanfiel's whereabouts. The response came that he was in the Lord's council chamber. Tanis was in a foul mood. He had neither eaten nor slept. The threat to their lives infuriated him. And the plight of Flint and Thess weighed heavily on his mind. The presence of dragonfolk in the kingdom of Sabaton further troubled them. He intended to make Hanfiel aware of their perilous situation. He planned to speak first, giving the Lord time to contemplate his words. When his friends brought in a captured dragonfolk, he would utilize the creature to substantiate his claims. He would demand to accompany his friends into the Lord's Valley to search for Flint and Thess. Tanis believed Flint had already fallen into a trap, or soon would. As he formulated his speech in his mind, upon entering the Lord's Hall, Tanis was taken aback by the sight of Riverwind, bound, battered, and bleeding, alongside the unconscious Julsanas. Shock rendered him speechless. He halted, staring at his friends in disbelief. The lords fell silent, their eyes fixed upon Tanis, bewildered by the unfolding events. Among them, Rielger appeared most astonished, having previously been convinced of the demise of Tanis and his companions. Aware that he had erred, Rielger found himself at a loss for how to proceed, uncertain of where the miscalculation had occurred. Just as Tanis was about to speak, the guards began to voice their grievances. Hanfiel sternly inquired about the rationale behind the release of the prisoners. As the guards explained, they angrily pointed fingers at Rielger, while the other lords erupted into chaos, demanding to understand what had transpired. Tanis discerned that it would be more effective to let the guards articulate the situation. He swiftly approached Hafing, who was half reclining against a pillar, while Julsanas lay nearby, barely clinging to life. "What has happened? Who did this?" Tanis asked. Concern etched on his face. "It was an ambush," Hafing replied, his expression contorted with pain. "The dragonfolk await us at the gates. Do not worry. The refugees are concealed in a safe location. I have entrusted Iristan with their safety. Shoo, do not speak. Leave it to me." Hafing grasped Tanis's hand with his bloodied fingers. "The dwarf, the one in the helmet. He seeks to make us confess that our purpose here is invasion." Hafing gasped, his breath rapid and labored, collapsing further against the pillar as sweat beaded on his brow and streamed down his face. Tanis placed his hand on Julsanas's neck. Feeling for a pulse, the elven noble required urgent care. Hanfiel desperately attempted to restore order, momentarily quelling the uproar. The dwarf guards began recounting the events, initially describing how the Kunduns had burst forth and overwhelmed them. This part was recounted swiftly, before expressing their fury at awakening to find themselves bound by 4 dwarves. Following that, the tall figure, Tanis, had untied them, insisting on a meeting with Hanfiel. Hanfiel glared at Rielger. "What does this mean?" "I shall elucidate, my lord," Tanis asserted. Rising to his full height, the 7 dwarves intended to have the guards abandon their posts, thus allowing a lethal poison to be administered to us. "You lie," Rielger bellowed. "If anyone seeks to poison you, humans, it is not I. As for these guards, we discovered them intoxicated while on duty, and thus, we administered a lesson." The guards immediately retorted vehemently. One guard charged at Rielger, only to be restrained by his comrades. "We possess evidence to substantiate our claims," Tanis declared. "The evidence lies in the toxic mushrooms and the corpses of 2 dwarves, who had ventured to assess the effects of the poison. Moreover, we have further evidence of a situation far graver than the threat to our lives, great lords." "And what of our evidence?" Rielger pointed at Hafing, demanding. "This human and his accomplices have confessed that they conspired to attack us with an army composed of both humans and elves. If any of them truly uttered such words, they would not endure such brutal treatment. Observe how wretched they appear." Tanis countered. "Is this the manner in which any civilized race treats its prisoners?" I bring forth significant news, lords of Sabaden, Tanis continued gravely. Indeed, an army plots to attack you, but it is not a human army. It is the dragonfolk horde that emerges from the shadows. He seeks to divert our attention with these rumors, hoping to lower our guard and easily conquer the dwarven kingdom. I, Rielger, shall not squander time here listening to human deceit. I must assemble the army to repel the human incursion. Rielger rose and strode toward the door. Stop him. Lords, Tanis warned. He has betrayed you. He has allied himself with the dragonfolk and the nefarious General Mangmin. He has opened the gates for them. Rielger, Hongfei admonished sternly. You must remain to answer these accusations. You are not the king, Hongfei. Rielger retorted. You lack the authority to command me. Guards, seize him. Hongfei ordered. Rielger spread his palms, revealing a black jade ring, which he promptly slipped onto his finger. The ring emitted a foul smoke, repelling the soldiers. And as they gasped and coughed, Rielger vanished. The Seva spoke the truth, Hongfei, Lancelot interjected. These humans and their elven allies pose the true danger. Do not heed the tall man's fabrications. I can provide proof. Tanis countered. We have captured a dragonfolk. They are currently bringing that creature forward. You can witness it for yourselves. I cannot wait, Hongfei declared resolutely. I must see for myself. You too, half-elf? I shall accompany you, my lord, Tanis replied. But I must first tend to my friend. Their injuries are grave and require treatment. I have summoned the healer, Hongfei stated. Your friend shall receive care shortly. However, he added sternly, you remain prisoners until I ascertain the truth of these matters. With that, he departed the Lord's hall, leaving Tanis no choice but to follow. The other lords resolved to accompany them, including Lancelot, who began to feel he too had been betrayed by Rielger. King Brada also followed suit, albeit under the misapprehension that they were all heading for a midday meal. Chapter 38. Escape, Swimming. In the war at the foot of the mountain, the draconian lay sprawled upon the ground, while Caramon stood nearby, nursing his bruised knuckles. This creature's head is remarkably hard. He lamented. I wonder why we don't simply slay him and present his corpse to those dwarfs? That would certainly simplify matters. I retract all previous assessments of your intellect. Dear brother, Raistlin interjected, feeling weak and drained from the exertion of spellcasting, which had soured his mood. Caramon replied, perplexed. There is no corpse, Storn patiently elucidated. Do you recall what transpired after we vanquished a draconian? They either explode into ash or... Oh, yes, right. I had forgotten. Caramon chuckled, tapping his head lightly. We must be on our way, Raistlin declared. Tanis has had ample time to elaborate. This splendid gift should awaken the lords from their stupor, Storn remarked. Flipping the table over. Caramon, assist me in hoisting him onto it. They endeavored to lift the draconian, but the creature's wings proved cumbersome. Caramon devised a solution by knocking off the table legs, transforming the tabletop into a makeshift stretcher. He swiftly dragged the stretcher over and positioned it beside the unconscious draconian. With a grunt, he pressed his belly against the draconian and forcefully pushed, ensuring the wings were no longer obstructive. The draconian had folded its wings beneath its robe, but under the influence of the slumber spell, they had loosened and sprawled outward. Caramon and Storn, one in front and the other behind, strained to lift the creature onto the table. This fellow weighs as much as a small house. Storn panted. Caramon nodded in agreement, wiping the sweat from his brow. Not only was the draconian itself quite heavy, but the armor beneath its robe and the sword it bore added considerable weight. Storn discarded the weapon, tossing it aside. Must we transport this beast to the top of the Tree of Life? Caramon inquired, shaking his head. Indeed, little Raistlin, I believe you could. No, I cannot. Raistlin sharply interrupted. I have already cast spells today and am utterly fatigued. You must exert yourselves fully. Lift your head, Storn instructed Caramon. The giant bent down, grasping the table that supported the draconian, grunting as he hoisted it up. Storn held on at the rear, and together they trudged through the doorway with the creature. Wait, Raistlin commanded. We should cover it with a blanket. We are conspicuous enough without parading a monster through the streets. Quickly, Storn gasped. Raistlin seized 2 blankets and draped them over the draconian. I shall lead the way, Raistlin proposed. Are you certain this won't weary you? Storn scoffed. Whether Raistlin failed to hear or chose to ignore the remark, he proceeded to guide them into the street, his staff emitting a brilliant glow. Storn and Caramon found themselves frequently pausing to rest and swap positions to alleviate the strain on their backs and shoulders. They made reasonable progress until they reached the residential area of Sabaden. Upon sighting the tall figures, the dwarves immediately encircled them, inquiring about their destination and purpose. Raistlin located a dwarf who spoke a modicum of common tongue and engaged in brief conversation. He explained that one of their companions had fallen ill and they wished to transport him to a reputed healing chamber above. The dwarf expressed a desire to see the ailing tall one, reaching to unveil the blanket. Raistlin placed his hand on the covering obscuring the draconian's head. "You would not want to touch him," he murmured, his voice low as a whisper. "We fear he may be afflicted with plague." The dwarf recoiled, casting a dark glare at them while loudly warning his compatriots. The dwarves regarded them with even greater suspicion. "What did you say to them?" Storn queried. "They appear ready to slay us." "Do not fret," Raistlin reassured. "We shall address that later. For now, they will not approach us. Let us continue." The dwarves parted to allow passage, only to regroup behind them, forming a silent escort. Upon reaching the lift, another dilemma arose. "The table cannot fit into the bucket," Carmon pointed out. "Just toss the draconian down," Storn suggested. "They are watching us," Raistlin warned, gesturing toward the gathering throng of dwarves. "Ensure the creature is well concealed." He climbed into the lift, while Storn and Carmon tilted the table, allowing the draconian to slide down into the bucket. Raistlin hastily covered it with the blankets. Meanwhile, numerous dwarves crowded into an adjacent lift, their eyes fixed upon them. Storn leaned wearily against the bucket's edge, massaging his shoulders, while Carmon flexed his fingers and back to ease his tense muscles. Raistlin kept a vigilant gaze on the dwarves within the lift, who returned his scrutiny. No one noticed the draconian beneath the blanket tremble slightly, and by the time they did, it was too late. When Grego awakened, he found himself a captive. He feigned unconsciousness, patiently awaiting the opportune moment, inwardly cursing the 7 dwarves for their blunders. Mere lamentation would not suffice. The draconian needed to reclaim control of the situation. Grego had to return to the command center and convey the developments to Dray-yan, thus altering their plans. Once Grego landed at the bottom of the bucket, he finally seized his chance. He flung aside the blanket and sprang to his feet. His initial target was the mage, delivering a sharp elbow strike to the latter's abdomen. The mage emitted a muffled groan and collapsed. 2 warriors hastily drew their swords. Grego deftly sidestepped, his whip-like tail striking both men and sending a knight sprawling, nearly toppling another off the lift. Grego intended to eliminate the 3 humans, particularly the knight, but time was of the essence. He leaped onto the bucket's rim to survey his surroundings. Peering down the lift shaft, he noted the considerable distance to the base of the Tree of Life. Though he contemplated utilizing his wings to descend, the narrowness of the shaft posed a risk of injury. The dwarves in the adjacent lift caught sight of the creature, erupting into chaos as they pointed and screamed in terror. Dwarves awaiting the lift on the upper level heard the commotion echoing through the shaft, all witnessing the draconian standing atop the bucket's edge, wings unfurled and tail swaying. A quick-thinking dwarf grasped the control lever and shoved it down, halting the lift. Grego immediately leaped out, landing squarely on the ground, colliding with Hongfeyer and Tanis. Hongfeyer cast a swift glance at the creature before drawing his sword and pursuing it. Tanis, observing the lift, saw Caramon assisting Raistlin while Storn staggered to his feet. Seeing they were unharmed, Tanis followed Hongfeyer into the fray. Lord Nyes of Deva moved sluggishly, while the Heller dwarves and the frenzied crowd dwarves quickly outpaced him. He let out a thunderous battle cry, brandishing a massive battle axe as he charged forward. The soldiers, initially taken aback by the creature, found renewed courage upon witnessing their lord's valor and followed suit. Grego, however, wished to avoid confrontation. Outnumbered and in an unfavorable position, he scanned his surroundings and spotted a small building facing the lake, accompanied by a garden. With a powerful push from the ground, Grego glided using his wings, effortlessly evading the pursuing dwarves. He reached the small building, swaying atop it as he sought an escape route. Turning back, he spread his wings and leaped down. Grego's leap was from the top tier of the Tree of Life, and his training in dismounting from a dragon's back proved invaluable. Though he could not fly, the technique he learned for descending from dragon backs allowed him to slow his fall using his wings. He fixed his gaze on the 7 dwarves' dock. Although the target was distant, he could maneuver slightly through the air, aiming to land as close to the waters of the Seva domain as possible. Grego looked up and saw the dwarves gathered at the edge of the small building. Below, hundreds and thousands of dwarves were staring up at him. The covert operation had reached its conclusion. Grego shrugged and shook his wings. As a commander, he was accustomed to dealing with unexpected events on the battlefield. He would not waste time lamenting spilled milk. He had to contemplate the future, decide on the next course of action, and strategize during his descent. Finally, he landed in the water with a loud splash. Dragon men were not fond of water, yet they could swim when necessary. Grego swam towards Seva, propelling his scaly body through the frigid lake with all four limbs. Upon reaching the dock, he climbed ashore, drenched. He discarded his soaked robe onto the dock and then hurriedly ran towards the secret passage where his troops awaited. Is that the monster you spoke of? Hongfeyer leaned forward, watching the dragon man descend gracefully like a feather. Those dragon men are formidable beings, Tanis remarked, adept in both swordplay and sorcery. Their armies have conquered much of the Ancelon continent, driving the elves from Qualinesti and seizing both Pictacos and our Abanisia. Where did these fiends come from? Hongfeyer gasped. I have never seen nor heard of such creatures. They have only recently arrived in Ancelon, Tanis replied, shaking his head. We do not know how these monsters came to be. All we know is that their numbers are staggering. They possess considerable intelligence and are insatiably bloodthirsty, equally perilous whether dead or alive. Do you believe they will invade Sabadin? Perhaps there is but one. They're like rats, Stone interjected. If you see one, there are surely 20 more lurking in the shadows. You are bleeding, Tanis observed. Am I? Stone raised his hand to wipe his face, discovering blood on his palm. That creature's tail struck me. He shook his head sadly. I'm sorry he escaped, Tanis. He thoroughly outmaneuvered us. What of Raceland and Caramon? Tanis asked, worry etched on his face. Raceland is in the worst condition. He took a blow to the stomach. It will hurt for a while, but he shall be fine. The dragon man nearly pushed Caramon off the lift. I imagine he is quite frightened. Tanis watched as the twins approached him. Raceland was slightly hunched, breathing heavily, his expression grave. Are you both well? Tanis inquired with concern. Do not worry about me. Raceland replied impatiently. What of Flint and the hammer of the gods? Tanis shook his head. He had seen Raceland stagger, frail and weak. Yet after enduring a blow that could fell a stout man, the mage appeared unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. Caramon followed his brother timidly, avoiding Tanis' gaze. I apologize for letting him escape, he lamented. It matters not. Perhaps it is for the best. We have achieved our objective. The dwarves have witnessed the truth. However, we now face new troubles. Tanis recounted the situation regarding Riverwind and Gulthanas, while Hongfeo engaged in profound discussions with the lords of the Deva and Clara clans. King Brull was missing. Regrettably, as the draconian fled, he had landed right before him, prompting King Brull to believe his end had come. He turned and fled into a dark, deep cave, where he would remain until the rat population diminished enough for him to emerge. No one cared about the absence of Lord Egara. Whether they had noticed was questionable. What they did notice, however, was the absence of Lord Lance of the Daga clan. No one had seen when he had departed. A flicker of doubt crossed Hongfeyr's mind. His greatest fears were likely coming to fruition. The hopes of unifying the clans of the mountainside had been dashed. The alliance between the Seva and Daga clans was already dire. And it was now evident that treacherous dwarves had secretly opened the gates of Sabadin, unleashing dark forces within. The tragedy of civil war, which he had long sought to avert, was now seemingly inevitable. The Lord of Deva, traditionally the most cowardly among kin, had now transformed into a resolute hawk, ready to muster an army for battle. The ferocious Clara dwarves would heed Hongfeyr's leadership and obey his commands. Yet, the Clara army was not entirely reliable. They were undisciplined warriors of dubious character, lacking proper training. The Seva clan had no soldiers, while the Dark Daga clan did. Their numbers were overwhelming, fierce, and loyal. Long despised by their kin, especially the Heller clan. Should they ally with a monstrous army, Hongfeyer dared not contemplate the grave consequences. Hongfeyer discussed the situation with the lords and devised a plan before approaching Tanis to apologize for his earlier demeanor. I am willing to provide refuge for the refugees you lead, half-elf, Hongfeyer said solemnly, but I fear that no one, human or dwarf, will find sanctuary beneath the mountain. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as you perceive, my lord, Tanis replied. What if the Daga clan has not allied with the Seva? I noticed Lance's expression upon seeing the dragon man. He did not appear pleased, but rather as shocked as you. I saw his face filled with rage, Raceland added. He passed us on his way to the lift, his countenance grim, seething with anger. He scowled, clenched his fists, and muttered to himself. I surmise he is unaware that the Seva dwarves have brought forth a terrifying new ally, and he is displeased by it. Gratitude flickered across Hongfeyer's features. You have given me hope, my friends, and moral support. Now, it rests upon the hammer of the gods. Should the hammer return to us, it would confirm the return of Lyokos. I believe the Daga clan would refuse to side with the Seva. Unlike the Seva, the Daga are not inherently malevolent. The closure of the mines has greatly affected them. Many have strayed from the path, yet at their core, they remain loyal to Sabadin. They are reasonable and would welcome Lyokos' return to the sacred grounds. The emergence of the true hammer would be our greatest fortune. Not fortune, Stone interjected. It is the will of the gods. The deities have guided us to this point. Is it so? Tanis pondered. After enduring setbacks and failures, unexpected dangers, and the choices between right and wrong, would victory ultimately be ours? How he wished to know. We must locate Flint and Amon, he declared, and as for the reasons you have just articulated, my lord, I fear that may be impossible, Hongfea said grimly. Reports indicate that the bronze gates leading to the Lord's Valley have been sealed shut. They have exhausted all means, yet they cannot be opened. Chapter 39. The death of a hero. Flint sat on the dark staircase, absently stroking his thigh and the creaking joints of his weary knees. His legs were utterly fatigued, refusing to ascend even a single step. As he had climbed a few steps moments before, a searing pain erupted like a volcanic explosion, causing tears to blur his vision. His mood soured further, even causing irritation towards Tasohov's cheerful demeanor. Laughter from the Kinder echoed down the staircase. What are you doing sitting here? We're almost at the top, the Kinder exclaimed, urging him to hurry. At that moment, a resounding noise erupted, louder than before, reverberating through the stairwell as if it penetrated Flint's very skull. I can't move, he lamented. Let Amon fetch the hammer. I cannot take another step. Just 20 more steps to go, Tasohov encouraged, reaching out to grasp Flint's arm. I absolutely refuse to do that. Flint shouted angrily, pushing the Kinder away. Let go of me. Fine, if you don't want to go up, we can just go back down, Tasohov retorted. A hint of frustration in his tone. The map shows another route to the top. I'm not going back down. I don't want to move anymore. Flint muttered, secretly anxious that he truly could not move. His body felt weak, and a dull pain throbbed in his chest. Tasohov observed him pensively before plopping down on the steps. Staying here forever wouldn't be so bad. I'd have the chance to share all my stories. Have you heard about the time I encountered a woolly mammoth? One day, while I was walking, a fierce roar erupted from the woods. I ran to see what it was, and out came. I'm leaving, Flint interjected, gritting his teeth as he leaned on the Kinder for support, groaning as he stood. The world spun around him, his steps unsteady, requiring Tasohov's aid to maintain his balance. Rest your arm on my shoulder, Tasohov suggested. No, do it this way. You walk, lean on me. We'll go up one step at a time. This was a blow to Flint's pride. He intended to refuse. But with no one else to assist him, he feared he genuinely could not move. It was not solely the hammer that compelled him. The thought of enduring countless retellings of the woolly mammoth story filled him with dread. With Tasohov's help, Flint began to ascend the staircase, swaying unsteadily. I don't mind you leaning on me, Flint, Tasohov remarked after a moment. But could you please not put your full weight on me? I'm practically climbing. You said there were only 20 steps. Flint shouted, releasing Tasohov and raising his voice in frustration. I've counted 30 steps, and still, no end in sight. What difference does it make? Tasohov asked lightly, only to feel Flint tighten his grip around his neck, nearly choking him. I see light. Do you see light, Flint? We're almost there. Flint lifted his gaze. Indeed, the staircase brightened considerably. They could extinguish their lanterns now. As he climbed the final few steps, Flint nearly crawled. But at last, he reached the top. At the staircase's end stood an arched wooden door inlaid with brass. Sunlight streamed through the cracks, illuminating the path. Tasohov pushed against the door, but it did not budge. After twisting the handle, he shook his head in dismay. It's locked, he announced. Damn. This is a lesson. I can never be without my bag. The Kinder plopped down in frustration. We've come all this way for nothing. Flint could hardly believe it. His aching legs resisted the notion. In a fit of anger, he shoved the door, and to his surprise, it swung open. It was locked. Flint glared at the Kinder. It was locked before. Tasohov insisted. I may not know much about war or politics or the return of true gods, but I do know about locks. It was definitely locked just now. No, it was Flint countered. You simply don't know how to use a doorknob. That's the issue. I know how to use it. Tasohov shot back, indignant. I'm an expert on doorknobs and locks. That door was definitely bolted. No, it wasn't. Flint shouted angrily. For if the door had truly been locked, it implied that someone or something had opened it as he pushed, a thought he was unwilling to entertain. Flint stepped into the sunlight, Tasohov following closely, kicking the bothersome door in irritation. They reached the parapet at the top of the tomb. Opposite them loomed a jagged stone wall, with a row of turreted towers appearing to Flint's left. To the right stood a low tower. Beyond the towers and stone walls stretched an expanse of crystalline blue sky. I don't want to hear another word about the great Leo's beard, he exclaimed, opening his mouth wide in exasperation. Oh, Flint. Tasohov sighed with relief. The sharp-roofed structure was adorned with translucent ruby glass, sunlight dancing upon its myriad facets. Awe and wonder momentarily dulled Flint's pain in his legs and chest. He pressed his face against the glass, and the Kinder followed suit, both eager to glimpse what lay within. "Is that?" Tasohov whispered. "Yes," Flint's voice trembled. A slender cord hung from the ceiling, at the end of which swayed a bronze hammer. The hammer swung slowly from one side of the room to the other. Surrounding it were 24 massive gongs, each inscribed with a runic symbol. Each rune represented an hour, marking the time from waking to the first meal, from work to the second meal, and finally cycling to sleep. The hammer swung back and forth, striking the gongs with perfect timing, then endlessly repeating the cycle. Flint had never witnessed such a marvelous sight. How magnificent! Tasohov marveled, lifting his head and rubbing his flattened nose against the glass. Did the dwarves make the hammer swing like that? No, Flint replied hoarsely. It's magic. Powerful magic. Though the sun scorched his neck, he could not help but shiver. Magic! Tasohov exclaimed, excitement bubbling forth. That makes it even better. I had no idea dwarves could wield such magic. They cannot. Flint snapped. He gestured toward the swinging hammer. Any self-respecting dwarf wouldn't even dream of such a thing, let alone attempt it. It's the kind of sorcery that lifts the tomb from the ground, suspending it in the air, transforming Karaz's hammer into the clock of Palanthas. He sighed heavily, glancing again at the divine hammer. To claim it, he would need to find a way inside, stop it swinging, and pull it down from the roof. I cannot accomplish that from here. This journey has been in vain. As he spoke, a weight lifted from his heart. The plan of deceit was no longer feasible. He could return to inform Stan, Raistlin, and Tanis that the hammer was unattainable. He had tried with all his might, but alas, fate had conspired against him. Stan would have to endure a life without the dragon-slaying weapon. Tanis would have to devise another means to persuade the dwarves to allow the refugees to enter the mountains. And he, Flint Fireforge, would never become a hero. At least, he thought with a slight consolation, Amon Karaz would also not obtain the hammer. Just as Flint prepared to descend the staircase, he looked up to find he was utterly alone. A wave of panic washed over him. He had forgotten the cardinal rule of traveling with a Kinder. Rule 1. Never allow a Kinder to feel bored. Rule 2. Never let a bored Kinder wander out of sight. Flint groaned. This was precisely what he had to watch for. To let a Kinder roam freely in a magically infused tomb. He bellowed, Tasohov Bafoot. Oh, where are you? The Kinder suddenly appeared around the corner of the low tower. Don't just run off. Flint scolded. We are going back down to find Amon. You were standing in the wrong place, Tez announced, addressing Flint. What? Flint glared at him. You previously stated that from where you stand, you cannot reach the divine hammer, and you were correct. From your current position, the hammer is indeed out of reach. Yet, if you circumnavigate to the other side of the tower, a path will unveil itself. Look deeper within. Tez pressed his face against the glass, and Flint, ignited by curiosity, reluctantly complied. There, a platform exists right above the gong. Flint cast a glance and discerned the object to which Tez referred, a long stone protruding from the wall. What of it, even if it is a platform? He murmured. Tez feigned ignorance. Flint truly is a pessimist. I deduced that since there is a platform, there must be a way to ascend, and I have found it. Follow me. Tez hastily maneuvered around the low tower, with Flint trailing slowly, still seeking an exit from the tomb. He peered over the battlements but was met only with swirling, pale red mist. Not that way, Flint. Here. Tez shouted. The Kandarin stood before a grand wooden door adorned with copper. It's locked, he fumed, glaring at the barrier. Flint stepped forward and gently pushed, causing the door to creak open. How can you always do this? Tez lamented. Sunlight rushed in eagerly, as if centuries of waiting had culminated in illuminating the darkness. After a few steps, Flint suddenly halted, causing Tez to collide into him. What is it? The Kandarin leaned forward, attempting to glimpse into the narrow corridor. A corpse, Flint's voice trembled. He nearly stumbled over it. Whose? Tez whispered, holding his breath. Flint found himself momentarily speechless. I believe it to be Karaz. The body lay encased within a windowless vestibule, preserved remarkably well. The remains were intact. The skin taut like parchment or aged leather, stretched over bones. It belonged to a male dwarf, notably tall, with smooth long hair, but only a stubbly beard. Flint had heard that Karaz, mourning the dwarven war, had shaved off his beard and ceased to grow it long again. The body was adorned in splendid ceremonial armor befitting a king's warrior. The spot where the divine hammer should rest was empty. No weapon was clutched in hand, and there were no visible wounds, yet he appeared to have died in excruciating agony, with his hands gripping his throat and his parched mouth agape. The killer is here. Tez said, crouching beside the body. He pointed to a dead scorpion. He was stung to death. That is hardly a heroic demise, Flint retorted angrily. Karas should have perished fighting ogres, giants, dragons, and such, not from a mere insect. Certainly not from a failing heart. But if this is indeed Karas, and he is dead, Tez remarked, then who is the other Karas, the one who revealed the hammer's location to Amon? I too wish to know, Flint replied coldly. At the end of the vestibule stood another grand door. Beyond it lay the Ruby Hall, where Karas's divine hammer resided. Flint knew this door was locked. Yet he also knew it would open for him, just as all other locked doors had. Upon seeing the platform, he realized a route to the divine hammer existed. He gazed down at Karas's body, this great hero, who lay here in utter disgrace and futility. May Leoka's embrace his soul, Flint murmured, though I suspect the divine granted him rest long ago. As Flint regarded the corpse, a sudden resolution formed in his mind. Leoka's above. I shall not exit in such a manner, he silently vowed. Hey, he called out loudly. Where are you going? Tez, impatient, stood at the far end of the vestibule before the door, awaiting Flint's push. I am going to help you retrieve the divine hammer. No, you cannot go. Flint gruffly replied. You must seek Amon. Me? Tez exclaimed, both astonished and delighted. Finding Amon is of utmost importance, Flint. No one has ever entrusted me with such a significant task. This time, I am assigning it to you. I have no choice. You must warn Amon that this Karas is a fraud, then reveal the hammer's location to him and bring him here. But if I do that, he will locate the hammer, Tez argued. And you wish to be the one who finds it. I have already found it, Flint stated flatly. Do not dispute this. There is no time. Go. Tez pondered deeply. Warning Amon is indeed crucial, but I cannot bring myself to do it. I truly dislike him. I would prefer to remain here with you. You must go, Flint asserted decisively, regardless. Tez shook his head, gripping the doorknob tightly. After a struggle, Flint pried the Kandarin's fingers away. He seized Tez by the collar and dragged the protesting Kandarin outside, flinging him through the door. And, Flint added, I need this. He deftly extracted the hoopak staff from Tez's possession before closing the door. Flint. Tez's voice echoed faintly through the copper door. Open the door. Let me in. Flint heard him tugging at the doorknob, kicking and pounding. Flint weighed the hoopak staff in his hand and turned away. Soon, Tez would lose interest in the door and, with no better course of action, seek out Amon. Let the Kandarin confront that specter, the ghoul, the one who claims to be Karas. Although Flint felt a twinge of guilt, he reminded himself that Tez possessed considerable survival instincts, and the guilt swiftly evaporated. He will only bring harm to others. Flint murmured to himself, I should be more concerned about the specter. In truth, Flint's intended actions required the absence of the Kandarin. Tez Sorhov had never been one to keep secrets. He could solemnly swear on his ponytail that he would never divulge a word, only to betray that trust 5 minutes later to anyone and everyone. This secret could not escape. It pertained to life and death, thousands of lives. Flint pushed, and the great door thundered open as he stepped into the Ruby Hall. Chapter 40, Flint's Secret, the Divine Hammer, Taz's astonishing discovery in the Ruby Hall. Sunlight streamed through the jewel-toned glass ceiling, casting a brilliant crimson glow throughout the room, which radiated warmth. Flint ascended the platform, marveling at his surroundings, overwhelmed with joy. He gazed at the slowly swaying divine hammer, which had remained in this position for 3 centuries. Was it Karas who hung it from the ceiling? Flint tilted his head upwards. The rope suspending the hammer rested upon a simple iron hook. Flint surmised that while Karas might have hung it, another force had imbued it with magic. This force had crafted the bronze gong that marked the hours, as well as the exquisite ruby roof. It was the same force that had torn the tomb from the Lord's Valley, allowing it to float in the air. This presence lingered nearby, perhaps awaiting the moment to seize Flint by the throat. He contemplated the passage of time marked by the hammer, which also reckoned the seconds that had elapsed since his birth, counting each beat of his weary heart. Every dwarf dreamed of discovering the fabled Karas hammer. They spoke of it at tavern tables, sharing tales with their children, who would craft wooden hammers, playing at being heroic dwarfs. Flint had once shared in that dream. Yet he had long since come to terms with reality, recognizing it as merely a fantasy. How could he, a humble artisan crafting trinkets, a wanderer estranged from kin, ever become a hero among dwarves? Yet, inexplicably, he had achieved it. A miracle had occurred, and the gods had brought him here for a reason, when he understood all too well. The divine hammer swung gently through the air, whispering as it passed. He felt a breeze caress his face, reminiscent of Lyox's breath. Flint endured the pain and awkwardly knelt upon the platform, his burdened knees creaking in protest. He hoped he could rise again, Lyoxis, he said, gazing at the shimmering ruby, you are not a deity of light like Paladine or Mishakal. You can see through the light and darkness within mortal souls. I believe you know why I have come and what I intend to do. If Paladine were here, he might object, and Mishakal would likely raise her lovely hands in shock. I suspect I am deceiving myself, Flint confessed, his voice rising uneasily. What I am about to do is not honorable. Despite Stoneham's approval, he is the most honorable person I know. You see, Lyoxis, Flint explained. I am merely borrowing the divine hammer. I am not stealing it. I promise to return it to the dwarfs. I wish to use it to forge a dragon-slaying spear. And once completed, after we triumph in the war against darkness, I shall return the hammer and replace the counterfeit. The dwarves will not notice, for they believe they possess the true divine hammer. They will elect a king to open the gates of Sabadin to welcome the refugees, and all will be well. No harm shall come to anyone. In fact, it shall be beneficial. This is my plan, Flint said, struggling to rise. He leaned against the hoopak staff for support. I suppose if you disapprove, you will cast me from this platform or impose some other punishment. Flint awaited a response, but none came. The door behind him closed silently. A fact he failed to notice. After a moment of silence, Flint exhaled, feeling he had gained divine permission to proceed. He approached the edge of the platform and looked down, his vision filled with red light. He wondered what would happen if he fell, then shrugged, dismissing the thought. He gazed up at the hammer, estimating the distance between it and the platform. Flint glanced at the hoopak staff, then at the hammer, convinced that his plan was feasible. Flint lay prone on the platform, grasping the hoopak staff, stretching his arm as far as possible. As the hammer swung by, he made a desperate lunge, attempting to hook the rope with the forked end of the staff. He missed, but came perilously close. Flint shifted forward another 2 inches, grasping the edge of the platform, waiting for the hammer to swing by again. With all his might, he swung his arm, nearly losing his balance. Fear gripped him, causing his heart to race. But the hoopak staff managed to snag the rope, and Flint yanked it as if reeling in a caught fish. The rubber band at the end of the hoopak staff intertwined with the rope, Flint's heart pounding as he cautiously drew back the staff and the rope holding the divine hammer. Flint cast aside the hoopak staff and seized the hammer, breathless with exhilaration. He felt slightly dizzy, his vision swirling with strange lights. However, this sensation was fleeting, and he quickly settled down, resting the hammer upon his lap, gazing at it in profound reverence. Thank you, Lyoxis, Flint whispered. I shall wield it for good. I will honor your name with the divine hammer. I swear it by your name and my beard. The hammer was a marvel. He stared at it intently. The counterfeit bore a similar appearance but felt entirely different. As he caressed the Kara's divine hammer, he sensed a vibrant life within it. He felt an essence of benevolence, wisdom, and compassion, mourning humanity's fragility while offering forgiveness and understanding. Some dwarves swore that Karas had possessed the hammer for a long time, infusing it with his spirit at that moment. Flint believed this assertion. Suddenly, he realized that any dwarf who had ever touched the true Kara's divine hammer would be unable to mistake it for a counterfeit. Fortunately, the dwarves alive today had never encountered the genuine hammer. Even Gromfer would be unable to distinguish between them. The counterfeit appeared identical, and since Raceland had cast his enchantment, its weight was remarkably similar. Both hammers were lightweight and easily wielded. The runes were the same, and the colors nearly indistinguishable. The true divine hammer shimmered with golden light, while the counterfeit did not. He could only hide the genuine hammer within his armor. As for other differences, the counterfeit might not wield the same power or feel as adept in hand as the authentic hammer. Flint yearned to test it, for he had heard that the Kara's divine hammer could sense the user's intentions, moving in accordance with their thoughts. However, Flint knew he must wait until he and his companions were far from the dwarven kingdom before attempting to do so. Flint recalled that Amon could appear at any moment. So he removed the counterfeit hammer, feeling that it paled in comparison to the genuine article. He tucked the true Kara's divine hammer behind him, securing the fake hammer to the rope, then pulled it as far as he could, releasing it to allow the hammer to swing once more. The counterfeit hammer began to sway back and forth initially, but gradually came to a halt, hanging motionless. Flint panicked. If the hammer had ceased to move, it was beyond his reach. He leaned over, trying to grasp it with the hoopak staff, but it remained just out of reach. In his despair, Flint remembered that Amon's arms were much longer than his own, which eased his breathing. This was fortuitous, as it provided him with a valid excuse for not retrieving the hammer. Flint approached the door, quietly pushing it open to peek down the corridor. Amon had not yet arrived. Only Kara's lifeless body lay there, its hollow eyes seemingly accusing him. Uncomfortable, Flint closed the door and returned to sit on the platform. The Kara's divine hammer pressed against his back, warmth coursing through him, alleviating his pain. Flint awaited Amon's return. After Flint had unceremoniously ejected him from the Ruby Hall, Tazik attempted every door-opening method he knew, but to no avail. He mourned for a moment, for the lost Hoopak staff, for the peculiar dwarf, and for the injustices of life. Realizing the door would not yield, Tazik resolved to fulfill Flint's request and seek out Amon. The Kinder had not run far. He merely rounded a corner, where Amon appeared in the tower to his right. "Amon," Tazik called cheerfully. "Kinder," Amon replied. Thais sighed. It was indeed a challenging endeavor to harbor feelings for Amon. "What about Flint?" Amon inquired. "He is inside," Thais indicated toward the door. "We have made the most extraordinary discovery. The divine hammer of Karas is within." "Is Flint also in there?" Amon asked, panic evident in his tone. "Yes, but step aside." Amon forcefully shoved the candor to the ground. "He cannot wield the divine hammer." "That belongs to me." Thais irritably rose, rubbing his bruised elbow. "There is also a corpse," he stated. "The body of Karas," he emphasized. "Karas is dead, completely deceased. One can only imagine he has been dead for quite some time." Perhaps Amon had not noticed, or perhaps he did not comprehend the implications. Or perhaps the fact that the Karas he had conversed with was merely a mummified corpse did not trouble him. Amon approached the door, resting his hand on the doorknob. "It's locked," Thais informed him. Amon pushed the door open and stepped inside. How could they accomplish this? Thais lamented. He lunged forward, only to find Amon Karas shutting the door before him. Thais wailed in despair, grasping the doorknob in a futile attempt to push it open. Yet the door remained steadfastly closed. He sank to the ground, sulking at the door. The dwarf could open doors, yet he, as a Kandor, was locked outside. Thais vowed to keep a lockpick in his pocket from that day forth. After a while, he realized that even if he could not enter, he could at least observe the happenings within the hall. He dashed to the rooftop, pressing his nose against the ruby glass. Amon was on this side, Flint on the other, standing apart, while the hammer tethered by a rope lay still. Amon was holding something. "My Hoopak staff," Thais shouted in anger, banging on the glass. "Hey, put that down." "I think he cannot hear you," Karas remarked. The Kandor had no concept of fear, and thus fear could not provoke Thais to leap. Even if it had, it would be due to his affinity for jumping. He hopped lightly, merely to confirm. Thais turned to regard the white-haired, white-bearded, hunchbacked dwarf. The Kandor extended a finger and bluntly stated, "I am sorry, but what I say may not sit well with you, yet I genuinely do not believe you are Karas. He perished in that corridor. I have seen his corpse. He died from a scorpion sting, and as far as I know, a person cannot die there and simultaneously stand alive here. Perhaps I am the soul of Karas," the dwarf replied. "At first, I thought so." Thais jabbed at the dwarf's arm. "But a soul is intangible, while you possess flesh and blood." He took pride in the complexity of his recent words, which he had woven seamlessly into his sentences. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He had glasses. The ruby lenses could allow him to read unfamiliar words and peer through an invisible wall. Perhaps they could unveil the true nature of this enigmatic dwarf. "Hey, look behind you." "What is that?" Thais shouted, gesturing toward the dwarf's left rear. The dwarf turned to look. Thais quickly retrieved his glasses, perched them on his nose, and scrutinized the figure through the ruby lenses. He was so astonished that he forgot to remove them. His eyes widened, his body weakened, and his consciousness grew hazy. "You are," he whispered. "You are," he struggled to swallow before uttering a single word. "Dragon." It was a colossal dragon, the largest Thais had ever seen. Even larger than the terrifying red dragon of Pakdax. Moreover, it was the most exquisite dragon. Its scales glittered like gold in the sunlight, its proud head held aloft. And though its body was massive, it moved with remarkable grace. It did not seem like a dragon that would consider Kandors a delectable meal. However, Thais sensed that if this dragon so desired, it could easily display ferocity. At that moment, the dragon appeared merely agitated. "Oh." The dragon fixed its gaze on the ruby glasses perched on the Kandor's nose. "I was just wondering where I had misplaced those." "I found them," Thais immediately replied. "I believe you must have lost them. Do you intend to kill me?" Thais did not genuinely feel fear. He merely wished to broaden his horizons. Of course, he did not wish to be slain by a dragon, but should such a fate befall him, he did not want to miss the spectacle. "Indeed, I should slay you," the golden dragon declared sternly. "You have seen that which you ought not to have seen. I believe you deserve a severe punishment." The expression of the dragon grew grave. "However, I no longer care. Queen Taxis and her nefarious minions have returned to this realm, correct?" So, you are not one of her wicked minions? Thais asked. You might say that, the dragon replied, a glimmer of mirth flashing in its wise and bright eyes. Then I shall rest easy, Thais said, relieved. Indeed, darkness has returned, bringing with it a multitude of troubles. It has driven the unfortunate elves from their beautiful homes, and a great many have perished. She and her dragon minions have slain kin and kindred of the golden moon, sparing not even the children. It is truly heartbreaking. Tears brimmed in the Kandor's eyes. And there are the beings known as dragon men, who resemble dragons, but not entirely, for they walk on two legs like humans, yet possess wings, tails, and scales like dragons. They are indeed quite vicious. Red dragons incinerate humans with flames, black dragons melt your bones. I am uncertain how many types of dragons exist, but there are none like me, the dragon asserted. No golden dragons or silver dragons. Thais suddenly felt a stir within him. He had seen golden and silver dragons before. He could not recall the specific place, but it seemed connected to a capital, and a tapestry memories began to clarify, only to abruptly vanish, like a balloon bursting. I apologize. I truly have not encountered a dragon like you, Thais cheerfully remarked. However, I once saw a woolly mammoth. Would you be interested in hearing that tale? Another time, the dragon replied courteously, appearing increasingly agitated and serious. By the way, I am Thais Borvit, Thais introduced himself. I am Evenstar, the dragon said. What brings you here? Thais inquired curiously. I am the guardian of the divine hammer of Karas. I was entrusted with its protection until the return of the gods, awaiting a righteous, selfless, and honorable dwarf hero to claim it. Now my task is complete, and the punishment has ended. They cannot keep me here. You speak as if you were imprisoned, Thais remarked. Precisely, Evenstar replied solemnly. Yet, Thais spread his arms wide, gazing up at the vast blue sky. You can fly anywhere. I made a promise I have upheld for 3 centuries. I am now free. You could aid us in battle, Thais urged eagerly. Oh, I bet you could catch a red dragon and make it swallow its own tail. Evenstar chuckled. I wish I could assist you, young one. There is nothing better than that. However, I cannot do so. We dragons have made an oath, and though I oppose it and loathe it, I shall not violate that vow. While I cannot fight alongside you, I will aid you as much as I can. The dragon men you speak of fill me with dread. What will you do? Make them swallow their own tails? That would be anticlimactic. Farewell, Thais Borvit, Evenstar said. I can entrust you with a secret. The world must not know of our kind's existence. However, I fully comprehend that for such a carefree heart, keeping secrets is a heavy burden. Thus, I shall not impose such a weight upon you. Thais did not comprehend. He could scarcely hear anything, his excitement causing his tongue to trip over itself. The dragon's form was so exquisitely beautiful, yet its expression bore such profound sorrow, that Thaisof held out his ruby glasses in his small hands. I believe this belongs to you, he said. The dragon extended a massive claw capable of enveloping a Kindor entirely and gently tapped the glasses with its claw tip. Oh, I almost forgot, Thaisof lamented, watching the glasses vanish into the dragon's enormous grip. How do we leave this tomb? He added hastily, fearing the dragon might be displeased. It's not that I don't enjoy being here, he continued, but I left Tanis, Caramon, and the others behind. They will undoubtedly encounter trouble in my absence. Ah, indeed, said the evening star solemnly. I understand. The dragon inscribed a colossal rune upon the stone slab. Breathing upon it, the rune shimmered with golden light. When you are ready to depart, stand upon this rune, and it shall transport you to the Temple of the Stars, where the dwarven lords await the return of the god hammer. Thank you, Evening Star, Thaisof replied. Will we meet again? Who knows? The gods arrange everything, came the response. The evening star's form began to flicker with the same golden radiance, the light gradually dimming until it vanished completely into the mist. Thaisof felt something obstructing his eyes and nose, prompting him to blink and sniffle. His vision remained hazy until he sensed a tap on his shoulder. Before him stood a stooped, white-bearded dwarf, holding a pair of ruby glasses. Here, the dwarf said, this is what you dropped. Be careful not to lose it. Such glasses do not grow on trees. Thaisof was about to express his intention to cherish them forever, but the words failed him as the dwarf vanished. Oh, splendid! Thaisof exclaimed, I have retrieved the glasses. I shall be exceedingly careful with them. He tucked the glasses into his pocket, ensuring they would not fall out, and then returned to the red glass rooftop. Flint and Almon had departed, and the god hammer was nowhere to be seen. Thaisof pondered what might have transpired. And just as he seriously contemplated breaking the glass to take a look inside, the door swung open. Amon stepped into the sunlight, exclaiming, I've obtained the god hammer of Karas. He was beaming with delight, even smiling at Tysoff. "Look, Kinder, I possess the sacred god hammer. I am pleased for you." Tysoff replied politely, or at least he appeared to be. Amon was indeed overflowing with pride and joy. Tysoff noticed Flint trailing behind Amon as they exited the door, and he felt a twinge of sadness. Flint's expression was blank, though not as defeated and despairing as Tysoff had feared. "It is truly unfortunate, Flint," Tysoff said, placing a comforting hand on the dwarf's shoulder, only for Flint to swiftly shrug it off. "I thought you would acquire the god hammer. Oh, by the way, may I have my Hoopak staff back?" Flint handed it over, stating, "The gods have made their choice." Tysoff was bewildered by what the gods had done regarding the god hammer, yet he did not wish to pry further while Flint was in such discontent. He changed the subject. "I encountered a golden mammoth, Flint. It told me how to exit." Flint stared at him incredulously. "Do not mention the mammoth again. Not now. Never." "What?" Tysoff was confused. "I did not mention a mammoth. There is no golden mammoth." "I encountered a golden mammoth," Tysoff insisted, smacking his lips. "Why did I say that? I did not see a mammoth. I saw a golden mammoth." Tysoff slapped his head, hoping to regain clarity. "It was large, golden, with wings and a tail. It was a mammoth." No matter how hard he tried, he could only utter mammoth. Tysoff sighed deeply. He longed to tell Flint, Tanis, and the others that he, Tysoff Bowfoot, had once conversed with a golden mammoth, but now he found himself unable to do so. His mind knew what he wished to articulate, but his tongue betrayed him. Flint, growing weary, turned away. Amon Kara strode purposefully along the battlements, proudly holding the god hammer aloft, proclaiming that he, Amon Karas, had discovered the god hammer. Tysoff followed Flint. "I truly know how to exit," he said. "I met a fellow, and he informed me. We simply need to step upon that golden rune over there, and it will take us somewhere. I forgot where exactly." He pointed to the glowing rune on the stone slab. "Oh, right. The Temple of the Stars. Your father awaits there," Tysoff told Amon, eager for the god hammer's return. Flint regarded the rune with a mixture of suspicion and intrigue, while Amon seemed somewhat interested but remained skeptical. "How did this rune come to be?" he inquired. "I told you, I encountered the guardian of the tomb. He is a..." Tysoff strained to utter the word dragon, but he was acutely aware that saying it would somehow transform into mammoth, so he swallowed the word. "I met Karas. He showed me the rune." Amon's countenance darkened, and Flint mirrored his expression. "Karas is dead," Amon declared. "I respect his soul. If I can return, I shall ensure he is buried honorably. I do not know what you speak of, but he cannot rest, a wandering soul destined to mourn within the king's tomb, weeping, wailing, never to depart until a true dwarven hero grants him freedom." Tysoff spoke fluently. "That hero is you," Tysoff told Amon. Karas' soul is now free. After expressing his gratitude, he ascended, vanishing like a soap bubble into the air. He was gone. Flint understood that the Kinder was lying, yet he dared not voice his thoughts. As Amon was attentively listening to this peculiar tale, "We shall honor Karas' final wish," Amon said, removing his helmet and stepping forward to bow respectfully before the golden rune. "What exactly is this rune?" Flint muttered under his breath, then spoke with irritation. "No dwarf simply disappears." "I wanted to tell you, Flint," Tysoff sighed, "but I cannot. My tongue refuses to cooperate." Flint glared at him. "You expect me to step upon a strange rune and let it transport me to a place only Leokas knows. The Temple of the Stars. They await the god hammer's return. Hurry." Amon urged impatiently. "This is my moment. I have a feeling I will regret this." Flint muttered to himself as he strode towards the golden rune, standing beside Amon. Tysoff joined them. He harbored an incredible secret, the most astonishing secret of centuries. A secret that could astonish the entire world, yet he could not articulate it. Life truly felt unfair. The rune began to glow. Tysoff reached into his pocket, grasping the ruby glasses, and felt something prickly against his fingers. He pulled it out. The rune erupted with golden light, enveloping them in a red mist, obscuring the tomb from view. All he could see were Flint, Amon, and a white feather. Tysoff understood. Hope. This was the secret he could share with others, even if he could not reveal that there was a golden mammoth. When word spread throughout the dwarven kingdom that the gates of Lord Valley had closed and would not reopen, the dwarves of Sabaden finally believed that something significant was about to transpire. 8th Avenue reopened, and the dwarves, whether by cart or on foot, gathered outside the Hall of Guardians to pray. The time was drawing near, and one day, the grand gates suddenly swung open. A stranger emerged, a venerable dwarf with a beard as white as snow. He was neither Amon Karas nor the diminutive Soban. The assembled dwarves regarded him with caution. The elder dwarf stood before them, raising his hand to signal silence, and the gathering fell into a hushed stillness. The divine hammer of Karas had been discovered. The dwarf proclaimed. It would be presented at the Temple of the Stars as an offering to Lyokos. He has returned, back among you. The dwarves stared at him in astonishment and suspicion, some shaking their heads. The elder dwarf raised his voice, his tone exceedingly stern. The hammer swings on a slender cord, measuring the span of your lives. Now, the cord has been severed, and the hammer is free. You, the dwarven clan of Sabadin, are suspended on a fragile lifeline, oscillating between darkness and light. Lyokos permits you to make a choice. The strange dwarf turned and walked through the bronze gates. A few intrepid dwarves followed him into Lord's Valley, eager to converse and pose their inquiries. However, as soon as they crossed the threshold, the sunlight illuminating the valley disoriented them, rendering the elder dwarf completely invisible. Once their vision adjusted, they found no trace of the peculiar dwarf. At that moment, they witnessed a miracle. Duncan's tomb no longer floated among the clouds, but stood resolutely in the very spot where it was constructed 3 centuries prior. Sunlight bathed a cluster of white towers, alongside a small tower adorned with ruby glass. The lake had vanished, as if it had never existed. The dwarves instantly comprehended the identity of the elder dwarf. They removed their helmets and knelt in reverence to Lyokos, beseeching his forgiveness and blessings. The statue of Glarin stood sentinel before the tomb, guarding the final resting place of King Duncan, where the remains of the hero Karas lay. A stone helmet rested upon the statue's head, and its cold visage radiated an infinite tranquility.